He was tired and did not notice how he accelerated to a crazy speed. Unexpectedly, a huge truck left for the meeting and there was no way to avoid the accident. He was very scared. He had to quickly figure out what to do. He tried to somehow turn the steering wheel to save himself. He was able to avoid the truck, but his car skidded at the turn and broke through the fence. His car flew off the road and it was simply impossible to control the situation. His consciousness turned off. But he did not feel any pain. His body seemed to have sunk under water. He felt how he was caught by a woman who held him on one hand. She was the herald's messenger. He was like a small insect in her background, so she ordered him to return to Azathoth's captivity for his stupidity, blindness, and greed. His consciousness has moved to a new world and right now someone is confessing their love. In front of him stood a girl who told him that she could not meet him. They were friends since childhood, but he did not understand what was happening and where he was. He was just in a car that got into a terrible accident, and now he is standing in front of the girl to whom he confesses his love. It looks like his refusal, or maybe it's a dream. There were many people around him who mocked him. It was not an illusion. Turning around, he saw a strange smoke that enveloped every person, but why no one reacts, they don't notice. He could not look away from this smoke. The girl was calling him to answer her somehow, but he was too focused. He was too frightened and did not understand how to act. Smoke began to quickly approach him as if he wanted to take him away. He threw away all the things he had and just started running away. The girl and the people who were nearby were surprised by the boy's behavior. What happened to him? He ran for a long time without stopping until his wallet fell out of his pocket. Picking up this wallet from the floor, he found documents in which the name Suchi seems to be the name of the previous owner of this body. While he was looking through the documents, some voice in his head scared him again, because he couldn't understand who was saying it. It seems that his thoughts were true. The car accident not only brought him back to life, but also brought him to Los Angeles, where Suchi became a high school student. What kind of black smoke was it near the school and why did the surrounding people not pay attention to it? In any case, running away was the right decision. He didn't run away anymore and just calmly walked around the city, where it was quite safe so far. Suddenly, when he looked at his reflection in the mirror, Suchi saw two spirits. The spirits were no less surprised that he saw them, and they did not plan anything good. Suchi did not understand what kind of creatures these were, and where did they come from. His breath stopped, and his eyes were very frightened. He could not understand whether these spirits were really chasing him and trying to destroy him. They surrounded him and already began to lick and imagine how they will eat him. It occurred to him that they harm only those who see them. Should we just not pay attention to them? He decided to simply pretend that he did not see them and continue on his way. The spirits continued to haunt him and talk to him. But Suchi didn't react in any way and just walked forward humming a song about himself. It seems to be working. They stopped and were upset that he couldn't hear them. They wanted to eat him so much. He moved a short distance from them, and it seems they left him alone. As soon as he broke away from them, Suchi ran to find a place where he could hide from such spirits, so he decided to go to this body's abode and stay there until he figured out what to do next. He came to the address that was indicated in his documents. It seems that this is the house he was looking for. Suchi went inside and started undressing. He felt safe for a moment. He did not have time to regain consciousness when a loud voice rang out from the room. It seemed to be his mother, but the mother is not in this body. He raised his head and froze. Standing in front of him was a huge spirit who was sure that Suchi could hear and see them. Is this spirit the same as the two he saw on the street? Do they even live here? He decided to act in the same way and simply not pay attention, as if he did not see anything. The monster continued to talk to him and whisper various words in his ear. He could barely restrain himself from screaming. The parents of this body are also ghosts, and in order to survive he must pretend that he does not see and hear them. It will be very difficult. Suchi tried not to pay attention and go straight to his room, but the monsters chased him and kept asking him why he wasn't talking to them. He understood that the spirits would not leave just like that, and he needed to relax so that they would detach from him. So Suchi began to sing his favorite song. Finally, he got to his room and you can rest a little and catch your breath. He understood that he would not be able to ignore it forever and that one day they would destroy him if he continued like this. We must quickly escape from this house. We cannot escape through the window. We must invent something else. While Suchi was thinking of the best way to escape, he heard the spirits talking among themselves that he had definitely heard them and that they could eat him. They opened the door to the room and wanted to check again if he could hear them. Panic gripped him. He urgently needed to calm down and figure out how to leave this house. He collected his thoughts and opened the door and decided to go to the kitchen. As soon as the door opened, the spirits were already waiting for him and hoped that he would speak to them now. When he entered the kitchen, he saw that there was food on the table that the spirit had prepared. It was a test to eat him. He just had to pay no attention, and he went to the refrigerator and took out the food that was there. Then he sat down at the table and began to eat calmly while the spirits spoke and flew above him. They were sure that he saw them. One of the spirits even decided to scare him so that he would pay at least some attention to them. But Suchi was calm and did not succumb to their provocations. Finally, they calmed down and apparently left him alone. Suchi thought that if he wanted to stay alive, he could not pay attention to them every time he returned home. He finished his lunch, and now there was a chance to leave the house. Suchi took his jacket and went to the exit. When he was already walking down the street, the spirits carefully followed him and hoped that he would turn around and look at them, but this did not happen. After walking a few steps from the house, he realized that these were not the worst spirits he had seen. He was literally surrounded by monsters of various sizes that were ready to destroy him at any second. Suchi walked down the street, and at every step he saw different spirits. They were everywhere. He understood that he would have to live with them until he found a solution how to return to his past life. He walked through the streets of the city, and realized that passers-by did not even know about the existence of spirits. Suchi was in a hurry for the exams, so he had to run a little to the bus. He entered the bus and the driver immediately greeted him. Finally, he met a normal person. He decided to have a little talk with the driver and said that his exams were starting soon, but there was no time to prepare, because lately he had a lot of terrible things in his life. But when he looked into the driver's eyes, Suchi understood that this was another monster that was just waiting for an opportunity to eat him. This driver's head just seemed to split, and he was waiting for a reaction from Suchi to attack. Unfortunately for this spirit, Suchi simply said goodbye to him and continued on the inside of the bus. It occurred to him that among normal people there are also spirits. I wonder how many monsters there are among this crowd? Suchi couldn't figure out if he was seeing these spirits, or if this skill was passed down to him from the previous owner of this body. While Suchi was thinking about spirits, the bus arrived at the stop where he had to get off. Suchi carefully got out of the bus and tried not to look the driver in the eyes. While he was on his way to school, Suchi observed how many spirits among ordinary people. It seems that the whole city was taken over and it was very difficult to live among these creatures. He was no longer surprised by anything. What else could he see on the way? When he arrived at the school, there were many schoolchildren taking a break from their lessons in the yard. He passed a crowd of people, where his name was heard, but he did not pay attention even to that. It suddenly dawned on him that he had not yet seen a single spirit on the school grounds. Even the black smoke that was there yesterday simply disappeared. But they still wander outside the school. Are there no spirits on the school grounds? In the distance he saw a plate that sparkled with bright light. What could it be? He came closer and saw a large salt, which seems to have been used to expel spirits. Suchi thought that these plates are unlikely to be here specifically, but is it because of an ordinary plate of salt that spirits cannot enter here? He turned his head to the right and saw an arrow sticking out of a tree. on which it was written that it was an arrow that destroys monsters. Now it no longer looked like an accident to him. It seems that someone left it here on purpose and this person can help Suchi. Of course, these were his guesses. He didn't know if these things could really restrain spirits. His thoughts were interrupted by a strong push from Xia Yushu, who was his classmate and best friend. Xia Yushu wondered why Suchi was so sad and focused. Was it because of the fight with the girl yesterday? Suchi thought to himself that it is difficult to live in peace when you are surrounded by monsters at every step. While they were walking through the corridors of the school, Suchi noticed that there really wasn't a single spirit in the school, even among the ordinary people. He didn't even listen to what his classmate was telling him. His thoughts were exclusively about monsters and about a place where he would be safe. Suchi decided to stay at school until he finds out what is going on here and how he can solve it. He was about to say goodbye and go explore the school further, but he was stopped by a voice that called out his name. It was Sanjiao's voice, the girl he confessed to yesterday. She began to say that yesterday there were too many people and she subconsciously could not agree to Suchi's proposal, so now she wants to apologize. Of course, Suchi was not interested in these apologies, but his mood became better for a minute, because it is better to communicate with a normal person than with spirits who want to eat you. His friend was even surprised that Suchi answered like that. He did not expect that from him. Interested in listening to all these apologies, because it is nothing compared to the horrors he has been living with for the last few days. Sanjiao hoped that Suchi would not ignore her and continue communicating with her. He thought that maybe this girl is not very good, but still she is better than any monster. But it did not end with the conversation. The classmate pushed Suchi right on top of the girl. He fell right on top of her and could barely stay on his feet. Suchi immediately rose to his feet and began to apologize. But as soon as Suchi opened his mouth, he saw that the girl was standing without a head. How is this even possible, and where is her head? At the same moment, he looked down and saw that he was holding her head in his hands. Even without her body, her head tried to ask if they could remain friends, but Suchi was so scared that he just stood there and remained silent. His stupor was interrupted by the girl herself, who grabbed her head from his hands and ran back to the classroom, saying at the end that she would consider this silence as consent. Suchi continued to stand and not move. He simply could not understand how this was possible, and whether there was any safe place in this world. He decided to talk less with people in this school, because each of them could be a spirit, so Suchi told his friend that he was feeling sick and wanted to go rest. Xia Yushu recommended him to go to the headmaster of the school, because her father used to be a famous magician, and she herself is a witch. While Suchi was sitting in class, he decided to find information about the elder and her abilities. His thoughts turned into an optimistic mood, because if the world is full of these spirits, then there must be people who will help to deal with them, and therefore there is hope that he will find a way out of this situation. Suchi was sitting in class and had already begun to fall asleep from boredom. Even thoughts about monsters had already disappeared. His eyes slowly closed. He was too tired for the last few days. He closed his eyes for a moment and fell as if into the ocean. It was very cold. An unknown force was pulling him to the bottom, and he saw some numbers. Apparently it was a depth scale. The mark has already gone beyond the normal limit, and it has become impossible to breathe. He woke up and screamed with fear. Why does he have such dreams? Was it really a deep ocean and he was just drowning? The bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. Suchi rocked on a chair and thought about how best to talk to the witch. He can't tell her that he sees spirits. He needs to think about this issue better. He decided to write a notice first and ask if they could meet. He did not have time to finish the notification when she appeared near him and scared him very much. She didn't just scare him. Because of her unexpected appearance, he couldn't help himself and fell from his chair. She immediately got down to business and asked him why he was writing to her and what he wanted from her. Suchi decided to ask first if he could talk to her alone, but before he could finish his question, she called him to go with her. Other classmates carefully watched where they were going and discussed how strange Suchi had become. They went outside and she immediately asked what he needed. Suchi said that a classmate advised her as a witch who can cleanse his body of spirits, because lately he has been feeling very bad and as if someone is hanging on his neck. At first, she was surprised by such a request, but still agreed. Then she carefully looked at him and told him that a terrible monster was sitting on him, because of which he felt so bad. Immediately after that, she calmed him down and asked him to wait until the lessons were over and she would be happy to help him. Suchi was surprised. Could she really see spirits as well as he? Finally, Suchi was glad that he was not the only one in this crazy world who could see spirits, and now he had a person who not only could see, but also could drive them away. She turned around and told him that this service is not free and will cost money. When she returned to the classroom, she reminded him not to forget to take his mobile phone and money with him to pay. After the lessons, they met near the school warehouse. Suchi was surprised why she chose this particular place. Do you need to be so inconspicuous? She explained that no one should see her, especially the school director, because he will immediately say that she works unofficially and will punish her. Suchi did not quite understand what it means not to work officially. Then she asked him to pay for this service first, as for a friend it would cost him $88. Do witches think about money? It seemed that they all work for God and are not interested in money. Suchi had already begun to doubt her abilities and now she was more like the goddess of deceit or serving her. The doors of the school warehouse opened and they entered. Suchi asked where her special suit for such procedures was, but as it turned out, he did not pay the required amount of money for her to wear the suit. Suchi wanted to ask something else, but he didn't have time because the old woman took him by the tie and dragged him behind her. She put a strange costume on him and put him on the ground. The first thing she started with was asking Suchi not to move and not to be nervous. This procedure would only take a few minutes. She put some magic wand on his head and began her ritual. Focusing, she uttered the magic words. Something began to appear above Suchi's head. It was a huge monster that appeared to destroy. Now it is clear why she needed such a large warehouse. He immediately wanted to destroy Suchi and it seemed that this would happen now. But she controlled him with the help of her stick. The girl used another spell and seemed to draw the spirit into her bottle. That's it, it was all over. It was a very quick procedure. Suchi just lay there and looked at all this and did not understand where the monster had gone. She turned to him with a confident face and said that everything was over. Suchi was too scared and did not understand what happened. Did everything end well? The girl was angry with him. How dare he doubt her abilities? She has the best talent in the whole family. So she made him pay extra for the procedure, because it was an unusual spirit. Suchi held out his phone and asked if the spirits would still haunt him. She said with a smile that everything is over for him and he can sleep peacefully, especially where he could see spirits. As soon as Suchi moved away from the procedure, he realized that it did not help and he still sees a bunch of monsters that are just waiting for the moment. It seems that witches can only see a part of spirits. All the horrors that Suchi sees, she could not see. And once again Suchi was left alone with these spirits in this terrible world. Suchi sat alone in the classroom, upset, until his calmness was interrupted by a classmate who was wondering how the exorcism ended. He wondered what happened to him, and why he looked so bad. Their conversation was interrupted by Kim Shir, who was their classmate. He said that he knows what happened to Sin Xiao yesterday, and he is very worried that his wound won't heal just like that. Suchi interrupted him and asked if he wanted to insult him like that because he doesn't care about Sin Xiao anymore. Kim Shir was not satisfied with the answer, so he invited him to a card and song event. What event was in question, Suchi did not understand at all, but the main rule was to adhere to the life of the previous owner, so he agreed. Suchi did not have time to come to his senses when he pulled him by the tie, preventing him from even saying goodbye to his friend. Xia Yushu did not understand why these maps and songs were so interesting and why he was in such a hurry to go there, but he also wanted to go there. While they were going to the club, they took a few more people with them. It was a very nice place. Who would have thought that it was in the backyard of the school? As soon as they entered the room where this game was taking place, Kim Shur joyfully turned to the coach and said that he had brought Su Chi. Some of the members of the club were surprised by the appearance of Su Chi, but it seems that he has been here more than once. They were greeted by the song and card trainer and invited to join. He introduced them to Tian Yi, who was last year's graduate who will participate in professional competitions. Su Chi and Tian Yi greeted each other. The coach already told them about each other, and he also added that Su Chi came to play in junior high school and his level is no less high than Tian Yi. Therefore, Tian Yi immediately offered to play and determine who is the best among them. The trainer supported Su Chi and hoped that he would defeat Tian Yi. It's time to use 100 cards of books and songs. The coach added that this is the biggest deck of cards in the whole city. It was time for the card fight. The participants were already ready to start. The gameplay of this game was similar to Poetic Solitaire. The reader reads the first half of the play, and two competing players draw cards from the bottom of the deck and try to guess the song. Both players were already sitting opposite each other and waiting for the game to start. The memories of the rules of the game and songs remained in his head from the previous owner, so he was not against playing, and maybe even winning. Su Chi understood that it would be better for him to play here than to go outside the school and fight with spirits. The coach asked them if they are ready to start. If so, then the game begins. The master began to read the words of the first song, which was quite familiar to Su Chi. He didn't even have time to read the first half to the end when Su Chi drew a card from the deck and earned the first point. Tian Yi was surprised by such speed, but he was calm and ready to continue the game. Other players cheered for Su Chi and enjoyed when he won. Xia Yushu didn't fully understand the rules of this game, so he asked Kim Shur, who explained that whoever has no cards left on the playing surface wins. The second question, and this time Tian Yi was the fastest. He equalized the score. The game continued and they competed on equal terms. It was very interesting to watch. Almost half of the game passed, and Su Chi took the lead in terms of points. The coach read the next song, but Su Chi reached for the wrong card. Tian Yi took advantage of this and earned another point. Su Chi froze and thought, he hears two songs at once. Is there really a spirit here who also reads songs? And the voice was very similar to the coach's voice, so it was difficult to distinguish. Next round and a score again for Tian Yi. He starts to catch up with Su Chi. Tian Yi did not understand what was happening, why Su Chi did not react and earn points, but he heard the beginning of the song. Now Su Chi was sure that there is a spirit in this room who reads in parallel with the trainer, and what should he do? Tian Yi earns 3 points in a row. Su Chi stopped responding to the songs at all. Tian Yi did not understand what happened. Su Chi seems to be afraid to take a card and play. Su Chi listened carefully to the voice and realized that they were saying the same thing, and the coach's voice was the same as the spirit's, and they were both coming from behind. Su Chi couldn't continue the game. He just couldn't distinguish the voices, so he couldn't take the cards. The audience was surprised by Su Chi's game. What happened to him? If Su Chi does not take the card, he loses, but if he takes it and does not guess, the spirit will understand that it hears him and immediately destroy him. He heard the spirit telling him that he heard him, so he had to think of something immediately, because the monster would start to suspect him even more. He decided that after the next round, he would take a chance after Tian Yi won and look around. The coach read the next song. Tian Yi wins again, and it was a great chance for Su Chi and he used it. He looked at the trainer, and next to him was a huge monster that looked him straight in the eyes. The monster became even bigger, and his joy knew no bounds. He already knew for sure that Su Chi had heard him. The spirit started to attack Su Chi and was about to eat him, but Su Chi controlled and behaved calmly as if nothing was happening. Su Chi turned his head and noted that Tian Yi is really fast and it will be difficult to defeat him, What a pity for the spirit, Suchi really does not hear him. He turned his head back to the playing surface and wondered how he would continue the game, because if he did not take the card, he would be exposed and eaten. The next round and the next song began, but Suchi could not make out where the coach's voice was and where the spirit was, and the round ended again in favor of Tianyi. He did not see the coach, so he could not distinguish when the master was speaking and when the spirit was speaking. Tianyi noticed that Suchi was not looking very well and offered him a break if he didn't mind. Suchi replied that he had hardly slept all night, so he didn't mind a little break to drink some water and cheer up. After that we will continue the game. He drank water and thought, how can he look directly at the coach? It reached him that Tianyi was sitting directly opposite the trainer and was looking at the monster's face. He had an idea in his head and suggested that Tianyi change the rules of the game a little. He offered Tianyi to play the last 30 cards blindly if he didn't mind. Tianyi was not against this method of play, and it seems that the coach also agreed. Xiaoyushu didn't understand what the blind method of playing meant. Was it playing blindfolded? As explained to him, it is a game when participants cannot look at the cards. They can only listen or look at the coach. This is such a brainstorming game. The coach gave them 10 minutes to memorize the location of the cards, and then the real game would begin. The countdown is over. Now the master asked them to turn their backs to the cards and they will start playing. Suchi was satisfied with this course of events. Now he will be able to distinguish voices and the monster will not understand whether he sees him or not. The monster and the trainer started reading the first question at the same time. Suchi immediately takes the desired card from the playing surface. One more round and again Suchi earns a point for himself. Now he can distinguish between the lips of the coach and the monster. Finally he is back in the game. He won round after round and was pleased with himself, because now he has a chance to get rid of the spirit. The audience was surprised at how strong Suchi was in the blind method. His level of play was surprising. But not everyone understood that in this game his opponent was not Tianyi, but a huge monster who was behind the coach. The coach announced that now would be the last question. Suchi prepared himself. He needed victory more than ever. As soon as the master read out the last question, Tianyi didn't even have time to turn around as Suchi took the right card and became the winner of this game. He was very tired from this game. It was too difficult, but he managed and the game is over. Tianyi paid tribute to Suchi. It had been a long time since he played so seriously. He was indeed a strong player. Even his best friend said that his level was not bad, although he did not understand anything about it. They shook hands and will look forward to another meeting and another game. All the spectators were amazed by Suchi's playing, and his last playing method was amazing. Suchi noticed how after the game the coach's spirit began to gradually disappear. Is he really changing his form? He looked at the coach, who was pleased with his student, and in the background he saw no longer a scary monster, but an old man with glasses. This man said a few not very clear words and disappeared. Suchi was left alone in the game room and looked at the book that the spirit had left behind. This spirit was not like other monsters. Before disappearing he left this book. Probably he loved this game so much. Maybe I saved him from this terrible world. Suchi pondered how much he did not know in this world and how much he needed to learn, and at the same time he put his hand on the book left by the spirit, and it began to glow. He grabbed his head because it started to hurt a lot. What happened to this book? It seems to be over, but what was it? It dawned on him that it was not for nothing. When he closed his eyes, he saw a transparent world. But how is this possible? The first thing he saw was the wall of the club where they were playing. Then he realized that with his eyes closed he could see the surroundings of the club, its walls, yard, roof. Moreover, he could mentally go beyond this territory. He could move freely and see all the details throughout the school without any restrictions. Suchi mentally walked around the school grounds until he suddenly noticed a very bright light coming from a tree. He could not take his eyes off this tree. As if all the light that was in this world was gathered near this tree. It was too bright a light to look at, and Suchi turned his gaze down the tree. There he saw a very small house that looked like a golf club. He did not understand why he was seeing this mini house. Maybe it was a sign that this entire territory belonged to him, and he could do whatever he wanted. It dawned on him that all he sees are places where he was before. Perhaps everything he had ever seen could be created in this world with the help of his new power. So Suchi thought that he could create Los Angeles. He could go wherever he wanted and would never see these disgusting spirits. He would only have to close his eyes and everything. With a book of songs, he could walk all over the city. All he had to do was close his eyes. But Suchi had not yet fully mastered this skill. He needed more practice. He walked down the street with his eyes closed, and he no longer needs to see these terrible monsters. He has been fine and calm for the past few days. As far as he understood in this world made of lines, ordinary people were gray in color, and black shadows were spirits. But first he has to go through this whole city to explore and build it in his head. In any case, he hasn't been to many parts of the city yet. It was a big project. He went outside the school. He needed to go home to prepare and plan everything how to act. He did not have time to go far from the school when he saw a huge spirit eating another monster. Can spirits eat each other? The spirit noticed him and immediately started talking to him. Suchi had to run away quickly so as not to attract too much attention because this monster was too big. If he is exposed once, his fate will be the same as that of a monster that has just been eaten. Suchi wanted to live a peaceful life, and for this he will do everything possible. He came home and remembered that there are 2 more monsters waiting for him there that cannot be reacted to. Suchi entered the house and immediately started yawning as if he was very tired and wanted to sleep, so he wanted to bypass the first spirit who was already waiting for him at the entrance. He climbed up the stairs, and the monster said something after him, but the main rule was not to react. Suchi opened the door to his room and immediately sat on the bed. Finally, he will be able to rest and relax a little. After his rebirth, he experienced a lot of unusual things. It seems that there were a lot of spirits in this world who were just waiting for him to make a mistake. He knew that most of these monsters just walk the streets. They have no intelligence, they only have instincts. And there are spirits that hide among ordinary people. For example, Xiaoyi. She looks like an ordinary girl. They can live a human life, although they are not human at all. Although he did not know for what purpose they are here, there is no way he will get there to her. There were also monsters that just kept popping up as obsessive thoughts, but he thought there was a way to get rid of them. One of the spirits knocked on his door and asked if Suchi had any dirty things so they could wash them. He thought that they were behaving like parents, but they were just copying some actions of real people. Suchi was worried that one day he might fall into this trap and they would expose him. And the last but very important point, he knew that whatever the spirit was, they could all eat not only people, but also each other. He needed to take a shower and relax a little, because constantly seeing spirits was too dangerous, and it was a constant risk of being eaten. Here is this monster, for example. He has been sitting here since the first day of Suchi's rebirth. One day he may understand that he sees him and this spirit will no longer be so calm. He was troubled by the fact that he can see more spirits than his elder. Maybe every person has ranks, and the higher the rank, the more spirits a person can see. Then Suchi's rank is higher than hers. But only people who do not see monsters at all were safe. Night came and Suchi went to bed to rest from a hard day. He moved too much while sleeping. What is he dreaming about? In his dream, he was drowning again in the cold ocean. This time it was much deeper. It was almost impossible to breathe. He did not control this dive. His depth exceeded 1,000 meters, when he saw a small house that was similar to the one he saw near the bright tree. After swimming closer to it, it was really the same as under the tree in the schoolyard. Suchi caught his breath. What should he do with this house? He tried to take it in his hands, but he couldn't do it. The house seemed to be running away from him. His hand almost reached this house. Will he still grab it? But it didn't work out. The little house just went upstairs without visiting Suchi's hands. In the educational building where Suchi was studying, there was an object that was shining very brightly. The patrol police came to check it. One of the guards was checking the school grounds and everything was normal until he came to the same tree. Under the tree stood this house that only Suchi could see. It glowed brighter than the lantern that the guard had. He came to check what kind of bright light it was. There was nothing where it could disappear. He just saw that there was a small house. The guard stood there for some time and he was sure that he saw a small house there, which shone very brightly. Where did he disappear to? Last night, Suchi had another dream of the bottomless ocean. It was terrible. This dream began to come to him too often. What could it mean? He still saw this small temple there again. It was the same as the one near the tree in the schoolyard. The temple just floated into his hands, and then it seemed to change its mind and float up. It was very strange. What could this house mean? All these questions bothered Suchi too much. He wanted to build the whole city in his head as soon as possible. He decided to start right away and start exploring the city right now. Suchi understood that it would be very difficult. Most likely it would take more than one day, maybe even a week, because the spirits constantly pursued him and did not allow him to move calmly. Today he decided to start from school. He has already been there. It will be a good start. All these lessons were too boring for him, and he simply slept on them. Xia Yushu interrupted his sleep again and noticed that Suchi looked very tired and wrinkled again. He was looking worse and worse every day. Xia Yushu was not at all sure that Suchi was asleep. He also asked if he had found Miko to exorcise the spirits, but this made Suchi even more upset. Because it didn't help him in any way, and on top of that he spent $100. Without thinking for a long time, Xia Yushu began to shout at Miko and demand an explanation. Why is she taking money from her classmates? She explained that this is a normal price. She even made a discount for a friend. It is the same as putting money in front of the entrance to the temple. She also collects this money for God. Her conversation was interrupted by Xiaoyi, who came up from behind and hugged Miko tightly. Miko pushed her and her hairpin fell off her head. Miko immediately apologized. She doesn't like being hugged. Xiaoyi was not too disappointed. It was even a reason to talk to Suchi and asked him to help pick up the hairpin. He perfectly understood that she asked for it not just like that, but in order for him to reveal his secret that he sees spirits, and she ate him. Suchi remembered that the main thing is to behave as usual, so of course he agreed to help. As soon as he reached for the pin, she immediately turned into a spirit and started talking to him. It was terrible. He was holding his head in his hands and up close it looked even more terrible. Before all this she repeated that she would eat him. Suchi put his head back and told her to be more careful next time. She thanked him and said how kind he was. Miko seems to have seen something and asked to look at the pin closer. Does she also see a spirit? No, she just seemed very cute to her, and she wanted the same one for herself. They agreed to go shopping together next time. A team of school photographers gathered in the schoolyard, which included only 3 people. They discussed the problems of their department. If they do not win the competition for the best photo, their department will be closed. Xiang Mu, one of the members of this department, sat by the tree for several hours and did not move. What is he doing? Other participants approached him and began to ask him what he was doing and why he was sitting here for so long. There was incredible passion in his eyes. He found something very interesting near this tree. This member of the photography club was also a spirit, but no one could know about it. He was sure that he would take a wonderful photo with the help of which they would win the competition. As a spirit, he could see the same small temple that Suchi dreamed of every night, and it looked really beautiful in the photo, especially against the background of the tree. The other participants did not understand him. Why is he just photographing a tree? Is it really such a beauty for him? He was smiling and was sure that he would become the hero of their department, because his little temple looks very nice. The head of the photography department sat and posted the photos they took today. Even though he didn't understand the beauty of the photos Xiang Mu took, he posted it anyway. A few minutes later, several photos were already on their page in social networks, and among them people could see the same temple. Some of the people who were spirits could see this picture and admire it. It really stands out from the rest. People sent these photos to each other on social networks, and some of them were sure that whoever sees this temple will receive blessings from the gods. But most people did not see this temple. For them it was an ordinary picture with the roots of a tree. Spirits who carefully looked at the picture could even see the inscription on the picture God Ludo. Who was this God Ludo? The school and the streets that were next to it were also built with the help of a book of songs. Suchi decided that if he already had this ability, he couldn't just sit there and wait, even if he didn't find a way back anytime soon. His thoughts were filled with this book. He wanted to do something else with its help. Unexpectedly, he was enveloped in light and seemed to be transported to another reality, where he saw only a small temple, which seemed to be calling him somewhere. Without delaying for a second, he decided to check that it was a sound and immediately ran to the small temple, which was still near the same tree on the school grounds. When Suchi was already near the tree, he saw two small squirrels, but one of them did not look very well. What happened to them? Do they also see this small temple? He understood that one of these squirrels worshipped this temple, and the other was very injured and hardly moved. Without delay, Suchi took her in his arms and decided to take her to the school doctor so that she could be helped somehow. This squirrel's leg was slightly damaged. It was not serious for her health, so the doctor gave her some painkiller and sent her home. She instructed Suchi to find a quiet place for this squirrel so that it could get away from the trauma, and she was surprised that Suchi loved animals so much, and he replied that he simply could not pass by. When they returned back to the tree where the small temple stood, another squirrel was still waiting for them, who was very worried and waiting for her friend. He carefully put her on the floor and began to calm the other squirrel. Everything will be fine with her. The doctor assured that nothing serious happened, she just needs to rest a little. The squirrel immediately decided to thank Suchi for his help. She gave him a cone. It was a rather unusual way of thanks for him. He held this cone in his hands and thought that this squirrel worshipped this temple, and he heard it. How is this possible? When Suchi returned to the school, he heard a very loud commotion in the school corridor. A whole herd of boys were running after Miko and wanted to throw some paper into her basket. This basket was similar to a box for notes. Of course, Xiaoyushu was among them, who shouted the loudest and broke through the whole crowd to throw his piece of paper. But it did not work out. He was simply demolished by this crowd for his insolent behavior, and it seems that he was even beaten a little. Suchi approached him and began to ask what is happening here. He explained to him that they were looking for Miko's sister to check how lucky they were in love. In fact, the matter was in the Ikebana family. Her daughter had talent, beauty, and good behavior. She was the dream of all boys. That's why she was called Kalen Flower Saori. Suchi did not understand why everyone thought she was so beautiful and considered her a goddess. Xiaoyushu said that 6 or 7 people were looking for her to find out their luck in love, but nothing came of it. He hugged Suchi and begged him not to say that he still likes Xiaoyu. Unexpectedly, it was light again and Suchi started to hear some sounds again. This time it was like a purring cat. Xiaoyushu didn't understand what happened to him. He turned around and started running to the tree where there was a small temple to check what happened there. He did not hear Xiaoyushu shouting after him, who asked him to wait. They ran together to the tree and saw a cat near the small temple, which was very hungry and asked the temple for help. He fed the cat and seemed a little disappointed. This cat was a domestic cat. It was probably just lost and was hungry for a very long time. Suchi decided to write an ad. Maybe an owner would be found. Xiaoyushu did not understand why he was so worried about this cat. He had not noticed this before. Xiaoyushu asked Suchi if he had seen the latest news and showed him the current popular Ludo god. He did not understand what he was talking about and picked up the phone to see who it was. A friend showed him a tree where a small temple is located and asked if it looked like our tree in the schoolyard. Suchi immediately understood what kind of tree it was and one of the few saw the temple. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl. It was the same Saori who saw the announcement about the cat and came to look at it. They were as if one whole with this cat. They immediately liked each other. Suchi was happy that Saori loves cats so much, there was a chance that she would shelter a kitten. Xia Yushu was fascinated by Saori and started asking her if she also likes cats like him. Saori began to tell that she loves cats very much, but unfortunately her mother is allergic, so she cannot take this cat to her home. Xia Yushu suggested that she go to a cat cafe together, where they will pet cats together. Suchi was surprised at how quickly a person can change, but this guy was saying completely different things. But Saori was not interested in these walks and cats, because she was also a spirit looking for a victim, so Xia Yushu was not suitable for her. Suchi thought that even the school flower Saori was a dangerous spirit, and he should be even more careful and not relax in any way. Night came and Suchi returned home and went to rest. He again began to dream the same dream with a small temple, only this time this temple was as if connected by a thread to Suchi. It reached him that this temple is his, he created it, therefore this temple is tied to him. But this time his immersion was even deeper, this ocean and temple, what could it all mean? Many years ago spirits and gods came with the Western fleet, then no one knew about their existence. But the more we develop, the closer they become to us, now they are at the bottom of the ocean. This story? One of the monks told his disciple Abbo, who asked if they could ever return to us. The monk answered him that they would not be able to, because they had lost contact with our world forever. When Suchi woke up, the first thing he did was to go to the window and see an incredible picture there. A huge stone spirit, called Halo Angel, was hanging in the sky. He immediately got dressed and ran outside to take a closer look at this creature. Suchi couldn't look away from these creatures. They just appeared out of nowhere. It was beyond human understanding. He simply did not understand how he could see such a thing. He was very surprised. It was an unusual spirit, which he was used to seeing every day. This time in the dream in the deep ocean, he saw much more than usual, or could it be somehow related? The bell rang, indicating the end of the lessons. Xia Yushu asked Suchi what he was doing after school and would he like to go shopping with him? But Suchi had plans for today. He worked in a law firm, where everything was very strict. Xia Yushu didn't understand what would happen if he missed one day of work. He has been working there for more than a year. But Suchi explained that his uncle Dushin helped him a lot and even asked him to come to work, so he can't miss a day of work. He was really a busy person, that's why he ran, because he might not make it and he would be fined. Dushin's law firm was near the school, so Suchi barely made it to work. This work was not too interesting for him, but he received good money for it, so he did not complain. Moreover, he had time to think about what else he could do, which allowed him to live in safety. He was called by one of the lawyers of the firm and asked to print 3 copies of the contract. Because he is in a hurry to meet with the client, Suchi agreed to this job without any problems. Shangjiren, that's the name of this lawyer, asked to leave these contracts on his desk after he prints them out. He will pick them up later. Suchi took the example of the contract and went to the printer, where another terrible spirit was waiting for him. Are they really promising these monsters here? As soon as the spirit tried to attract Suchi's attention, he was unable to do so. Suchi did not respond to provocations. He was more interested in what was happening in Uncle Dushin's office. There were many voices coming from there. Did something serious happen there? His uncle's team of lawyers discussed Lawyer Beitan, who was simply incredible. He had a gold medal as a lawyer and had never lost a case in court. Uncle Shin's office was opposite Beitan's office. Suchi didn't understand how it was possible to touch each other. His thoughts were interrupted by a client who entered their office and asked if he could enter. Suchi of course let him in and asked what is his purpose here. The client asked if this is Dushin's office. He urgently needs a lawyer. Suchi asked if he had already been to Beitan's lawyer across from him, or had he consulted him? Zhong Xiang, that was the client's name, replied that he had already been there and was referred to Dushin's lawyer. Because his case was more suitable for him, that's why he was here. Suchi politely invited him to sit down and wait for the lawyer he needed to come to him. He thought to himself that every time they don't want to take on a client, or the client's case is hopeless, they send him to our law firm. Suchi didn't know that lawyer Bagan didn't like it this time, but no matter what, he went to call the lawyer. He did not have time to move far from the client when he shouted to the entire office that he urgently needed a lawyer. Someone had kidnapped his wife and he wanted to sue. Suchi tried in every way to calm him down so that only he would stop shouting, because this was a working office where people did their work and where silence was needed. The same lawyer Dushin, whom the restless client wanted to see so much, came down to help him and asked to take him to his office so that they could discuss everything there. Dushin immediately asked to tell the whole story in minute details so as not to miss anything. They reached the end of the story where Zhong Xiang told the lawyers that his wife was killed in Hazewag Beauty Hospital, and it was confirmed in the medical report. Suchi did not specifically overhear the conversation between the lawyers and the client when he brought tea for Zhong Xiang, who at that moment was talking about the fact that during the operation, his wife was given some wrong drug, which killed her. Suchi saw a discharge from the hospital, which mentioned a drug based on cocaine, which caused an allergic reaction in the patient, who died after resuscitation. Dushin asked what the client was asked to do in the clinic. He said that they asked him to sign a release agreement, which he did not sign and went to the lawyers. Together they reviewed the contract that the client brought, and it was really legal and legal. It will be very difficult to protect the client's rights. Suchi seemed to feel that something was wrong with this client, who loved his wife very much, and he did not know what he and his children would do without her. Dushin professionally reassured the client, and made him understand that his emotions will not help the case in any way, and one must have a cold mind to change something. The lawyer offered to sign the client's contract on their commission in order to immediately go to work, to which the client of course agreed. The client's face showed how worried he was, but the confidence of the lawyers reassured him, and he signed the contract. After the end of the working day, Suchi and his uncle went to this clinic to collect at least some evidence. They were the only ones who could help the man who lost the meaning of life because of unscrupulous doctors. Of course, there were personal motives as well. They had planned to put this case in the news after they won the case, but Suchi was troubled by the fact that Beitan had so easily given the case to them, even though it would have brought him great benefit. Dushin thought that maybe someone behind this clinic is someone they cannot touch, so it would not be superfluous to have self-defense equipment with you. Suchi was a little scared. Are there gangsters in the beauty hospital who need protection from them? Dushin calmed him down, just in case. If they lay a finger on them, he will make them pay for it. They arrived at their destination, at the same clinic. They did not stay there for a long time, because the people who represented the clinic refused to say anything and participate in the case. The first attempts to get evidence failed. Hospital employees insisted that the client sign a disclaimer, and they also refused to watch the video of the operation. Although Suchi was not a lawyer, even he understood that this would be a very difficult case that would be difficult to handle, although it was still better than spending time in the company of spirits. Of course, this hospital was not without spirits. There were more or less monsters among the doctors and nurses. But Suchi had already learned professionally not to pay attention to spirits, so he and lawyer Dushin calmly talked about this case, and Suchi was interested in whether they would be able to win it. The lawyer was not sure. He had an idea, which was to post information about this family and tell what a happy life they had until the terrible negligence of the doctors separated them. They wanted to involve the community to tell everyone how dangerous it is to be treated there and to destroy everything they built. But before this step, they decided to visit their client's house. He just happened to live nearby. They knocked on the door and were greeted by Zhong Xiang and his young son, who didn't look too happy, though it was understandable why. He sent his young son to the room so that they could talk to the lawyer in peace. When the child opened the door to his room, Suchi saw a spirit that was covering the boy. It was a terrible picture. He wished everyone good night and went into his room. Dushin started his conversation by apologizing to the client for his question. He understands how difficult it is for him now, but he has to, because it won't work out that way. He gave them all the real estate certificate cards, health insurance, and all the documents that the lawyers asked for. He will do whatever he asks them to do. The conversation turned to his wife's chronic diseases, which, according to the client, did not exist. While the lawyer was talking to the client, Suchi couldn't calm down that the boy in the room was left alone with the monster, and he didn't even know how dangerous this spirit was. He thought that maybe this ghost is similar to the spirit of Mr. Gu, whom he met while playing songs and cards, and to make this ghost go away, you just need to know his last wish. And if he can fulfill it, he will help this family. While they were talking, he decided to go into the boy's room and maybe find some clues that would help him determine this spirit's last wish. This spirit, like all the others, provoked Suchi to talk to him, but he wanted to talk to the boy first, to learn at least some information. But still, he could not pay attention to this ghost and noticed that he always had lipstick in his hands, with which he painted his face. Suchi understood that the spirit is obsessed with this lipstick, obsessed with its beauty. What can be done about it? Give him a new face? He decided to talk to Xiao Bao, maybe he could help him solve this mystery. But the boy had no desire to talk, it was clear why. The boy constantly drew the sea. When asked why the sea, he answered that his parents had promised him to go to the sea. But now his father said that it would not happen, because his mother would not be able to go. Suchi understood that the boy was too reserved, he wouldn't be able to talk to him and figure something out. He should try to find clues in the room. He looked at the pictures that showed the sea where they wanted to go. At that moment, his spirit seemed to be torn. He constantly repeated the word right, but what could it mean? Suchi reached here, travel insurance. We need to check this woman's insurance. He immediately left the boy's room and asked him to play alone for the time being, because he needed to talk to his father. Suchi left the room and immediately asked for Mr. Zhang's wife's insurance. But he needed all the insurance he had. The lawyer and the client were surprised at such an unexpected request. At that time, Lawyer Beiteng received visitors who asked him to help them solve a problem with a client whose wife died during an operation. He warned them that it would cost them a lot of money. Of course they understood that, because they were primarily interested in it. After they agreed, he decided to tell them the story of an office worker who didn't like his life very much and who decided to change everything one day. Once a man fell in love with a woman and married her. They lived for a long time and raised a child. In the eyes of others, they were an exemplary family. This continued until the woman ended her life due to an unsuccessful operation at the beauty clinic. The man lost his beloved and condemned this clinic. Medical staff, doctors, gave wide publicity to this case. Literally everyone knew about it, and he received the sympathy of society. And then he received a huge payment from the insurance company and his life became wonderful again. Does it remind you of anything? Visitors were shocked by this story. Does Zhong Xiang want to cheat the insurance company? Lawyer Beiteng assured them that it was just a story he wanted to tell them, but was it true or not? It only matters who heard this story and who will believe it, and as long as Mr. Beiteng has this feeling, he will help to find the truth in every case. Lawyer Dushin and Suchi were already returning home and discussing that the client refused to cooperate with them and kicked them out of the house after Suchi asked for insurance. He asked Dushin if Zhong Xiang could have done this specifically to get compensation, but only he could know the truth. Suchi thought of himself as a person with whom you fall asleep every day together, who plans to take your life. This is scarier than living among spirits. After solving the case and freeing the spirit from his last wish, Suchi received a gift of lipstick with which the ghost painted his face. After the revelation, Xian Bao's spirit disappeared and left behind this magical lipstick, but Suchi, as soon as he did not twist it, could not understand how it works and what is it needed for. He already wanted to leave this lipstick alone, until suddenly it began to emit a very bright light that hit his eyes very hard. His head began to hurt very badly. It was very difficult to bear such pain. It seems that the Book of Songs reacts to this lipstick. These two forces were causing great damage to Suchi's body. Indeed, the two abilities had collided with each other and were fighting. One half of his face began to turn black and caused him great pain. He felt how he was losing control over his own body and his limbs stopped obeying him. His left hand reached for a small blade and began to approach the other hand. What is happening to him? He stuck the blade straight into his finger and black blood came out. Whoever was controlling his body at that second raised his hand and smeared his face with blood. It was similar to what the spirit in the little boy's room did. The skin began to fall off his face, as if his face was falling apart to the bone. One of Su Chi's eyes simply disappeared, and the skin on the other half of her face turned white. It was a pain of incredible strength. Finally, these torments ended and the pain left him. He needed some time to leave. Su Chi stood in silence for a while and then laughed. His laugh meant that he knew what had happened to him, and how to use this effect to his advantage. This effect will help him turn into a spirit. His face would become painted and he would take on the appearance of a ghost. It would help him to avoid human features and look like a monster. He did not wait long and decided to try on real spirits, and immediately left his room to check it. He was met by one of the spirits who lived in his house and he immediately noticed that now it was not Su Chi, and he clearly saw him. In his new account, Su Chi did not hide the fact that he saw the spirit and answered him without fear. The ghost pounced on Su Chi without any delay and of course wanted to eat him. But everything was not as simple as he thought. Su Chi seemed to have become one of the most terrible monsters that exist, and the spirit of his house wanted to run away. His thoughts that with painted skin you cannot be afraid of monsters were true, and now in dangerous situations he can use this skill. But he did not rejoice for long. This effect began to complete its effect, and he began to return to his human account. It was no less painful. After he came out of this state, his thoughts were filled with madness and bloodlust. But this did not stop him, and he decided to try several more times to consolidate the result. When he transformed again, Su Chi decided to find out what else he could do in this account, and how it could help him in his fight against the spirits. After a few samples, he had some characteristics of this skill, so from now on he decided to keep records of each skill. He called this skill Painted Skin, which turns him into a ghost for about 20 seconds. The longer he is in contact with the spirit, the longer the effect becomes. He failed to transform more than 3 times in a row, and the longer he is in this state, the crazier he becomes. This had to be controlled. After 3 attempts, he definitely needed time to get into a normal human form and bring his mind back to normal. It was quite late on the clock, so he went to rest. Every night this dream haunts him, and every time his body sinks deeper and deeper. It seemed to him that every creature that prayed to the small temple near the school was connected to him by a thread. Previously, he could descend no more than 200 meters, but now this depth is too great, and this time he controlled his actions and saw something at the bottom and swam there. This incomprehensible thing was like a giant eye, and when he swam closer, this eye turned into a huge octopus, which literally grabbed him with its tentacles. This story is about a girl and her favorite doll, which she named Marie, and since then they have been inseparable. The girl was sure that she and Marie were best friends, and they would never part. Although over time the girl grew up and found new friends and Marie's doll was no longer so necessary. Eventually, Marie's doll ended up in the trash, because she was no longer needed and she was simply breathless. But this doll was unusual, and she simply did not want to leave the girl. Many years later, the girl grew up and found a house to which she moved with her family, and from that moment strange things began to happen to her. Her mobile phone was periodically called by a certain Marie, whom she does not know and cannot save her number in any way. When she answered the call, she heard mysterious words that Marie was calling her, and she was already waiting for her near the house. Let her hurry up. But the girl did not know any Marie and just hung up. But Marie did not stop and did not give up just like that and called again, and this time she was already waiting for the girl on the steps of her house, but the girl again dropped the phone. When she called the 3rd time, the girl couldn't stand it anymore and started shouting into the receiver and threatening this Marie that she would report her to the police. But this time Marie was already behind her back. The girl got scared and turned around, and there she saw her childhood doll Marie. But she was no longer so kind and did not carry anything good with her. Guan Shou told such a story in the class, which he heard in the news, but most people do not believe that it is true, because no facts and evidence have been found. But it is worth noting that the girl was found in her home with 40 knife wounds, next to which lay only a small child's doll, which held the knife with which the crime was committed. While the classmates were scaring each other with terrible stories about the girl and the doll, Miko approached Suchi and began to ask what happened to him. Why is he so sad? Suchi replied that it was just his face and nothing like that happened, except that he constantly dreams the same dream. Miko became interested in his stories. She immediately offered him to read his dream and tell him what he was dreaming about, especially since he had a 10% discount as a regular customer. So he can just pay now and let's start the session. Suchi decided not to play these games anymore and asked directly what can an octopus dream about. She thought a little and confidently answered him that usually a person dreams of an octopus, because a person has a great desire to have a child. At first, Suchi did not understand what the child and he were doing here, but then his face changed and became even more gloomy. A lot has happened and changed with him since the car accident, but no one could know what happened to his wife and unborn baby. His thoughts were interrupted again by his best friend, who as usual startled him that Suchi's phone flew out of his hands. Suchi was not in a very good mood for such amusements, so he asked him never to do that again, because you can also catch a heart attack that way. Miko stood silently, and then unexpectedly suggested that Suchi come to visit her this Saturday. Her father was a famous priest who could explain his dream to him in more detail. She would send the address to him in a message. Xia Yushu was unhappy that Miko invited Suchi to her place. Why did she never invite him? His scream stopped very quickly. Miko threw her box at him and hit him right in the head. Xia Yushu stopped screaming. Lessons ended. Children and teachers began to leave school after a hard day's work. Suchi and Xia Yushu were standing outside the school and talking about Miko's proposal. Xia Yushu was very curious whether Suchi would go to her on Saturday or not. But Suchi didn't want to discuss it too much, because his phone even ran out of power to look at the address that Miko had sent. As soon as Suchi said for his discharged phone, he unexpectedly called for him and scared him very much. He took it out of his pocket, and what was his surprise when he saw that the charge on the phone was full, although when he left the class the phone did not even turn on. How is this possible? Before he could say a word, the phone rang and it was a certain Marie calling him. He was scared because he didn't know who and what she wanted from him, but he picked up the phone anyway. A charming female voice on the phone greeted and introduced herself as Marie, who asked if she could visit Suchi tonight. Before Suchi could answer anything, the call was interrupted and it seems that Marie herself dropped the phone. Xia Yushu asked who was calling, but Suchi could not say a word, he just kept silent. Suchi couldn't understand how his phone turned on and showed full charge and how a number he never wrote down called him and was identified as his contact number. Xia Yushu recommended him to check his phone for functionality. Finally, when he realized who the call was from, it was no joke. He received a call from the ghost, who understood that Suchi heard him and would come to his house today. He knew what to do and he could not ask for help. Suchi decided not to go home and thought about this call and about Miss Mary, who is a ghost, because Yushu did not see this call and the phone number. It was revealed and now he has to come up with something immediately, otherwise he will just be eaten. While he was washing, his head was filled with thoughts of what to do to survive. Because the time of the meeting was already close, the evening had already come. His phone rang again, but unfortunately it was Mary again who wanted to talk to Suchi again. He no longer tried to ignore her, he thought that there was no chance, because she already knows that he hears her, even though he learns more information. She started again with her trademark phrase in which she greeted and introduced herself, and then she said that she was at Suchi's house and there was no one there. So she went to Dushin's law firm. This information shocked Suchi. Where did she come from could know all about it. Black smoke filled the corridors of the company. Is she really that fast and has already found him? She called again and warned that she was already in the middle of the law firm and would soon be near Suchi. Let her get ready. The sound of heels could be heard throughout the company. She walked slowly but confidently, as if she knew exactly where Suchi was hiding. She opened the door of the toilet where Suchi was and called again to warn that she was coming in. There was no time to think of anything. What should he do? Right now she was standing in front of him, and called him again to tell him about it. She raised her huge sword and swung to strike. If she hits Suchi, has no chance to survive. Her sword was already near Suchi's face, and for some reason she stopped and changed her mind to attack him. What happened? Suchi used his new painted face ability at the last moment to give him time to come up with a new plan, and it worked. She stopped her strike and was as if blinded. Where did he go? Suchi's phone was ringing with calls, where Marie told what she was doing and where she would look for him. She turned and was about to leave, but time was not in Suchi's favor. The time of his ability was already running out, because the longer he is near this spirit, the faster the skill ends. This was a huge problem. He managed to trick her. He had to run away while there was still time. He didn't expect the mask to fall off so quickly. Suchi seemed to have just used this skill. Not even 20 seconds had passed. This is very bad. Marie seemed to have eyes on her back. She turned around at the same second and saw how half of Suchi's face began to appear. He did not have time to do anything. She was too fast for him. At one point she was already near him and struck a new blow, even more powerful than the previous one. Suchi should have been happy. He was very lucky today. She missed. The force of the blow was so strong that she just cut through the wall and the sink with one swing. This Marie was much more aggressive than the previous spirits. Without thinking long, he uses his second attempt and renews the action of the skill. This time he should succeed. She was blinded again and did not see him. She must use this chance and run away from here as quickly as possible. Suchi's well-being was not at the best level. He had a very bad headache and was about to lose consciousness. But this could not be allowed. Otherwise he would be eaten immediately. So he ran with all his might. This time the effect of the skill ended even faster. He needed to survive at any cost. Of course, Mary will not leave him alone just like that. As soon as she heard his smell, she immediately went after him. Suchi decided to hide until he got away from this skill a bit. He needed to rest, so the best idea was to hide in the office. She looked for him everywhere. He hid under the desks in the office and tried not even to breathe. She found him. Marie was very furious because he was playing with her and hiding, so she immediately struck. This blow was very powerful and left half of the office in ruins. Again her confused stupor. She just saw him. Where did he disappear again? Suchi used the painted face skill for the third time and felt very bad, but he had to do everything to survive. Her anger crossed all borders. He hides from her and cheats on the same place. Where did he go again? She began to destroy everything around her. She would be very angry and could not restrain herself. She wanted to destroy him, but she could not because she did not see where he was and did not understand where he was going, because she had just seen him. Suchi needed to concentrate and come up with something, because he won't last that long. He used the last attempt of a painted mask, which disappears much faster than the previous ones. This is his limit. Marie was so angry that pieces of her flesh flew away from her. She finally caught him, and now she will destroy him. It seems this was part of Suchi's plan, who was already laughing at her. He had used the skill for the fourth time, and he wasn't going to just give up. Suchi would go home safe and sound today. Suchi's strength is already at the limit, but it seems that he managed to deceive her, and she went to look in another direction. This is his chance for survival. He froze and did not move with the hope that she would now leave and leave him alone. His phone rang again and scared him very much. He needs to change the ringtone to something else. He received a call from the same Marie with whom he had just fought a battle, who does not change her standards. She first greeted and introduced herself, and only then said that she did not find him and would come later. How persistent she is. The conversation ended, and it seems that today Suchi is no longer in danger, but it did not get easier for him. He felt very strong pain and began to lose his mind. He used the mask 4 times, it was beyond his abilities. His thoughts were about how close he was to death, and how difficult it was to control the skill and hide from monsters. He needed training. The evening came and it was time to finish the work in the office, so Suchi cleaned everything in the office so that the other lawyers and Dushun would not understand what was happening there and left the office. As soon as he left the office, he was stopped by a voice that he seems to have heard before. It was the voice of Mr. Baitan, who saw the surprise on Suchi's face and asked why he was so surprised. To which Suchi replied that he simply overworked today and was very tired. Baitan recommended eating more carbohydrates if he works so much, it should help him, especially since Baitan is in the confectioner's union and can easily treat him right now. But Suchi didn't like the idea too much, he wanted to get home as soon as possible. Their conversation was interrupted by 2 voices that came from Baitan's back. They were 2 police officers who had come to arrest Baitan on suspicion of a past child abduction case, and they politely asked him to cooperate with them. They handed him an envelope with documents, but it was not clear what was happening. Suchi watched carefully. What would happen next? Baitan returned to Suchi and offered to go for dessert next time, while he wanted to treat him to the gum that he threw to him. Suchi still did not understand why the officers were arresting Baitan. He heard something about the Hummingbird case, but did not understand what it was. He was too tired to deal with it. Good thing it had nothing to do with him, so he just popped the gum into his mouth, which turned out to be quite tasty, and went home. Meanwhile, Baitan got into the officer's car and drove to the station, where he would have to cooperate with them. He looked at the clock, which looked like a living little spirit, and thought to himself that it would take some time. 3 days have passed since Suchi first met the Marie doll and Baitan was taken away by the officers. During these 3 days, Mari called and came to Suchi several times, so this time he did not even pay attention to what she was saying, but simply listened to her and ended the conversation. He didn't care at all. He told her to come at least every day, it's like a routine matter. She came, tried to destroy him, he ran away and used his skill, and so every day, Suchi was already used to wearing a mask every day. Although it saved his life, his spiritual and mental powers were at the limit. Transforming so often was very harmful to his body. His phone was bursting with messages again. Is it true that Marie is already texting instead of calling? He read these messages, where Miko wrote to him so that he would not forget to come to her and her father for the dedication. Suchi was too busy with business and battles that he completely forgot that today was Saturday. He had to quickly gather and run to the meeting. Suchi laid out a route for himself through the navigator, and after some time he was already at his destination. It was the Fuxia temple, which he immediately liked for its beauty. As soon as he entered this temple, his fear, apathy and thoughts that constantly haunt him immediately disappeared. This temple immediately began to have a good effect on him. He walked a little around the temple and was almost immediately met by Miko, who called him to her so that they could go to her father together. He saw her for the first time not in her school uniform, and it seems that he likes her more. She apologized for not meeting him right away at the entrance. Now there are a lot of people in the temple, and accordingly, she has a lot of work. On the way to the temple, she told him that an auction for collectibles is taking place here today, so the temple is closed to ordinary visitors. Suchi was surprised that an auction was being held in the temple, but Miko explained to him that it was an unusual auction. Spirits and evil ghosts would be exhibited there. He was very surprised when he heard about spirits, but she immediately explained that it would be an auction of rare artifacts that they left behind. She was sure that this world is not as innocent as everyone thinks. Suchi didn't understand what she was talking about. He had seen a lot of different spirits and ghosts recently. Some of them were very terrible and ugly. While they were walking to the temple, their conversation turned to where these spirits came from, but as far as Miko knew, no one knew this, and some people associate them with human obsession, while others are sure that these are just legends of widows. Suchi was very interested to listen to what Miko was saying. At that time, she was talking about the relics that remain after spirits. They are all very rare, and some can even endow a person with magical abilities. He had a question about the spirit that Miko expelled from him. Was there any relic left from him? She answered in an irritated voice that of course not. Relics can only be left by evil ghosts who have become Buddhas. This meant that the spirit must get rid of its obsessions and obsessions, then it can leave the relic. But the extermination of spirits is dangerous for humanity. When they arrived at the temple, Miko assured them that it was absolutely safe in this temple, that no spirit could enter here. But Suchi didn't really believe in it. Suchi stopped and stood still. Miko shouted to him what happened. Why did you stop? His eyes were focused high into the sky, where a huge spirit was steaming. This ghost was so ugly, it had several heads and was right in the temple. How unpleasant! Even such a sacred place cannot protect Suchi from spirits. Miko took Suchi to the auction. There were a lot of people there. It was noisy. There were even foreigners at this event. Do they all see ghosts? Such auctions are very rare events. Suchi was very lucky to get into it. Clairvoyants from all over the world gathered at this auction, and their main goal is this auction. They went inside the temple where this auction was held. They walked around the hall together and looked at the relics. Miko said that it is very difficult to get such a relic. It is easier to contact a collector and buy it. She also added that these were unusual people. All the scientists of the world wanted to buy one of their relics for themselves. Suchi even felt a little funny about all this. He has been swimming in this for only a few days, and he already has 2 relics. But he liked it. He wanted to understand it better. They came closer to these relics to examine them, but some of them Suchi could not see. It was strange. As it turned out, in order to see absolutely everything, you needed such glasses. For example, they were called Zagavaranbu glasses, but their price was not at all the same as for ordinary glasses. Miko told Suchi that she can see some spirits, but not all. Only people with magical properties can see absolutely everyone, such people as Suchi, for example. He thought that in order to become a collector one had to deal well with evil spirits. But Miko could not tell him this, because she herself did not know anything about these people. They were too silent and hardly spoke to anyone. While they were walking around the hall, her assistant ran up to Miko and told her that her father was waiting for her and she should go to him. She asked Suchi to go right here, and she will ask him to analyze his dreams a little later. All the things that Suchi saw at this auction cost a lot of money, so he couldn't afford anything. Here he came to exhibit number 5, which was a magic sword, although it was more like a crowbar, but he still decided to buy it so that it would be easier to fight spirits. While Suchi was deciding whether he needed the T-sword or not, someone called him from behind. It was a man of medium height in a very elegant suit, but Suchi did not know who he was when he saw him for the first time. This man had a prosthesis instead of a leg, and he called himself the organizer of this event. Was he really one of those collectors? Suchi was very interested to talk with such a person, so he asked him several questions about spirits and relics. This man was not against talking and offered him a walk and discuss everything. They went to the backyard of the temple, and the man immediately noticed that Suchi did not have the psychic energy that everyone else at this event had. But he noted that he felt a strong spirit, which is rare. He had known Suchi for literally 1 minute, but did he really feel that Suchi could see spirits? Suchi was silent, but then he dared and asked him if he also sees spirits, such as were at the beginning of the temple? Without hesitation, the man answered him yes. And how else would he become a collector? Was very happy when he heard this. This time he was right. Collectors see these ghosts, and he is not alone in this crazy world. But the man persistently advised Suchi to forget about spirits and everything he saw. It is not clear why. He explained that all this is dangerous, and it is better not to pay attention to them, for example to such as these foxes. At that moment, Suchi understood that this man is not the most reliable, because he does not see all the spirits. Comparing this giant with foxes is nothing. so the conversation was not easy. While Suchi and the strange man were talking, Miko and her father were talking to the police. They were visited by the head of the police and a member of the National Operative Agency. They came to question their family about the case of the Hummingbirds, which they have been conducting for several weeks. A few days ago, lawyer Beitan together with a police task force arrived at the scene of the crime to find some evidence of the participation of the birds of prey in this case. Beitan stood in the very center of the events and smiled. It seems he found the evidence. No one doubted him. He was an excellent lawyer. The Guhu bird we were talking about is a group of people who kidnapped people, namely children. They planned the abduction, and then when they succeeded, they called these children ghost machines. Guhu the bird finds the children, then notices them covered in blood, and then a car comes to them and takes them away. The head of the administration talked with Beitan and hoped that he would learn the motives of the kidnapping of children, but Beitan did not know such information. He could only guess. In order to find out their purpose, they need to catch the leader of their gang. The operative told Beitan that the children were kept in an abandoned textile factory, 4 blocks from here. This information interested the lawyer. The head of management was incredibly angry at this fact. They turned all this right under their noses. Bird Gu laughs at them. After that, they couldn't stand it, and went to this factory and arrested Gu Bird's predecessors, but it didn't help. They couldn't catch the basis of the person of this gang. Therefore, now they have come to talk to Miko's father. But why is he here? The monks who worked in that temple knew something, but they did not want to tell anything, as if they were talking among themselves. One of the policemen couldn't stand it, and asked to provide all the information they have. They don't have time, they lost the trail, and they urgently need to rescue the kidnapped children. One of the monks assumed that it was a very strong spirit that awakened evil and kidnapped the children, so he offered help in the form of his student, who will lead the search operation and help find the spirit. It seems that the operatives did not like this proposal. Many lives are at stake and they need to act quickly, and not look for spirits. Unfortunately, they did not understand that they can awaken evil spirits and be left without protection. The consequences can be very deplorable. For this they need a disciple of a monk. It will be safe with him. This is the so-called rule of invisibility, as Miko's parents explained. The auction was about to start. Suchi and the strange man were already looking forward to the start. All these relics were too expensive for Suchi. He was a poor student who had no money for all this, so he just walked around and observed everything. But the man didn't care how much money he had. He seemed really interested in talking with him, and then he suggested Suchi to show his favorites. As soon as people were allowed into the main hall, bidding began actively. Some gave less, some gave more, but it was very exciting, even just to watch it. Then Suchi's attention was drawn to a lot that was worth an incredible amount of money, and the peculiarity of this artifact was that it was impossible to see it. Suchi tried to understand whether he did not see anything or there really was nothing there, because a lot of people gathered around this relic. The man was watching all this and couldn't stop laughing. Suchi didn't understand why he was having so much fun, and the man explained that there really is nothing behind the glass and people are willing to pay huge sums for emptiness. It was really funny. Suchi was surprised by such a turn of events. But isn't the man afraid of revenge after some person buys it? He stood calmly and talked about people who do not see anything in this life. It is much easier for them to believe someone's truth than to open their eyes and look at the facts. Then he unexpectedly turned to Suchi and asked him if he was interested in collections. Suchi did not understand why he asked him this, and just stood there with his mouth open. The man held out his hand, which contained tickets for tomorrow's meeting of collectors, which was to be held at 8 in the morning. The address was inside the envelope. But why did he invite Suchi? They only met 10 minutes ago. What did he see in the young guy? The man replied in a calm voice that he was simply interested in Suchi and wanted to see him tomorrow at this meeting. As soon as Suchi wanted to answer the man, he interrupted him and added that if Suchi did not want to drown in the ocean, he would come tomorrow. But how could he know about Suchi's dreams? Suchi left after the auction and carefully read the instructions for the sword. which he still bought. This relic was called the Holy Sword of Physics. It was the cheapest, so Tsuchi could afford it. Newton's first law was written on the card before it. It is very interesting how it will help Tsuchi to fight spirits in the future. Tsuchi did not understand how to use this physics. He took a small stone and tried to bring this strange sword to the end, because the instructions indicated the effect of the relic, that is, the erasure of the object. As Tsuchi expected, nothing happened and the stone just fell to the ground without any bounces. But how to use it then? But Tsuchi did not give up and he continued to try to find out how this strange sword works and what is its main power. After 10 minutes and several attempts, he had a certain picture of how to use this sword. He realized that with the help of this sword he can completely get rid of inertia and stop any heavy object, and the heavier the object, the stronger the effect. Tsuchi already wanted to test him in the fight against spirits. How would he behave in such a case? It is necessary to look for some kind of spirit and try the action of this sword, but I did not want to face them directly. Tsuchi was returning home through the same magical arches, and a small spirit was hanging on one of them, which Tsuchi didn't even notice, so he didn't mind testing the effect of this sword on him. He turned around and swung as hard as he could. The blow was quite strong, but of course Tsuchi did not get away with a simple blow. He used the skill of this sword, namely physical splitting and getting rid of inertia. The effect was even better than Tsuchi expected. The monster stopped moving at all. This sword is working at full power, but how long can this effect last? Tsuchi went behind one of the arches and thought that he had one more thing that would help him escape from monsters in emergency situations. It remains now only to find out how long this effect can work. He took out his phone and checked the time. More than a minute passed, and it was a very good result, which Tsuchi was quite satisfied with. Tsuchi was satisfied with his result. Today he acquired one more item for protection in his collection, and moreover, with the help of this sword, he cleansed a part of the temple from the spirit that clearly prevented him from enjoying life. But he did not stop there and went to the evening street where there were usually many spirits on which he could apply other effects of this sword and practice a little. He found small ghosts that didn't even pay attention to him, and dealt them blow after blow. After several monsters, he realized that the effect of the sword on small monsters is shorter, but if he practices a little, this sword can be very useful in battle. While Tsuchi trained on the small spirits, the small temple finished creating a new district. Tsuchi really wanted to finish building the whole city in his head as soon as possible. Today he is very tired, so he decided to rest a little, because tomorrow he has to go to the Black Gate and enter the built-up area. The next day, he was already among the skyscrapers, which did not look like the Black Gate, which was mentioned in the note that the strange man gave him at the auction. He came to the exact address and there was a huge shopping center. It was not the expected meeting place. Tsuchi visited this beautiful building on Wednesday and it looked no less beautiful inside than outside. It's not surprising, collectors are rich people. He was about to press the button in the elevator to go to the 9th floor, when the elevator doors stopped closing. A hand passed through the gap between the elevator doors, which stopped the elevator. Looking up to see who was entering the elevator, Tsuchi saw a man in a suit carrying a girl in a wheelchair in front of him. Tsuchi didn't say a word. Only in his mind he didn't understand where these two came from, and they don't say a word and don't try to eat him. It's not like monsters. In any case, the elevator was already on the right floor for Tsuchi and he got out. He saw only one door in front of him. Most likely he needed to go here, so he entered it without hesitation. He opened the door and asked if anyone was home. Mr. Anderson? At the same second, a piece of paper appeared in front of his face. What is it? Where is he from? The piece of paper did not stay in the air for a long time, it simply burned. Is it an invitation or a threat? But Tsuchi nevertheless entered the room and was surprised by the luxury of this apartment. Although again there was no reason to be surprised, the collectors are very rich people. While he was looking around the room, he was called by a familiar voice. It was an unknown man who was standing with a book in his hands and seemed to be very happy that Tsuchi came to visit him. But who is this man? Tsuchi was just about to say hello when a voice spoke from behind him, and when he turned around, he saw that strange man from the elevator with his equally strange girlfriend in a wheelchair. The guests were not too happy with each other, so the owner of the apartment immediately entered into a dialogue and began to explain why he had gathered everyone here. As the man with the book explained, there was a person in a black coat who was responsible for the protection of the girl on the cart, and the girl herself was Alice's advisor, and then he introduced Tsuchi to them as a newcomer whom he had just invited. This man took off his hat to say hello, and he didn't look like an ordinary person, so who or what is he? Then Mr. Stranger told about the girl. She was also called Alice. She was one of the directors of the Black Gate, and her nature was as close to human as possible. She herself was from the depths of the sea. Tsuchi was shocked. Is this girl from the depths of the sea that haunts him in every dream, and what are they both doing here? This girl was as emotionless as possible. It seemed that she did not even hear what they were saying. She took out her watch and noticed that Mr. Anderson was late. This was the strange man who invited Tsuchi to meet her. She sat in the room for a while, and then ordered to take her away so that she could rest, and ordered them to wait for Anderson. As Tsuchi, a new acquaintance, told me, this girl is 200 years old. The fact is that she has relics that help her live so long and not age. It's a pocket watch. It's unbelievable. Is this even possible? Unexpectedly, Tsuchi looked closely and paid attention to the man with whom he was talking, or rather to his leg, which had the same prosthesis as Mr. Anderson's from the auction. He got scared and asked if he was Anderson. And so it turned out, this man was really the same strange Mr. Anderson from the auction. He immediately explained that he had specially changed his appearance, so it is much safer. Tsuchi was impressed by the abilities of his new friends, especially Mr. Anderson, and he wanted to ask more about everything. But Anderson stopped him and asked him to help him move the boxes first, and then he would answer all of Tsuchi's questions. Began to tell him about their branch in Los Angeles, which had to be closed because there was an accident on Fortune Island last year. His people tried to drown the ruler of radiation, and after that none of them came back. Until now, they could not even rebuild a building for their activities, but now there is a chance, so they need to disassemble things and get ready. Tsuchi thought that the Black Gate Club was like a circle where people with magical abilities gather and discuss some problems. But now he doesn't think so, so he asked Anderson. He gave a clear answer that their task is to maintain the balance between the worlds and prevent it from splitting. Tsuchi was surprised by such an answer. If they support the world order, then this place where they are now should be safe. But Anderson upset him. A person who is connected with otherworldly forces cannot be safe. That's why Black Gates were created for this. As soon as they solve one problem, another one arises and everything starts over. While they were talking, things settled down imperceptibly, and you can rest a little. When Anderson took the last book out of the box, he didn't put it on the shelf, but handed it directly to Tsuchi. Now it's time for him to find out why he called him here. Tsuchi took this book in his hands and started flipping through the pages. In this book there were records about spirits and their gods, about what they are like and what skills they have. It was a collection about ghosts. Book was written was incomprehensible to Tsuchi, so Anderson began to tell in simple words for him. There were 5 stones that created the mystical world, and super beings are spirits and gods that we can see. There are also secret practices. These are people who have special skills to expel spirits, such as we could see in the temple. These are witches and temple servants. And there are people who can see spirits and gods, but do not have special abilities. They are called mystics, such as Tsuchi and Mr. Anderson. But the biggest mystery in this world is the deep sea, into which you dive deeper and deeper, and the longer this happens, the more spirits and mysticism you see, and so on until you drown. Tsuchi remembered this deep sea. He dreams about it every day, and every time he dives deeper and deeper, and the deeper he dives, the more spirits and monsters he sees. Mr. Anderson told him that everyone has their own sea and everyone sees it in their own way. The deeper you go under the water, the better your abilities become, but the mystical in you becomes correspondingly more. Suchi was scared when he heard that there are several levels, from the first to the seventh. When you sink to 30,000, and his level reached 5,000 in a few days, at this rate he will quickly reach 30. And what will happen next? Anderson explained that the lower he goes, the harder it is to control, and most often such people are simply absorbed by spirits. But this is not the worst thing that can happen. The worst thing is if you get lost there, you will stay there forever. People who fell into such a trap went crazy, their bodies were deformed and they turned into spirits. Anderson put a cup of tea on the table and told with sadness that among their people there were such cases when they dived too deep and then simply did not come back. Next, he began to question Suchi how deep he had sunk, without exact numbers, at least approximately, and taught him never to tell anyone his exact level, because it would become unbearable to be there. Just as Suchi opened his mouth to answer the question, Anderson interrupted him and asked if he had the feeling that he had sunk so deep that he was losing his memory and then couldn't remember what he was doing. Suchi had never had this before and it was a positive moment for him, but Anderson asked him to find his anchor that would help him not to get lost. Suchi did not understand what kind of anchor the man was talking about, but he opened his hand, in which lay a red stone, with the help of which he will explain to him what an anchor is. He did not expect that Anderson would explain to him in practice, and he would have to dive under water, but it seems that it was not his ocean, so he could not even move. Suchi looked around and saw Mr. Anderson and a huge spirit behind him. They both welcomed Suchi into their ocean. For a long time, Suchi could not understand why this spirit did not attack him and why he was so calm. But his thoughts were interrupted by Mr. Anderson, who explained to him that this was his anchor, with the help of which he would not get lost in this deep ocean. The anchor controls the relationship between the mystical world and the real world and prevents it from sinking too deeply. The connection between a person and an anchor is based on gratitude and trust. This is a very difficult relationship mechanism that Suchi had to master. Anderson said that the anchor can be created by people's faith in some god, who will be created by Suchi. Suchi did not imagine how he should create a faith so that people believe in it, and it is especially difficult to do this in the age of the internet. Anderson warned him that creating an anchor is a very difficult and long-term process, but he definitely needs to create it. The creation process requires a large number of attempts and constant immersion underwater. Anderson himself did not know many mystics who created his anchor, but fortunately for Suchi there are special methods of its creation, and they are quite simple. The man told him that during the entire history of the existence of the magical world, quite a number of anchors were created, but their owners disappeared from this world a long time ago, so it is still possible to join one of them with the help of a spirit and gods from the real world. You can also do this with the help of a relic, turn and take possession of the anchor. His story was interrupted when Mr. Anderson's anchor roared at Suchi and startled him. Suchi immediately came out of the ocean into the real world and was very scared, but it seems that Anderson was as calm as ever. He decided to show Suchi what anchors are and how they can behave. Suchi should be ready for this. Suchi thought about it and realized that it was necessary to imitate the behavior and manners of the past master of the anchor in order for him to accept you and serve you, that is, to prolong the life of his past owner. Suchi immediately had a question about Mr. Anderson's real name. Is it real? To which he received a negative answer. He no longer remembered his real name. As he explained, it was very important for the anchor to renounce his personality and become essentially an analog of his past master. Suchi immediately guessed that one owner could have several anchors or even many more. The man praised him for his sharp mind and told him that he can have as many anchors as he wants. For example, he has 6 of them, but if one and the same anchor chooses 2 different owners, then someone will definitely lose control. Anderson warns him to avoid such situations, because choosing such a reserved anchor usually leads to sad consequences. The deeper you dive, the more you need the help of the outside world and the fight for the anchor becomes fierce. Suchi asked if it is possible to replace a living host. Anderson sharply replied that it is not necessary to do so in any case, because the replacement of a living host is an irreversible process that will entail the loss of control over the anchor completely, and it will simply disappear. Therefore, when he enters the school of occultism, he needs to learn this first of all, because obsession with the sea is dangerous. To constantly immerse himself, he needs skills and knowledge, because otherwise he will become a ghost. It seems that Tsuchi has dealt with this, but as for the world order that Anderson spoke about at the beginning, what does this mean? As he explained to him, black gates help to prevent the negative influence of mystical power on the real world. But Tsuchi knew that spirits cannot harm ordinary people, because they are invisible to those who do not know about the sea, and it is impossible to interact with them without this. Anderson agreed with him, but not completely. He added that this is while they are in the sea, but when they come to the surface it is a completely different story. Throughout history, about 100 spirits have come to the surface of people, and not only that, they do not have special abilities, so people cannot resist them, and besides, they can also eat people, but how can they see them? As it turned out, super beings also have guides and kind of anchors, and it is their confidence and faith that can firmly connect them to the real world. Anderson also talked about occult rituals that help spirits join this world even more easily with the help of faith, so there are still natural threats to humanity itself, such as belief in the afterlife, which helps to create additional anchors for spirits. Super beings will use these anchors to reach the surface, and the deeper the ghost is in the sea, the more dangerous it is for humanity. Tsuchi noticed that the main task of the club is to reduce ghosts that have come to the surface and are a threat. The man agreed with him, but added that they cannot be destroyed just like that. There are only two ways in the world. According to him, the first way is to turn the spirit into a future, as Tsuchi did with the spirit of maps and songs, or there is a second way, which is to send the spirit back to the sea, but in this case no one guarantees that it will not return and then will have to repeat everything again. The man did not stop his story and began to acquaint Tsuchi with the second method, which consisted in destroying belief in spirits, and doing everything to make people stop summoning and believing in them themselves. Of course, special rituals cannot be done here. For such a procedure, as the man was sure, he needed a stone of wisdom, which he had already used today. This stone helps to submerge for a short time under water and with its help return the spirit back to the sea. Here the man unexpectedly finished talking and got up and went to the wall as if he wanted to show Tsuchi something. He grabbed the candle holder with his hand and pulled it towards him, which made a loud sound. This sound was caused by the sliding of the wardrobe, which opened a secret passage into another room. When Tsuchi entered this room, he saw a pile of weapons with a red light inside lying on the table. This red light he saw was a wisdom stone, the number of which was amazing. Were all these weapons to destroy the spirits that came to the surface? Tsuchi was speechless from such a large number of weapons, which were not there, from a knife to a bazooka, so the man added that this was their warehouse of weapons, which remained from the branch that had passed. This is all that was left. Tsuchi could only imagine how many weapons they had was. He recovered and asked another no less important question, which interested him the most: why was he chosen? Unexpectedly, the man pointed a gun at Tsuchi and asked him to think for himself. Why did he point a gun at him? Is it really necessary? He lowered the gun and began to explain that once his fear was too strong and he wanted to die in order not to endure all this. But there was a person who helped him, and Tsuchi is very similar to him. He also lives in constant contact with monsters. And that's why it was his turn to help such a person as he himself once was. Tsuchi stood there confused and kept his hand on the weapon and seemed to be waiting for the moment to take it in his hands. He interrupted Mr. Anderson and did not listen to what he told him next. He raised a bazooka and a machine gun and said that he was ready to join their club right now. They left the secret room where the weapons were lying and Tsuchi begged the man to take him to their club. He also wants to help in the fight against spirits. The man told him that he can't join the club so quickly. It requires certain knowledge and skills, so he gave him some books that would help him with that. Tsuchi understood the importance of the fact that he should join this club, considering how deep he is. his meeting with the spirits will definitely happen, and if he is not alone, the chances of victory will be much greater. Finally, Mr. Anderson told him everything he wanted and sent Su-Chi to study until the situation is stable and his help is not needed, so this is the perfect chance to improve his abilities. As soon as he is needed, they will call him. Of course, this job is paid. Su-Chi was surprised that they pay for such work. The man didn't understand Su-Chi's surprise. Of course they pay, it's really hard work, but that's not all, he has something else for Su-Chi. He recommended Su-Chi not to mention them at all, because the more often he mentions them, the greater the chance that they will appear, no matter how strange it sounds. Su-Chi did not understand this advice. He had just told him all about the spirits and the secret world, and now he was recommending to avoid it all. Anderson explained that now under the protection of this magic door, which has black upholstery that protects it, it becomes dangerous outside of this door. It was already quite late on the clock, so if there were no questions, Su-Chi could go home. But Su-Chi decided to ask something else. The first question was how to deal with fear when he sees a monster. His new friend gave him advice to act, even in spite of fear, even when he sees the scariest monster in his life. It will help to forget about fear for a while, but still it is impossible to get rid of it. Su-Chi understood that if security is deadly, it is not necessary to run away from it, but to act. The man agreed and waited for the next question. Su-Chi took out his phone and showed how Marie called him and told him that she has been chasing him for several days and comes at the same time. Anderson explained to him that this is a ghost of a stable class and it can be simply avoided, but if you leave it all, then everything can end sadly. Next, the man went to the bookshelf and reminded Su-Chi that he had told him today that for 2 ways to destroy spirits, if it is not possible to turn Marie into a corpse, one should try to drown her back in the sea. Su-Chi immediately asked, that is, there is no 100% method of destroying spirits? Mr. Anderson agreed with him. Of course there is no such way, but there is a method that will help him to be under the constant protection of another spirit. Su-Chi fell silent, and then quietly said about himself, is it possible to use spirits for protection? The man agreed with him, and hinted that Miss Marie is well suited for this role. She can become a good defender if you learn to interact with her properly. Then he raised his head up and looked straight into Su-Chi's eyes and said that tomorrow, half an hour before her arrival, they would meet and he would teach him how to use spirits. Su-Chi thanked Mr. Anderson for telling him so much about spirits, and went home. As soon as Su-Chi left the apartment, a man and a girl in a wheelchair returned to Anderson and said that they had received a new assignment. Anderson was interested and asked what kind of assignment. This order was from the head office about the Hummingbird. This group of people kidnaps children and invents legends about spirits to panic humanity, and also conducts forbidden rituals. Prior to this, the Fushijin Temple and the Jade Temple sent their students from Japan, but none of them managed, 2 were not found, and the others were seriously injured. Mr. Anderson understood that the believers were only making the situation worse with their rituals, helping the monsters to come to the surface. The girl also added that a little more, and the Hummingbird will fall into the abyss with all its fakes. The man agreed to deal with this business. In their position, the Black Gates cannot withstand the arrival of the ancient dark god. As the girl believed the situation was urgent, it was necessary to deal with them within a week, so she offered to take Su-Chi, a future member of their club, on this matter. The girl came home from work. She was very tired, so she wanted to change clothes and rest as soon as possible, especially since it was raining terribly outside. Before she had time to take off her shoes, someone started calling her mobile phone. The number was unknown. It seems they were calling even from a special device. She picked up the phone and listened carefully to the person on the other end of the line. Her sister was calling her. Her voice was very frightened. And why is she calling from a landline? The girl's sister started shouting into the phone to come and save her, because someone attacked her. The girl tried to ask at least something more about what happened, but the sister only said that she did not have time to talk and that she was near Yellowview Park in a phone booth, and that she should hurry to help. Then the girl heard only the screams of her sister. She screamed and asked for help. What happened to the poor girl? The call ended and the girl was left to listen only to beeps. She did not know what to do next. She quickly got herself together and ran out of the house, got into her car and drove at high speed to Yellowview Park. When she arrived at Yellowview Park, it was raining very hard outside, which made it very difficult to see, so she did not immediately find a phone booth. Finally she succeeded. She found a booth and was already heading towards it. While she ran to the booth, she tried to call her sister, but it was all unsuccessful. The girl was standing by the telephone booth and called her sister, but she was nowhere to be found. Where could she have disappeared to? Next, she saw a landline phone from which her sister was probably calling, but now she is not picking up the phone. It was very strange, so she decided to urgently call the police. But her phone turned off as if for evil, although it had just been charged to 100%. What is going on here? While she was trying to revive her phone, she heard the phone ringing in the phone box. How is this even possible? She picked up the phone and heard the voice of her sister, who asked her for forgiveness and said that she did not know that it would turn out like this. Then she asked her to call for help, if it is not too late to do so. The girl already thought that these were her sister's stupid jokes and began to scream, but she did not hear a word in response. She just heard a strange sound on the street, and when she turned her head, she saw a huge black smoke coming straight towards her. It was a huge spirit that was already standing next to her, and the door of the telephone box was not opened as if for evil. She had little chance of salvation. She tried with all her might to save herself, and even managed to call her husband and tell him where she was and what happened to her. But it was too late. The monster was right next to her and was ready to just eat her until she shut up. She dropped the phone and fell on the floor and began to scream at the top of her voice, but this was unlikely to help her. The scream was no longer heard, only a man's voice came from the booth. It was the voice of her husband, who shouted into the phone and said that he would come soon. But the girl did not answer, and it was too late. As soon as the man arrived at the place that his wife described to him, he also went into the phone booth. Storytelling is interrupted by Xiaoyushu, who is tired of listening to scary stories told by Miko, and where does she find them? She said that this is one of the stories that were published on the internet in the public about the cycle of beheading. Recently this story is very popular, and it is told at real events. Suchi became curious about what they were talking about in this public. Miko told him that it is a public about scary stories of various kinds, where real people are taken for each story. Xiaoyushu didn't understand what was so interesting about these stories. But then Miko said that Saori also reads this group and he changed his mind. Suchi looked at these two and thought how his life had led to these two. One was addicted to girls and the other was a fan of money. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted again by a small temple. Did someone approach him again and pray? He heard the voice of the mouse, which quietly said that it was very hungry. Suchi immediately ran to the temple, warning his friends that they might not wait for him. He had some business. When he ran to the small temple, Suchi saw 2 cats and 2 mice who thought that it was more of a fast food cafe than some sacred temple. But he could not drive them away in any case. He needed to maintain control in the deep sea so that he could establish contact with the anchor and feel safer. That's why he fed everyone who wanted to, who was near the small temple, to strengthen faith in himself. Suchi was interested in how his powerful boundaries appeared. Anderson told him that he would have to not only find believers, but also connect with them in the divine record. He was amused, as Mr. Anderson wrote to him here and reminded him that they were meeting today at 8:50 near Fur Park. Suchi was surprised to meet this park. Is this monster that Miko told about true, and does it really exist? It was late in the evening and Suchi was already waiting for Mr. Anderson. They were supposed to meet at the phone booth in the park. But Suchi came early. He will have to wait another 30 minutes. Or should he get busy? Suchi decided to review what Anderson told him about my temple. He did not find any information on the internet, so he decided to look at various posts on social networks. And then his eyes fell on the audience that Miko was talking about today. The story she told has gained millions of views. Is it really so interesting to people? Then he decided to look at what is currently in the top news and what people are interested in. How surprised he was when he saw the news about God Ludo and went to see who it was and what was being written about him. He saw there a photo of his small temple, which had no fewer views. Did people invent God for themselves and believe in him? It seems that due to the fact that this post spread all over the internet, Suchi's first anchor appeared. People think that God Ludo lives in this temple. And then a good idea came to Suchi's head. What if he continues to spread stories about himself through the internet? Because the internet is a very powerful source of information, so he could establish a connection. He thought that no one would ever find out that a person was hiding under the mask of God Ludo. He had to invent several stories about himself, and invent some rituals. His main idea was to turn fiction about the imaginary god Ludo, which was popular on the internet, into a real god and reach the attention of the maximum number of believers. That's how time passed imperceptibly. While he was thinking about how he would spread the stories about god Ludo, Mr. Anderson had already come to him, and he began to tell that every day around 9 o'clock in the evening Miss Marie comes to him, and walks next to him for about 3 hours, then disappears. Mr. Anderson asked him if he somehow determines when she will arrive? To which Suchi replied yes, she just calls him and tells him when she will definitely come. Their conversation was interrupted by the ringing of the phone, but it was not Suchi's or Mr. Anderson's phone, but a landline from a phone booth. They were both surprised. How is this possible? Why did he just start calling? No less unexpectedly, a girl appeared from behind, who was talking on the phone, and seemed to be looking for someone in this park. She acted as if she did not see Suchi and his friend and continued talking to the stranger, whom she warned that she was already at the phone booth. Mr. Anderson intervened in this conversation, who put his stick in front of her and assured her that the one she is looking for here has been sitting at home for a long time and is waiting for her to come. She pounced on him with screams and threats that she would call the police if he did not let go of her. But Mr. Anderson did not give up so easily and insisted on his point. He repeated the same phrase for her that they have been waiting for her at home for a long time. She urgently needs to go, and for better effect he used one of his magical techniques. The girl immediately changed. She no longer shouted and behaved calmly. She was sure that the one she was looking for was already waiting for her at home, and she should run right there. Suchi was confused. Mr. Anderson's relic could even change people's minds. It was amazing. When Suchi returned to Anderson again, he saw how his account returned to normal. The fact was that such a power had to be paid for. The activation of such a skill required certain conditions, and one of these conditions was returning him to his normal form. His strength was noticeably reduced. Suchi began to get nervous, but it seems that he just needs to sit down and rest a little. Suchi agreed and asked, "What are they waiting for here anyway?" Anderson answered confidently that they were waiting for the spirit. They went into the booth and just waited. Suchi didn't understand why they were waiting here if Miss Marie would call and warn him. But Anderson wasn't waiting for her. There was another spirit that interested him. He began to tell a story about a terrible group called the Beheading Cycle. You should have heard about it, Suchi. Suchi understood that it was true. The video for this group was filmed here. Some ghost lures people here with the help of a phone conversation and destroys them here. But it was not important whether it was true or not. The main thing was the belief that these people had about this spirit, which later helped him create an anchor in the real world. So the spirit was able to find a way out to the surface, and now this channel is used for similar rituals. That's why Anderson offered him to meet right here. Yesterday their club received a request that 7 people went missing yesterday. As soon as Sir Anderson finished, as scheduled, Miss Marie, who was already approaching Suchi, called. Sir took out his magic lighter and told Suchi to get ready. The spirit he was talking about was already here. As soon as they turned their heads, their breath was taken away by this terrible monster that craved their flesh. He began to repeat over and over again that they see and hear him. His huge hands began to break the phone booth. Suchi began to panic. She would not last long. Sir Anderson kept his cool and asked Suchi to calm down and just wait. The monster had already almost broken the booth and opened its mouth to eat them both. Suchi was already preparing for this. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he saw a bright red light and the spirit was gone. It seems to be his blood. After that, he heard his phone ringing, and the caller was Miss Marie. He picked up the phone and heard Miss Marie's usual manner of greeting, and she asked to get ready because she was waiting for him at the phone booth. And then Suchi understood everything. Miss Marie came to the meeting on time and left only a memory from the spirit that wanted to eat them. Did she really save them? Of course, Suchi was glad that he was saved from the monster, but then he realized that Miss Marie did not come to save him, but Sir Anderson seems to have thought everything through and was ready for such a development. She repeated that she is Miss Marie and she came for Suchi. Where is he hiding? The fact was that Anderson lit his magic lighter, the effect of which helps to become invisible to spirits within a radius of 1 meter while the fire is burning, so he calmed down Suchi. He can exhale. As soon as he turned his head to Suchi, he was already more scared to look at him than Miss Marie. It was terrifying, but it was his painted face skill again. Anderson thought that Suchi turned into a monster, but he explained to him that this is his transformation skill and it helps to hide from monsters for a while. It turns out that the man gave him one relic, when he already had one, and also with a special effect. Suchi asked to tell this story a little later, because Miss Marie will be leaving soon. She called Suchi again and reminded him that she had not found him and would come to him tomorrow. It seems she's gone and they can get out of this phone booth. Sir took a small piece from the monster that Miss Marie destroyed and showed it to Suchi and explained that only another spirit can destroy a spirit. But why did she protect Suchi so much? Miss Marie was the type of spirit that captures a target and treats it like food, including protection from other predators. But now Suchi wondered why spirits eat people. Do they really have a hunting instinct? Anderson agreed with him and added that when someone notices the presence of a spirit near him, even if it is an animal or a person, the spirits automatically turn on this predatory instinct and they are not able to control it. Miss Marie's essence was primitive. When two spirits choose one victim, they try to kill each other in order to seize the sole right to eat. The man added that Miss Marie Suchi appears every day at the same hour, and she has a huge sword that can easily destroy spirits, so Suchi should make friends with her. Now he asked Suchi to photograph the body of this spirit. He needs it for a kind of reporting. After the photo, Anderson performed several magical rituals and seemed to plant the monster's body in a magic cube. Suchi stood with his mouth open and did not understand what was happening here. The man held out this cube of Suchi and offered to leave for the payment of the work. They came to one of the quietest areas of Los Angeles. The area was called Cthulhu. Sir Anderson led Suchi to the Black Gate Exchange building where relics could be exchanged and rewards could be entered. In the middle, it looked like an ordinary Japanese store. No one would have thought that it was a Black Gate club. It was probably designed for that. They were met by the charming hostess of this store, Jing. She was very kind to Mr. Anderson and was glad to see him. He was also pleased with the meeting. He put the same cube where the monster's body was on the table and asked Miss Jing to exchange it for something more valuable. Without any problems, she exchanged their monster for money and a coupon for the next level. But what is this coupon? As Suchi read on this coupon, with the help of this coupon it was possible to exchange it for religions depending on the level of the monster that was destroyed by the hunter. Him about their Black Gate Club community. They value every relic and the knowledge they get from them when interacting with them. They also develop sales channels for these goods, such as the auction where they met. He then reached out with a piece of paper that listed all the relics available in their club that Suchi could choose and exchange for his ticket. When Suchi opened this list, he saw a very large list of relics that he could exchange for himself. It was impressive. It was even difficult to choose just one. Sir Anderson reassured him and assured him that he could take his time and choose any relic and exchange it when he decided. But he warned him to choose purposefully and carefully, because there are religions that have too much power, and if he does not cope with its power, then he may lose control over the religion, and that is the worst, because then it will disappear from the world forever. Tsuchi carefully reviewed the list and chose exactly the relic that could suit him for his purpose, which concerns the Ludo god. As soon as Anderson wanted to leave, Tsuchi unexpectedly said that he had chosen what interested him the most. Had he made up his mind so quickly? He turned the list and pointed to his choice, which was called the Fire of the Savior King. It was already late in the evening on the street, and Tsuchi was studying at that time, with the help of the books that Mr. Anderson had given him. These books were not as easy to understand as, for example, the school curriculum, so Tsuchi read very slowly, but even then it was not always possible to understand something the first time. He has been practicing for quite some time, so it's time to rest a little, so he decided to use his new relic, which he exchanged at one of the shops of the Black Gate Club. Tsuchi took out a seemingly ordinary pen and took a closer look. After he exchanged it, there was no time to test it, so now is the right time. He spoke the magic words that were written on that paper, namely the Fire of the Savior King, and suddenly it lit up with a very bright light, and his body began to burn as if his hands were covered with red lines. What's going on? An explosion of light emanated from this handle, from which it was difficult to tear his eyes away. Tsuchi simply froze and waited for what would happen next. His consciousness seemed to be turned off. He came to his senses and put his pen on the table and didn't understand. His blood was just boiling with temperature. Is this the same price for using religion that Sir Anderson said about? Tsuchi didn't know if it worked or not, so he tried to pick up the pen again to check. As soon as he touched religion again, a kind of projection started around him, which showed all his bright moments and his experiences. There were even spirits that he dealt with, but how to use it? It didn't take long for Tsuchi to figure out how it worked. This religion worked like a kind of compact disc that stored all the information that the host could see and could then easily reproduce. But there is one big problem that Tsuchi didn't like. The more difficult the information he wants to request and find out, the more blood he has to burn. So far it was too difficult for him, so it is necessary to stop with it for now, especially since it is already time for him to go to school. Before going to school, he decided to have some refreshments and eat some chocolate. Tsuchi ate and was sure that he had chosen a good religion. Because of all the proposed ones, it would help him in creating a good image of God Ludo, because fire is very useful in creating a bright record. He was already at school and enjoying the beautiful tree near which his little temple stood. A rather large company gathered near this small temple, which felt very good there. Tsuchi decided to try his new relic on these animals, so he redrew the picture from the book as accurately as possible, so schematically everything was clear. He readied himself and began to utter magic words to invoke the effect of his new relic. His hands were burning again from the fact that his blood was heating up, but this did not stop him. He wanted to know the full power of this relic and wanted everyone who appeared in front of the small temple to achieve a blessing. The light, which was bright red, unexpectedly turned into a light that could only mean the end of the ritual. But Tsuchi was still not satisfied with this, as if he had done everything right, but something was still missing. He could not understand for a long time what he did wrong or what he did not finish, but still Tsuchi came to the point that he needed not only imitators, but also someone who would serve him. Tsuchi was convinced that he had to give them everything so that they would believe that he was from the deep sea. He decided to try again. This time he used a much stronger spell, which can even be kept in the head for a long time. It seems that everything worked out for him. He created something similar to God, which will receive messages instead of him. Tsuchi also conducted a ritual mechanism that helped to get in touch only with those who would conduct a special ritual and offer it to God. Even after 3 prayers in a row, his strength was running out and he needed to be strengthened again. He thought that while this was all he could do, then Tsuchi planned to build several more such temples around the city to increase the number of followers. This should help him establish a connection with the anchor. After the ritual, Suchi went to classes, and after them he went for a walk with his friends, who were telling him something, but he was not interested in it at all. Until he again felt that someone was near the temple, but this time these sensations were completely different, as if something had changed. He quickly said goodbye to his friends and ran to the tree. His friends didn't understand anything, but Xia Yushu noticed that Suchi had changed a lot after he confessed to all of Xiao what happened to him. When Suchi was near the tree and looking at the temple, he was very surprised to see a mouse there. But the mouse didn't just sit there and ask God Ludo for something. She drew a picture from the book that Suchi read last night and started the ritual. The mouse was able to draw it herself. Is that even possible? Misha didn't just draw the picture she needed, she also understood what things she needed to lay out. She didn't forget about the element of nature in the form of a tree leaf, the lid from a jar in the form of a metal element, and a dead cockroach in the form of a body element. To build such a thing, you need not just a brain, but also occult abilities. Couldn't a mouse be able to do that? But it was still her. Suchi could hear every desire of the mouse after this circle worked. It was just unbelievable. Suchi was sitting under a tree with a cat in his arms and did not understand at all how such a cat could not do anything at all. And meanwhile the little mouse was performing a ritual and asking Suchi for anything he wanted. Suchi looked at the cat and wondered how he can help people like him, those who cannot express their wishes, and there will be many of them. Suddenly he heard the sound of a camera that seemed to be taking pictures of him. When he turned his head, a spirit photographer with 1,000 eyes was standing next to him. He did not look very good. Suchi did not pretend that he saw what one of the members of the school photography department really looked like, but on the contrary, he spoke to him and offered him to pet the kitten and hold it in his arms. The monster tried in every way to drive him crazy so that Suchi would expose himself. Their awkward silence was interrupted by the head of the department, who yelled at his colleague in the department that you can't do that, you have to ask people's permission when you photograph them. The many-eyed spirit immediately turned into a person and asked for forgiveness. He liked the composition very much and couldn't resist. Then the two of them apologized to Suchi for such an unexpected photo shoot, but everything was fine. Suchi didn't mind. Suchi was still scared and almost gave himself away. He approached too quietly. Suchi once asked Sir Anderson about spirit people, but he did not get a clear answer, so for now he will watch them. While he was thinking about the spirit people who need to be watched, his phone vibrated and he received a message from the Black Gate that he needed to go to the textile factory for the details of the crime. While Suchi was reading this message, a bunch of police had already gathered at the textile factory and had come to arrest the criminal. The special forces, which was at the textile factory, had already placed explosives around the perimeter of the warehouse and were preparing for an assault. Suchi and Mr. Anderson were already on the spot and were just observing the actions of the police, as it is known according to official data that this warehouse is home to sectarians who kidnap children. Suchi shouted that it was a lie and Mr. Anderson agreed with him. According to the information presented by the secret agent, there is a summoning of spirits into the real world inside the warehouse, and it is all quite successful. The situation looks very difficult, so Suchi asked if the mystics would be able to handle it. Sir Anderson didn't have time to answer Suchi's question. How did his calm face turn into concern? What happened there? Suchi also did not hide his emotions. His face lit up with red light. But what is going on there? The believers who were inside still caused the bird to roar. It was a very big spirit. Its size was simply amazing and it had a very scary appearance. It was difficult to count how many heads it had. Anderson continued his story and drew Suchi's attention to the lines surrounding this spirit. They were the ones who pulled him out of the deep ocean. If he continues to be ignored, then most likely he will appear in the human world, and it will be almost impossible to stop him. That's why he took out his briefcase and confidently said that they will sink before it comes out completely. A huge rifle, and told Suchi that they had to cut all ties before he started to go out into the real world. Mr. Anderson took aim and was sure that they would manage, and then they would deal with the sectarians. The culprits would be put in prison and the children would be saved. but for now they only control the situation and do not interfere so that force majeure does not occur. And they ensure the head of the Fujin Temple and his student, who personally arrived at the scene of the crime, they are much stronger than their students, so if they start to act, the spirits will most likely retreat, and their task is insurance. Anderson then ordered Suchi to take a walkie-talkie from his briefcase. This walkie-talkie is used by the police to discuss the operation plan, so he had to listen carefully and not miss important points. As soon as Suchi picked up the walkie-talkie, he heard how the police had already planted explosives and were preparing for the explosion. The countdown began. Everyone get ready. The explosive device went off and there was a very loud sound that signaled an explosion that blew away almost half of the warehouse. Did the sectarians inside remain alive at all? At this moment, the followers of the Hummingbird were just conducting their rituals and preparing for the appearance of the spirit. Their ritual was interrupted by a loud explosion, which threw them to the floor with an explosive wave. The mother goddess, who was also called Cthulhu, was their last hope. She asked not to stop and not to worry. They need to continue the ritual. It is very important. For a long time, they kidnapped children and conducted secret rituals. They brought all these children to their mothers. They were loyal subjects, so now it was time for them to have children of their own. Therefore, she urged them to protect themselves from the police and prevent them from stopping the ritual and taking away the children. They all shouted and gathered to resist with equals. Next, their cloaks released smoke that filled the entire room, so they secured cover from the police. I wonder if it will work? This smoke completely covered them from the outside world. Only red eyes were visible. The police began to act. Sir Anderson ordered Suchi to listen carefully to what was happening there and check whether everything was fine there. The police started their assault and there were problems with the smoke. Last time it also hindered them a lot, but this time they had support, so everything should go well. Together with them, Miko and her father came to this assault. They were invited by the police as support and deterrence of magical forces, so they did not come empty-handed, but prepared. The smoke was too thick, visibility was zero, so something had to be done and invented, otherwise the police could not act. Miko's father ordered her to give him a magic arrow, which he was going to shoot right into this smoke and disperse it. He drew the arrow with maximum force and spoke a magic spell that was a prerequisite. Then he fired a powerful shot that was so powerful that he could barely hold his bow in his hands. The arrow flew through the entire warehouse and dispersed the smoke in which the members of the Order of the Hummingbird predecessors were hiding. They did not expect such a turn of events. The arrow hit the wall and pierced it, but it had done its job. Now the smoke was almost gone and the police were ready to proceed with their part of the plan. But together with the smoke, some more details were revealed. Who are these members of the Order? Miko and her father couldn't believe it. Were they all ghosts and monsters? Sir Anderson was also surprised when he saw how many there were, so his sight was focused and ready for battle. Bird Guhu, has she finished her ritual and is ready to enter the world of real people? One of her heads suddenly attacked Miko and her father, and they seemed to lose control of their bodies and just stood like pillars. Miko woke up and tried to make her father run away before this monster ate him, but it seems it was too late. Is this the end for him? The monster's head was already near Miko's father, and it seemed that everything would end now, when suddenly a huge hole appeared in the monster's head, which stopped this attack. Mr. Anderson entered the game very timely and made an accurate shot and stopped the attack of the monster. Miko and her father did not count on help, so they were very surprised by this shot, but they were very grateful that Anderson saved them. But he did not stop at one shot and continued to shoot more. His bullets hit the monster more than once, but it still wasn't enough, so he continued. The spirit had to be destroyed here and now. This terrible creature was not going to give up and tried to attack anyway. At this time, while Anderson and Miko and her father were fighting against the spirits, a group of special forces could already go inside, because the smoke disappeared and they had an opportunity to save the children, so they wasted no time and started the operation. They entered the warehouse with caution and did not rush anywhere, In this case, it was necessary to be clever, because danger can hide at any step. The disciples of the masters from the temple also wanted to help in this difficult battle, but they did not even guess how they could do it. Unexpectedly, the spirit simply disappeared and the masters from the temple stopped seeing him. Something is wrong here. Where did he suddenly disappear? One of the masters noted the good work of the Black Gate Club and thanked them. Suchi was amazed how well the sniper rifle works well against spirits. This is all probably because of that stone, which has the property of sinking spirits into the depths of the ocean for a while, and so the ghost cannot eat anything. But this did not solve the problem completely. They had already used 3 stones, and to break through the ritual anchors with the help of these stones, it was necessary to use a whole arsenal of black gates, which they could not afford. They did not have time to come up with a new plan, how they will fight with the spirit further, when it appeared again and was even more evil. But this time Mr. Anderson and Suchi got into his field of vision, and now they are also in danger, because one of the heads of this spirit can attack them, and this time the rifle is unlikely to help. Due to fear, Suchi's hands were shaking, his legs became like cotton wool and were limping. He needs to calm down immediately, because this does not help in the fight at all. Anderson tried to get Suchi out of this situation and yelled at him to use his strength and help while he tried to hit as many times as possible. As soon as Anderson finished, Suchi shouted and said that one of the heads of this monster had disappeared. Where could it have disappeared to? How could it be that Sir Anderson hit him? But the bullet seemed to go through him and didn't do any damage, and now this monster is attacking them. They have to run. But it seems that Suchi had already collected his thoughts and was not going to run away. He tried to summon his relic in the form of a magic sword that he bought at the auction. It's time to join the battle. Suchi was unlucky and the monster aimed at him, and he understood that Suchi saw him, and immediately one of his heads attacked him. The head of this spirit could teleport and attack Suchi. How is that possible? But Suchi was not confused and used one of his skills, namely splitting and erasing inertia. The monster didn't even feel this blow, and Suchi had to run away. This spirit was an order of magnitude stronger than the ones Suchi faced before. Again the loud sound of a shot rang out. It was Sir Anderson who saved Suchi from a certain end with his rifle. The spirit is frozen in the air, and they have some time until this spirit will not move and there is an opportunity to escape. The spirit didn't stay in a stupor for long and quickly regained consciousness and attacked them again, so Suchi decided to use his painted face skill. Sir Anderson told him that he would distract this spirit, let Suchi run away and prepare for a new attack. As soon as they changed the direction of movement of each other, to their surprise, the monster did not continue chasing after Sir Anderson, but ran after Suchi. How could he see him? Anderson thought that even after 4 shots he was still chasing Suchi. Was Suchi's sea depth level so great that the monster could see him even when he used the painted face ability? Suchi and Mr. Anderson lost sight of each other. Where could Suchi go? Before all this, there were still many children in this warehouse who also needed to be saved. Mr. Anderson decided to use another development of the Black Gate Club. He opened a secret pocket from his iron leg, from which a large number of small balls rolled out. What is it? It was a small army of tin soldiers to help in the battle with the monster and in the search for Suchi. The special unit had already prepared for the assault, until suddenly all their attention was focused on Mr. Anderson's little soldiers. What is it? Miko's father explained to them that these little soldiers came to help us and do not pose a threat. While they were looking at the little soldiers, grenades started flying from the warehouse. You need to quickly run to the shelter. But they were too close. There is no time. Everyone who was near the entrance was frozen with anticipation of what would happen next. But everyone perfectly understood what would happen next. It was a very powerful explosion that almost destroyed them all. They were very lucky that the grenades did not explode near them and they were completely thrown away by the explosive wave. After the explosion, the fog began to thicken again and everyone needed to prepare. Now they will try to attack again. All the sectarians ran out of the warehouse with weapons in their hands and just shot at whoever they saw, shouting that they should protect the altar they built and the ceremony should continue. Sectarians have finally lost their minds. We must take care of them and neutralize them as soon as possible, because it will not lead to good. The first thing they did was take away the head of the temple and his daughter Miko, so that they wouldn't get hurt. They are very important for this world. They continued to fire at the police and everyone nearby. Therefore, the operative group had no choice but to return fire, but it had to be done very carefully so as not to hit the children. While the police and sectarians were exchanging bullets, Mr. Anderson's soldiers made their way into the middle of the warehouse and began a reconnaissance operation for him. Was this noticed by one of the main members of the sectarian group, who did not understand what they were doing here? When she turned her head to the cage where the sacrifices for the mother goddess were sitting, she saw them running away and immediately ordered to stop them. They are still needed to continue the ritual. Her servants tried to do it as quickly as possible, so that they did not run away, but it seems that it was already too late. While the police are trying to storm the warehouse and save the children, Mr. Anderson tried to find Suchi, but he somehow mysteriously disappeared. He went around the corner and saw Suchi, who in his skill with a painted face is running away from the spirit, which will not leave him in any way. Even his relics do not help. Mr. Anderson tried to shoot him again, but it didn't work. He asked Suchi to run behind him and try to hide. As soon as he aimed his sight to fire a control shot, the spirit again strangely just disappeared as if it was never there, but Suchi still continued to run and didn't stop. Anderson thought that everything was over, the children were now safe, the ceremony was over, the connection between the spirit and his anchor was broken, so he sank to the bottom again and disappeared. But Suchi didn't stop running away. Anderson tried to tell him that no one was chasing him anymore and he could stop, but he didn't seem to hear and kept running as hard as he could. Later, Anderson realized that Suchi's immersion level is much higher than his, so he can still see the spirit and run away from it. How is this even possible? While Suchi was trying to save himself from the evil spirit, everything in the warehouse was almost over and most of the sectarians were begging for help. Almost all of them were shot by the police. The police have almost completed their assault. The sectarians have run out of ammunition, so this is their chance to finish what they started. Those who remained are trying to return the children to the place to continue the ritual, because the strength of the spirit without these victims is weakening with every second, so it is necessary to act immediately. One of the sectarians tried to take the gun from the floor and go to look for the children, but he was prevented by an unexpected kick from the leg of what seemed to be his friend. What happened here? Other sectarians did not expect this, so they immediately started asking what happened and why she did that. As it turned out later, it was Kujo Ryo, the same person from the Black Gate who disguised himself as a cultist and was there all the time, and now she exposed herself and demanded to hear all the answers to the questions from the head of this sect. The participants did not understand what was happening and what she was doing. She was one of the main people of this group. What was she doing? At first, they began to justify her and tried to calm her down and said that the mother goddess would protect them, let her not worry. She did not wait long and hit the head of this sect, who flew away from the blow. She will no longer work for them. Finally, she did it. But the sectarians did not want to give up just like that, and one of them took a gun to shoot her. Kujo Ryo was too fast for them. She grabbed her gun after a second. The head of the sect didn't even have time to say a word. She put her on the floor and fired a test shot into the floor to scare her and ask her something. Ryo wanted to finish the case quickly, so she put a gun to her head and started asking where the Pioneer Church and the other children were. It seems so simple that she will not get the information. This crazy woman started screaming and saying that she will never say anything. Without thinking for a long time, she made another blow on the face and made it clear that she came here for information and she will get it, so let her tell it like it is. Myron was the name of this madwoman who shouted that she knew nothing about the pioneers, that they would save our world and bring progress to it, so she would not say anything. Rio got angry and put the gun directly to his forehead and asked for the last time who this little man is and how he relates to the Church of the Pioneers. But she just laughed and said that little people are everywhere, and the pioneer revolution is everywhere. Let them prepare. After these words, something began to happen in her eyes as if they were about to tear apart, and someone would get out. And so it happened. A small black creature, which had a very terrible appearance, crawled out of her eyes. This creature did not live long. After a second it lit up with a bright fire and disappeared, and at the end shouted that little people will live forever. What could this mean? Rio was under the cover of the birds for a very long time, and as soon as she got close to even a small clue about the pioneers, she broke off again and did not learn anything. She was very upset, and all she could think of was to take the body with her to the club and perform the resurrection ritual. Maybe she would learn something that way. All the sectarians who were around saw how its leader was destroyed and began to panic and run around the entire warehouse. They did not understand what to do next. Rio decided to use this panic to leave quietly and not attract too much attention to herself, especially since the police would soon break in, so she took the body and left. Meanwhile, Suchi had already used his painted face training 3 times and the monster was still chasing him, and he didn't understand how this was even possible. He ran and didn't look around, and this led him to a dead end. Something must be urgently invented, because if he uses his skill again 4 times, no one guarantees that he will not lose consciousness, and if he does, then he has no chance. The spirit did not wait for him to invent something and already attacked him with all its terrible heads. It was incredibly terrible. At first he was scared and thought that this was the end of him, but then his inner voice reminded him of Mr. Anderson's words that even if fear caught him in the battle with the spirit, the best way out was to keep trying to fight and everything would work out, so he gathered his strength and went on the attack. The spirit flew at Suchi with incredible speed. It seemed that he had no chance left. But he closed his eyes and began to wave his strange sword in the air and tell the monster to go away. He is not afraid of him. And then he heard the voice of some person who said that all the members of the Hummingbird group were captured and the operation was successful. He opened his eyes and was surprised that he was still alive and the monster was gone. The police acted in a timely manner and gave an order. It actually saved his life. Suchi breathed a little and was about to go back and find Mr. Anderson, while at the same time he was thinking how hard it is to work in the Black Gate. It is very dangerous. No wonder the whole branch disappeared. He thought so much that he did not notice how a girl was coming to meet him. His thoughts were about the branch, and that even with such dangerous work, effective methods of struggle can be found. When she passed, Suchi realized that he missed the strange girl. What is she doing here with such a huge suitcase? Suchi seemed to feel the spirit and blood from this suitcase that this strange girl was carrying. It seems like some kind of mysticism again. It's all too strange. Suchi didn't think for a long time what he was going to do. He settled on the idea that he would follow her and find out what she had in that suitcase. Suchi followed the girl straight to the nearest cafe, which was near the textile factory, and immediately decided to regain his strength a little and drink some hot chocolate. It should make him feel much better. He already had time to drink his hot chocolate, but the girl still hasn't left the toilet. She's been there for more than 20 minutes. What is she doing there? But he thought, if he knows where she is, maybe he can just call the police and she will be arrested. The fact was that half an hour ago, Suchi watched her and listened to the radio wave of the police, on which they told that one of the sectarians had escaped, and her main signs were that she was without official clothes and had a large suitcase with wheels. That's why Suchi wanted so much call the police. And in addition to all this, when he was chasing her, the smell of an evil spirit from her suitcase intensified, and all this in a heap is very frightening and at the same time interesting. While he was drinking his hot chocolate and thinking about what to do with this girl, Mr. Anderson called him. Suchi had already forgotten about him. Suchi picked up the phone and assured Mr. Anderson that everything is fine with him, and that he should not worry, they will meet tomorrow. He agreed on the phone and he is tired of waiting. Maybe he should get in touch with her? Suchi carefully approached the toilet where this girl was and decided to use his new fire skill. The main thing is that she doesn't come out now, because it won't look very good. He firmly grasped the handle of the toilet door and spoke the magic words of the fire relic of the Liberator King. His hands immediately glowed with bright light, and his arteries and veins turned red. Suchi wanted to make it so that as soon as she touched the handle, she would see a map of the city and the location of all the police stations, and she would not be caught by them. He fulfilled his right and decided to go first, so as not to accidentally run into her and not lead to suspicion. The girl had already finished her procedures and was talking to someone about the fact that she had already stayed here quite a lot, and it was time to leave. Suchi's suspicions were correct. In her suitcase there is exactly the sectarian woman who escaped from the factory and who is wanted by the police. But it seems that she was not alive, but it was just a body. Maybe because of this Suchi could smell the spirit. This girl wanted to start the ritual of talking with the dead, because the longer the body lies, the harder it will be to extract information later. But a bunch of police were waiting for her outside. She thought about leaving the body somewhere and coming back later. But she had never been so close to solving the pioneers, she couldn't give up. She wanted to get out of the toilet and continue on her way, but she was stopped by Suchi's spell that he left before leaving, and it put her in a state where she only saw a small temple. She didn't understand what was happening and where it came from. This temple showed her the map of the city and all the police stations in it. She thought that this was a real god helping her. She decided to follow this map, and it showed all the points exactly where it is not desirable to go, so as not to get caught by the police. It was unbelievable for her. Suchi really helped her to avoid all the police posts and get out with the suitcase. But what is it for him? This girl needed to go to one of the operating rooms to perform the ritual, so she laid the body on the table and began to prepare everything necessary. Unexpectedly, one of the students of this girl burst into the operating room and was very happy about her return and asked why she was here so late. She answered him that she had to finish several important matters. She was more interested in why he was here. But he immediately explained that someone from Beitan's law office had come to collect the reports, so he had to delay. He took all the reports he needed and left, wishing the teacher not to stay here long in good dreams. As it turned out, it was not just a girl, it was Kujo-en. She is an instructor in forensic medicine and a teacher of forensic medicine, so the operating room is always open for her. When she was little, her parents died as a result of a terrorist attack carried out by sectarians in the city subway. Having learned that there is a religious organization in the world called Pioneers and their head is a small person, she is looking for any leads to catch them. This Hummingbird church was a branch of the Pioneer Church, so Kujo-en tried her best to join them, but it was too difficult. When she first joined them, she first encountered magical powers, though it didn't really surprise her. Since childhood, she noticed strange things around her, as well as her special skill, which she called talking with the dead. The teaching assistant had already finished all his work and was about to go home, so he wished the expert good night and left. She closed all the doors and prepared to use her childhood skill. She prepared coffee and sat down opposite the body to talk heart to heart. More than 10 minutes have already passed, so he should already speak and tell something. The body began to rise, but the expert's face showed that she had seen this not for the first time, so there was not even a drop of surprise. She folded her hands and just waited. The body got up and sat on the operating table, and all it could say was that it does not like coffee. But alas, Kujo-en didn't care at all, because there was no other choice, so she asked to tell her everything it knew about the Church of Pioneers and Little People. The body, which had just sat calmly and did not move, suddenly began to make strange sounds and gradually removed the cloth that covered her face. And so she almost took off the rag. What's wrong with her face? Suchi came out after showering and wiping his head and wondered if that unknown woman had received the message he left her. He lay down and his thoughts were still only about her, and will she go to the small shrine to which he showed her the way. Also, he was satisfied with the fact that the small temple was used for the first time to help a person, and not for animals or anyone else. It's cool, so he decided to take more risks, then he will definitely succeed. He had enough trials for today, so he decided to go to bed, and before that, while planning his tomorrow, he needed to go to the Black Dragon Gate to settle the bill. It was strange for him that he was getting paid for just running and saving his life from monsters. He fell asleep almost immediately and plunged into the deep sea. As soon as he dived, his eyes immediately fell on a very bright and thick anchor line. It must be the line of a small white mouse that was conducting a ritual near the temple. The last time its depth was approximately 5,400 meters. It steadily sinks 200 meters a day, so today it should be 5,600. What was his surprise when he turned his head to look at the depth on the scale and saw there a mark and a number that he couldn't even count. It seems there are 4 zeros and 10,000 meters. He immediately remembered what was written in the books given to him by Sir Anderson, that a normal dive is several meters per day and that after a certain depth the dive even ends on its own. And now he immediately sank 5,000 meters deeper than he was that time. If he continues in the same spirit, he will have to spend every day with spirits and gods. He remembered how he was afraid to see a birds hooting, and now he will have to deal with them every day. It was an incredibly unpleasant fact, but why is this happening? Suchi suddenly realized for himself that his diving into the depths of the sea provoked a meeting with a spirit or a monster. Before that he met with Miss Mary and was influenced by her, and his depth became greater. Could it be somehow related? But before that he did not dive so deeply. What has changed this time? Maybe because the spirit that haunted him near the phone booth was destroyed by Miss Mary? So many questions and so few answers. Such situations as Suchi's are not described in books, although there is so much knowledge and secrets in them that he can spend his whole life doing research and experiments, and still not find out what is happening to him. While he wondered what he was doing wrong and why his body was going underwater so quickly, he continued to submerge involuntarily and go even deeper, and the speed was quite high. Here his consciousness seemed to turn off and immediately turned on in another place. He woke up in school, where someone called him, but he could not answer. There was a whole class of people. He turned back. It was from there that the voice was coming that called him the most, and when he saw who was sitting there he was even more speechless. There was his wife Lin Wei. What is she doing here in such a strange outfit? She called him, but he did not respond, so she asked him why he was looking at her like that. Unexpectedly, he began to suffocate. His lungs stopped working. What was happening? He was just in the ocean. And now he is sitting in some class and talking to his wife. His dream ended and he woke up in a cold sweat and shouted his wife's name to the whole house. It was a terrible dream. Last time he dreamed of a wife who was pregnant, and this time she was young and a schoolgirl. What are all these dreams for? He did not understand anything, but Suchi knew one thing for sure. From this morning he will look at the world from a depth of 10,000 meters. The next day, Suchi stood on the roof of one of the school buildings and watched and admired the view of the city. His thoughts were filled with all kinds of thoughts and memories, but he felt better already. True, he was not alone. He was accompanied by Miko and Xiaoyushu, with whom he had a picnic on the roof of the school, and Xiaoyushu simply did not understand why Suchi left them and just stood there. Is it so interesting? Suchi actually saw some really interesting things. There were giant spirits walking around the city that he could only see thanks to his 10,000-meter dive. Now he sees even more strange things than before. Xiaoyushu had already started joking about Suchi wanting to commit suicide and jump off the roof and go to hell. He didn't really want to see that. Xiaoyushu then picked up the phone and started reading the news, and one of the most interesting news stories was about child abduction, which was solved and every child that disappeared was found, and the gang that did it was eliminated. While Xiaoyushu was reading the news, he looked at Miko's face several times and still decided to ask what was wrong with her face. Where was she injured? And Suchi thought that they had framed this case simply as an incident. They didn't remember even once about spirits and ghosts, about the help of mystics and temple workers, only the police, who conducted a firefight and set off several dangerous explosions, and that was even a little insulting. Su-chi hoped that the Hummingbird would continue to sink until it drowned forever. Given the aborted ceremony and the children who were there no longer believe in it, it must happen. While Su-chi was thinking about this whole situation, and his thoughts were traditionally interrupted by Xia Yushu, who threw an empty can of soda at him and asked where he was flying to. He came closer to Su-chi and began to ask him what was happening to him. The other day, he seemed to feel better, but today he doesn't look good again. What's wrong with him? Then he did not wait for Su-chi's answer and took his head and began to examine his dark bruises under his eyes. Xia Yushu concluded that he was sleeping, but then what was wrong? Su-chi's suffering ended when Miko intervened and hit Xia Yushu on the head, which made him look bad. He was dissatisfied with the fact that she constantly wanted him. Why does she not love him so much? Su-chi's thoughts were filled with the fact that the temple that he left in the city for that strange girl, it seems that she did not appear there. To build small temples all over the city to secure his depth of immersion somehow, because at this rate he would simply drown, and he still needed to get to the Dark Dragon Gate. Su-chi and Anderson arrived at the Dark Dragon Gate to receive their reward in the Hummingbird operation, for which the club gave them a reward of 100,000. Anderson decided to give Su-chi half of the money they received. Su-chi was shocked by this act, because in his opinion he did nothing and just watched the battle. Sir Anderson was very surprised by such words, because in his opinion he was doing a very dangerous job, namely distracting the monster. And this is a very dangerous job, so 50,000 and 2 vouchers is a well-deserved reward for Su-chi. These 2 vouchers allowed Su-chi to exchange them for as many as 2 relics, which could not help but make him happy, especially since he had wanted a new relic for a long time, and now there was a great chance to get it. He again took a special map that allows him to choose the relic he needs and began to choose what would help him first of all in creating his own god. The choice was too great, so he would definitely be able to choose something. Su-chi quickly found the relic he needed and offered it for exchange. It was called the Object of Idealism. His choice always surprises Anderson. He did not think that the Object of Idealism would interest him. But he liked that he never chooses things that would interest an ordinary mystic. Anderson was sure that he was still unique in some way. Anderson, of course, liked Su-chi, but still he decided to remind him that the secret lies in the fact that the more people know about it, the more difficult it is to form and keep under cover, and in the world of mystics secrets are solved a lot. After talking with Su-chi and exchanging the vouchers for his vouchers, Sir Anderson decided to keep his vouchers for the deep bottom. But what is it for? He gave his tickets and immediately went to the exit. But what did he do, and why didn't he explain anything to Su-chi? But the owner of this shop was still there, and was not against explaining to him why he did that. The fact is that there are very few mystics who are ready to become teachers for beginners, and they are very rare. She explained that this is related to the transfer of knowledge and can put one's own secret under attack and even lead to a loss of control. For example, control over an anchor. Every mystic who is ready to become a teacher must be an experienced and fearless sage with excellent spiritual qualities to teach beginners. And Su-chi was very lucky with his teacher. He is worthy of respect. Su-chi and Anderson returned to the Black Gate Club in the center to tell the other members of the club about Gu-hu's case. They climbed the mountain and entered the secret apartment of the club and were met by the girl Alice and her faithful friend the man in a black suit, who at that time were playing Monopoly and relaxing. Of course, they were playing together, so it wasn't interesting at all, but as soon as Su-chi and Mr. Anderson walked in, she immediately invited them to join. Su-chi could not believe it, such important people for the whole world, just sit and play Monopoly? He also paid attention to the figures with which they played. Each figure corresponded to the image of the player. For example, the Alice figure was a very beautiful and absolute copy of the owner. The man in black and Mr. Anderson had the same figures. Then Alice ordered the Hatter, as this strange man in black was sometimes called, to give Su-chi the material for his figure. He held out his hand holding a cylindrical object and waited for Su-chi to take it. Does he have to carve a shape for himself to start the game? Fortunately, Suchi Alice explained to him that if he wants to make a figure for himself, he needs to squeeze everything in his hand and everything should come out. Suchi squeezed the figurine material tightly, and it began to glow with a very pleasant light, and when he opened his hand, he saw a figurine that was an exact copy of himself, a wonderful result. He did not have time to be satisfied with his figure, as Alice called him to continue the game they had already started, his turn. Suchi was surprised by such an offer. Could he really play with them? There were already 4 people sitting at the table, and the game was becoming more and more interesting with every second, and while they were playing, Alice decided to ask Mr. Anderson about the Hummingbird and how did this matter go. He took hold of his figure to make the next move and in parallel talked about the fact that all the members of the Order of Goho birds had been destroyed and would never hold the ceremony again, but it was a shame to admit that they were all citizens of the city. Alice could not understand for a long time how this recruitment into their order took place. Is it magic? Maybe Mr. Anderson knows? He explained that they get into these organizations through various financial pyramids, which force them to engage in this business, and then he held out his hand, which contained a piece of paper or a photograph, and said that he had conducted some experiment. In this photo, it was depicted as if a person, but which has no face, only a black substance, and explained that behind all this is an even more terrible organization, the Church of Pioneers. This is an organization that was born from the chaos of centuries ago, during the Great Depression in the country, and united in itself a large number of antisocial factors and people who were ruthless. It was a fairly peaceful organization that went to rallies and arranged terrorist attacks for criminals, but later they encountered occultism and various rituals, and then they found for themselves a terrible weapon, evil spirits. In this pioneering school, there are 12 orders with 12 rituals for communicating with spirits, which they regularly do, and each of them hides the other, and the Hummingbird was only one of them. Alice placed her figure 3 cells ahead and simultaneously asked Anderson about their main secret. What is it? He answered without hesitation that it is the little people who manage them. She smiled because she did not understand what he was talking about. Are small people human? Is a divine object possible? But unfortunately for them, it was impossible to determine who these little people were, so for now all that remains to be done is to wait for further actions from them. Their game ended and Suchi was sent home to rest from the hard day, but he couldn't sleep at all and thought about the fact that Sir Anderson had promised him that he would take him to the Black Gate and tell him about his mission, but instead they played a game of Monopoly the evening. He mentioned that Mr. Anderson had told him about this game and who it belonged to, and the owners were past mystics. It was a tradition to play this game, so Elise thought it would be quite appropriate and interesting to invite Suchi. Suchi also noticed other figures on this board, but they were not so bright, and they moved periodically, so if Mr. Anderson did not explain to him where they were coming from and why they were moving, it was quite scary to play. His thoughts smoothly began to move from the game of Monopoly to thoughts about the little people who were being talked about today. Are they really people or are they just called that, and are they really spirits? Therefore, he decided to test the effect of his 2 new relics, which he successfully exchanged in the shop. As soon as he said those magical words, his hand lit up brightly and seemed to start drawing a picture right on his hand. He closed his eyes and began to imagine what he wanted to create. His main goal was an ideal state and the creation of an ideal god. The spell seemed to work, so he opened his eyes and saw the arena he had been thinking about. It was the ideal state he would like to see in the world. A map also lit up above his head, which told him about the hard times of September of the year 81, when the organization of the Pioneer Church was created. Suchi created an ideal spiritual space that was created for the new ideal god. Although this god can create ancient destroyed objects, this was enough for him. Now he is the owner of an ideal state and has the greatest power in it. He thought that he could join his world with the help of a ritual or something in that spirit, and the most important thing for this was that he did not need stupid religious people who would go crazy at the mention of him. He needed to create something that would help him create a strong anchor and keep the secret, and for this he needed loyal and intelligent people who could help him in this difficult task. Also, for success, he needed an association to support his secret. He even had the name of this association spinning in his head. He planned to call it 89 Ways. He didn't know why, but he wanted to. He was already sitting at the table of his 12 faithful people and thought how he would use them to support the great state and for its development. Of course, first of all, to start, he needs people who will meet all his criteria, and this was probably the most difficult thing to do, especially under the conditions in which he is. He could not figure out where to take so many loyal people, so he reassured himself that it would happen by itself. He is still a great creature. Unexpectedly, he woke up and was scared. What just happened? Where did he go and what was it all about? But at this moment it bothered him secondarily, because his lips were dry from thirst. He felt very bad, as if his body had just come out of the desert, where he had not drunk for several days. He immediately drank several glasses of water that he had in his room, but his thirst did not end and he continued to drink until the water in the room ran out. After a few seconds he was already at the refrigerator drinking water directly from the bottles. He drank about 6 or even 7 bottles of water and only then stopped. After that, he needed a little rest, so he sat down on the kitchen floor and just breathed to bring his body back to normal. It was horrible. His body had returned to normal, so he decided not to finish for today and remembered that he had another relic that also had effects that he did not know yet. The other relic he exchanged at the shop included several different vials. They were more like the drugs that Tsuchi had bought at the pharmacy for himself. He spilled the entire bag that he was given for his last voucher, and there were vitamin C tablets, some bottle with an incomprehensible liquid and instructions for all of it. But it was a set of God's creation, as he was told in the bench, and that's what was written on the instructions, which Tsuchi immediately took in his hands to figure out what it was for and how I should use it. As it turned out, after he read the instructions, all these pills and vials were needed in order to create a mini copy of God. For this, Tsuchi needed to melt the calcium pills and vitamin pills and pour all this with water. He immediately began to act. His actions began with the fact that he opened a container with water and did it very carefully, because only the first attempt is free, and all subsequent ones will be paid, and it will be necessary to purchase pills and all the necessary parts. Tsuchi did all the necessary things that were indicated in the instructions and started the ritual. For this he needed maximum concentration, because he does not summon the gods every day, so he needed some time for this. It started coming out. It was as if there were constant lightning over the substance, which began to transform. His hands began to burn with pain, so he removed them, but it seems that everything worked out for him. His unwanted pills and water turned into something very useful. Its end result looked like a not large-shaped cross with which she could control her god, so decided Tsuchi. So it happened, with the help of this cross and magical ties, Tsuchi could control his god, but at first glance, this figurine, which was created in his image, was not very successful. Tsuchi looked at her and did not understand how he could look so terrible. If the doll had taken a piece of his genes, mind and soul, then it should look decent, and not as bad as it is now, without a face, emotions, without life. In any case, he had no more attempts, so he decided to use the relic of fire to transfer all the memories he has so that his god would be an exact copy. As soon as he used his fire power, his figure became taller than him and seemed to come alive. Now his face, certain movements, and even emotions were visible. Tsuchi did not expect such a development of events. He did not think that his apprentice would have such an influence on this figure, and it would become bigger than him, so he was a little scared, because it was impossible to expect what this figure would do next. As soon as he remembered the words of Mr. Anderson, that even when there is great fear, it is better to do something, and not to sit, so he immediately understood that the instructions could not be trusted and realized that he was wrong and that he needed to call Mr. Anderson urgently. As soon as Tsuchi stood up and tried to run, the figure of God that he created seemed to want to repeat the movements behind him and did not seem to carry any security. At first it was not clear why he was doing it. But after making a few more movements in different directions, Suchi realized that this figure completely repeated his movements, and even imitated his emotions. It was incredible. Suchi couldn't help but enjoy what he had created and continued to play with the movements and repetitions. It amused him greatly. The figure that Suchi created with the help of the god object could move and make sounds like Suchi, eat what Suchi eats. Even if he doesn't actually swallow the food, the figure still creates the appearance of what he really eats. That is simply incredible. Next, Suchi decided to try something more dangerous than just moving or eating. He took a small blade and cut his finger. The figure did the same thing, but only Suchi felt the pain and the figure had a wound, but the blood did not flow. Suchi did not stop there and decided to conduct the last experiment. He carefully looked at the figure and thought how best to do what he had planned. He gathered his strength and sped up as fast as he could towards the window and wanted to lean out of it and watch the figure's reaction. But before he could run to the window, his figure had already broken the window and was flying down. It will be difficult to recover after such a fall. After the figure fell out of the window, it was actually destroyed, and for this the one who controlled it received a punishment in the form of headaches and stomachaches. So Suchi felt very bad and almost did not leave the toilet. As soon as Suchi got a little better, he returned to the room and looked at the cross, which darkened after the doll fell out of the window. Then he read the instructions in more detail, where it was indicated that this is a fearless doppelganger that is not afraid of anything and was born by human hands. The owner's essence was the same as the double's, but Suchi's mood improved when he learned that after the figurine was destroyed, it would take 3 days to recover and return to its normal state. Soon Suchi will be able to use his religion again. He couldn't help but be happy, until he saw that he still had materials left, and in theory he could create another doll? When he checked the rest of the pills, it occurred to him that he could create more than one copy for himself. He started the ritual over and used all the materials he had left to build several copies at once. It turned out not very well, to say the least. Does Suchi have such an inner world? All the figures stuck together. Now we have to figure out how to separate them. Finally he succeeded, and now they were standing apart from each other. Now it remained to pass on his knowledge and abilities to them, and he also decided that they would carry the message that the ideal state would open on Saturday at 10 o'clock. This time it was much more difficult to transfer all the knowledge than with one copy, so this time he spent much more time and effort. But he managed and did everything to revive them, so his strength was at the limit. He should lie down to rest and recover, which Suchi did. Of course, he had to dive, so as soon as he fell asleep, his body was again in the deep sea. That night, Suchi sank even lower for a whole kilometer, but it seems that he does not care. He even wants to sink even lower to see what will happen next. His immersion continued until he saw a huge chain that covered the entire level of immersion that Suchi was on. And then he saw him. As Suchi learned from books, it was the original owner of the ideal world, Plato. It was unusual. Only recently Suchi read about him in the books that Anderson gave him, and now he sees him in person. Suchi understood that it seemed the time had come to make a choice and accept the influence of the First Lord, like Anderson, to become the second Plato, to change his life and thereby replace him and accept this anchor. But Suchi didn't actually have to choose anything. He is an unscrupulous person, but even someone like him has a sense of self-respect, and he cannot throw himself here for the rest of his life and play another person. It seems Plato sensed Suchi's choice and understood that he would stay here, so he turned around and left. Suchi of course tried to apologize for the last time, but Plato didn't seem to hear it. In the morning, Suchi was already in class and was satisfied with the fact that he placed 2 dolls in each of his temples in the nearby areas and under the school's big tree. It was quite interesting to see who would use the doll first, and which one it would be. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately received a signal that the mouse is trying to perform the ritual again. Just like last time, is it again trying to get what it wants through God Ludo? Suchi immediately came to the place where the mouse was trying to perform the ritual and thought that it was too intelligent for an animal. She performed this ritual again, and this time she saw God Ludo in his own person, or so she thought. A small cross appeared in her hands, which was a copy of the one Suchi had, with which she controlled one of Suchi's dolls. What happened next still doesn't fit in Suchi's head, he just physically didn't understand how this was possible. The mouse turned into a human using one of Suchi's figurines. It looked very strange, he had the head of a mouse and the shape of a human. The fact was that this mouse was unusual, it was distinguished by a sharp mind, because from the very birth on the special farms where it was born, it was studied and experiments were conducted on it. But one day she escaped from that terrible place, and came to live near the school where Suchi studies and started to teach other mice. With the help of the little mice who joined her and were ready to learn, she was able to study books and gain knowledge and then teach others. And now, with the help of this knowledge, she was able to perform a special ritual and now has a human body and can look at herself as a child. It's just amazing how well done she is. The human body also repeated her movements, and it was extremely uncomfortable, because the mouse had never walked on two legs. It was incomprehensible to her. Suchi watched all this and could not believe what was happening. Could he really see it? It seems that those who created these dolls did not limit themselves to humans and made it possible to use various animals and other similar creatures as well. Suchi also wondered if mice could create human-like dolls because they had developed a human-like mind and subconscious? Suchi heard schoolchildren approaching from behind. They couldn't see a big mouse that looks like a person. They need to hide it somehow and figure out how to do it very quickly. They were already very close, but the mouse was even smarter than Suchi thought. It hid in seconds. It was unexpected, but very good. While Suchi was trying to understand in which direction the mouse ran, he received a message from Mr. Anderson on his phone. He wanted Suchi to come to the meeting as soon as possible. Suchi did not delay and quickly came to the Black Gate Club, and upon entering he saw another unfamiliar person who seemed to be giving orders to everyone else who was there. His attention was drawn to the badge that this man was wearing. These badges are usually given to people who work in the ministry. What could the people from the ministry forget here? This strange man left without even greeting Suchi, but he was immediately approached by Alice, who instructed Sir Anderson to tell Suchi about his new task. Suchi and Mr. Anderson entered the office, and Suchi immediately began to wonder what kind of man it was and what he was doing here, to which he received the answer he expected. It was an important person from the ministry who wants them to complete a very important task for them. Anderson explained to him that all new tasks should not go through the police or parliament, but directly through the ministry to the Black Gate Club, so he called Suchi. He then added that it would not be quite a mission, but he simply requested some information that would have to be monitored and not let out of sight. Anderson explained that it was information about the Church of Pioneers and one of its branches, which before all this had a serious terrorist base consisting of a large number of people, and all the information is in this envelope. He found out that only in the archives more than 100 places were registered where rituals were held or planned by the Pioneer Church, and also Mr. Anderson unearthed 30 churches where rituals are held right now, so they must be destroyed altogether. Suchi was satisfied with this task, because his scene for the ideal country was built, and all these research tasks will help to become a great test drive for his figures. All that remains is to collect them all on Saturday. Sir Anderson assured Suchi that if he had any problems during the investigation, he could not hesitate to contact him immediately, and he would be happy to help him. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and someone who was behind them shouted about some kind of delivery. A person who was dressed like a racing driver entered the room. He even had a motorcycle helmet in his hands. But it turned out to be a courier who brought another envelope for Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson unhurriedly approached him and took his envelope, and thanked the courier for doing such a difficult job for them. In response, he heard that they are always happy to help them. Before he could say a few more words of thanks, the door closed right in front of Mr. Anderson's nose and a light breeze blew on him. This person was like the wind, just as taciturn and fast. Without waiting for Suchi to go to fulfill his new task, Mr. Anderson opened the envelope and started to read it. His face became not too satisfied. "I wonder what's in there?" Suchi immediately saw that Mr. Anderson's face had changed and felt a little sad. What happened there? As he told in this letter, there was a message about the transfer of several members of the club from one headquarters apartment of the Black Gate to our branch, and he told it in a not very happy voice. Suchi was surprised at his reaction. Isn't that good? Why are you so unhappy, sir? But the fact was that they could transfer someone, and it was very difficult to say who it would be and whether he would be needed here at all. They would find out everything next week. Suchi understood Anderson's reaction, and judging by it, the Black Gates had problems and they too, but we have to wait for next week, and for now he has to run. He said goodbye to Mr. Anderson and ran out to the entrance of the high-rise building where he saw the elevator doors almost closed and shouted at the top of his voice to be waited for. Some person reached out of the elevator and stopped it so that Suchi could run to it. When Suchi entered the elevator, he saw the same courier whom he met in Mr. Anderson's office. Suchi did not say a word, but the courier immediately started talking about himself. He was the first to tell about the fact that he is a so-called knight, and his main goal is to help mystics and ordinary people. Such a story made Suchi laugh. What knights is he talking about? Is he from the Middle Ages? They went out together and the knight offered to take Suchi home if he wanted. But when Suchi looked at his motorcycle, he almost wanted to walk, so he refused and said goodbye to the courier. As soon as the courier drove a few meters away from Suchi, he was once again overwhelmed by the feeling that someone was praying near a small temple and that it would be on a shopping street. Suchi almost immediately guessed who it could be. It was her, the same strange girl whom he helped in that cafe. Finally she came to his temple. He thought that she would not come again. The woman stood for a long time near the place where this small temple was nearby and decided for herself whether she needed it or not. Maybe there really is a God who helped her last time. She still dared and went in. In any case, she will never know if she just stands by the phone booth and waits, so you have to act. As soon as she took hold of the handle of the telephone box, she thought that she was being watched by some magical power, and then the woman felt that she was rising straight to the gods. The small temple reminded her of the temple when she was at the rituals in the Gu High Church, that here and there she felt the same emotions, as if she had fallen into the depths, right into an abyss from which she would never get out. Those pictures shone around her again, like then in that cafe, but now she saw a little mouse that prayed for salvation and performed some rituals, and then completely became a person. What is it that she sees? She pulled herself together and decided to start the ritual for which she actually came here, and as soon as she read the prayer, the temple seemed to speak by itself and said that they should meet on Saturday evening in the Hall of 99 Ways. And then a cross appeared to her, which Suchi specially left for everyone who will come to pray and then become his person. Her cross was tied to her with the same threads that she had just seen in the little mouse, and in the same way she began to transfer thoughts and genes from this girl to her own figurine. It was like she could control this little figure, and it was so strange to her what was going on. This figure began to glow very brightly and ate her eyes with this light. It was very difficult to look at her. And then the light disappeared and someone appeared and stood with her in this phone booth. It was her figure, which was formed on the basis of her soul and her peace of mind. Her copy had 9 heads and many limbs that seemed to be sewn together. It was a terrible picture. Does the girl have such a terrible inner world? She finished the ritual and already left that magical phone booth, but her doll landed on the ground and immediately disappeared, and the cross went dark. What was the matter and how does it work? Also in her thoughts was the thought about this message, which was at the very beginning, that on Saturday at 10 o'clock she should be at the meeting of 89 Ways. What kind of meeting is it, and which 89 ways? But in any case, she had to go to the meeting and check what this great creature, which calls itself the Great Lord of the Deep, can do. Now, Suchi's team already has 2 participants who were quite intelligent, but when he first opened his hall, he wanted to have more participants so that there would be someone to choose from, so it is necessary to look for more candidates. He had an idea. What if he used the new task entrusted to him by Mr. Anderson in order to find new members of the club? He rummaged through all the papers and envelopes he had at home and found the same envelope from Sir Anderson and began to read. Suchi noticed that most of the reviews of the Black Gate are similar. It is the result of gossip and dubious events that are revealed as a result of strange rituals. Because if he wants to complete this mission, then he first needs to check whether everything written in this letter is true or if it is just fiction. So he decided to go to the Kaiga area and check everything. The Kaiga area was one of the most popular areas of the city among the youth, because there are two places where they all gather. One of these places is in Samson Hill and the other is in the Kai Valley. That's why Suchi arrived there. These areas are simply a collection of games, anime, idols, movies, and all other entertainment that was in general in this city. Besides that, there were many people who could help forget about all the problems in the world, so it is not surprising that there were always young people here. But Suchi did not come here to have fun, but to work, so he quickly bypassed all the entertainment centers and arrived at the right address, which was indicated on the back of the envelope. And it seems that this matter is not the first time, it has been in the archive for several years. But why did they assign it exactly Suchi? When Suchi finally reached the address that was on the envelope, he realized that it was the address of a local theater. But unfortunately, given the conditions that young people have much more interesting places around, this theater will close soon. But even now they are showing their paintings. Suchi stood in the back rows and watched this play and felt that people no longer wanted to play. As it was before, their acting was so boring that there was not even an atmosphere that you are in a theater. But Suchi didn't have to be bored for a long time. After the end of the play, an actor appeared on the stage, whom only Suchi saw. It was a demonic god who emerged directly from the bottom of the sea. But Suchi was ready for this, because he had information about this spirit. He wasn't even that interested in who this spirit was and where it came from and what danger it carries. And Suchi wanted to test his group of people who are loyal to him, so this spirit is the best for the test. Suchi calmly watched this spirit, which tried to catch from the small number of people who were in the hall, whoever saw him, and eat it, because he was very hungry. But Suchi sat and thought about what to call this operation. Now it was more important, and seems to have invented, the operation will be called Macbeth. Recently, Suchi noticed that he was going underwater at the same speed of 1 kilometer a day and was still as steady as an old dog. This could not help but please. He should dive into the next layer of water in the next week, and this scared him because his anchor lines were thin for this depth, and they could break at any second. So Suchi has to pull himself together and do everything to make them thicker and stronger. Saturday came and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening and it was time to start work, so he applied his religion again and thus reminded his two participants about the meeting. Their bodies also lit up with a bright light and they understood that their god to whom they made a promise was calling them, but they were ready. Suchi began to perform the ritual, which was joined by that strange girl and the little mouse, and now the three of them began to immerse themselves in the perfect city that Suchi had created for them. Little by little, their consciousness began to be transferred to the Colosseum created by Suchi, and little by little they began to see the table for their meeting. Completely in that little other world where they saw a table and 12 chairs waiting for them, and in the middle a small person who appeared and called them here. They were standing on the balcony a little higher than the table, and could not understand where they were, and what they should do next. But Suchi was satisfied that they were both here. We could start. It was very good for him that they appeared in their dull forms. He needed them to hide their personalities and form their own secrets, and secrets that would help him form stronger anchor bonds later. When they came closer to the table, Suchi appeared in front of them, also not in his usual form, but in a more perfect one, which did not show his real essence and personality. This form really resembled God, in whom his new members believed so much. He seemed to come down from heaven to talk to them, and the first thing he asked them was why they came here. With each word he became more and more, as if showing them who is the boss here, and continued to ask them why they are here and why they are pursuing his secrets. Both participants stood in silence with their mouths open and couldn't believe their eyes. Was it really God speaking to them? They continued to ignore Suchi's question, so he asked again in a more aggressive manner, but did not get a reaction, it seems that the strange girl was waiting for the mouse catcher to answer, and he, on the contrary, was waiting for her to give some kind of answer, so they both remained silent. Instead of answering, the mouse catcher began to pray, and it seems that he is not going to answer, so the girl immediately understood that she should not rely on him, and that she should start talking to her, because if she is silent, then nothing will happen. As soon as she tried to say something and tell her story, Su-Chi, or at that moment God, would interrupt her and ask the same question again: why are they following his secrets? As soon as she did not try to give an answer, he constantly interrupted her and did not let her say anything, so she did not understand what he wanted from her and what answer she expected if everything she said was wrong. She gathered her strength and said in a more confident voice that she was directed here by a small temple and a telephone booth when she came by invitation. But Su-Chi continued to ask the same question over and over again. It was already like bullying. Why did he call them here if he didn't want to talk to them? She was already getting angry because she didn't understand what correct answer he wanted to hear. Unexpectedly, the silence was interrupted by the mouse catcher, who uttered only one word, which was cheese, and God did not ask him again why he was spying on his secret, but simply remained silent. The girl was shocked that he was saying what kind of cheese, what is it for? He repeated cheese once more, and it seems that this is the same word that Su-Chi wanted to hear, and stopped questioning the mouse catcher. Instead, he allowed him to take any place of these 12 that he wanted and sit down. Soon they would start and again turn to the strange girl, only she remained. She watched as the mouse catcher was just sitting on a chair and did not understand why he was put there. Was the usual word cheese the correct answer for him, and what could it mean? She did not understand. Su-Chi once again asked her why she was spying on his secrets, and what she wanted to get from them. She understood that it was her turn to answer, and she began to analyze what he really wanted. If even the word cheese was suitable, then there can be no standard answer. He constantly asks why she is spying on his secrets, and she answered why she came, and at that moment an idea came to her. She gathered her thoughts and thought why she was looking for Su-Chi and his god, what she wanted to get from him, and it dawned on her that it was an exchange of knowledge. She wanted to know more, just like a mouse wanted more cheese, so that's what she said. After the answer, the chair immediately moved, and it seems that her analysis was correct. She can finally sit down. Su-Chi looked at his participants, and he liked them, because they gave quite correct answers, which is good. Their answers coincide with his theory. If you want to get something, be ready to give something, and these are the personalities he expects in his believers. The question he constantly asked them until they understood what to say gave him a general idea of what they really want and what he can give them, as well as what he can get from them. Although the answer of the mouse was clear, and it was clear that she had to be given to be faithful, but with the girl everything was a little more complicated. From her answer it was clear that she is a strict and purposeful person who knows what she wants. On the other hand, the mouse's desire was really pure and clear. Su-Chi was very happy that they were so different. It was wonderful. While Su-Chi was silently analyzing each of his new members, a question sounded in his direction from a strange girl, and she wondered what kind of place this was and if Su-Chi was really the great being she heard about in the small temple. Su-Chi's answer confused them even more. He told them that he comes from the truth, or he is the truth itself. They can think as they want, or whoever is looking for secrets will definitely find them. The girl was happy. It seems that after a long search she finally found the person or not the person who will help him enter the secret world and find her enemies. Without waiting a minute longer, she immediately asked him if he would help her gain access to the mysterious mystical world. But everything was not as simple as she thought. To begin with, it was necessary to offer something in exchange. This is the golden rule of alchemists, which Su-Chi adhered to. All the woman could offer was her knowledge in working with corpses. If such an exchange was suitable for him, she would gladly provide her knowledge in exchange for the mysterious world. Su-Chi couldn't help but be happy. He was able to convey to them what he wanted. They began to understand what is the point and what they need to do, and he does not show his personality using only imaginary abilities in his fictional country. In this way, he planned to manage his wards in the future, so that they would perform the tasks that he needed, precisely because of the imagination. What could be better? He could just sit at home on a chair and tell them what to do and what they can get in exchange for the work done. Then he began to explain to them that in order to get what they want, they need to exchange one secret for another. That's the only way they can get what they want. The girl seems to have understood the rules of the game that Suchi tried to convey to them and asked if the knowledge of Suchi's existence counts as a secret that she can exchange for her wish. She looked at the mouse from whom she wanted to hear support in the form of questions to God, but she could not understand a word of what he was saying, except for the word cheese. Probably he is an ordinary fanatic. Suchi carefully watched this and listened to all the questions that came to him and understood that the mouse does not understand anything in this matter. It has only a pure desire to get cheese. Next, the girl offered Mr. Secrets to give her a job in which she would obtain a secret that she could bring to him in exchange for another secret, and for that was getting into the magical world. Finally, Suchi waited until they reached this point on their own and started making quest requests on their own, which was basically the only way to stay on par with the great beings. In this age of the internet, pretending to be the supreme god is a rather stupid idea. It is better to play God and not explain to them, but let them ask their own questions in search of knowledge and exploration of the world. Suchi believed that the less he would talk to his members of the ideal city, the better it would affect their faith in him, except when it was really necessary. It would encourage them to talk more clearly about their needs, and it would be easy for him to filter what they in fact it is not necessary. But there is one more very important detail that he must tell them, before giving them the first tasks. There are some restrictions that must be set before the exchanges, and that is that secrets cannot be told in any case. They must be determined by fate itself. Therefore, so that it all went much easier and he had less contact with the participants, he offered them a small pebble, which had only two colors, light and dark, each of which meant something different. The white one can tell a secret, and the dark one cannot in any case to tell. The first attempt to use this stone was given by Suchi to a strange woman. She took it in her hands, collected her thoughts and threw it. In the first move of this unusual game, a bright side appeared to her, which indicated that she should tell a secret, but she should do it wisely. And while the woman was thinking about what secret she should tell, Suchi suggested that they choose their personal place in the Great Hall, like those who joined him from the very beginning. Near one of the places, while they were choosing, they discovered the flag of a white mouse, which, according to legend, testifies to being in the middle of treasures and brings good luck to the owner, so the mouse stopped right here. Its place found itself. For a long time, the girl could not decide what suited her better, and where she wanted to sit. There were too many seats, so it was difficult to choose. Until she saw the same flag as the mouse, but it seems that she was drawn on it. A woman with 9 heads, it is definitely about her, so she will stay here. After they had each chosen their place, Suchi spoke again and announced that the meeting was over today. His time was up, they had done everything that was necessary, so it was time to say goodbye. He thanked them and disappeared. They stayed for some time in the ideal city and did not understand why everything ended so unexpectedly, and where he disappeared to, and then they returned to their old life. The woman stood and did not understand what was happening. How is this even possible? Did she really talk to God? She looked at the clock and noticed that only 10 minutes had passed, and it felt like they had been there for several days. It was very strange, but she liked it. Of course, she didn't know who this Mr. Truth was and what he was, but she didn't need this information. All she wanted was for him to help her get to the Church of the Pioneers, because they also prayed to the gods there. The woman was sure that Mr. Truth should be no worse than a hummingbird, and maybe even better, so she believed that he would definitely be able to help her, especially since she had already joined the mystical world. Now she had to think about how to proceed. She was convinced that in order to continue to interact with Mr. Truth, she needed to obtain some secrets that she could exchange for her needs. In other words, she had to bring him information in order to receive from him the knowledge she so desperately needed. He showed her where to go and what to do, so she will definitely do it, and it will bring her one step closer to the solution. She again put on her things that help her to be invisible, and she decided to go scouting first to find out more information. Suchi was cleaning the kitchen and at the same time was very happy because the first meeting of the secret hall went better than he thought. So you can breathe out and wait for them to find the first secrets and bring them to him. Also, the time control he set for himself, namely 10 minutes, also worked very well. He managed to explain everything he wanted in such a short period of time. Of course, he could talk as much as he wanted, but the time limit would mean less risk of being exposed, so that was also a very important detail in this case. After the first session, his thirst again played out, and he drank a glass of water one after another. But these were trifles compared to the fact that he managed to convey to the White Rat and the 9-headed woman the essence of a new operation for them in the tram theater, the results of which they have to share with him at the next meeting. Therefore, all that is left for Suchi at this stage is to simply wait for the results from his new friends, so to speak. On the other hand, he understood that he is not a real god, and no matter what the result is, nothing will change, so now everything has worked out for him. He also thought about his ingenious idea of defining the task in the form of a two-sided gambling cube, which is also a kind of disguise and reduces the risk of his exposure. If he does not want or cannot answer a question or a request from his faithful people, he will easily throw a stone as he needs it, and the question is closed by itself. This gave a great advantage over other gods, because his authority never will be questioned. But considering all the moments that came to his mind at the expense of these two, Suchi was still sure that they would please him and bring a lot of useful information. All the chains of Suchi's anchor were so far only created with the help of the white mouse, because her faith is the strongest, and not only that, she transfers this faith to other mice, thus she becomes much stronger. Suchi felt that every day he was becoming stronger than yesterday, and this lifted his spirits. The next day, after the lessons, Suchi immediately went to the reading room to continue reading the book that Mr. Anderson had given him, especially since today is a very calm day. There is not a soul near the small temples, you can study in peace. As soon as Suchi sat down at an empty seat in the hall and opened his book, his studies were interrupted again by someone placing a phone with some kind of video on top of his book. Well, of course, who else could it be, except Xia Yushu, who scared Suchi again. Sometimes he scares him more than spirits. The fact was that he came here specifically and decided to show Suchi some terrible video, which is now very popular on the internet. As soon as Suchi did not hint, even directly said that he was bothering him and that he was not interested in all these videos, Xia Yushu did not lag behind him and still really wanted to show him this video. He just sat down next to them and started watching these videos. Suchi asked him to be quieter and not disturb him, but Xia Yushu didn't seem to hear him. In the end, Suchi still wondered what kind of video was there from which a lot of screams of girls could be heard. Was it a video about beheading? Xia Yushu turned to him and said that it's absolutely correct, it's a beheading video. So he started laughing at Suchi that he's secretly watching it, but he pretends not to care. Did Suchi say the name of the video out loud? Of course, it was difficult for Suchi not to watch these videos, considering that they are the most popular in the last week. They are all reposted and sent to each other. Xia Yushu didn't care what Suchi said, he just wanted Suchi to admit that he was also a fan of this group. Suchi was unhappy. He can't be honest with Xia Yushu and can't tell anything because the Black Gate suspects that someone is using this group to create ghosts and spirits. But he still doesn't know much about this group. Maybe Xia Yushu could tell him more news about them, and he will learn something new that will help him in the future. The first thing Suchi decided to start with was to ask Xia Yushu why everyone likes this group so much, what is so special about it. To which Xia Yushu replied that the atmosphere that prevails in this group is as if it is real, as if people really meet the spirit. It is very exciting. Next, Suchi was curious about how many people work on this group, one or perhaps a whole team? Xia Yushu was convinced that there was only one person working here. This kind of video editing requires some special effects, so one person can handle it. Unless, of course, they are shooting real spirits, which is not the case. Suchi noticed how many views and comments one video was getting and wondered how strong the connection between a spirit and a person could be with so much faith. Xia Yushu also added that now the owner of this group has his own website, where he announces when a new video will be released and sells small items from the filming there. Suchi did not expect such a thing. Does a person sell his relics there? Only Suchi became more interested in Xia Yushu's stories when he unexpectedly called out to say hello to a classmate whom Suchi didn't even know. This classmate was no less surprised than Suchi. She didn't understand why he was calling her. The fact was that Xia Yushu didn't just call her like he usually does. He knew that she had recently bought something from the beheading cycle website, and he wanted to ask her to show what she bought there. She did not quite understand this request. Why should she do it? Of course, Xia Yushu didn't hold back his words and said that it was Suchi that he was very interested in and really wanted to see, but he was too shy to tell her. She agreed to show it, but immediately began to justify herself that she bought it not because she likes it, but because her brother really needed it, and reached into her pocket to get this mysterious thing. She took out a little girl that looked more like a key ring from her pocket, and showed it to the boys or even Suchi. It also seemed to him that it was an ordinary keychain for a school bag. It seemed to him that there was nothing magical about it. Xia Yushu grabbed this key ring and started twirling it on his finger, and saying that both of them have no taste, that's why they are babbling all sorts of rubbish. But his insults and laughter were stopped by some otherworldly voice coming from behind, which said that he must love this keychain, otherwise it will be destroyed by magical powers. Of course, Xia Yushu was very scared and turned back. It was not some otherworldly voice, but Miko, who decided to make such a joke and scared them both very much, and it turned out well for her. Then she got some amulets that she made herself and offered to buy them. But it seems that Xia Yushu and others did not really want to buy these amulets. But Miko did not give up and continued to sell. She even had phone cases that were consecrated by the gods. You cannot buy such anywhere. But its sale was stopped by an unexpected shout that echoed throughout the reading hall, and it seems to have been the headmaster of the school. He was very angry because he told Miko 1,000 times not to sell her anything at school, but she never listens to him. After a second, only the smell remained from Miko, as if she had sunk underground. School head Yuan Yuan approached a classmate who had a keychain from the beheading site and asked if it was the keychain of a non-existent student. Suchi did not understand what he was talking about and asked him to tell about this non-existent student. It was a rather tragic story, which was about a girl who was bullied at school and who ended up falling off the roof of the school and crashed, after which there is a legend that she takes the form of a ghost and haunts the students of the school who insult other children. She appears in a random class every year, but no one notices her, which is why she was nicknamed the Invisible Student. If someone sees that there is an extra person in the class and realizes that it is her, then the next day this person will definitely jump off the roof of the school and end his life in the same way as this girl did. Therefore, he advised classmate Xia Yushu not to carry such things with her, because they bring bad luck. It is better to get rid of this key ring. Xia Yushu confirmed that this legend is also believed in his class, and he was very happy. How could you see another person in the class? It's a complete delusion. And then it dawned on Suchi that he always thought that there were always 50 people in his class. But in fact, as Xia Yushu says, there were 49 of them. Does he really see this girl? The problem was that spirits can distort people's perception, so Suchi can't remember who was the 50th person in his class. But he is sure that there were 50 of them, so if this girl appeared out of nowhere, maybe he wouldn't have made it to react quickly, as it was in the Song Club. Therefore, Suchi went to the Black Gate Club for advice, where they all discussed what to do with Suchi and how he could find her among everyone. If he couldn't see her, it was a problem. Sir Anderson suggested that he try an indirect approach to the matter if the direct one didn't work, by studying old albums and school stories. But Suchi was very worried that he would find her after all and she would immediately destroy him. On the other hand, he could simply not touch her, and she would not be found, and therefore would not be able to eat him, so there is little logic in her search. But Sir Anderson was not as unambiguous as Su Chi, because spirits can be forgotten. Su Chi did not understand what a forgotten spirit is and asked to explain to him what it means. Alice joined the dialogue and began to explain to Su Chi that forgetting spirits are a special kind of spirits that the gods themselves have forgotten and can be observed, but they do not have the same logic of nutrition as other spirits. They have a completely different logic of forgetting. Alice also added that the logic of forgetting worked as follows: if you see a spirit and look at it carefully, then when you look away from this spirit, your brain will automatically forget it, and you will not be able to remember it. So maybe Su Chi saw this spirit, but cannot remember. She was convinced that if you can't recognize a spirit the first time and stop time, then you can't actually record its existence. In mystical circles, it is believed that only the gods of time can remember this kind of spirits. She was so sure of this, because she herself conducted a lot of research on this matter. Therefore, gods and spirits can exist only naturally in a logical way, that is, when we see them and can remember them. All other spirits actually do not exist in our world. These spirits, who were forgotten in their world, cannot harm people, because in fact no one can see them except the gods of time. Su Chi was of course happy when Alice told him all this. He calmed down a little inside and exhaled. He can sleep peacefully. But Alice has not finished yet, as these spirits are like children, only in the world of spirits, so in order to catch them, it was necessary to use a different approach. It was interesting to know which one. Su Chi visited the main street of the Kaigi district again to check how many small temples he had already managed to build. Su Chi has already studied these two areas and now he has a map of this area in his head. He guesses that he will completely finish the work on this area in about a week. He already had maps of almost all districts of the city in his head. He could move almost everywhere with his eyes closed. And the last district he had not yet visited was the Sink district, where he wanted to build another small temple. His small temples were almost all over the city. Wherever he went there and left his temple. He did not make an exception in the new district either. It was even easier to do it there. There were many different small shops, schools, shopping centers where you could easily leave this temple. But this area was much nastier than the others he had been in before. This area had a lot of underground shops, adult shops, and very developed subcultures that most often behaved obscenely. But if he really wants to know everything about this area and find out how many spirits and ghosts are hiding in it, then he needs to really explore every centimeter of it, which Su Chi didn't really want to do. In defense of this area, Su Chi noted that there are still many spirits and ghosts in it that are worth paying attention to. For example, this spirit of a girl who cut herself with scissors. Or this is a giant skeleton with a camera on its head. There were very unique specimens that Su Chi had never seen before and probably would not have seen if he had not visited this ugly, but at the same time amazing area. Having passed half of this district, Su Chi noticed on the roof of one of the buildings there was a huge layer that emitted lightning, but it does not look like a spirit. But ordinary people do not see it. So what is it? Su Chi was already so pissed off at all the spirits and ghosts that this layer did not attract him for more than a minute. He simply turned around and went to the underground passage and forgot about some layer on the roof. In addition, Sir Anderson told him more than once that curiosity is a deadly habit for a mystic, so he must be careful and not get into anything once again, especially since he has a new figurine waiting for him at home, and he needs to develop a new scenario for it. The main man in the theater, where the 9-headed woman went to fulfill Su Chi's task, ordered everyone to get ready, check the props, put on the actor's makeup, and it was almost time to start. The main star of the evening was the well-known actor Rong Ming, who was obviously not feeling well, because he drank too much alcohol and just slept in his dressing room. The producer of the theater went to personally call Rong Ming to the stage, but he was stopped by the fact that he was sleeping and he smelled very strongly of alcohol. How much did he drink? He began to read to him the rules of the theater, and even in small theaters it is forbidden to drink before the performance. What was Rong Ming thinking? But it didn't concern him. He thought that he was the only star here and could do whatever he wanted, so he not very kindly asked the producer to leave his dressing room and not bother him anymore. The producer became even angrier. Not only did he disrupt the performance, and also kicked him out of the dressing room, but he still did not talk to him about his behavior towards his colleagues, in particular about the little actress Chiaki whom he molested and did not allow to work normally. The patience of the theater's chief producer ran out, and he shouted at Rong Ming and let him know that if he continues to cause such problems, he does not want to see him in his theater. He immediately got up from the bed and began to threaten in response that if he leaves, half the audience gathered for the performance will also leave. If the producer wants it, then let him. He got out of bed and assured the producer that people were waiting for him on stage and wanted to see his performance again, and all the producer wanted was for him not to fall asleep on stage like last time. Rong Ming was sure that these people bought tickets only because they want to see him fall asleep right on the stage. The producer was not satisfied with this development of events, so he took the bottle of rum from him and said that today he would put another actor on the stage instead of him, whose name was Sindo. Although he was a newcomer, he has been going to the theater for more than a year and comes to every rehearsal, so he even knows the lines much better than Rong Ming. These words angered him even more, and he began to shout in response that this young man will never go on the stage in his place while he is alive. This is his role and he will play it. As long as Rong Ming is in this theater, he will not be replaced by some young actors who are unknown to anyone, and that's the end of it. He took the alcohol back and continued drinking, despite the producer's prohibitions. The producer could not do anything with him. Rong Ming was too arrogant and thought that he was the main star of this theater. At that time, the same young actor Sindo was standing outside the door, who overheard the conversation from beginning to end, and he was most impressed by Rong Ming's words that as long as he is alive, this young actor will not go on stage. It seems that he is up to something. The nine-headed woman finally found her way to this theater, and the theater itself, she is right next to it, and the time has come to fulfill the task that Su Chi entrusted to her. The play that was to be performed tonight in this theater was called Macbeth. This play used to be taboo for Western theater in ancient times. It could not even be mentioned in theaters, because even the name was cursed. It condemned people to misfortune, and there were even cases of suicide. A nine-headed woman read the sign in front of the theater and was very surprised that people don't just invent things for the sake of the audience's attention, but even she was interested. That's why it works. But she did not come here to watch a play, but to work. So she stood outside and came up with a plan that would help her to complete the task as quietly as possible. So she decided to start with reconnaissance. The plus was that this task was in the theater. She actually blends in with the local actors, because they think that this is her costume and that she is one of the actors, and people just passed by and said hello. But she also had the thought in her head that ordinary people simply physically cannot see her, and therefore everyone who said hello was a monster? But most of all, she was not worried about that, but the fact that this drama was in the Western style, and all the cursed plays that were mentioned in the prophecy were precisely Western, and this play was also about witches, and there were rumors that it was because of this that the drama was cursed forever. She understood all this perfectly, but she couldn't help it. She really wanted to learn more about the magical world, so she needs to fulfill Su Chi's errand, so it seems she has an idea where to start. While the actors and actresses went on stage and the play started, she decided to start inspecting all the rooms that were in this theater. She went into almost all the rooms and didn't find anything unusual. She didn't understand why Su Chi asked her to come here. It's like an ordinary theater in which ordinary people play. Although she did not check the last room, which did not look like all the others, there was black smoke around it. She had not seen anything like this before. On the door of this room it was written that Macbeth's dressing room was located there. It was the same actor who drank a lot and had a fight with the producer. As soon as she entered this room, she immediately saw how he was lying on the floor unconscious and a bottle of rum was lying next to him. Did he not even have time to go on stage and fell asleep? But when she came closer to him and measured his pulse, which he did not have, she realized that he was not sleeping because of alcohol, and that he was not sleeping at all. Then she began to examine him, and the body showed a red face, blood flowing from the nose and mouth, and a very strong stench from the mouth, as well as compression of the trachea, which primarily indicates poisoning with prohibited substances. Suchi seemed to know who to send for this task. She was an expert in the field of forensic medicine, so she quickly determined that he had been lying here for no more than half an hour, and she was the first to see him here. She recorded the entire examination on a dictaphone, and there was nothing more she could do. She could not do an autopsy right there, so at this stage she finished. She turned off the recorder and put it aside. Instead, a can of cold coffee appeared in her hands. And this could mean only one thing: she wanted to talk to the dead man and find out what happened to him. All the dead get up as one, and the first thing they say is that they don't like coffee and ask for some alcohol, and this man was no exception. The next day, all the city's TV channels were talking about the unexpected death of a theater actor who drank too much alcohol after taking antibiotics and died right behind the scenes. Suchi watched it all on TV, and something told him that something was not right here. Suchi did not stop at the news on TV and started scrolling through the news from his phone, in which people began to spread the news that this actor died because the ancient curse of Macbeth, whose actor he was put on him. Suchi sat on the couch at home and thought how it all came together. It could be used for his personal purposes. This time, this spirit from the theater was much smarter than Geihao's bird, which is not only focused on people's panic and faith, but also waits until the faith in him becomes real, so it was much more difficult to pull him out of the abyss. Suchi watched the news and understood that this reaction of the people would not be enough to pull him out of the abyss. But if there was another murder in the theater, then Macbeth's curse will spread even more and become a folk legend, and eventually all the requirements for summoning the spirit will be fulfilled. Then Suchi will be able to control him. But there is one problem: he has already assigned this task to the nine-headed and white mouse, so he decided to wait for their results for now, and only then act. Now he was more concerned about another problem, which he could not solve and which needed to be solved as soon as possible. It was an invisible student. Suchi sat in the lessons, but did not listen to the teacher. He had a new plan in his head. He wanted to send one of his figurines to the library so that it would bring him new information that he himself could not find out. First of all, he wanted to learn more about the students who were cut out of school life. Maybe this will help him find the non-existent student. The figure went to the library. Suchi had to do it before the lessons were over, and as long as there was no one outside and in the library, his figure should not be seen. The library of the school where Suchi studied was quite large, and the little doll will search for information for a long time if it does not know where to start. Therefore, as soon as Suchi's figure was in the library, he decided to start with the archive while there was no one there, and he would be given time to search for information there. Suchi thought that the non-existent student hardly existed for the past few years, otherwise many more people would have known about this legend, not just the headmaster of the school. The figure of Suchi went through almost the entire archive of the school and did not find a single record, not even a single line for 3 years about a non-existent student. How is this possible? But Suchi wasn't going to give up and decided to dig even deeper. He sent his figure to the department of 9 years ago to check the records right there. Unfortunately, even in this department he did not find anything. Is there not a single mention of it in the whole school? The figure of Suchi searched all the shelves in the library, even those departments where even people had not entered for a long time, but there was not even a reminder of the student who fell from the roof. Suchi began to wonder if this is not specially hidden information, because it is not found anywhere. Not in the archive, not even on the internet. Everything is empty. He decided to deal with it later, after the lessons were over, so he took the doll from there and began to think about this problem further. After some time, Suchi made 2 conclusions, the first of which was that this incident happened so long ago that there were no archives then, so no record was made, and the second was that the incident happened, but they decided not to make a record and not to spread that. What should he do next? After the lessons, they sat together with Xia Yushu on the roof of the school and talked about the non-existent student. Suchi wondered what Xia Yushu knew about this story and where did he hear it. Xia Yushu didn't quite understand why Suchi was so interested in this, but he told him that he had this story. I first heard from high school students, and this story was told to them by their high school students, so the information is not accurate to say the least. But if Suchi is so interested, he can go to the beheading group and ask there. Xia Yushu was sure that the person dealing with this public knew such information, because he pays a lot of attention to details, such as the school uniform in his video. Suchi immediately asked what was wrong with the school uniform. Xia Yushu and showed him a photo of an old school uniform where he was depicted with a girl. Suchi seemed to go crazy and wanted to snatch the phone from Xia Yushu from the person he saw in the photo and immediately asked him who it was. He told him that it was his sister who told him that their school uniform was very good, but it was changed in the year when she started studying and now they have such a uniform, not like before. Suchi was more interested in who was in the photo and what uniform they were wearing, or rather when this uniform was changed, and he immediately had an idea in his head. So he jumped up, said goodbye to Xia Yushu and ran as fast as possible to the library. His classmate was not surprised by Suchi's behavior. Suchi understood that he was not looking for information there, he needs to go through the archive of transferred students. So now everything should come out, and he will find the necessary information and write down the necessary names of the students, and choose the one he needs from them. After some time of searching, he managed to find 5 suitable students for these criteria, and there was only one girl among them, and Suchi at that moment did not know what to do next. He had to figure out how to make sure that it was that girl. He couldn't call her, it was too dangerous, so he had to do it in a different way. But how? The idea came to his head that each of these students, when entering, had to fill out a form where all the information about them was indicated, so whoever did not fill it out is a non-existent student. Suchi went through a pile of materials and half of the archive, spent several hours searching, and finally found 4 students who had to fill out this form. But that's what he thought at first, and then he saw a folder that he hadn't checked yet, and in it he found a 5th student, or rather a female student. This student's name was Junoi. She had been transferred 5 or even more years ago. Suchi noticed this and immediately began to read into her form. After a few minutes of careful analysis of her form, he realized that it was not completely filled out, as if someone interrupted this student and did not let her fill it out completely. And his thoughts stopped at the moment when someone from behind put a hand on his shoulder and said that he had found her after all. Suchi was very scared when he heard the same girl's voice behind him, but it was impossible to give in to emotions and behave calmly, so that she would not suspect that he still sees her. Therefore, he decided to calmly get up from his workplace, put all the folders together and put them in their place, and then leave as if she had never appeared. She pursued him and whispered constantly in his ear that he saw her and really wanted to go to dinner with her. But Suchi understood that it was all a bait, and she just wanted to eat him, and nothing more. While he was putting all the folders in their places, she still insisted that he go somewhere with her, for example, for a walk. This time it was difficult for Suchi to hold on. This spirit seemed to know how to better manipulate the victim. She didn't stop talking to him and asking him to go somewhere with her, but it didn't work out. Suchi held on like a rock and knew that he had to get out of here as soon as possible. Maybe she would unhook herself. As soon as Suchi stepped outside the library building, she stopped, and it was a great chance for him to run away from her, which he did. This girl was Suchi's headache. She was a spirit that had never appeared before, and when it appeared, it would not let go so easily. It was very difficult to deal with her. Suchi became much easier when she let go of him. He could move freely around the school. He was walking along the corridor thinking about this girl, until suddenly he saw one of the students of the school, who was standing on the edge and seemed to be crying. He saw Suchi and asked him where he lost that thing. Suchi did not understand the question, what he was talking about, and what he lost there, so he decided to ask him again. As soon as Tsuchi asked again, this person turned around and it turned out that it was another spirit that caught Tsuchi so simply, for a banal question. He began to chase after Tsuchi through all the corridors of the school, trying to catch and eat him. Tsuchi will not last long, something must be invented urgently. People who were on the street watched Tsuchi running from someone, but they did not see from anyone and thought that he had gone crazy or really wanted to eat and ran to the dining room. While running, Tsuchi remembered that on the school grounds there are a lot of not only ordinary spirits or ghosts, but also spirits that sit inside the human body, and then these thoughts unexpectedly turned into a wonderful idea. He remembered that spirits can destroy each other. And this can save him from him. He changed his route and ran towards the gym, where he knew for sure there were a lot of spirits that were much bigger than this one. While he was running away, he managed to use his painted face skills so that the spirit could no longer see him, and created one of his dolls to use as a decoy. This stupid spirit easily fell for this trick and ran after Tsuchi's figurine instead of himself. Then everything was very simple. He ran into the gym controlling the figure, and shouted that he sees absolutely every spirit in this hall and wants them to eat him. Of course, the spirits were not against a snack, so they gladly accepted such a sweet offer. When that pig head caught up with Tsuchi's figurine copy, he pierced it with his sword and started eating, but he didn't consider the fact that he wasn't alone. Ate them along with this small spirit. Tsuchi's plan worked. After destroying the figurine, Tsuchi felt a very strong pain in his chest and he began to cough up blood, but he knew that this was normal in such situations, so he understood what he should do next. He got up and repeated to himself again that in this world one should never lose vigilance, even for a second, because to fall into such a trap from which one cannot get out. After such a run, Tsuchi returned to the classroom where the next lesson was waiting for him. But he was also in for a surprise. The same girl whose name he learned literally half an hour ago was sitting at the last desk of the classroom. Now she is chasing him. Again, it was necessary to behave as discreetly as possible and not succumb to her provocations, because I would have to run away from her. Fortunately for Tsuchi, she did not see him and sat calmly. But Tsuchi thought about such a thing that if she is a spirit of oblivion, then why did he not forget her and still see her? Now she looks like an ordinary spirit, like all the others. Tsuchi looked with one eye at what she was writing there. He was very interested to know what kind of symbols there were. He decided not to use a magic stone to get rid of her because it was too expensive for such a small spirit, so he decided to make her into a Buddha, but first he needed to do more research on her. In the evening of the same day, near the theater where the terrible murder took place, there were already a bunch of police cars that arrived at the call of one of the theater workers. They surrounded the entire territory of the theater with a special yellow tape and did not let anyone in. Officer Kuroki, who is known throughout the city as a ruthless detective who will find a criminal in any corner of the city, arrived at the scene. He examined the scene of the crime and went out to breathe some air and smoke a cigarette, but he was not allowed to rest. The chief producer of the theater immediately ran up to him, who begged him not to open a case on this case, because his theater would be closed immediately. The producer assured him that if he took this case to court, they could not open the doors of the theater for several days, and if he did not work for several days, he would be closed immediately. Detective Kuroki himself did not want to open a case on this case, but they cannot have a corpse in the theater and not answer for it, how it happened, and who is to blame for it. The producer was almost on his knees and asked him to close this case right now. Rong Ming was an alcoholic, he just drank too much and had an accident. There is no need to open a case on such trifles. The detective held out his hand to him, in which he was holding a mobile phone, and if the producer so wanted not to open the case, he could talk to the deputy commissioner himself and give him an argument why the case should not be opened. But he didn't care about the commissar and the police. The producer was worried about only one question: when will they be able to open their theater and continue their work? To which I received a clear answer from the inspector: when the results of the body examination will be received and when all the employees of the theater will be interviewed. And while this did not happen, the inspector called a new employee of the police, Officer Baishur, to help the producer get into the surveillance chamber. She happily complied with the inspector's request and led the producer to the surveillance camera and the suspects. A few minutes later, the report on the body was ready and delivered directly to the hands of Inspector Kuroki, who took it and began to read it, while simultaneously recalling how one of the workers talked about a woman in a white coat who was at the scene of the crime, but was not an employee of the theater. Then the inspector stubbed out his cigarette with his foot and ordered everyone in the theater to remain in their seats, and not to go anywhere until they gave permission. The development of events right next to the theater, and she was strange because of her outfit. But she didn't stay long. She stood a little and called a taxi to the Sink district. I wonder who she is? Meanwhile, Mr. Anderson sat in the headquarters and read the news about the case in the theater involving Rong Min. Even he was surprised and he felt that there was something unclean. The actor could not just die before the performance. He also mentioned that it was in this theater that Suchi was conducting an investigation. It was very interesting. Before Mr. Anderson had time to finish reading his newspaper and finish his coffee, he was attacked from behind by the same woman who had just been standing near the theater and was watching all this. This strange woman's name was Scheherazade. She had come specially at Mr. Anderson's invitation. He was very happy when he saw her, because he called another mystic to the meeting, but he really wanted Scheherazade to come earlier, and it happened, so he immediately made tea and treated her. When Scheherazade heard that La Grin was still to come, it was the same mystic that Anderson spoke about. She was very happy and already wanted to see him, because they were old friends. Then their conversation was just transfers between branches, and she asked Anderson if she should transfer. Anderson thought that it was already too late to apply for a transfer to his branch. But if she had already entered this door, then what is the difference? You can forget about it and not think about it. Therefore, she had only to come to terms with the fact that she will have an explosive colleague, whom we will see a little later, from whom, by the way, the last time she worked with him in Berlin, she received an unforgettable injury from him, namely a broken arm. Remembers those times well. After that he hid from her for more than 2 years, and now they will finally see each other. Scheherazade cautiously asked Anderson if he didn't know that she was also here, to which she received a positive answer. As Anderson told Grimm, no one told him this unpleasant news. She was very happy and counted on the fact that he had trained well these past 2 years, otherwise he would not be released from the hospital while she was in this city. Mr. Anderson mentioned that he wanted to talk to her about the newbies. He has one not quite newbie who has very good prospects. Maybe she will be interested. It was late in the evening and Suchi decided to come to Mr. Anderson for advice and just to talk. Today he really wanted to ask Mr. Anderson about spirits and ghosts that were forgotten and to tell him what had happened to him in the last days. As soon as Suchi went to see Mr. Anderson and said hello, his eyes immediately fell on the girl sitting next to him. She was not ordinary as it seemed to Suchi at first glance. Scheherazade also immediately noticed a guy who liked her very much right away, so she greeted him first to establish contact. Suchi became a little stunned and asked Mr. Anderson whether he came on time or is it possible for him to come tomorrow? Mr. Anderson, of course, did not drive him away, but on the contrary invited him to join them, so he began to introduce them. First he introduced Miss Scheherazade. She was one of the 2 members of the Black Gate who were transferred to our branch, and then he introduced Suchi. She is the very newcomer about whom he just spoke. Scheherazade was very happy to see such a young newcomer in their team and immediately started joking with him, but it seems that Suchi doesn't quite understand jokes. But Suchi still understood that Scheherazade was joking and she is quite a nice person, so he supported them and laughed. Then Mr. Anderson thought that if Scheherazade is still here, maybe she will help Suchi learn to use weapons so that he can destroy spirits on his own in the future? Suchi did not understand such a request from Mr. Anderson. Did he really need such training? Will he need to carry a weapon? Anderson assured him that it was absolutely necessary, because he also saw the Hummingbird and he also knows about the Pioneer Church, so Suchi must learn to master weapons at a basic level so that he can repel any spirit, even in a stressful situation. Sir Anderson, of course, explained why he himself could not teach him. The fact was that he does not know weapons too well. Of course he can use them, but his level is not as high as Scheherazada's, for example, so he cannot teach others. As he once told a member of the Black Gates, they are divided into collectors and receivers. In simple words, the collector collects objects, and the receiver sells them. And all the recipients have a much higher weapon skill level than the collectors, so Scheherazada's level is much higher, and she will be a better teacher in this case than Mr. Anderson. Her joy knew no bounds. She was very pleased to be teaching such a young novice Suchi. She immediately began to examine him for his physical strength and physical condition of the body in which Suchi is now. She immediately noticed that he trains and plays sports. But will this be enough for him? After she checked his physical condition, Scheherazade decided to test his concentration, so she called him to come closer to him, namely to play darts. Scheherazade gave him several darts and asked him to gather all his concentration and try to hit the bull's eye. Suchi still couldn't accept the fact that she would be his teacher, but he trusted Mr. Anderson, so he agreed. Suchi took a position convenient for him and prepared for the first throw. At this stage Scheherazade did not interfere with him and let him do everything himself. She wanted to see how ready he was for the weapon. He made his first shot and missed the target, even far from the target. Suchi's shot turned out so-so. Scheherazade watched this carefully, and even taking into account the fact that he hit the bullseye right away, he had a good enough position and throwing power. The next time she suggested that he go to the shooting range, and she would show him how to handle weapons and teach him simple techniques of close combat. And today Suchi can rest. She plans to go to the shooting range later and will tell Suchi when they leave. Mr. Anderson was very glad that they became friends. After the darts, Suchi decided to immediately talk about what he came here for, namely about the transferred student of their school. He wanted to tell what Suchi had learned in the last few days, but Anderson immediately calmed him down and asked him to sit down and talk a little more slowly. Some time passed. They all played Monopoly together, and all this time Suchi told his story with the transferred student, namely the student he saw after learning her name. He reached the end of the story and stopped. Mr. Anderson listened carefully to him, and said in his head that they had discussed this before, and Mr. Anderson gave him consent to study the biography. Because it was the safest way to find out everything and not fall into a trap. Very interesting. It was already late in the evening and yellow pieces of paper were still hanging near the theater, which meant that entry was prohibited. Although people were interviewed and sent home, it seems that there are no living souls in the theater now. But everything was not so calm at the scene of the crime. Some girl in a green coat decided to visit there and examine it as best as possible. She started drawing some strange symbols on the ground. It looks like she wants to conduct a ritual right here. What's going on? But her plan didn't work, because she wasn't alone there. The nine-headed woman was still in that theater, and she knew for sure that the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime, so she waited until the last one and waited. She felt safe when her face was covered by a mask, so she did not worry that she would be seen and began to interrogate this girl. Why did she take the life of this actor? The girl immediately began to make excuses and say that she did not do anything, but came here simply because she forgot some things here. The woman was sure that this girl was somehow involved in the crime and that Rong Ming did not die from alcohol, but someone helped him. As it turned out, it was one of the actors of the theater, a young girl from Tsinitz, so the nine-headed woman immediately began to accuse her and did not believe a single word she said. But the woman didn't do it just like that, because she had a gift that she used with Rong Ming. She made coffee and talked to him, so she knew the details of the crime, namely how this girl made Rong Ming take an overdose of antibiotics while he was drunk. The girl turned pale from this story. How could she know this? He is dead. Who else could tell her this? The nine-headed woman was an excellent forensic expert, so she was much better at talking with the dead than with living people, so at that moment she was waiting for a confession from the girl. She wanted to know why the girl did it, Did she do it because of his constant harassment, which she just couldn't stand anymore? Is there another reason why you did it? The nine-headed woman went further and began to dig into the girl's thoughts, although she had never had such a gift. But today she saw through the girl and knew why and how she did it, so she asked if it had anything to do with Shinto, that the actor who was supposed to replace Rong Ming. The calm state of the girl disappeared in an instant, and she started shouting and assuring the woman that he was not to blame for anything here. Now the woman was absolutely sure that he was involved here, and it was he who encouraged her to commit this crime, and she simply loves him too much, so she went along with it. But the girl denied it, and said that Rong Ming was to blame for everything. She began to tell how every time Rong Ming went on stage, it was no longer a theater, but a circus in which there was one constantly drunk clown who spoiled everything. It was unfair because Shindo was created for this role. He rehearsed constantly day and night for this role, he put so much into it, but in return he got emptiness. So she committed this crime for his sake. Does she really think that if Rong Ming is no longer in the theater, Shindo will take his place and play this role? The girl understood this even without the woman. The matter was not even with Rong Ming, but with the fact that Shindo was diagnosed with an inflammatory process of the vocal cords in childhood, which does not allow him to perform at full intensity, as it was necessary, if he wants to in the future, to lose my voice altogether. His career is already over, he signed documents, and will never go on stage again, and because of this damn drunkard, he didn't even go on stage to enjoy that wonderful feeling even once. But the woman was sure that this was not a reason to break the law and commit a crime. She recorded it on her phone and thought about how people are weak creatures. As soon as you bring them to emotions a little about what hurts them the most in life, they immediately give up. The girl cried and did not know what to do next. Although she was sure that she did everything right, it was for the sake of Shindo. She knew for sure that everything was to blame for this theater, and its stupid and lazy managers who did not give Shindo even a chance to show himself, and Rong Ming ruined his career, simply destroyed his dream to perform on stage. The girl got up from her knees and said that she would make all of them pay for this, and the next in line was the theater producer who was covering for Rong Ming. The woman calmed her down and assured her that she would be arrested immediately. Unexpectedly, the girl took out a knife from her pocket and cut her hand and shouted that she will not be arrested, because the angels will save her and help her finish the work she started. Her blood turns black and begins to drip onto the drawing she drew before the woman scared her. At the same moment, someone started talking out of nowhere, and the light in the room turned golden. What is happening? A huge statue of an angel came out from under the ground. It seems that the girl herself did not understand how she had summoned this creature, and that it would be of such enormous size. This statue was made of stone that was decorated with gold color, and it was not clear how it turned out, and why this statue is crying. While the woman was watching all this, everything inside her seemed to be squeezing and pulling somewhere down, and there was also a too strong feeling of holiness. It was a great angel of tears, which the girl summoned to help her fight against people who wanted to prevent her from taking revenge. She was on her knees and asked this angel to bring to this theater a cleansing of all the dirt that had accumulated and to destroy all the people who are responsible for the misfortunes of Shindo. The woman carefully watched this picture and understood that this angel is not so good, and she needs to run away as quickly as possible, because she will not bring anything good. As soon as she turned around, opened the door and started to run, she heard a very loud sound, as if something broke. At the same moment, she turned her head and saw how this angel seemed to have just broken the skull of this poor girl and did not even spare her. This statue did not come here to help, it came to destroy everything around. Looking at this whole situation, the woman tripped over the threshold and fell to the ground right next to the dressing room, and this huge statue immediately approached her, which wanted to do the same to her as it did to the girl. The woman was already at the medical university, where she was relatively safe from the statue, but she felt very bad. Are there any side effects after meeting this monster? She had never felt this before. Her stomach hurt a lot, as if it was bursting, and her throat seemed to be on fire. This effect was due to the fact that her doll was destroyed, and it was a kind of side effect. As she recalls, she tried to run away from this statue to save the doll's life, so she ran without stopping and at the same time came up with a plan to get out into the street. It seems that she succeeded. She ran outside and broke away from her, but it was all at first glance, until she heard a sound coming from the mountain. She looked up and saw a huge statue flying towards her, which was all on fire, and she really wanted to finish it off. That's how it turned out. She lost contact with the doll and had to suffer a little while moving away from the side effect, but as Mr. Truth told her, the doll should recover in 3 days, so she wasn't so upset. But what to do next with this statue? The woman also had an incredible case because her doll died, so while she drank glass after glass of water, she remembered every moment of this crazy escape. Even considering that so much time had passed since the destruction, she could remember every movement of that statue and the fact that she was constantly crying. Although this is not surprising, she is the goddess of tears. She noticed that when she looked at her, the statue did not move, but as soon as she made any movement to the right or left, the statue came to life and was too fast to follow her movements. That's why she delivered such blows that she didn't even see, and it was almost impossible to dodge. Of course, the woman tried to bypass her several times with the help of this law, but it never succeeded, because her movements after she stopped looking at her were too fast, and as a result she still caught and destroyed her. She stood in the kitchen and thought that she needed to return the doll, and in order to do this, she must return the physical shell of this doll in any case. She also lost her mobile phone in this theater, which contained enough evidence in this case, and how now should it all be returned? But on the other hand, she was glad that she wasn't in the place of the doll, because she would have died for sure. She wouldn't even have had a chance. For the time being, she decided not to return to the theater, because there was a creature there that she couldn't handle on her own, so she needed to come up with another plan. She is troubled by the thought that this statue may never leave there and stay there forever, and she should be ready to meet her again. But who can she turn to for help? She should come up with something as soon as possible, because if tomorrow people go outside and see this stone statue, it can harm them very much, and this had to be avoided. The woman walked around the entire kitchen and simply could not understand what to do. She will not go to the police, because they will obviously not believe her there, and if she tells someone else about it, she may break the secret with Mr. Estina. But she also couldn't pretend that she didn't see anything, so she found a way to tell everyone and not expose herself, so she decided to write a note and give it to someone who could solve it. She described everything in detail and did not mince words. She also wrote about the weak point of this spirit or ghost, and she really hoped that she was not doing it in vain and that it would definitely help. Shortly after the 9-headed woman appeared in this theater, a mouse catcher came to this theater, who also saw this terrible statue and was no longer so confident in his abilities. The statue noticed him and wanted to destroy him just as she did with the doll of the woman, so she went in search of him. As soon as she began to look in all corners of the theater, she looked literally all corners, but she never managed to find the mousetrap. It was a matter of size. The mouse catcher was much smarter than it seemed and was constantly underestimated, so in this situation, no one could have guessed that he would simply transform into his real form of a small mouse and simply run away from the statue. The morning didn't come very well for Su Chi. He was woken up by the phone literally bursting with the number of messages, and eventually calls, so he just couldn't ignore it any longer. He received a phone call from Mr. Anderson, who wanted to know how Su Chi was doing with the task he had assigned him to do in the tram theater. Su Chi even jumped out of bed because he thought that something was not going according to plan and something happened there. Mr. Anderson called him about the death of one of the actors of the theater, namely Rong Ming, but Su Chi was sure that it was the curse of Macbeth. Of course, Anderson did not rule out this theory, but he told Su Chi that another crime took place tonight and another person died. Su Chi hadn't expected this since the morning, so he asked Mr. Anderson not to hang up and wait until he checked the news and gave him at least some kind of answer. But after looking through all the news on the internet, Suchi did not find anything there, so he asked Mr. Anderson what had happened and how he knew about it. To which Mr. Anderson replied that it is not known who sent the letter to the police in which he told about all the details of the crime, including about Rongming. Suchi was interested in many questions related to this theater and what was written in the same letter, but Mr. Anderson could not tell it all over the phone, so he invited him to visit him tonight, where he explained everything in detail. "We'll tell him." Suchi agreed to a meeting with Mr. Anderson and lay down further in bed, remembering everything he knew about this theater and who could have sent this letter. A thought flashed through Suchi's mind that maybe a 9-headed woman and a mouse could do it, but how could these two make so much noise without knowing anything about the occult arts? But all this was very interesting and fascinating. Suchi liked the way the history of this theater developed. After such a fun morning, Suchi went to school for lessons. He sat in class and listened attentively as the teacher told them when they had their midterm exam in all subjects, so he advised them to prepare very well, because those who do not pass this exam will not be admitted to the cultural evening this year. It was very important for everyone. Suchi was confident in his abilities and knew that he would definitely pass this exam, because he had not missed a single class since he entered this world, but he was worried about the thought that he still had to do something before this exam. But what was it? His thoughts were interrupted by someone who put the books right in front of his nose and scared Suchi a little. It was Xiang Xiao who approached him to suggest that they arrange a study meeting this week. Suchi remembered that every semester she comes to him for a study meeting, because she does not study well, so Suchi pulls her up for exams. That's what he could not remember. He was standing in front of her and did not know what to answer her. He completely forgot about it, but he could not agree, because he knew who she really was. Suchi could of course agree, but if she was a normal girl, but she is a spirit, and also so scary, that's why he couldn't do it. He needed to figure out why he couldn't arrange this evening. She insisted that he give her at least some kind of answer, and not just stand silently and look at her. But Suchi couldn't figure out why he wouldn't be able to go to the study evening today. While he was thinking, another voice sounded from the side. It was the voice of the same ghost girl who couldn't let go of Suchi. She also wanted him to raise her grades, and she passed the exam successfully. Suchi could not understand why she suddenly entered into their conversation. Why is she doing this? They both stood in front of him and took turns asking him when it would be better for them to come and why he was ignoring them. Suchi was just torn inside. He was very angry and did not understand what this girl was here for. Everything was more or less clear with Xiaoyi, but why did the ghost of an unknown student suddenly intervene in the conversation? What does she have to do with it? All he was able to answer in a calm voice was that he had problems at home, so he would not be able to organize this evening of knowledge this time. But then he realized that his spirit Xiaoyi suspects him and thinks that he sees her, so there is no way to refuse. You have to invent something. Therefore, he continued his phrase and added that they should choose a day when he will be completely free. For example, a weekend. Saturday is a very good option. Xiaoyi was very happy that he agreed and promised to bring him good food so that they could study together, and the spirit of the unknown girl just repeated all the phrases for Xiaoyi. Suchi simply could not believe that he agreed. He has 2 spirits at home. 2 more will come to this. It is already some kind of haunted house. Evening came and Suchi went to meet Mr. Anderson at the Black Gate branch. At the moment when Suchi entered the apartment, he saw how a man in a black suit was just pouring tea for Alice, and they were having a heated discussion. He went in and greeted everyone, and Mr. Anderson immediately invited him to join them. He wants to tell him something very important. The black man was as friendly as possible today and poured Suchi tea even without his request. For the first time, Suchi wondered what kind of creature the Hatter is. Mr. Anderson told him that he is a doll, but he sometimes behaves like a normal person. It was very good, but it was time to get down to business, and Mr. Anderson proposed to start right now. He opened the topic about the crime in the theater. As it turned out, new circumstances about this case were revealed, which were reported to them through a special channel. As it was reported to Mr. Anderson, A new creature appeared in this theater, not a spirit, but an occult creature that does whatever it wants there. Suchi did not understand what he was talking about, so Mr. Anderson decided to show him the example of pictures. He began to explain that an angel of tears appeared there tonight. As Anderson explained, this is an accidental side effect of the occultist's work on spirits and ghosts, which led to the creation of creatures that cannot be controlled. No one knows how it happened and no one has been able to repeat it again, but these creatures appeared in the world and now exist among us. Suchi looked carefully at all the pictures that Mr. Anderson showed him and did not understand. If it is not a spirit or a ghost, then what is it? How then can you deal with it? Alice intervened in the dialogue and told Suchi that in mystical schools, when they teach beginners, they refer to these angels of tears as conscious beings, because they differ in a characteristic feature. When you look at them, they stop and do not move. As soon as you turn your eyes to the other side, he quickly reacts and breaks the viewer's neck. Since the time when they first appeared in the world, a lot of people died, and the followers of these people summed up their work. These creatures cannot be destroyed, they can only be captured and locked, but not in an ordinary cell, because it will easily escape. Therefore, he needs a specially equipped camera. Suchi realized a very unpleasant thing, that these creatures can get out of control and then it is very difficult to stop them. But this is not the worst thing, but the fact that the Black Gate Club, according to Anderson, no longer has special containers to keep these creatures. Suchi began to blame himself for this, because he thought that the 9-headed woman and the white mouse were involved, and he just wanted them to know what was going on there, and that was it. But they did not finish the story about the Angel of Tears and continued further, and as it turned out, the second biggest problem with these angels is that they are able to reproduce. They can do it with the help of written pictures, photos or videos, or even if they got somewhere in the reflection of a mirror. All these actions will increase their number, and nowadays there are a lot of such objects. Therefore, Mr. Anderson emphasized that any images of angels must be destroyed before they take shape, otherwise they will multiply one after another, and then it will be impossible to catch them. Then Suchi understood that if the angel leaves the theater, everyone will start filming and photographing him, and thus giving him the opportunity to reproduce, and this can lead to very serious consequences. Mr. Anderson continued Suchi's words and added that intelligent creatures that can reproduce and are also very aggressive, then they are worse than atomic weapons or viruses. So everything that happens in the theater is no longer your task, Suchi, it is too difficult for you. Therefore, Mr. Anderson sent Scheherazade there. She will try to detain the creature in the theater until the special box that they have already ordered is delivered here. Suchi became much lighter from the thought that there are organizations in the world such as the Black Gates, which protect people from the horrors of the magical world and protect them. But Mr. Anderson is not finished yet. He called Suchi not only to tell him the details of this case, he wants to ask him to take up the case about the secret person who sent this letter to the police. We need to find this person. As soon as Suchi took the letter in his hands, he saw familiar symbols and immediately understood who wrote this letter. It was his familiar 9-headed man, so a smile immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Anderson added that this letter was handed to him by the police from a mysterious person who said that she was from Shrine number 89, so that Anderson thought that it was some new secret organization. He dug a little in the book and found something. This symbol that was depicted on the letter corresponds to some elements of occult symbolism. That is, it meant that it was connected with the figure of the 9-headed creature from the Book of Coming to the West. And he also reminded Suchi that all this could be related to the recent events surrounding the unknown god Ludo, whom everyone was spreading so much on the internet. Suchi listened carefully to what Mr. Anderson was telling him and assured himself that under no circumstances should the Black Gate Club be allowed to learn more about his activities outside of it. Therefore, Suchi specifically asked questions that did not relate to the topic, for example, about the organization of beheading, to which Mr. Anderson answered negatively and assured him that they were of no use here, it must be a more ancient organization. Suchi did not understand the formulation of the ancient organization, because he only recently created it. How can it be ancient? Mr. Anderson explained to him that he conducted a special ritual and wanted to find where the roots of this organization come from with the help of a special organ of the Black Gate Club, the House of Divination. But the results showed that this organization is not from this world, so he could not find anything. Suchi didn't know how to react to this, so he just smiled, pretending that he didn't understand anything. Alice broke into the conversation and added that the results of this divination weren't wrong as far as she could tell. It was a crazy time rift known to all as past times. Therefore, they believe that this organization is from the past, the distant past. Suchi couldn't hide his laughter anymore. What are they saying like that? There is too much stupid information coming into his head right now, because he is just trying to build some extra lines for his future anchor. What organization from the past? What are they talking about? Suchi didn't know what to do to stop laughing, so Anderson asked if everything was fine with him, and Alice generally thought that the Hatter's tea was to blame. It must have expired. Now there will be a story about abandoned cities, in which no one has lived for thousands of years. One day, one of the strongest mystics in the world visited there and wanted to conduct his summoning ritual. He created a huge drawing for the ritual around the entire city and was already ready to conduct it. His face was similar to the face of a demon who had just come out of hell. A wind was blowing around him that brought only suffering, and today he clearly planned something not very good. He finished his preparation for the ritual and had already begun to implement it, until suddenly he was interrupted by a voice behind him, which made him very angry. When he turned, his eyes saw a man who was dressed rather strangely in his opinion, but this did not prevent him from introducing himself as the spreader of truth and knowledge of the great sage Linville and greeting the demon. It even amused him a little, so he asked him what he was doing here and whether he thought that diving under the center of the earth was such a fun activity, and whether he wanted to stay here. He left him alive for now, because he had just created an alchemical formation, which he was going to use now, would help him go to the next world, so he asked him to just wait. But this man came here not to perish. He had a clear offer that would cost the demon only 3 sage stones. Suchi became much easier and they continued the dialogue, and Suchi began to ask what are these pastimes they are talking about. Alice began to tell Suchi about this concept, so she started with the main one. If the mystic does not have enough depth resistance, then one can talk about a fairly easy loss of control over the mind and body. Suchi asked Mr. Anderson if he could lose control with his huge anchor? To which Mr. Anderson replied that the risks exist, and in the case of working with the Black Gate Club, they become even greater. Alice continued her story. As she had said, to explain everything in detail she had to start with the basics, so she asked the Hatter to bring him a book from the top shelf, which he gladly did. She repeated to Suchi what he already knew about the 3 edges of the triangle of the secret world stone, which were the mystics, thinkers and protectors, and now it was time to talk about the 3 stones of the secret world, or rather the 3 paths that lead to the source of the beginning of the mystical world. It was as if Suchi was sitting on the sofa at one moment and flew somewhere, wherever Alice wanted, who wanted to show him these 3 ways. These 3 ways were called the Gate of Truth, God's construction and God's key, and together they formed a single magical way into the world. For many years, thinkers and mystics have believed that if they manage to get to the other side of the gate, they will be able to find the source. The idea was that the other side of this door reflects the true form of a person, and also this door directed all life energy into the body of this person. People, that's why everyone wanted to find them. Suchi couldn't believe what he was hearing right now. Was it true, and did someone ever find this door? Fortunately, no one has yet found this magic door, but with the advent of words in this world, every mystic and thinker spread this legend among others of their kind, and then each of them dreamed of finding this door. But we don't have many such fanatical mystics left in our time, so don't take it to your head, Mr. Suchi. We won't talk about it anymore today. Today Alice offered to focus more on the Gate of Truth itself. Then she began to talk about the carving from which this gate was created, which in the magical world is called the Tree of Life, which is a blueprint for rebuilding the universe. The 10 points of origin represent a system of mystical knowledge, in which the theory of the creation of the universe is briefly mentioned. So the ancient mystics relied on this system and created 10 primitive schools, which in turn split into more small schools around the world, but all knowledge still comes from these first 10 schools. Su Chi's head was already spinning from such a flow of information, and he did not understand what was going on here and why, so he simply agreed with everything. Therefore, Alice continued to talk further and gave him the example of the school of alchemy, which has the largest and most authoritative system of knowledge in the whole world, because it is the successor of the ancient school of reason. The system of occult knowledge of the Black Gates originates from the system of the kingdom, that is, they have a partial relation to human cognition and understanding of how rituals work. Su Chi couldn't stand it any longer and asked Alice once again what the house of fortune-telling is and why it is needed at all. As she understands it herself, the house of divination traces all the mystical schools deep enough to recognize the first source of the school or organization and the only occult organization that cannot be deciphered, and that is outside of the 10 systems, or what they call the pastimes. Then Su Chi began to wonder what kind of pastimes it was then. Alice began to explain to him that if he begins to study the secret of time, he will find a lot of details that he should not see in the logic of world time. These small details leave behind small consequences that we can already observe. At this stage of Su Chi's explanation, he did not understand anything at all, and it seems that he did not want to understand anything. Everything seemed too difficult and incomprehensible. Alice closed the book, and the illusion of where they were just now also disappeared. Is it possible to create such illusions with the help of this book? And then Alice wanted to tell a fairy tale for Su Chi, which he should definitely like. Su Chi was quite surprised when he heard that she was going to tell him a fairy tale, and noticed how she clearly presented the information to avoid losing control over him. It was interesting. She took out a very small watch from her small purse. It was a watch with which she could stop the flow of time. It was called the Effect of Religion Métis Party, a very strange name. After applying this religion, absolutely everything in the room froze, even Mr. Anderson, who was drinking his tea at that moment, but not Su Chi, who seems to have left it on purpose. She explained to him that she stopped time to talk to him in relative safety, so as not to lose control and have time to tell everything. It would only take 3 minutes, so Su Chi had nothing to worry about. At some point, Su Chi simply began to dive under the water and hear Alice's voice, but he did not see her. She informed him that sometime in the distant future there will be a group of such monsters whose life forms will be much better than now, and they will eat people now exist. She continued that in the future there will be no more people, they will all be eaten and exterminated, their race will die out, and the monsters will not stay on the planet for long either, because they will also find themselves without food and eventually disappear as well. The monsters understand this problem, so they travel to the past to eat the people there and continue their existence. But they didn't cross history and return to the beginning of humanity. They realize that if they do that, they will also lose their source of food. Therefore, during this period, most monsters began to drown, and then they saw that they did not need to eat people to maintain their existence. Faith and fear can achieve similar effects, but human demand at that time was in short supply. Therefore, before sinking, the only monsters that remained alive created a secret to breed people, waiting for the day when they will be awakened again. Most of the time holes that Alice saw in her life were the result of the monsters returning to the past, so part of the story falls out, and we call such fragments past times. After the last word, Su Chi felt as if someone pulled him down to the depths so that he fully understood what was being said. There was a voice around him that kept telling him that he needed to dive deeper, that the depth was too shallow, and Su Chi did not understand what was happening and where his anchor lines were divided, which should stop such a rapid dive. His lines started to cut one after another. He's going crazy. What's going on here? His immersion continued unabated. His mind no longer worked, and his consciousness began to shut down. The voice that was constantly talking to him had already almost brought him to the point of losing his adequacy, and he had signs of losing control and turning into a spirit. That is at the very bottom is talking to him, and he lures Su Chi into this trap. because Suchi really wants to know everything, to learn about all the secrets of this world, and this can only be done if he sinks to the end. Suchi's consciousness turned off completely, he was left with only a memory, and his mind was completely taken over by the spirit that sat in him, and his body simply went to the bottom and did not fight anymore. Suddenly he opened his eyes in the headquarters of the Black Gate, and the voice disappeared. He no longer hears it, and he no longer drowns. What was it? What happened to him? He saw a purple cloud on his hand that was gradually coming out of it, and it scared him a lot. He started screaming. Alice stopped this madness and took her little hand's spirit back. She didn't expect such a reaction from Suchi. She was angry with him that he almost lost control of his body and drowned. But Suchi was no less aggressive. He did not expect this from her. As soon as he heard the voice, he immediately began to sink, and it scared him very much. He still does not believe that everything is fine with him. She understood him that it was very dangerous and very scary, but she did it only for his future, because to try once the control of the loss of the edge is a very useful exercise for the mind, although this experience is very dangerous. Suchi understood everything and thanked him, so he decided to help Alice put the book back, but she refused. But how will she put it back if she can't walk? She calmly got up from the sofa and went to the side of the bookshelf to put it back. Suchi did not expect this. He was sure that she could not walk and she constantly needed the Hatter's help. But she explained to him that she can walk only while these 3 minutes are running. When they end, she will no longer have such a skill and will have to move again in a wheelchair. Even if Alice could walk during these 3 minutes, the height at which this book was not lower for her, so Suchi's help is still needed. After Suchi put the book back, just at that time the 3 minutes ended and everything around returned to its place. Mr. Anderson continued to drink his tea as if nothing had happened, and the Hatter continued sorting through the books. But Mr. Anderson asked Suchi how the conversation went before they were so to speak. Alice interrupted Suchi and said that the conversation didn't go as well as she planned. He almost lost his mind and turned into a ghost after hearing about the past. Mr. Anderson repeated all of Alice's words that it is very dangerous to lose control over the mind, because you can become a demon and never return to a human body. But this experience is very useful for him, because he can now cope without help in a similar situation. He continued to warn him and reminded him that there is a big gap between the anchors. Some will be able to help and others not, so he should independently control the situation and the depth at which he is, because it is all very dangerous. Next week, he suggested that Suchi come to his place. He would give him a copy of the Kingdom Systems book that Alice told him about. Suchi was very impressed by such an offer, so of course he agreed. But is it different from the Foundation book? Anderson assured that, of course, they differ, because the main secret of each school, in order to really write down the knowledge of the original system, the members of the Black Gate must also make a certain contribution in order to learn effectively. But Suchi had almost no input, so he thought. Mr. Anderson assured him that his contribution to the fight against the Hummingbird and his new investigation into the secret organization 89 should be more than enough to apply to the school. Anderson once again reminded him what an investigation means, when Suchi should only look for evidence, and in no case expose himself to danger. Suchi understood how he should act. All he had to do was ask the 9-headed woman what happened there, and do everything so that no one found out. Several days have passed since Mr. Anderson gave Suchi a new task, and since then nothing has happened. Everything has been calm and without new crimes. The theater was covered with yellow tapes and no one was allowed there, so everything remained. Even more, they blocked all the nearest streets and warned about the danger in this area. While Suchi was thinking about what to do next and what to do, he received a message on his phone from Scheherazade, who informed him that their training was postponed until she dealt with the Angel of Tears. Here is the decision that came to Suchi by himself. He would rather investigate the case of the transferred student. Suchi had long wanted to contact her former classmates, but all the contact details were locked in the archive, and only Jean had the keys, and Suchi did not really want to go to him. But otherwise he won't get this data. So he has to go through himself and ask Jean for the key. So he came to the class where he was studying and asked one of his classmates to call him. His classmate shouted to the whole class that Suchi had come to Jean and wanted to see him, as if anyone else was interested. Jean was the president of the school council, so it is not surprising that he had the keys to the archive. Jean was very surprised when he saw Suchi, who came to talk to him. This happens very rarely, more precisely, it is probably the first time, so he was very curious what Suchi wanted from him. Tianjing's classmates are very active girls and often interfere in their own business. That's why Suchi didn't want to go to him. It was very difficult to talk alone. Tianjin left the classroom and started the conversation first. He asked what Suchi needed from him. To which Suchi responded by asking for the key to the archive, but Tianjin did not understand this request. Why does Suchi have this key at all? But after Suchi explained to him that he wanted to learn more about some documents from the archive, Jean gave him the key without any problems. It was easier than Suchi expected. He even joked, "Is Jean worried that Suchi will take this key and do something bad?" But in response, he heard that Tianjin trusts him, but he must return the key after working on it. Suchi was very happy, because he got what he wanted and not by a very difficult method, as he thought. So Suchi thanked the president of the school club for his help and ran to explore the archive. Suchi spent the day scouring archives for his mysterious classmates' contacts. That evening, he called them, seeking info about her. Strangely, no one remembered much, except two noted her as reclusive, often sick and absent, until she disappeared from classes altogether. Suchi thought that the student was bullied, as it was shown in the video clip of the beheading cycle, and she threw herself off the roof, and on the other hand, her classmates say that she did not come to school, so now she is more like a girl, as she was often sick, so she often missed classes until she stopped walking on them altogether. Thus, Suchi came to the conclusion that if this legend is false, then someone made it up on purpose, and the only way to solve it is to find out the real reason for the girl's death, and not the one that others are trying to impose. All these thoughts gave Suchi a headache, so he decided to take a walk and get some fresh air. While Suchi was walking, he decided to go to the place where one of his small temples stood, and when he stood next to the box in which he was lying, Suchi wondered if he was too hidden from people here. Although the temple is still invisible to ordinary people, and those who see it do not care where it is, they will find it in any case if they really need it. Suchi decided to add some more of his figures to this box with his fire skill to see how many new members this shrine could bring to him. After Suchi performed all the rituals and did all the chores, he was returning home by a different route for him, and his eyes unexpectedly fell on an unknown shop that he had not seen before. He came closer to see what was being sold in it, and his breath froze. What did he see there? Suchi found a store with things from past eras. He could not believe his eyes, because some of them were even objects of expensive collections, such as Mr. Anderson does not have. He stood for a long time and peered inside, hoping to see something more interesting. For him it was strange that such a store was working normally, because now most of the stores sell music or something related to videos. Suchi looked so intently through the window that a monster appeared in front of him, wearing a strange mask and with long hair. Who is it? Perfume again? But it was just an ordinary girl who decided to scare Suchi a little and put on this mask. Her name was Yugo. She was a saleswoman in this strange shop. And behind Suchi, the chief manager of this store appeared out of nowhere, who politely greeted him and offered his help in choosing the goods. But Suchi did not like them at all. He thought that they were bandits, and now they would beat him up. Therefore, he decided to run away from there as quickly as possible. Suchi politely replied that he was just passing by and did not want to buy anything. When Suchi left, the head manager and Yugo discussed among themselves that he was somehow strange and not very similar to an ordinary schoolboy, that there was something otherworldly about him. Yugo closed the shop and decided to check who this boy really is, so she opened a whole library on her phone and it looked very exciting. She wanted to check all the information on Suchi's account, so she paid some amount to find him in the database. She found him and there was information that he was 17 years old and a mystic. She already knew that. Yugo was surprised when she saw that he was from the Black Gate, because she hadn't heard about them for a long time and now they started acting again. She did not understand what the people from the Black Gate Club were doing here, so she decided to secretly check everything and follow Su-Chi to find out everything. But she lost him from her sight, but she saw some strange box from which a strange light came out, which interested her very much, so she came closer to see what was there. At that moment, Su-Chi was riding the subway and fell asleep a little while thinking about the shop he saw near his small temple. Here, unexpectedly, a small temple worked for him and made him understand that someone was near him. Did someone find him so quickly? Su-Chi concentrated and transferred his consciousness to one of the figurines in that box to see who found it after all. Su-Chi saw there the same girl from the shop who scared him. But what is she doing here? Is she really interested in a small temple? The girl sat near this temple and watched it carefully. She saw that there were no ceremonies near it. So it is a matter or a ghost or some god. Is there still some faith in gods left in this city? She picked up her phone again and decided to use the same app she used to find information about Su-Chi. After taking a photo of this composition of a small temple and two small figurines, she began her search. When the full information about this temple and all the details appeared on her screen, she was not surprised that the Black Gate Club was involved. She even saw that they were looking for special containers in order to capture the Goddess of Tears. What is this program? She called this program the Matrix. She is the best in the world at extracting information. The girl has never even heard of God Ludo, who is now very popular among young people and not only. Su-Chi analyzed what this girl was talking about and concluded that she is also a mystic and not a simpleton. If she knows about Lord Loda and the Black Gate Club, she should be followed. But Su-Chi was worried that she was interested in further investigation. What should he do? He had already thought of soaking the small temple and throwing it away so that she would not see it again. Is it possible that she will perceive God Ludo and thus enter his mystical room, where he will try to convince her to follow her? But most of all, Su-Chi was interested in what would happen if he let her in or if he could deceive her, because she is a real mystic and it is really difficult to deceive such people with a false deity. And how will it affect his anchors? He had long passed his stop and did not leave the subway. He was choosing between choosing her or not, giving her a chance and in the end whether she would believe or not. Saturday came and Xiaoyi was supposed to come to Su-Chi to arrange a study evening, so Su-Chi was very worried about how it would go, because he had never had so many spirits in his house. As agreed, Xiaoyi came at 10 o'clock and was not even a minute late. And along with her came a non-existent student who also wanted to study with Su-Chi. He invited Xiao to sit on the couch and offered her something to drink. She agreed and asked him for a cold black tea with ice. The non-existent girl wouldn't refuse a drink either, so she asked Su-Chi to bring her some as well. While Su-Chi poured the tea, he tried to calm himself as much as he could. He only had to survive a few hours in their presence, and then they would leave and he would calmly go about his business. Unexpectedly, someone called him on the phone and he picked up the phone and started talking. A woman's voice rang out there and introduced herself as Jinyu. That was the name of the same girl who disappeared. She began to tell him that she took the courage to call, because her friends told her that Su-Chi was looking for her. Su-Chi listened silently and asked in her head, "Didn't this girl die?" Su-Chi did not understand anything at all. Who was this spirit that came to visit him together with Xiaoyi? The girl continued to say that she is from the student council of the high school and she would like to meet Su-Chi in person and discuss some information that she cannot tell over the phone. He can choose the place and time himself. Su-Chi did not think twice and suggested tomorrow at 8 o'clock in a cafe near the school. The girl immediately agreed, and Su-Chi was very frightened and did not understand what was happening. Can people become spirits right during life? His thoughts were interrupted again by the spirit of his mother, who startled him with a voice behind him. Su-Chi barely restrained himself from shouting. Su-Chi gathered his strength and went out to his unwelcome guests and began to ask Xiaoyi what she did not understand about what they had learned. but it was clear from her eyes that she did not understand anything at all. While Xiaoyi tried to independently solve several problems that Suchi explained to her, he thought about the non-existent student and thought about the theory of creation of spirits. For example, his parents are spirits that were created as a result of their unsuccessful family life and the loss of a child, so they turned into a married couple, and not any other spirits. Suchi speculated whether the school insults and bullying could have created a non-existent female student who had become a spirit, and was now haunting Suchi. But what does she have to do with Suchi at all? Why is she chasing him? And this girl who called him looked like a normal person who did not look like a spirit. Suchi became very interested, because in his head the thought arose that living people can give birth to a spirit and not even know about it. Suchi was finally done with the horror and the study night came to an end, so he escorted Xiaoyi to the exit, asked her to be careful on the way home and see you on Monday. Suchi was very happy that he got rid of at least this problem, because he had enough of them. Today he has to open the Hall of Secrets and meet his believers, and also Miss Mary has to come to him. The time came and Suchi needed to collect his thoughts and open the Hall of Secrets minute by minute. He spoke the magic words and opened the Hall of Secrets. As soon as Suchi joined the scheduled meeting, these two were already sitting in their seats waiting for him. It's a good thing they at least arrived on time. But in addition to his two believers, there was another person there, or rather her soul form. Suchi assumed that it was Gyugwa, the same unknown person from that shop. Her doll was unusual, but very beautiful. Suchi liked it. Suchi was very worried about how she would react to him and whether she would believe him at all. But in any case, this place was created to resist mystics and there was always a need to receive them in this hall, so it is better sooner than not to find them later. Moreover, if Suchi now conducts this stage of familiarization well, all subsequent mystics will come much more easily. Gyugwa couldn't believe her eyes. Where did she go and what is happening here? Who is this man in the middle of the table? Suchi watched her closely and asked her the same question as he asked his other religious friends. Why was she keeping an eye on his secrets? 3 days ago, Gyugwa just stole one of Suchi's figurines and wanted to know what was hidden inside, so she took it to her house to investigate. Her home studio was impressive. It was as if from the distant future. With such devices it was certainly possible to explore this little doll. She carefully placed the figure on the table and used one of her relics to learn more about her. Her relic was called the Cyberhand, which helped her search for information from 100 sources at once. Given the speed of finding information with her hands, she quickly found that this figure could be a demon's power that could create and manipulate doppelgangers. Gyugwa also noticed the simple structure of this creature at first glance, but despite this, she could reproduce the divine abilities of the owner. It was very interesting. Next, she saw a cross that seems to be used to control this figure. Is it really a clone that can be controlled remotely using a cross? She did not wait long and almost immediately used the abilities of this doll to see which clone she would get. The clone that appeared in Gyugo was very good, and she even liked it. It is so similar to her. Under her control was a system of wisdom that helped her receive data to the powers of spirits, or divine beings by deciphering them, so this time she decided to find this power and take possession of it. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't do anything. This god's power was beyond her understanding, so she used all her powers to decipher it, but even they didn't help. The encryption code was too difficult. But she was not going to give up. She decided to use the paid version of her application on her phone to finally find out information about this doll. Loading of information usually took place much faster, but here it has been waiting for more than an hour. Why so long? After some time, the code of the doll became available to her, but unfortunately for her, reading skills and minds, as well as connecting feelings, could not be revealed. What kind of code is this, which cannot be broken? She didn't have time to be upset, so she decided to review what this doll can do and what skills she can use with it. The girl decided to get out of the situation in a different way. She created a game with the help of which she wanted to learn to control the doll, so she developed it for 3 days and 2 nights and finally she did it. This game was suitable for mobile phone, so she quickly downloaded it for herself and started the game. She also added the doll code to this game. The essence of this game was that the players had to dodge the spirits and move forward on the map, but if the ghost touched them, it was all over again. Also, she created the game in such a way that when the player enters the game, he appears in real life and does not disappear until he exits the game. She passed the first round and thus she should have received her first prize in the form of the first doll, and it happened, she managed to create a game to control the doll. Of course, this game had a lot of problems that needed to be solved, but all this later. Now it has achieved the initial effect, so that's enough. She decided not to stop there and make the game available to everyone who wants to play it to test it properly. Many people immediately joined her game. She didn't even expect this, so she was a little scared, but later she came back to normal. The players played this game and it was only a plus. The dolls came to her in packs and it was wonderful. Suchi continued to ask her why she was trying to spy on his secrets. But the girl is not that simple, so she answered very confidently and persistently. The other participants of this gathering were no less surprised than Suchi, so they watched with interest what would happen next. After Suchi's next question, she finally answered that she was very interested, so she did it. Suchi was satisfied with this answer, so he prepared a chair for her and offered to sit, which of course she did not refuse. She greeted the other participants and waved at them. The nine-headed woman was a little scared, because this girl is clearly smarter than her, and it will be easier for her to get secrets. Suchi thought about the account of this girl's words. With what meaning did she say it, and did she come here to harm them, or maybe she had good intentions? Suchi began his opening ceremony, but Gyugwa's puppet did not listen to him at all and tried to talk to the nine-headed woman and ask what is going on here. She gave her a short but very clear answer that this is the Hall of Secrets, where Mr. Truth is in the center, and they exchange secrets here for other secrets, or knowledge. If this is so, then Gyugwa immediately wanted to get the secret about Suchi, let him tell them about himself so that they all become closer and closer, but Suchi could not afford that, he needed to remain anonymous. The girl liked being there, she felt her interest grow with every second. Gyugwa thought that the smarter the spirit or god, the more interesting they are. A nine-headed woman intervened in their conversation and began to tell that she had used the hints that Suchi had given her a week ago, and had found out that there was indeed something very dangerous in that theater. She said that someone had performed a ritual in the tram theater, and summoned a terrible monster that spared no one. The girl was shocked when she heard this, because there was almost nothing about it in the news, and now she knows why it was closed and what happened there. The nine-headed woman continued to tell that the creature did not move when you looked at it. She thought it could be useful. Gyugo immediately recognized from the description that it was the Angel of Tears and was very surprised that someone had summoned him at all. Suchi immediately saw how Gyugwa reacted to the stories of the nine-headed woman and understood what was being said. She seems to be quite an experienced mystic, about which not many mystics who were outside the system of wisdom knew. Placing these angels on the city would be the same as dropping an atomic bomb. It is very dangerous. It is good that the Black Gate is already dealing with this issue. It seems that she spoke these thoughts aloud, so the nine-headed woman asked her if they could trust these Black Gates, to which she received a clear answer: yes, because they are specialists in this area and know what to do. Recently she even spoke with one of them. Suchi didn't expect how she could know that he was from the Black Gate, so he decided to ask Mr. Anderson later where she was from and what she was. Gyugwa was more interested in where this angel came from, who summoned him, because such a ritual requires special knowledge that not everyone has. The nine-headed woman offered her an alliance to solve this mystery together. She made her understand that she is very good at interrogations, so if Yupa gets her body, she will find out how it happened and where the information comes from. Gyugwa didn't quite understand what body she was talking about, so she asked her to explain in more detail what she meant. The nine-headed woman explained that if she has the body of the woman who summoned this angel, she will be able to interview her and find out more specifically how she learned about angels and the methods of summoning them. The girl made her understand that at the moment it is impossible, since the black gate is currently operating there. The body cannot be taken out of there, so she will not be able to help. Suchi carefully watched their discussion and was curious how it would end, because so far they have all come to an impasse and do not know how to get out of it. Unexpectedly, the mouse catcher raised his hand, who until that moment had not said a word, not even a sound could be heard from him. It is interesting what he wants to offer. He offered a deal to the nine-headed woman. The mouse catcher would take out her body in exchange for a large amount of cheese. Gyugu thought about it. Does this mystic want ordinary cheese for such hard work? The nine-headed woman of course accepted this offer and agreed that if he gets her body from this theater, she will buy him a huge amount of cheese, which he will eat for the rest of his life. Then she gave him a card with a phone number on which he was supposed to call her when he found the body, and then they would bring him his cheese in exchange. At that moment, the woman's opinions were divided. The newcomer who just arrived knows a lot of things, but she can't get the body out of the theater. What can you say about the silent Mr. Mouse who agreed to this job? Gyugwa offered any exchange for the nine-headed, anything. She asked her for books on the occult and channels of communication with the organizations. Novenka immediately understood that the masked woman is just beginning her path in becoming a mystic, and it is not uncommon to meet novice mystics who really want to enter the system, but cannot, because there is no proper leader. As for the mouse catcher, she thought that he was a mystic who was much stronger than her, because even she would not be able to get the body out of the theater, and he easily took up this job, despite the fact that the body is guarded by the man from the Black Gate. The woman noticed that the time was almost up and this meeting should end soon. Yupa was surprised that the time here is limited. Is it not possible to somehow extend this meeting? The nine-head explained to her that the Chamber of Secrets is set aside for only 10 minutes every week, so there is always very little time. The girl immediately asked Suchi to extend this term. There must be some way. He invited them to try their luck and got this magic stone again, which has only 2 colors, which meant yes or no. Gyugwa threw this stone and, as expected, it fell out black, which means no. But she heard one nuance that the masked woman said when she explained how this cube works, as far as she understood the rules set here by Mr. Truth, and if he allows them to be changed. Did she understand correctly? Suchi was very happy. Finally he heard these words. This girl noticed what he wanted to say from the very beginning, when she first came in. Now he had no doubt that it was necessary to give her a doll. She continued and said that this Hall of Secrets is very deep and unknown, and they cannot find the truth here. Gyugwa added that the mask makes deals for you. The white mouse knows how to find and investigate secrets, and she, as your faithful servant, creates the stage for the construction of the mystery. So creatures like them must be bound by rules to keep everything under control. She began to like Suchi even more, because she was the first to think of adding rules for the division of duties. Gyugwa immediately threw the Stone of Truth again, and this time she got a white color, which allowed to add these rules to the game. From that time, at 10 p.m., the second meeting of the council ended with the state of the secret hall changing from a state of chaos and disorder to a state of control and order. Suchi thought it would take much longer, but thanks to Gyugwa, all the magical tools have become available now, such as the Amulet of Study, the Scales of Exchange, and the Pyramid of Creation. All of these tools are now available to you. Suchi began handing out these magical tools one by one, and the first one was the nine-headed one, who received the exchange scales, with which she can control the order of exchange in the entire city. Gyugwa was very pleased to see this. She pushed this mysterious hall many steps forward. But she also wanted to get her magical item, which she thought she deserved, so she begged Mr. Truth to continue. But this is the end of the distribution of magical tools, because only the nine-headed one stood out to receive her artifact, so she will be an example for others how to act. At first, young Gyugwa did not understand why Mr. Mouse and she did not receive their tools, because they are also sitting here waiting. Suchi explained to them that they do not have certain achievements in their field, such as the woman's mask, so they will not receive their tool yet. It finally dawned on her. since she and Mr. Mauser don't have a certain specialization in their fields. They can't create secrets, and therefore control these tools. Everything is quite simple. At the end of this meeting, Suchi offered Gyugwa to choose her place in the Great Hall of Secrets, and her code name on the Wall of Honor. She no doubt chose that big post that looks like her cyber arms, and her code name is I'll be a spider. Suchi accepted her choice and noticed that she was quite an intelligent girl, but when the time came when the Hall of Secrets found silence and submerged in water for 7 days, Suchi congratulated them on the end of the second meeting and left. Gyugo again found herself in her studio where she is also sitting on a chair, but now only alone, and she felt so sad. She really liked it, as if she had been there for several hours, but the past was only for 10 minutes, which flew by so imperceptibly. She gathered her strength and set herself the goal of learning everything about the god Ludo, whom she had never heard of before, and also to read about Mr. Truth. They are all such interesting characters. Gyugu thought about the fact that if this guy has the courage to claim that he is the truth, as well as start rituals and make collections on this account, then maybe he has something to do with the Gate of Truth? After the second meeting, Suchi was very satisfied. He did not expect that it would go so well, not only in terms of attracting new mystics, but also in terms of establishing order in his ideal world, which in the future would help to distribute responsibilities between the participants. In the future, it will be much easier for him to work with them. He will direct a certain person to a certain task, for example, the scales of exchange for the extraction of information through exchange. The amulet of study will be useful for studying new members of their club, and finally, the pyramid of creation will help in spreading the ways for further spreading secrets. Today, Suchi was completely satisfied with himself. He did absolutely everything he planned. Now you can go to bed to rest. But the next morning, Suchi woke up in a bad mood. His face was no less wrinkled than his clothes. Tonight he sank even faster, more than 1,000 meters per night. At such rates he will be at a depth of more than 20,000 meters, and even Alice, who has lived in this world for more than 200 years, did not get there. He simply did not know what he could invent. This is a great depth even for experienced mystics. What to say about a schoolboy who has just begun to study the magical world? He didn't have many plans for today, but something with this depth had to be invented, so he decided to first go and ask the Black Gate Club for advice, and then meet with the living Jean Yu, who had called him recently. Suchi was already sitting on the sofa next to Mr. Anderson and began to ask him about the wisdom system, which he also really wanted to talk about, but did not know how to ask properly. So Mr. Anderson was also surprised to hear such a question from Suchi. But he explained that recently he saw a person who seemed to have a strong relationship with this, so he became even more interested in learning more about it. Well, Anderson didn't mind telling him about it, so he started from the very beginning with 10 schools of thought. The wisdom system has the greatest achievements of all, so it is put first. This system gave birth to many famous people and gave rise to some technologies that eventually changed the principle of existence of all mankind. In this system, in the early years of the existence of this system, there was a heliocentric school, and in recent years a steamed party of scientists. And in the modern world, the system of wisdom has moved to another class, the school of hacking, and most of the wise men from this school, so to speak, have gathered in an occult group called the Matrix and rely mostly on the internet in their activities. Anderson added that the system of wisdom created a large number of masters who were very strong in their essence, so the battle for these masters was also very intense, so hundreds of mystics got out of control and their belonging to a certain class is still unknown. And then Scheherazade intervened in the story and shouted that they are just a bunch of egoists who think that they stand on the shoulders of the gods and are not afraid of anything. But in their eyes we are all monkeys without brains. Suchi slightly did not expect to see her here, so she just said hello and shut up. Mr. Anderson secretly told Suchi that Scheherazade's ex-husband was in the wisdom system and the divorce was quite tragic for her, because he seems to have told her that she is a brainless monkey who only screams. Suchi could not believe that Mr. Anderson was also gossiping. After Suchi heard more about the wisdom system, he immediately remembered Gyugwe. It is probably related to this system, and especially to the matrix organization. Scheherazade continued this, of course, but she came to tell that there are positive changes in the case with the angel. After a long wait, they finally received the first parts of the equipment, and now they can hide the angel from this world. After she said everything, she immediately turned and walked towards the exit. After saying goodbye to them, Scheherazade would go to the theater again. So Suchi wished her good luck and that she would return as soon as possible. Scheherazade, in turn, reminded Suchi about his upcoming training and let him look for time, because they will start soon. Well, before going out, she told him that they will train in remote places, and training there is very difficult, so let him prepare properly. Suchi did not understand why they should train in remote places, if it is much more convenient in this headquarters, but it only seemed to him as Mr. Anderson assured him. As Mr. Anderson explained, in the magical world, it is customary to call places of prosperity places where the secrets of mystics gather, and places where the secrets of ghosts and spirits of various calibers gather are remote places, for example Luoshire, which is relatively remote, too many spirits and secrets. Suchi understood what places Mr. Anderson was talking about, but he didn't know any more than the ones Anderson mentioned, so he asked what other places he knew. Most of these places are in the East, which are automatically remote for us, because the history is so ancient and rich that there are too many apparitions of spirits and gods. For an ordinary person it is nothing, but for a mystic it is a terrible mystery. It was impossible to stop Mr. Anderson from talking about the mystical world that existed a century ago, when there was a gold rush in the world. As he himself was once told, this meant at once several important schools, which were organized by several authoritative mystics, came forward with the intention of learning the deeper secrets of the Eastern world. But most of them just died right there from the battle, many lost control over their own bodies, and most of the older mystics stayed there, and the younger and faster mystics survived and they returned home, but they didn't tell anyone else. Suchi was very sorry, because if there are gods in the world, then one day these secrets of the Eastern world will still be revealed, and then it will be worse. While scrolling through all this in his head, he noticed how a colorless figure moves by itself. How is this possible? But his thoughts were interrupted by Mr. Anderson, who unexpectedly asked him about the transferred student and how things are going with the investigation. Suchi suggested that maybe some of it could be a transitional age, as Alice had told him, but could spirits and ghosts be born from ordinary people? Mr. Anderson himself did not know this. Birth itself is a mystery. Although it is possible to look for patterns, of course it is impossible to study them completely. But it is worth saying that if the truth were to get out of control, then the world would be chaos. But instead Mr. Anderson offered him a lecture on modal theory, which will be in the textbook The System of the Kingdom, which should come to us literally in a few days. He did not hear Suchi's rejection, so he began the story from a community of people in whom the word modality meant culture and ideas that are passed from one person to another through various ways of transmission and passed from generation to generation. That is, he meant the more modalities in the world, mystics are less likely to lose control of the depth of the sea. Increasing modalities is achieved accordingly by adding more anchors and creating secrets. It was very difficult for him to explain all this without the book itself, so he asked Suchi to remind him about creating secrets. When the necessary materials for him arrived, Suchi was very interested in this topic, because he wanted to deal with the transferred student as soon as possible. After this fruitful conversation, Suchi remembered that he needed to immediately run to the meeting with the live girl who called him, so he quickly said goodbye to Mr. Anderson and ran to the meeting. He managed not to be late, and even came a little earlier to the cafe where they agreed to meet. Suchi called the number from which she called him yesterday and said that he is already there. The woman asked to come to her. She is sitting at a table in the fresh air near the entrance to the cafe. He saw her and immediately took out his magic sword. Suchi was a little worried about her, so he decided to ensure himself. He came up and greeted her. She greeted back and immediately understood that he was Suchi. She apologized that she came with the child, because her child is too young to be left at home, and asked Suchi if he does not mind that she will be here. Suchi didn't care about the child anyway. He looked at her carefully and didn't notice any demonic whispers, no deviations. Is she really an ordinary normal person? Suchi long ago made up the story he was going to tell her so that she wouldn't think anything extra. So he started by introducing himself as a member of the school psychic club, and he was very interested to hear the truth about the school rumors about this woman. He immediately apologized if he offended her. His impudence was trained by the gods. He was a master of saying everything directly and unexpectedly. The woman began to talk about her school years with shame in her eyes because she rarely went to school due to her constant illnesses. Some classmates did not even know what she looked like. Suchi was more interested in whether she had difficulty in communicating with high school students. Perhaps she endured bullying and insults in her direction at school? She assured Suchi that all the insults were related only to herself. As she was often sick, she had almost no friends and she did not know who she could talk to, so she was always sad and lonely. Suchi asked the question he had been preparing for all the way to this cafe. He asked the woman if she would get angry if someone wrote about her life as a paranormal phenomenon. Surprisingly, she reacted quite calmly and did not even mind. In addition, now she does not connect her life with the past at all, because now she has a loving family, and she is a very happy woman. The only thing she regrets from that time is that she did not have friends. Suchi continued to ask awkward questions, and the next one was about her high school crush, or did she even have one? She didn't quite understand the question at first, but told Suchi that at the time she thought she would be satisfied if she could just have dinner with the guy she liked or walk home together in the rain, but no more. It seems that Suchi found a clear way out of the situation and found a way to solve the problems with the student. But he was troubled by another strange phenomenon. When he looked at this woman, the face of Lin Wei, who was holding his child, often appeared in front of him. It was strange, but he tried not to pay attention to it. That was the end of Suchi's questions, so he thanked the woman for coming to meet him, wished him a good evening and left. The next day at school, when Suchi saw the transfer student, he immediately wanted to try out the plan he came up with yesterday, so he took his lunch and wanted to go straight after her. As soon as he was about to start moving, he was stopped by Xia Yushu, who really wanted to have dinner with him, and asked him to wait and not run away this time. Suchi shouted at him and asked him not to touch him like that anymore. He said that he is very busy today and cannot go to lunch with them. Xia Yushu and Miko were surprised by such a reaction to their request. Was always dumping him because he was dating other girls and didn't want to tell him. Suchi lost sight of her and had to catch up with her. He tried to understand the logic of her movement, so he went straight to the roof of the school. He went to the roof of the school and immediately saw her sitting and getting ready to eat her food. At first he stood a little and did not dare to approach. He was talking in his head that this is just a role in the school drama that he has to play. Suchi really wanted to cope with this task. He cautiously began to approach her and tried to do it so that she would not notice that she was seeing him. So Suchi made a soft, calm and non-offensive appearance. Suchi repeated about himself that he needed to behave calmly and naturally, so that she would not even think that he was seeing her. As soon as he sat down next to her, she immediately paid attention to him and already thought about the fact that he sees her, and Suchi continued to repeat about himself that this is not true and that he does not see her. She unexpectedly went into a crazy state, when the spirit wants to eat its victim as much as possible. So the main thing is to hold on now and not reveal yourself that he sees her. While he was eating his lunch, she kept repeating that he was seeing her, but Suchi held back as best he could. Finally, she returned to her normal state, and they once again believed that he did not see her. Now Suchi can continue to act according to the plan, but it was very difficult to do it in such an atmosphere. He pretended that he was watching the clock and was in a hurry for lessons. Therefore, he calmly got up as if it was a normal snack for him and went to the lessons, which he seemed to be in a hurry to attend. This was Suchi's whole plan. He just wanted to have lunch with her. After Suchi moved a certain distance away from her, and when she stopped looking at him, he ran behind the wall and watched her reaction. It was extremely important. It worked. Suchi's plan worked as he wanted. The lost girl was over the moon with happiness that Suchi had dinner with her, and she likes him so much. What could be better? Suchi watched her dance and sing a little longer. He could consider it a success. He managed the first part of the plan. It seems that she is still a little short of becoming a Buddha. She needs to fulfill one more impossible dream, and then this should be enough for her to turn into a Buddha. All that remains is to walk with her in the rain. Suchi sat in class and carefully reviewed the weather forecast, according to which it should not rain for more than half a month. He can't wait that long. Maybe there are some special rain-calling services? Xia Yushu heard his muttering under his breath, who began to actively inquire why Suchi wants rain so much. Does he really lack water because his heart is very dry? But Suchi wasn't joking, he really needed rain, so he asked Xia Yushu if he didn't have a familiar god who could cause it. Miko crept up behind them, who heard that they were talking about the gods and how to cause rain. She was very interested to hear it, and Xia Yushu remembered that Miko is a witch here, but who deceives everyone. She politely asked Xia Yushu to shut her mouth, because everything is official with her. She is a licensed witch, not a liar. True, Miko did not know how to cause rain, but she knew the legendary Rain Maiden and Haru Maiden, who, according to legends, could once influence the weather, and they still exist in our world, but they need to be paid, or rather Miko, so that she can contact them. Of course, Suchi didn't trust Miko after their last contract, but he still asked her how much it would cost for 2 hours of rain in the afternoon after school. To which I immediately received an answer of 50,000. Suchi thought and realized that this was the only option he had, so he paid for this service. Miko immediately went to check her account, and was very pleased when the payment went through. As soon as she saw the money in the account, she immediately ran away from them and shouted that she would say later on what day to expect rain. At that very moment, Scheherazade was standing in front of the theater, checking whether everything was fine there and whether there were any force majeure events. Everything seems fine, so she can go inside. She used one of her Alibaba relics, which can open any door in this world. Scheherazade opened the door of the theater and thought that after the angels leave the theater, the police will seize this building and the Black Gates will no longer be able to investigate the ritual that took place here. But unfortunately, nothing can be done about it. As soon as she entered the theater, she felt complete silence and emptiness. It seems that no one has entered here since the time it was closed by the police. But the silence did not last long, and she heard a very loud sound coming from the end of the corridor. It was a pack of mice, which seems to have been sent here by a well-known character of Mousetraps. The mice ran further along the corridor in search of the same room where the ritual and summoning of the Angel of Tears took place. It seems that they found the place where they needed and started the ritual of summoning the mouse catcher. This guy always appears quite spectacularly, as if he had planned it. He ran down the corridor of the theater to the same room to find the body that the nine-headed one needed. He looked into every room and every dressing room he passed, and finally he found the body he was looking for. It was in the last dressing room on this floor. The mouse catcher acted very quickly, so he ordered his army of mice to take the body and run away. These little white creatures acted as a real team, holding each other and working as one big mechanism, so it was not difficult for them to pick up this body and drag it out into the street. They dragged this body along the entire corridor to the same ventilation where the mouse catcher turned into his human form, where another army of mice was waiting for him, who were supposed to receive this body. He helped them immerse the body in the ventilation, so that they began to take it out into the street, and then to the nine-headed one. As soon as they completed the first part of the plan, 2 little mice ran up to them and showed that they had found a phone. It seems that it was the phone of the nine-headed one, but the mouse catcher did not know that at the time. He took it in his hands and began to examine what it was. Of course, he did not have enough knowledge about gadgets, so he lingered. Suddenly the 2 mice who brought him this phone started shouting at the top of their voices that there was someone behind them. When the mouse catcher turned back, he saw a huge monster, namely the same Angel of Tears, who was looking straight into his eyes. Next, the angel, in his usual manner, grabbed the victim in the form of a mousetrap by the neck and began to squeeze too hard. He could not escape from such a technique. The phone fell to the ground and was picked up by little mice, who soon after that began to run away from this angel, leaving the mouse catcher alone with him. Scheherazade, as soon as she heard the sounds at the end of the corridor, immediately ran towards them to investigate the situation and see who was hiding there. Was it possible for someone to pass through her barrier? By the time Scheherazade ran to the noise from the mousetrap, particles had already begun to fly away, and it seems that he even began to cry. Scheherazade only had time to see how some man, who was captured by the angel, crumbled. She stopped and looked carefully at the angel and tried to assess the gravity of the situation, and she had the thought in her head that she just saw how the angel of tears simply crushed the man with the head of a mouse. Is this even possible? While Scheherazade tried to come up with a plan that would help restrain the angel of tears, the mice had already taken the body out of the theater, but the mouse catcher had some problems after the death of his doll. He suddenly lost one of his paws and began to have a very bad headache. Did he have such a strong side effect after the death of the doll? The mice gathered around him and tried to support him. While he felt so bad, it was an important moment for him. After a few minutes, he felt much better. He stood up and his arm recovered, the headache was gone, and he felt much better. He wanted to test one theory, so he asked all the other mice to turn around and not spy on what he was going to do. He lightly touched the wall in the backyard of the theater and summoned as if a portal that could transport him through this wall. What is it? Mishalov tried to go through the wall, and he succeeded. Half of his body was on one side, and the other remained in place. It's just incredible. Then he completely passed the wall and could not understand how he did it, where he got these skills from. He had not noticed this before. While the mouse rejoiced at its new skill, Scheherazade still stood before the angel of tears and did not know what to do. Now she is trying to look this angel straight in the eyes and not look down, because as soon as she looks up, she won't have many chances. She looked so intently that she even noticed how the statue makes small movements. Can it really move even when people are looking at it? But the thought of the mouse-headed man, who somehow passed through her formation near the door, through which no one had yet managed to pass without making her feel it, still did not leave her head. She decided to think about it later when she had dealt with the angel of tears, because it wasn't very convenient to think about it right now, so she summoned her next religion, which was called Aladdin's lamp. But the effect of this lamp is not quite the same as we are used to seeing. With the help of this lamp, Scheherazade can call the past and the future, which means that she can call two copies of herself from different time zones. One of the characteristics of Scheherazade, who was summoned with this effect, immediately began to shout at her and demand to explain to her what she was doing in this stinking place. The real Scheherazade advised her to calm down and help her. She immediately fell silent when she saw what she needed help with. It was the angel of tears. She seems to have come up with a plan that will help detain the angel and allow her to escape and wait. 10 minutes later, Scheherazade wrapped the monster in a magical bandage and tried to detain it in this way, but at the same time the other two had to keep a close eye on this angel. As soon as she finished wrapping him, she got off and asked to give her some time so that she could rest, so she decided to check what was tormenting her at that moment more than this angel, the man with the head of a mouse. First of all, she approached the traces on the floor, which indicated that they were small mice, which she did not even see. There was only a man, but she was sure that it was connected with him. These traces led her directly to the room of the same actor, because of whom the theater was closed, and she goes out to the same dressing room where the summoning of this angel of tears took place. Of course, she noticed that the victim's body was already gone and it was clear who had stolen it. But she was worried about something else, that there was some organization behind it, which really wanted to steal this body and investigate it. Scheherazade already wanted to leave there, and she saw another strange piece of paper lying nearby on a small cabinet. She went up and took it. As she began to examine what was written there, she saw very familiar symbols that pointed her to a mouse catcher, and she remembered that Tsuchi had recently investigated the case of the small temples that were depicted on this note, so she would keep it and give it to him later. The mice waited for their little boss, who returned to them after a few minutes and wanted to tell them about his new skill, then asked them to turn around and look. He began to open this portal again and tried to pass through the wall, but this time he was unsuccessful. Mishalov stood and did not understand why he cannot pass through the wall when people are looking at him, but when he tries to do it in front of the audience, he turns into a stone, a very strange new skill. Of course, the ability to survive has increased, he can pass through walls and turn into stone, but why does it work like that? But after all this, he could no longer think normally. He became very hungry after each transition and transformation into a stone. It took a lot of energy. After the mouse catcher and his mice carried the body out of the theater, people from the 9-headed woman's funeral parlor came to take the body and take it to her. They arrived at the garage in the backyard of the theater and began to search it in the hope of finding a body, from which there was an arrow pointing to where they should go next, so there were no problems with orientation. Then the mice drew arrows for them, which showed the direction of movement to the garbage container, where they went accordingly. These agents who came to this case noticed that the work was clearly not done by a person, but it was done very qualitatively and precisely, only that which is very dirty, but these are details. As soon as they opened the container, they saw a huge bag in which, most likely, the same body was located, and there was also a note on this bag. I wonder what was there. There was no letter on this note, only a picture of cheese, and it was a direct hint where they should leave the cheese. Which they did accordingly, taking the body and leaving the cheese in the right place. They unloaded everything and drove away. The mice climbed out to check whether the goods they were waiting for had been delivered, and they really had, so she had to immediately notify her boss about it. The people of the woman in the mask informed her that the mission was completed successfully, and she was not disappointed in the mouse catcher, who did his job perfectly and kept his word, so he honestly deserved his reward. Meanwhile, Tsuchi was sitting in his class at school and carefully watched how the ghost student was cleaning the blackboard, and he noticed that from the moment he ate with her, she had changed a lot. Now she was constantly looking at him and repeating that he liked her, and that made her very happy, and on the contrary it scared Tsuchi even more. He could not spend a minute without her voice behind his back, so that he did not do, she constantly pursued him and repeated the same thing. Even when he was in the toilet, she was still there and watched it. Tsuchi's life from that moment became simply unbearable. He constantly heard her whispers, which were just eating away at his brain, and he didn't know what to do about it. No one could stand it for long. Tsuchi tried to speed up the making of rain, and Miko made it clear to him that it would not happen, at least in a few days, so Tsuchi will have to listen to her whispers for several more days. It will be very difficult. While Tsuchi was praying to all the gods to get rid of him, Xiaoyi approached, who also began to ask him what happened to him and why he was so sad. Tsuchi also asked if she would like to hear an amazing story about herself. Without waiting for an answer, Tsuchi began to tell her that if she does not pass the midterm test the day after tomorrow, she will not be allowed to participate in the school festival that she so wanted to attend, and he will not help her in any way. She took offense at him and went and sat down at her desk, and she was sure that she would pass everything, because this time she worked a lot on herself, and she will succeed. Although it might have pleased Tsuchi that he angered Xiaoya's spirit, not only did she not understand anything in this world, but even now there is a bag sitting, why is it not pleasing to the eye? In the afternoon, Tsuchi and his friend Xiaoyushu were walking around the schoolyard, and Xiaoyushu was reading him the news of the day, which was just a huge robbery at the city's central bank, so everyone was warned to be careful, especially today. The news even reported some details of the robbery, which involved several robbers, all wearing animal masks, who were captured on video surveillance cameras inside the bank when they broke in. The robbers threatened the bank employees with weapons, who nevertheless gave them all their cash, after which the robbers disappeared in an unknown direction. Tsuchi was amazed at the audacity of these robbers, who robbed a bank in broad daylight and also used weapons in a city where this is strictly controlled. Later, the news showed how one of the local residents filmed on a mobile phone how the robbers threw banknotes from the car and at the same time caused chaos. The police reported that the gang that committed the robbery today most likely committed several more robberies earlier, in particular at a bank in Newtown. The guys couldn't believe that the robbers were just handing out money to everyone. Can you believe such news? Xia Yushu thought that it was still true, despite what was said about it everywhere. It was still official rumors. Suchi advised him not to pay attention to all these news and not to think about it. Most likely it is not true and robbers are overestimated. Suchi was returning after school alone. After saying goodbye to Xia Yushu, he was just passing the new bank that was built the other day and remembered the robbery that Xia Yushu told about. As soon as this thought entered his head, 3 cars unexpectedly drove up, as if they wanted to surround him in this way. Suchi was confused and did not understand what to do, but he noticed that he had already seen these 3 cars somewhere. Suchi's experiences at that moment came true. It was the same gang of robbers who came on a direct tip to rob a new bank that Suchi passed by. He thought that his luck was at its maximum then. One of this gang jumped out of the car and started yelling at Suchi to stop and shut up, and then added that Suchi should behave himself and put his hands behind his head and go with them. Today he is in no mood to cut holes in people, so if Suchi will behave normally, he will not touch him. Suchi silently resigned himself to this situation and simply sat down on his knees and thought when the adventures would stop raining down on him one after another, and also those where life is in danger. A gang of people in animal masks spoke a few words, probably repeated the plan of capture and started activities in the bank, and Suchi was with them, who clearly did not want to do this, at least today. The whole gang opened the door of the bank with their foot and broke into the middle and started shouting to everyone who was inside to lie down on the floor if they didn't want to be forced, because it was a robbery. The security guard of the bank who was at work immediately responded to the robbers, but their resistance did not last long, because one of them was mortally wounded, so there was no point in continuing. The other guards simply surrendered. One of the armed bankers, whom Suchi considered the ringleader, began to reassure all the people and say that everything would be fine with them if they cooperated and did not provoke them, and with their permission they would start the robbery. This calm did not last long, because another one of them started shouting at the hostages and threatening them with massacre if anyone tried to call the police. The person wearing a mask in the shape of a mouse had the task of finding the manager of this bank, because only he had the keys to the vault, where they needed to get to. One of them, the one who screamed the most, found a poor girl who seemed to be the manager today, so it seemed to him, because there was no one else there. They did not spare people and treated him like real pigs, so this girl was no exception. They threw her on the floor and began to threaten her if she did not open the vault for them, and they did not take away all the jewels and money from there. Their boss could not establish an adequate dialogue with her, so he began to threaten her with a grenade if she did not tell them how to get into the vault, to which the girl replied that in order to get there they needed a fingerprint, as well as an iris. A key was not enough. The robbers didn't start playing these games with a print and a rainbow, so their leader ordered them to blow up the vault in the mask of a mouse, so in his opinion it would be much faster, because they are serious people and value their time very much, and especially not their money. As for the girl, he invited her to play what he thought was a very fun game while they waited for the explosion in the vault. The essence of the game was that he handed her a grenade in her hand, with which he took out a check, and asked the girl to hold it as long as possible, otherwise she would explode on the spot and drag someone with her. Suchi could not calmly observe this madness. He did not understand from which mental hospital these sick people escaped. Normal people do not behave like that. What did this girl do to them that they mocked her so much? Suchi began to think about how he could get rid of these robbers with the help of his skills, but he realized that they were all useless in relation to ordinary people. His holy sword, which is not very similar to him, may harm one of them, but it will not do anything significant, and he will only be shot for it. There is also no point in applying the painted face skill, because ordinary people can't even see it, so it is also useless. The skill of fire does not seem to be any special in relation to ordinary people. It is unlikely that they will even feel that if Tsuchi uses it. He was a little sad, because all his skills are completely useless and useless to anyone here, so as long as these crazy robbers do not intend to continue harming people, but only to rob money and jewels, Tsuchi decided to sit quietly and not anger them. Tsuchi carefully looked at the girl and how she was holding the grenade. He even clearly tried in his head to calm her down and tell her that as long as she was holding the grenade, it would not explode. Suddenly, in complete silence, a shot rang out from behind Tsuchi. What is going on with them? The robber, who was wearing a monkey mask, decided to scare a little one of the hostages, because he didn't want to lie on the floor and put his hands behind his head because he didn't want to dirty his bone, but the monkey insisted and threatened to shoot him next if he didn't fulfill the order. Tsuchi watched this situation very carefully. He heard a German accent just like his German teacher at school. The other robbers immediately ran to calm their so-called brother, who was already preparing for the second shot. The monkey barely restrained his aggression and gave the man one last chance, because he had already removed his weapon from the fuse and was preparing to fire a second time. He had already pulled the trigger of his weapon, as unexpectedly for him and probably for everyone who was in that bank. At the last second, the man seemed to fly from his place and hit the monkey with such a blow that he flew back more than 1 meter. The monkey didn't expect a blow from the man and didn't even try to dodge it, so he just accepted it and smashed the window closest to him with his body. Tsuchi and others in that bank were very impressed by the strength of this unknown man, who made the monkey take all his words back. He raised the monkey's weapon and began to talk about a certain Cinderella, what a beautiful and graceful lady he had ever seen in this world, and tried to invite her to stand next to him in this beautiful atmosphere. It seems that no one but him understood what was happening here and about who is he talking about. The robbers stood like statues and just watched him. They didn't know what to do, they wouldn't be able to ambush him, and there were no other options. And in 1 second, a fairy tale began, which the robbers looked at and couldn't do anything about it. The same Cinderella that he told himself about came down to this unknown man. She was really a very charming and beautiful woman with an amazingly unusual dress. Then their eyes were covered by a fog, which was not clear from where it came from, but it was known for sure that this fog was not in favor of the robbers and their robbery was already in question. Tsuchi also noticed this mist and how it thickened little by little, and it was already difficult to see even his hands or feet through it. But by some magical miracle it was clearly clear that that man and his charming woman had disappeared somewhere. Tsuchi was no longer sitting on the floor and tried to save himself at this moment, but this fog did not give him peace. Not only could nothing be seen through it, but also the sound disappeared, and he could not hear either the enemy or the ordinary people who were also in the bank. But Tsuchi was able to deal with this problem. He used one of his relics that helped him see and hear again in this thick fog, so Tsuchi saw him standing behind the 2 robbers. He decided not to wait for the man's rescue, but to act on his own, so he summoned his magic sword and struck a strong blow at the robber who was wearing a mouse mask. For him it seems that this was a blow from which he would not get up. Next, Tsuchi simply nailed the most aggressive of them, who will also be resting on the floor today from such a blow. Tsuchi managed to solve the problem with 2 of the gang, but what should he do next? How to deal with the others who disappeared somewhere? Next, Tsuchi used his ability to see through walls and was able to see all the corners of this bank in detail. Therefore, it was not a problem for him to cope and strike several blows at the other members of the gang. Just then it was the turn of the one who wore the squid mask. Where did they get these masks? While Tsuchi was fighting the robbers, the fog suddenly cleared and eventually everything became visible again, so the common people were very surprised to see almost all the robbers lying on the floor. Tsuchi heard the same man speaking behind him, who was pleasantly surprised to see the second young mystic in this bank, who helped him so well in the fight against robbers. But how does he know that Tsuchi is a mystic? Do they know each other? Then this man spoke a phrase that was the secret code of the Black Gate Club, namely he said the lost sheep, Is this man from the Black Gate Club? Suchi came closer to him and his girlfriend and repeated the same phrase once more to establish contact. Suchi introduced himself and said that he was also from the Black Gate Club. The man also greeted Suchi and introduced himself to him as Green and asked Suchi if he was not the same new student of Mr. Anderson. Suchi confirmed this information and told him that he had only recently joined the club. It was no surprise for the man, because he had never heard this name before. The man did not talk to him for a long time and suggested Suchi to quickly finish the matter here and leave there, because he has a great desire to see his old friend Mr. Anderson. After 15 minutes, all the robbers were sitting on the floor with their hands tied and they were no longer having so much fun, but Suchi noticed and informed Green that one of their gang was missing, namely a man in a chameleon mask. Green thought that he used a chaos skill and ran away, but he was very impressed that Suchi remembered how many there were, and indeed Suchi had a good memory, especially for such dramatic people like him. At this stage, Green said goodbye to his lady and wished to meet her again as soon as possible, after which she disappeared. Suchi was very impressed by Mr. Green's relic. Does he really use this beautiful girl as a relic and summon her whenever he wants? It was amazing. Then Green approached the same girl who was sitting with a grenade in her hands and was holding it with her last strength and offered her his help, if she didn't mind, and she was fascinated by his delivery and even forgot about the grenade for a moment. After another 5 minutes, the police arrived on the scene, took all the robbers to the place where they should be and provided first aid to all the victims. Just stood by and watched until Mr. Green invited Suchi to complete another task. While the police were looking for the last thief, who at the same time was their leader, at that time he turned into a cute and conspicuous girl, because he was also a mystic and had such an ability and imperceptibly ran away from them. His skill time ran out and he turned back into his original account and couldn't believe that during the robbery he could meet a mystic. Even too, he was angry that Ludo had so many mystics but they still couldn't catch him. It seems that he decided early that he had already escaped and that nothing was in danger for him, because as soon as he thought about it, his body seemed to be paralyzed, and Suchi was standing next to him, holding his magic sword right next to his head. Mr. Green was surprised by Suchi's skills. How did he find him so quickly? Suchi was satisfied with his work, and as he said, he did it with the help of his good memory, which helped him find the last of the robbers. When Suchi used his relic with which he could see through the fog and absolutely all the members of the gang, he noticed that the total number of people, including hostages and robbers, did not change, but one of the robbers disappeared. Then he realized that the last one of them is a mystic, and he disguised himself among the hostages, and this disguise had to be much better than just removing the mask and changing his clothes. He clearly turned into a different person thanks to his abilities. And when Suchi was a hostage, he left a special mark on each of the robbers with the help of eternal fire. So taking into account the information he knew about the number of people and the skill of the last robber, he managed to quickly find him. Mr. Green noted his sharp mind and abilities. Suchi showed himself well, but what will they do with this robber? But Mr. Green had already thought out a plan in his head and knew what they would do with him. He immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out some black paper. What was written on it? On this piece of paper were depicted ritual formations that did not have a starting point, therefore they are considered demonic rituals, so Mr. Green immediately understood that this guy was not a robber at all, but an ordinary secret agent who works for a similar organization as the Black Gate. Mr. Green immediately suggested that this fake robber give a sweet talk about his organization so that he would not use his skills, which the robber clearly would not like. Of course, the criminal didn't want to reveal who he was and who sent him here. That was to be expected, so Mr. Green will have to use his skills to talk this guy down. Green, in his usual manner, began to summon the necessary princess for the occasion and read a prayer for this. This princess was like the morning sun that warmed around his face and warmed his soul. She was soft as fluff and Green had great pleasure in inviting her to join him. Suchi watched this madness, and he didn't like Mr. Green's essence as much as he did at first. He thought about how many of these princesses he had. Did he have a whole group of them? And then suddenly, out of nowhere, a charming woman in a red dress with a black handkerchief over her eyes and with a really soft demeanor just like Mr. Green said started to appear. The robber immediately understood that his business was bad and that his silence would not last long. This charming woman immediately applied one of her spells, namely the effect of ghostly exhausting hypnotic manipulation, which always helps the owner to learn all the secrets of his enemy. Mr. Green took this small bottle that the charming woman gave him and put it on the head of the robber, who immediately felt the effect of this relic. After that he fell asleep, and Green continued to say aloud a prayer, which was obligatory for this wretch to tell the whole truth, namely that he was under a spell of eternal sleep, which would not be lifted until he answered all the questions that Green would ask him. Green did not wait a second and immediately started his business and asked the first question about which organization he is currently in. The man, not even understanding where he was and where his consciousness had moved, answered Green's every question, and the answer to his first question was the Pioneer Church. Green continued to ask questions, and the next question was about their leader, and what gods and spirits do they cooperate with. But then something went wrong. The robber began to barely speak and could not say the word that Green wanted to hear from him. He repeated gods and leaders and so on several times. Green understood that something was happening to him. Everything did not go according to plan. Usually hypnosis does not work like that and the person responds to the last. But this time something is wrong and he cannot continue. The robber became worse and worse. He could no longer sit still and speak. His well-being and behavior were disturbed, and he began to have convulsions that could not be stopped. Green and Suchi did not expect this from him, and were scared because they did not know what was happening to him. Did he really get out of their control? And then he started talking again about the revolution of the Pioneer School and that it will bring evolution to the world and they will definitely succeed. Suchi watched his eyes. They became blacker and blacker and black smoke started coming out of them, which seemed to eat this man from the inside. This continued until a small spirit came out of him, which actually freed his body from suffering and destroyed him, shouting at the end that the Pioneer Church would always remain in their shadow. Green was surprised by this and did not know what had happened, although he did not show it, so Suchi explained to him that these little spirits are the work of the Pioneer Church, which has recently begun to actively promote its terrorist activities throughout the city and beyond, so they need be careful with them next time. Mr. Green looked at the body of this robber and understood why there are so many problems in Ludo. No wonder this branch of the Black Gate needs workers so much. After the destruction of this robber, his relic came out of him, with the help of which he appeared and could turn into different people, and not only that. Suchi sees this for the first time in his short career as a mystic, so his new senior friend explained to him that when the owner of the relic dies, it is released from the body and prepares for a kind of restructuring, that is, it loses its effects and becomes useless. But they still carry problems. If they are left unattended for a long time, they will reincarnate and become spirits or ghosts again, so they must be sealed immediately, which Green did. After Green sealed this relic, he warned Suki that trophies that have a master are not that safe, so you have to handle them very carefully when you keep them in your possession, so if you don't want to use it, it's better to trade it in the shop. While they were discussing this relic, they were called from behind. It seems it was the police who saw them near the robber's body and immediately called for help. They came closer to them and began to ask what they were doing here and what happened to the man lying unconscious on the ground. Suchi decided to take matters into his own hands and asked the officer to calm down and give him a chance to show them his identity card. Mr. Green didn't like this city anymore. He showed them the certificate that was issued by the office of the ministry, namely the Secrets and Secrets Department. Suchi explained that they had their own mission here, which required some interventions on their part, but now they have decided everything, so there is no point in worrying. The officers were shocked when they saw such a certificate. They had not even heard of such a department, but the documents seemed to be original. There was even a seal. Suchi was very grateful that the Black Gate gave him such a certificate, which gave him much more opportunities, so the officers even thought that Suchi was one of them. Therefore, they stopped suspecting them, but began to ask what happened to this man. Suchi had to tell that this man was one of the gang of robbers who robbed the bank, but he managed to escape, and when they found him, he was already in such condition. The officers politely offered their help with this man. Suchi didn't refuse. They took all the information they wanted from him, even a little more, so they didn't mind giving the body to the officers. Suchi and Green turned around and went on with their business, and Suchi finally wished them a good day and reminded them that they were in the same team. The officers were more than satisfied. Green was not entirely satisfied, because he did not want to give the body to the police. But he was sure that in the course of the case they would understand that one was missing, so they had to. Even the Black Gate won't help with this matter, there is simply no way around it. The Black Gate doesn't have that power, but luckily they took some pictures of the place and the body, and besides that they restored the power of the relic, so they did what they could. Mr. Anderson was just about to quietly drink tea and enjoy his newspaper, when he suddenly heard a loud noise and realized that he would not be allowed to do so today. It was Suchi, who immediately apologized for being late from the threshold. The fact is that there was an accident on the way, that's why he was late. Anderson calmly reacted to the delay because he already knew what happened in that bank, so Suchi continued the conversation and added that he met a man who really wanted to see you. Mr. Anderson guessed who it could be, but still asked Suchi who it was. And at the same moment Green entered Mr. Anderson's office, who was very happy to see his old friend Anderson. Anderson also did not hide his emotions and was very happy to see him and said that Green is still a good actor, he always arranges scenes. Green responded by telling Anderson that he is a benevolent citizen who is ready to do what is right and what is needed, unlike Anderson, who just sits in his office, eats coffee, and reads his newspaper. Anderson fundamentally disagreed with his opinion. In his opinion, reading a newspaper should be accompanied by drinking only hot black tea. Green began to ask who is the boss now in the Black Gate branch in Ludo, to which he received an answer from Mr. Anderson advisor Alice. Green was not too pleased, but he was not sad. He also praised Suchi and told Anderson that his student is very good, he is calm in situations, has a good memory and quick reaction, all he has left is to learn to create mysteries. Anderson replied that he did not hear anything new. Suchi was a really good student who studied very conscientiously and well, but still it was necessary to make some corrections in his studies. Green advised to teach Suchi how to behave in a battle with spirits, so he can live much longer, and after this phrase he went to talk to Alice's advisor. Mr. Anderson immediately took out the book that Suchi requested from the Black Gate department. The seal on this book represented the kingdom system, which is found in all the rituals of the kingdom system. This mark is also known as the origin mark, which can be used to determine the system that a certain person is from. The sign of origin, or in other words the heart of the ritual, has an incredible power, without which mysticism cannot function, but only people need it. Because spirits and gods do not need it, they have energy by nature and can directly control the ritual. Suchi was very surprised when he heard all this information that this sign is the only way to control the formation of a ritual. He had never seen this anywhere in books before. Anderson agreed with him and explained to him that everything he taught before that was only an introduction, so to speak, a theory for familiarization. He compared it to creating a car, as if Suchi had just created the body, and now it remained to create the filling. Suchi thought about the fact that even with basic knowledge he was able to create a ritual and manage it. But what if he learns more and advances his level to the highest? Will he really be able to travel through time? Suchi sat in the corner of Mr. Anderson's room and carefully read every word of this book, but at the same time he wondered how he could create these rituals without this mark. Only spirits and gods can do this, and he is neither. How is this possible? He decided to ask Mr. Anderson directly if there is an array of energy that can ensure the creation of a ritual without a special sign and if it is possible. To which Mr. Anderson reacted negatively. In this world, as he explained, there are only two sources of energy, namely this very sign of origin, and another energy is hidden in spirits and gods. There are no other methods. Suchi thought about whether his energy could come from something that had not yet been discovered in this mystical world, and he was more and more relieved by the thought of how he could summon rituals without this special sign. And then his thoughts were interrupted by some picture that appeared in his head by itself, and he lost control over his mind and body for a second. His book fell, and he did not understand what was happening. He sat for some time and looked at one point and tried to return to a normal state, because it was very unexpected. Mr. Anderson intervened in his thoughts and ordered him not to think about this sign and about the rituals, because he might lose control. It seemed to Suchi that now everything would get out of control, and then it happened, and at that moment he did not understand where his body was, and the person who called him there wanted to say a few words, but he was interrupted and was not allowed to do so, so Suchi still here. Suchi decided not to think about it because it was too easy to lose control and a waste of time, so it was better to focus on studying. He told Anderson that now this book is too difficult for him. It is much more difficult to read than all the ones before it, but as Anderson explained to him, it was normal, so he asked him to go immediately to the last page. When Suchi opened the last page of the book, there was a sealing ritual waiting for him, which helped the mystic weave his secret and fix his knowledge with the help of ritual images, so that it would be easier to resist the forces of the deep. Anderson explained to him that this ritual is used for training, but the ritual is very powerful. For its construction of this ceremony, at least 40 anchors will be needed, and in some cases even more, approximately 80. It all depends on who conducts it. For example, Anderson's modality has reached the level Abyss, and Alice has reached the level of Moho. Mr. Anderson explained to Suchi that the modality is like a protective net for the mystic. It is usually much deeper than the mystic, so it is designed to protect the mystic in case of unplanned immersion. He then went on to talk about the average depth of the mystic's modality, which is usually at the level of the Abyss, but there is also a Moho level, so no more than 100 mystics are known who have reached such a level, such as Alice. In addition, there are no more than 30 mystics who have reached the level Gutenberg. Suchi asked Anderson if it would not be more logical to place this grid at the same depth where the mystic is located. He explained that most increase the depth of the modality not only to prevent loss of control, but also to find the gate of truth. In order to see the deeper secrets, they will try their best to go deeper, and adding new modalities and anchors to them gives them the opportunity to not lose their minds and keep everything under control. Counselor Alice, for example, is one of those whose modal grid is stably in the Moho layer for 10 years and does not change. For 10 years she has been trying to dive into the moss layer of the deep sea, but she can't do it. Suchi was surprised when he heard this number, because it is so long. What is the problem? And the fact was that anchor lines and modalities can be artificially increased, but the depths of the sea are not a place where you can simply dive. For the last 100 years, in the known occult circles, no one was found who could reach the Moho layer in the depths of the sea. And then Suchi realized that he had already reached this point, which no one could even come close to in 100 years. He turns out to be the first who did it, but can he tell it? Anderson added that since anchors represent order, and the deep sea is chaos and disorder, everything depends on your talent, and some people are in the depths of the sea for a long time, while others quickly sink. For example, 2 centuries ago there was a brilliant mystic, which sank an incredible number of meters per day. Suchi is about someone whose story is very similar to his, so he became even more curious and wanted to ask more about this person. Anderson said that this mystic dived 10 meters a day, which exceeds the norm by 10 times. Suchi was incredibly surprised. At first he thought that it was a joke and that Anderson was joking. What, 10 meters a day? This is so little compared to Suchi. Mr. Anderson envied that mystic. He believed that it was very fast and the person had a huge talent, which he would also like to have, but Suchi did not think so, because he could be destroyed in the real world. In the depths he would lose control and also perish forever. He envied Anderson, because he is so free. Then Suchi became interested in what happened to this mystic. Where did he disappear to? Anderson's answer was short. this mystic lost control. After this answer, Suchi doubted the talent of this mystic. Every day he dives for 1,000 meters and does not lose control, and here it is a pitiful 10 meters. But it was very bad, because he can be on the moho layer in a day, and what does he need to do? Suchi asked why there were no mystics on the moho layer, but Anderson assured that there were, but most of them simply did not survive. For 200 years, mystics who were deeply connected to the modality and sought to reach the limit using the philosopher's stone forced themselves to sink into the moho layer, but most of them lost control within a month. Some disappeared and turned into ghosts and spirits, others into gods, but most disappeared in horrors and madness, and only a few could survive. Suchi thought about how many cool mystics lost control, and he had almost 18,000 depths. And he did not even begin to weave secrets and study the modality. It scared him beyond belief. Suchi decided to gather all his strength into his fist and continue to fight. If that genius couldn't hold back and lost control, it didn't mean anything. He also understood that his anchors were too unstable, and if he asked Mr. Anderson for help, he would reveal his secret and possibly lose control and attract more spirits, which he clearly did not want. Suchi sat silently and realized that he can only rely on himself. He needs to learn quickly, and all he can do now is to use his small organization to improve his anchors as quickly as possible. Anderson at this moment looked at him and asked if he has no more questions. Suchi looked at several pictures in the book and asked what one of them meant. His finger was on the picture that evokes the ritual of granting divinity, as Anderson had explained to him. Suchi continued to question him about this ritual, and the next question was whether divine religions are necessary in this ritual. Anderson replied that this is what makes the enshrining ritual so special. Each level requires a divine object to grant divinity, and you can choose as many divine objects as you like, but when a divine relic is placed in this ritual, you come into close contact with it, and you can become similar to its previous master, or even he will develop at your expense. Then Anderson took a sip of tea and added, if you are not sure that you will be like the previous owner, then it is better not to choose this relic. It is better to choose the one that will be really important to you. By the same courier who delivered the parcel last time, and he was again very fast. When Anderson took the package in his hands, he immediately understood what he was holding in his hands and what a difficult job it was to deliver it here, so he thanked this guy very much. After this guy left, Suchi asked if these couriers were mystics, because the last time he saw him on his clothes was a special badge that only mystics have. Anderson confirmed his theory about couriers. Their company is quite famous in the occult business. It is used by almost everyone. Now it was time to review what was delivered to him. In this small box were the same tools that had special settings to store the tear angels. They would finally be able to close it and not see it again. As soon as Anderson finished checking that all the items in this cage were in place, he asked Suchi to take it to the tram theater to Scheherazade. At that moment, Green entered the room, who heard only part of the conversation, unfortunately for him, and said that he would join Suchi and go with him to the theater. He was very anxious to see the Angel of Tears live. He then asked Suchi that it was not too late, and they could go to the theater right now and convey these details. Although it seemed that Green was no longer interested in the details, but the angel himself. Anderson stopped Green and said that he didn't have to go there. Suchi could easily manage on his own, and he could rest after the journey. But Green wasn't going to sit still. He thought he should go there and see for himself that this angel was there, and he could teach Suchi some skills, so he turned around and called Suchi after him. Suchi followed Green, and Anderson thought that Green was in for a very unpleasant surprise in this theater today, because Scheherazade was there. But Anderson tried to stop him. These are his problems now. On the way to the theater, Green told stories about him and Mr. Anderson. Before they joined the Black Gate Club, Anderson dressed as a punk and sang rock, and they were partners at the time, so it's a little weird for him to see Anderson so serious now. Green said that when they studied in Brooklyn, created their own group and performed in an underground bar, those were golden times. Suchi was incredibly surprised when he heard all these stories about Mr. Anderson, Surely this was the man who is now sitting in his office, reading newspapers and drinking only black tea? But Green didn't know any more Andersons other than this, so he confirmed this information and asked Suchi a counter question: who did he plan to be, a collector or receiver? Suchi was a little stunned by this question, because he still did not understand the fundamental difference between these two concepts, but he knew that they have a completely different form of ritual that needs to be studied. People or mystics who practice reception, their attention is more focused on spirits and ghosts or gods. Most of their rituals serve to investigate and to receive spirits. The attention of collectors, in turn, is kept on communication with people and contact with them. For example, Anderson is a very good collector. His auctions bring a lot of money, and this is the most important thing for collectors. Suchi remembered the same auction when they met Mr. Anderson. Then he sold there very profitably, so of course he made a lot of money from nothing. During their conversations, time passed imperceptibly, and a few minutes later they were already standing near the same tram theater, and Green offered to stop by to see how things were going there. Green tried to open the door of the theater, but could not. Then he realized that the entrance was sealed, and he had already seen the seal somewhere. I wonder who did it, maybe Suchi? But Suchi was not yet a good enough mystic to do such rituals, so it was not him. Suchi was about to say who was in the middle, but he was interrupted. Interrupted the voice from inside, which was painfully familiar to Green. Is it really her? But unfortunately for Green, his fears came true. There really was Scheherazade behind, who really wanted to have a nice talk with him and send him to hell. She was very happy to see him. Scheherazade immediately began to accuse Yogi of the fact that he left Berlin, and did not even say goodbye to her, not to mention help. Green, of course, denied all this and asked her not to make it up. Everything was wrong. It seems Scheherazade got angry not for a joke, and at that time she asked him not to use his stupid explosion tactics, because of which she broke her arm. But of course he did not listen to her and used it. But he did not know what would come to this. Green thought that everything would be fine. What happened at the last operation? Scheherazade became even more angry. She began to tell him how much effort and time she had spent trying to find someone to help her fix her hand so that it could function normally again. Green tried to talk to her and explain that it was an accident, and the Little Red Riding Hood they were fighting against was too strong. Is that why Green abandoned Scheherazade and fled Berlin at night? His pathetic attempts to justify himself to her did not lead to anything, but he tried to explain that at that time he had a new task. Then it seems that he made a big mistake by telling her that he is not afraid of her, because she is not such a monkey to kill him for such a thing. Suchi thought that he said that for nothing. Scheherazade agreed with him, and Green has to think again, because she was already preparing to raise him instead of his parents, who seemed not to do it, so he had the last chance to apologize. He was confused and did not understand what she wanted to do, and asked her to calm down and not be nervous, because this conflict can be resolved calmly with the help of words. She did not listen to him, and asked her magic lamp and Aladdin to summon the past and the future for her so that she could deal with Green. An incredible whirlwind formed near Green and Suchi, which could mean only one thing: now 2 copies of Scheherazade will appear here, and it was difficult for him to survive even one. As soon as Scheherazade summoned her clones from the past and future, she immediately jumped from the balcony and also ran to Green. It seems to him that it is better to run away, because she clearly did not want to greet him. Green froze like a stone and did not know what to do, because he did not expect to see Scheherazade here and was not ready for such a turn of events. And Mr. Anderson tried to warn him, but he did not hear him, so he has what he has. Suchi watched this very carefully and was very interested in watching it. He was impressed even at this stage of Scheherazade's skill. These clones are so similar to her. Green tried to still talk and make contact with Scheherazade, but it seems that neither she nor her sisters wanted to listen to anything. He even tried to tell her that he would pay for the treatment of her hand, let her just calm down and not touch him. In response to his very chivalrous offer to pay for the treatment, she replied that she would gladly cut off one of his hands, then maybe she would calm down and not touch him. but that was not certain. She didn't even want to listen to what he said further and just wanted to kill him, while he shouted that they had been colleagues for so many years and now she would embarrass him in front of newcomer Suchi. Of course, talking to Scheherazade is a mistake, she won't talk to him anymore. That's why one of her sisters, namely the one who took his leg from the past and started holding her, she didn't even know what he offended her with, but she also already hated him. At that moment, when he was distracted, the real and present Scheherazade was already flying at him with an incredibly strong blow. The blow was very strong. It seems that Green lost several of his teeth. It will be difficult to recover from such a blow. Scheherazade's other sister, who was quite calm from the future and held him so that he wouldn't fall, and at that moment he shouted that you can't hit a person in the face, and that she has no professional ethics at all. He did not speak for a long time, because of course she did not listen to him and gave him the next blow, which this time was not on the face, but was no less painful. Suchi tried to somehow help Mr. Green and calm Scheherazade down. He tried to tell them not to be so impulsive and listen to him. But Scheherazade gave him a clear answer that he should also go for a walk somewhere, because now he would get his share of blows. While Scheherazade was talking to Suchi, Mr. Green decided not to just lie there and wait until he was completely beaten. He decided to do the right thing, and Suchi was very interesting to watch. Mr. Green couldn't think of anything better than to summon his Cinderella, so this time he said his prayer quickly enough, how beautiful and elegant and the best woman in the world she was, and let her get out a little faster. Appeared for Scheherazade, in which she could hardly see anything. What kind of fog was it, and where did it come from? A few minutes later, this fog disappeared and nothing remained of Mr. Green. He ran away in a manner familiar to Scheherazade. Suchi added that he did it with the help of his ashes. But Scheherazade still did not allow him to go anywhere, so she decided to summon a magic carpet, with the help of which she would easily find him. He could run away wherever he wanted, she would still find him and break his legs. She took one of her sisters with her, and the two of them flew to find Mr. Green and break his legs so that he would not run away anymore. As a result, Suchi stood alone with these details for the angel and did not know what to do with them next, because he has no idea how to use them. At first he wanted to go into the theater and wait for them there, but he realized that firstly, the entrance there was sealed with Scheherazade's seal, and secondly, even if he went there, the angel of tears, whom he did not want to meet, would be waiting for him there. Here he unexpectedly heard a voice coming from behind. There was a woman standing there watching him. She was Scheherazade from the future. She will be like that in 10 years. Suchi couldn't believe it. She summoned herself from the future. It's just unbelievable. But what happened? Why didn't you fly with them? She explained to him that 2 Scheherazades are enough to deal with 10 mystics, but here there is only one. Suchi sympathized with Mr. Green. You can't envy him now. He was actually hunted. Scheherazade from the future stayed here for one more reason. She really wanted to talk to Suchi, because for her it is such nostalgia to see him alive. She already thought that she would never see him again. Suchi was scared for no reason. He will die in 10 years. How is this possible? What will be the reason? Suchi went crazy and started yelling at her and begging her to tell him how it happened and why he died at such a young age. But she made it clear to him that she couldn't tell him. He didn't need to worry about it. Maybe she's wrong and Suchi is still alive, but in her opinion it's already happened and there's nothing you can do about it. It's all so confusing. She explained to him that he independently determines his future, not her. Her ideas about his future may be the same, but they will not correspond to Suchi's life, so he must live as he thinks and not listen to anyone, otherwise things will be bad. Scheherazade from the future didn't want to answer Suchi's questions anymore, so she reminded him and herself that she was summoned to pursue Green, which is what she would be doing now, and while she was doing it, she could give Suchi a little hint as a final gift how to open the door to the theater. But all she said before her disappearance was that no god's relic is perfect and each one has its own nuances, after which she disappeared before Suchi could even say a single word. His thoughts were only about what will happen in 10 years and what he should expect, but he did not have time to ask, because she disappeared very quickly. And thought that he must get to this theater after all and see if the mousetrap had not left any clues until Mr. Green and Scheherazade returned, because he could not allow his organization to be found out again. But he didn't know how to do it. Suchi spoke Scheherazade's words several times in his head that every relic has its weak points, so this one does too, and then he remembered that this seal would be called Ali Baba. He decided to put his hand on a part of this seal and say the phrase "Sesame open," after which 3 parts of the seal disappeared at once, but the door never opened. 2 hours passed. Suchi tried several more times, the seals disappeared, but then they appeared in a different place, and it was like this constantly. He tried to put his hand on each one and still tried to open this door, but he could not do it, so he decided to wait for Scheherazade. He sat on the stairs and thought how these small seals can be connected with each other. They must at least somehow interact with each other. And then it occurred to him that if there really is a regularity that connects them, then perhaps this is the key to the solution. Suchi got up again and decided to try to open this door again. First he decided to mark these seals with numbers from 1 to 5, and then he had to remember the order in which they are connected to each other. As Suchi thought, there is a regularity of connection between these seals, and it was as follows. If the 4th seal disappears, then the 2nd and 1st appear. If the 3rd, then only the 1st appears. In other words, asymmetry was the main thing in this castle of Scheherazade. After he tied all the threads in his head, it became clear to him that the 1st seal binds the 3rd and 4th, the 2nd seal binds the 4th and 5th, and the 3rd binds only the 1st, and in a chain so on. With easy calculations, Su determined the order of opening the door. First he needed to open the number 1 seal, then the 2nd seal was to be followed by the number 4 seal, then the 1st and 3rd again, and then the 5th. This should work and open the door. After these calculations, he got down to business and did as he planned, and the expected miracle happened. The sesame still opened and Suchi was able to enter inside. Suchi was satisfied with his work and the work of his brain, because breaking the sequence of these seals was not as difficult as it seemed to him at first glance. Anderson warned him before the two of them went to the theater that the angel was sealed by Scheherazade and waiting to be placed in a special containment device. But Suchi still had to be ready, so he took out his magic sword and behaved as carefully as possible. He already walked half the corridor and did not find any clue where this angel could be. Everywhere was empty. Did she seal him on the stage or in some other place? Suchi went deep enough into the middle of this theater and saw something like a canvas on the floor. It was a fabric on which spells were printed, and this fabric looked quite familiar to him. Was it Scheherazade's fabric? He took this fabric in his hands and he had a very bad feeling that did not go away. But it was absolutely correct, because behind him, like lightning, the same tear angel that he had been looking for so long appeared behind him. But he was clearly not happy to see Suchi and already started to attack. Suchi, not suspecting anything, continued to carefully examine this cloth, on which he saw runes that reminded him of something, but he could not remember what it could be. His thoughts were again interrupted by some strange sound that prevented him from thinking, so he turned to make sure that there was nothing there. But unfortunately for him, an angel of tears was already standing over him, who was already ready to strike him, and it seems that even looking directly into his eyes will not help, and the angel will still carry out his attack. The angel of tears delivered his powerful blow, from which probably nothing was left of Suchi. The blow was so powerful that even the roof began to crumble. But Suchi was very lucky. His magic sword, which he prepared as soon as he entered this theater, essentially saved his life and prevented him from dying at the hands of the angel. Suchi lay down and restrained the angel's blow as much as possible and thought about the essence of this creature. It is a spirit or god, or it is not included in their rules at all. It was very difficult to hold back such a blow. Suchi's strength was fading little by little. He thought that this angel was sealed and he was not dangerous. But as it turned out, it was not so. Did he manage to get out, or maybe he created a copy? Suchi's strength had almost run out, and he couldn't hold this heavy hand any longer, so he had to quickly figure out what to do, and at that moment he remembered what Mr. Anderson had told him, that if he looked this monster straight in the eyes, he wouldn't move. And there would be an opportunity to invent a new strategy. Suchi was now standing and watching him so that he wouldn't move. It was good that he was able to block him with his sword in time, but what should he do next? Suchi should keep this monster constantly in his field of vision without even blinking, and if possible step back a little at a time. Suchi's eyes began to water a lot. He couldn't hold on for a long time without blinking, so he had to come up with something again so that his eyes could rest. The idea quickly came to his head. He decided to close one eye and look with the other, so he would have the opportunity to rest one eye while the other looked. So far, he did not know whether this monster was an original or a copy, so he had to be extremely careful. Although if it turned out to be a copy, Suchi probably wouldn't be of any help. He doesn't have 4 eyes. Suchi decided to take action because he couldn't sit like this forever, so his idea was to summon a doll and tell it to watch the monster while it ran away. Of course, he managed to summon the doll without any problems. He immediately placed it in front of the monster and forced it to look directly into its eyes. Suchi fulfilled all the conditions of his plan. He summoned and placed the doll right in front of the monster, so it was time to run away as fast as possible and hope it would work. But the monster was not so stupid and did not succumb to this provocation, so it quickly destroyed Suchi's doll and immediately flew after him. Suchi realized that his puppet didn't work, so he resigned himself to the fact that this would be the end of his existence. The Angel of Tears had already dealt a blow that was supposed to be the last for Suchi, but his luck did not leave him today, and he was saved. It was Scheherazade who saved him with her magic rug, and if she had arrived even a second later, only a memory would have remained of Suchi. She was angry that he behaved like that and also broke her seal at the entrance and left "I will not be allowed in the theater." Suchi tried to explain everything, but she stopped him and said that they would talk about it later, and now he should help her defeat this angel. Now the two of them were looking at the angel together and simultaneously discussing the plan by which they would seal him, so the first thing Scheherazade remembered was the special equipment they were supposed to bring with Mr. Green. Suchi said that it should be somewhere on her right. She ordered Suchi to watch him closely while she tried to catch him. She took out a box of magic needles that would keep him a stone statue even when he was being watched. She took them in her hands and began to speak magic words for these needles, so they began to combine with each other and form real weapons. Then Scheherazade put these needles on each of the angel's sides, which formed one big seal, which had already begun to act and prevented the monster from moving. Scheherazade did not wait long and began to perform the ritual of sealing this monster. It was very difficult, but she is a strong mystic, so everything should work out. The Angel of Tears tried to get out of this ritual and prevent Scheherazade from finishing what she started. But he never managed to do it, because Scheherazade did not give in to his spell and immediately sealed it in a magic cube as an ordinary relic and sighed with relief that they finally got rid of this monster. Immediately after that, Suchi began to ask Master Scheherazade whether she had not sealed the Angel of Tears before and how he could get free, to which she also did not know the answer. She was sure that he could not break free unless someone helped him to do so. Suchi was shocked when he heard such an assumption from Scheherazade. Could someone really free him? Suchi told her that when he entered the theater, his eyes immediately fell on these cloths with runes that had already been removed from the monster. Scheherazade thought that when she felt Suchi tear off Ali Baba's seal, she immediately returned to the theater, and at that very moment someone came and released an Angel of Tears, and she did not even notice who it was. Then Scheherazade decided to show Suchi something interesting. He was holding a cube with a sealed angel and walking straight after her. She began to tell him that when she explored this place, she found several unexpected discoveries. For example, this teleportation ritual, which must have brought tears to the angel. Besides, there were a lot of mouse tracks around him. Suchi immediately noticed that this ritual ring did not have a mark of origin, and it was a demonic ritual. Could the pioneer church have done this? But Scheherazade assured him that it was not them. Especially for this, she hired a private detective to check on the woman who summoned the angel of death with this ritual and discovered this site for the curse, which looked quite dark and scary. As Scheherazade said, there was only one field on this site where you could write your name, and then the site automatically issued all possible rituals that could be used to curse a specific person. She also found out that a group of local slanderers was behind this site. Suchi did not understand who she was talking about, so he asked her to explain in more detail about them. As Scheherazade explained to him, they possessed the power of conducting spiritual sessions. All they needed was a person's name and date of birth. Everything else they did independently. After their rituals, a person began to feel very bad, could get some incurable disease or even to die. This group is said to be related to the gods of misery, and there is nothing unusual in the fact that they worship him. But the problem is that they have received enormous power from him and are now summoning spirits and ghosts into this world. Suchi thought that if these slanderers are an unofficial organization, why don't these sites just be removed from public access? But as far as Scheherazade herself understood, these people are not touched until something happens, only then the secret services begin to investigate them. Usually the Black Gates don't have time for such petty sights as this one, but this time it all changed, because they summoned the Angel of Tears right too loud and broke the rules. They went outside and can finally breathe a sigh of relief, because they have dealt with the angel. Now the police and the Secret Service will arrive here to bring the matter to an end. Suchi was satisfied with his work, and now he can finally go home and rest for a while. While they were walking through the streets of the city, Scheherazade told Suchi that next week they would deal with the issue of the Angel of Tears together, and find out where they got it from. But Suchi could not next week because he had to carry out the assignment of Mr. Anderson at the expense of finding pioneers. But Scheherazade hinted to Suchi that he could transfer this case to Green, because he had just been appointed to the position. Scheherazade uttered some strange words like a curse of blood and skin. Suchi did not understand why she needed it. Meanwhile, Green stood by Anderson and blamed him for not warning him about Scheherazade, but he tried. Suchi had already arrived home after a hard day and immediately went to bed and continued his dive. His depth was already about 19,000 meters. Only 1,000 meters remained to the moho layer. Suchi looked at his threads coming away from the anchor and got a little worried. He only had 3 thick threads belonging to the mousetrap, the 9-headed and the spider. He also had a few thin threads, but that was all he had. In general, he had 20 modules, and the anchoring ritual at such a depth requires at least 40. At this rate, he will have to tell Mr. Anderson and all the masters about his group and what he does, so that they at least somehow help him. But it suddenly dawned on Suchi that if he can manage the rituals for his group without the seal of origin, then he can also manage the enshrining ritual as long as he doesn't reveal which system he belongs to. The next morning, Suchi woke up after a hard night. Because he had been working on the ritual and only half finished creating it, he still needed to use all the remaining anchor lines. Suchi decided to come to Mr. Anderson's office and talk to him, but when he entered the headquarters, he realized that there was no one there, either Mr. Anderson, nor Alice, not even the Hatter. Where did they all go? It was all quite strange to Suchi, but he decided not to lose the moment and see if Mr. Anderson had a book about anchors and knowledge of strength, or something similar. But unfortunately for him, most of those books were about psychology, philosophy, and half of them about autobiography. Do all mystics like to write books about themselves? Suchi did not give up and still found a book about the moho layer, which he was quite interested in, especially now, and when he opened this book he was even more surprised because it was written by hand. It was more like someone's outline. Suchi sat down on the sofa, collected his thoughts, and began to carefully reread the book. A few hundred years ago, there were treasures in the East that contained a lot of knowledge and secrets. Although some people came back and got out of control, the problem was not very serious, and they thought they got more. It seems that Suchi found neither a book nor a synopsis. It was someone's very old diary, which was kept by a very old mystic, in which Suchi did not understand anything while reading it. Here Suchi reached the chapter in this diary where the author tells that he is going to pass the Moho layer, and that he has 30,000 modalities for the ritual, and he hopes that he will have enough. Suchi was incredibly surprised by such a number of modalities and that a person still worries that he may not pass this layer, even with such resources. It is interesting to see what he managed. The author wrote very clearly that he wants to go back, because the Moho is too dangerous in this layer, and he is worried that he will be found soon. The book described the terrible events of the author who was on this layer. He was even afraid to raise his head, lest they look at him. But who is he writing about? Who are they? Suchi read to the end where the author wrote that he would die soon and kept repeating it. Then they found him and it was clear what happened next. Suchi closed the book and added that he had lost his mind. He sat and thought about how the author who wrote this book stayed in the Moho layer for only 3 weeks and went crazy, but he had such huge resources, not to mention Suchi. After he enters the Moho layer, the mental load will increase and Suchi will have to endure heavy loads every day. Suchi decided to dive into the deep sea and check the depth again. He really hoped that he had not yet entered the Moho layer, and when he opened his eyes he saw a depth that was only 1 meter short of the Moho layer. He did not understand what was happening and how is this even possible. In the afternoon, Suchi went to school and even took an umbrella with him, but when he went outside, he noticed how wonderful the weather was and immediately realized what a liar Miko was, because she promised that the rain goddess would definitely show her power today. Although Xiaoyushu appeared so as not to scare Suchi, this time he appeared and immediately started joking with Suchi that he took an umbrella in such sunny weather. Probably Suchi is just worried about his tan and does not want to sunbathe too much. For Suchi, it was a complete delusion. He was just preparing for the rain that Miko had promised him, for which he had spent so much time and money. While they were walking to school together, Xiaoyushu decided to ask Suchi's advice about his idea of creating a haunted house for their school festival, so Suchi's opinion was important to him. After all, who does not like to hunt for something mystical and mysterious? But Suchi mentally offered Xiaoyushu to live at least 1 day of his life, then he would have enough adventures for the rest of his life. Xiaoyushu expected that this project would be super popular, such as videos from the beheading cycle, which are gaining more and more popularity. But Suchi didn't care about this festival and all the events at school. He was only concerned about how to survive in the Moho layer, because so far only he was lucky with the depth where he is. Xiaoyushu interrupted his thoughts and told him that tomorrow Suchi could choose one of 3 teams to choose from. It was the design team that was responsible for developing the scenery for the haunted house and the spirit images. There was also the team that was responsible for purchasing the materials, and Xiaoyushu's last team was in charge of setting up the haunted house and making the costumes. Therefore, he asked him to choose wisely, but to choose correctly, taking into account who his friend is and what kind of team he has. Suchi chose the first team because he always liked design, so he dropped Xiaoyushu's hand from his shoulder. Unexpectedly, their conversation was interrupted by a very scary dark cloud, which seems to bring a heavy downpour to this city. Suchi was very happy with this news, because Miko still fulfilled her promise and did not just run away with the money. Now all Suchi needs to do is wait for the spirit girl and go home with her. Suchi stood outside the school during the downpour and thought that the rain had stopped just in time, and when Miko said, "Was she also a person of the mystical world?" His thoughts were interrupted again by Xiaoyushu, who was standing in a garbage bag. This was all his brain could think of to save himself from the downpour. But Suchi had no plan to go anywhere with Xiaoyushu. He was waiting for the spirit girl who was supposed to be here from minute to minute, so he introduced the friend as best he could. But in the end he just left. Xiaoyushu shouted that he had changed a lot and he had the secrets appeared. Suchi was walking in the rain and thought that he really had secrets. But if he told Xiaoyushu these secrets, he would hardly talk to him any further, so it was better to keep quiet and act like a normal person. Suchi turned to answer Xiaoyushu about his talk about how strange he had become, and unexpectedly saw the very girl he had been waiting for so long. She was also waiting for Su-Chi. She had an incredible desire to walk home with him under this warm summer rain, but this friend who did not want to go away prevented her. Su-Chi raised his voice a little and promised him that if he said another word, he would tear his head off. Xia Yushu clearly understood this and left. As soon as he moved a few meters away, the spirit of the girl was already behind Su-Chi and whispered to him that he sees and hears her. Su-Chi did not expect that she would come to him so quickly. But he had a clear task that he wanted to finally fulfill and forget it like a terrible dream that he endured so hard every time. He hoped that this would be the last time. It seems that she took Su-Chi's bait, and now the decisive moment is whether she will follow him or not. But she did not dare to approach him. Then he decided to use his acting skills. A few seconds later, she was already standing next to Su-Chi and holding his hand and was very satisfied. She could only dream of such a thing. Their walk began, and Su-Chi was worried that if he didn't succeed this time, there would be no more attempts, because he didn't have the money to make it rain again. In order for Su-Chi to fulfill her wishes as much as possible, he had to pretend as much as possible that he did not see her, so the effect of the walk would be better. But it was very difficult to control, because sometimes he thought that he was really walking in the rain with a girl. Even this special atmosphere that covered them when they walked under one umbrella, it will be too difficult a walk for Su-Chi. But he has to endure it, because there will be no second chance. He even thought that if it was some kind of romantic movie, they might even kiss, but it's good that it's not him. But it was much easier than Su-Chi thought. They were only a short distance from the school. How the girl from the spirit turned into ashes and how she started to cry in front of him, of course from happiness. Because she was very grateful for what he did for her. Su-Chi was also satisfied with his work, because he finally got rid of this spirit and even turned her into a Buddha. What could be better? But that's not all. The girl seems to have left behind a relic, which at first glance to Su-Chi didn't look very expensive, so it's probably impossible to sell it and get something, so he decided to keep it for himself. When it fell into his hand, its name sounded like the divine soul of youth, so Su-Chi began to doubt its usefulness for him, and once again thought about selling it in a Chinese antique shop. While he was thinking about the best way to solve this problem, this bracelet with spikes unexpectedly disappeared somewhere from his hands. Where could he go? But then he understood everything. When he saw his reflection in the mirror, this bracelet penetrated his soul and seems to remain with him forever. No matter how hard he tried to remove it from his head, he couldn't. But then he stopped and saw how his anchor threads got tangled in this spiked bracelet. What happened to them? Then the bracelet completely cut these lines and nothing was left of them. The power of this bracelet is that it cuts the anchor lines. Then something started happening to Su-Chi. He did not understand what was happening, because his body seemed to stop working, he could not feel it, and then his heart seemed to fall out of him and fell into the water. It began to sink in the deep sea absolutely exactly, and some voice whispered to him that his heart should be in the water, because there is much more knowledge and opportunities. There is so much good that he cannot even imagine. Su-Chi unexpectedly plunged into the deep sea for the second time in a day and began to sink with incredible force, and it seems that he had experienced such emotions before. So he already had these emotions in the headquarters. When Alice made him go through it, it seems that he is actually starting to lose control over his body. Su-Chi continued to go out of control. He could no longer breathe and his consciousness began to shut down little by little, and his mind stopped working altogether. It seems that he will lose control and remain underwater forever. The only thing he could think about was that the last time this happened, he was saved by the counselor Alice, who pulled him out from under the water, and what should he do this time, when she is not here? His clothes began to fly off him as his body began to deform and turn into a horrible picture. Su-Chi didn't know what he could do about it. Some voice from the side whispered to him to take Su-Chi down, because there is a lot of knowledge and secrets that he will definitely like, waiting for him here. Then Su-Chi, if he can still be called that, saw a red light and thought that it was help that came from the black gate. so he did not think for a second and swam in the direction of this light. He dived with incredible speed and almost reached this fire. In his eyes it was already burning and Suchi was already very close. But it was not help at all. It was a huge octopus that had several thousand eyes and the same number of tentacles, which called Suchi to him. And the bait used by this monster was an ordinary piece of meat, which it held in its tentacles. Suchi really wanted to hold this red and very bright piece of meat in his hands, and it seems that someone gave him such an opportunity by cutting it out along with the tentacles. Next, Suchi heard how a completely different voice, which was much more pleasant, began to call him and pull him out of this depth in which he was. He woke up from this terrible dream and just sat scared in the rain near his school and barely forced himself to stand up. Suchi sat on the floor for a while and reassured himself that he was now near the school and he was still fine. He was back in the ordinary world. The tentacles and piece of flesh are not actually there in real life. They came from the depths of the sea like the body of the first master. Could the octopus statue be related to those giant tentacles that were there at the first loss of control? He looked at his reflection again and saw that his only anchor lines were still intact and all was well. But why had they suddenly stopped working? In any case, he understood that his new relic was too dangerous and he could not know when it would work next time, because it seemed to cut the anchor lines for the sake of a joke. It is like a slow-acting bomb on the head that cannot be controlled. That's why Suchi decided to go to the Blackgate Club, where they might not give him advice, but in an emergency they can save him. Because of this constant downpour, Suchi seems to have become sick not for fun, so Mr. Anderson gave him a handkerchief and a cup of hot tea to make him feel better and not get more cold. Suchi still decided to tell Mr. Anderson everything about his new relic, which he received as a result of fulfilling the spirit girl's dream. So Anderson once again questioned him whether this new relic is really beyond control and causing him a lot of trouble. To which Suchi confidently answered yes. Anderson suggested that he try adding this new relic to his binding ritual to cement the bond between them, and help make it more manageable to use. Suchi was not sure about this method, but as Mr. Anderson said, he had no other choice, because, for example, he had never met such a case in his life. So he could not help. Suchi had to deal with this problem on his own. He also decided to tell about his dive in a little more detail, but not to mention its depth, so Suchi simply described the stone monument he saw and asked if Anderson knew what it was. He, in turn, asked Suchi to draw this stone monument, and then maybe he would tell him something. Suchi immediately warned him that he doesn't remember very well what he saw. So he draws very schematically, and what he came up with he showed to Anderson, to which he immediately got a question: where did he see it? But Suchi sat silently, because he did not want to tell what happened to him today. Mr. Anderson understood that he did not want to talk about it, so he promised him to check it for him in the Blackgate base, but it may not bring the desired results for him, because although there are many creatures in this base, many of them are undefined and unknown. After that, Suchi thanked Anderson and got up from the sofa to say goodbye and leave. Because he still has to go to work at the law firm today, Anderson asked him to go home and rest, because he got sick and his clothes were all covered in water. But Suchi didn't seem to hear him and shouted that their motto in this company is work harder, and there will be more money in your wallet. Anderson liked this motto. Suchi finally got home after that hard day. He lay there and thought about how busy it had been for him to go on a date with the spirit first, then in some unknown way his new relic pulled him into a great depth and he almost lost control. At work he had to deal with very difficult clients, and also only recently finished dealing with this Marie who comes to him every day. Now, after all this nightmare, he can calmly go to bed and rest, hoping that tomorrow he will get up as usual and enjoy the dawn. As soon as Suchi fell asleep, some mysterious hand came out from the floor and grabbed his hand. It was not like a spirit that wanted to eat him, it was something else. At this moment, Suchi was deep in the sea and it seems that nothing will happen today that will make him feel so broken in the morning. But his peace immediately ended as soon as he saw at what depth he was. His level was 25,000 meters, which meant that he had already crossed the Moho layer and had been there for quite a long time. He understood how much it was, but you can't do anything about it. In any case, he is already in the Moho layer, so 20,000 or 25 didn't make a big difference. By the way, this strange statue he saw today can't be full. Is it related to the fact that he crossed the Moho layer? Suchi decided not to wait long or obsess over that octopus. He needed to focus his attention on creating his own anchoring ritual, which was much more important at the moment. Despite the fact that Suchi had very few anchor lines, it was still better than nothing, so he still began to create a ritual. He successfully created the framework of the ritual. Then a problem arose, namely, how and in what order one can start introducing divine relics. In the book that Anderson gave him, it was said that in the ritual of anchoring there is a structure that provides divinity, and that a divine relic must be embedded in it. So each layer can be embedded in the ritual, and each ritual can be embedded with the help of a divine relic. The divine relic can interact with the mystic, it can evolve, and the mystic can be under its influence, so Suchi carefully chose the divine relic. He decided to go through each separately so as not to make a mistake. First, he decided to evaluate the ideal world that he created. It was the basis of everything and it is forbidden to touch it, so you have to look for something else. Next up were the relics for creating clones and fire, which were also basic for his recruits in the ideal world, so they couldn't be touched either. The next two relics also did not fit, because they were relics that helped Suchi survive in emergency situations, namely his lipstick and the sacred sword. There was one more relic left in line, which was the last one on the list. It was the same wreath that had driven Suchi to the depths, causing him to almost lose control of his body and mind, but he had no choice but to take it. At first, Suchi had problems, because he could not incorporate this relic into the ritual, because this required experience, which he unfortunately did not have, but after a while he succeeded and introduced the wreath into his ritual. At first nothing changed until the wreath turned into something similar to what was with Suchi during the day, but now in his dream, then he realized that the wreath essentially became a part of Suchi's body and now he can use it, and the first thing he decided with him to do is turn off the wreath. He managed to do it the first time. Suchi simply couldn't afford to wear such a dangerous thing on his head all the time, so the best option was to turn it off. But it seems that this ring that formed after turning off also has a hidden effect. It was interesting to see if it developed in Suchi in real life because he dreamed it. Although it would be interesting to learn what kind of skill it is and how it can be used, but today he will not learn it, because the dawn has already come and it is time to wake up. Suchi woke up thinking that today was his first day in the Moho layer, but then he stopped thinking about it, because he saw a huge scar on his hand, which seemed to have been left by a person, even a child. Next, Suchi heard a very unpleasant sound coming from the street, so he went to the window to see what was causing this sound. In the end, he did not see anything new there, except for a huge ugly spirit, which began to spoil his life even more simply by its presence. Suchi did not expect such a morning. Again, his day does not start in the best way. Now he sees such ugly spirits that he was thrown from the window to the ground. What was in the sky was incredibly scary things that Suchi began to see due to the fact that he had moved to a new layer of Moho that gave him such an opportunity. All around the world there were terrible monsters that could destroy him in a matter of seconds. Blood began to flow from his mouth and nose, but it was not a natural red color, but pitch black. It all looked very scary. He wanted nothing more than to fall asleep and never wake up again. Nevertheless, he gathered all his strength into a fist and went to school, because one must not forget to lead a natural life, because that way they will immediately start poking him with fingers and then the spirits will find him earlier. But it was a real absurdity. He sees how this world is ready with thousands of monsters, but he still had to go to school. The strange sounds that he heard in the morning did not disappear, but on the contrary intensified, and they probably disturbed Suchi the most. It was very unpleasant to listen to. Suchi was already halfway to school when the sound began to come sharply closer to him, as if someone was about to eat him. And it wasn't just like that. He saw a huge bloodied hand in his phone, which seemed to be reaching for him and wanted to eat him. But what did it really want? During Su Chi's entire journey to school, severed arms and legs of spirits fell on him from the sky. They spoke to him as best they could and everything at every step. Su Chi calmed himself as much as he could. His morale was already beyond adequate. But it was not surprising. It was very difficult to endure such a thing, considering that after he reached the moho layer, the number of spirits increased by about 5 times. It was necessary not only to ignore all these monsters that provoked him, but also to endure this nasty sound, which was eating away at his brain more and more every second. Su Chi tried to cheer himself up as much as he could and thought about why the logic of devouring does not work here, namely why the bigger one does not eat the smaller one. That is how much food there is for those spirits in the sky. But after a few seconds, Su Chi took his words back, because he saw how one giant simply crushed another spirit that was just standing with one hand. Su Chi almost screamed. But all along the way Su Chi was being watched by a strange hand that had an eye inside the palm of his hand that was watching Su Chi, so he tried not to raise his eyes. Now Su Chi understood why everyone is saying that people who have reached the moho layer do not raise their heads. This is the pure truth, because no one wants to be involved in this madness. Finally, Su Chi entered the subway car and no longer sees all that horror flying in the sky. He thought he was still asleep and this was his worst nightmare that could ever be. All the way to the subway, he rode with his head up. Because his neck was stiff, he had to look up all the time. He just couldn't look up at the sky, it's so uncomfortable. He remembered this huge hand in the air that looked like a huge doll with eyes. It was terrible to see that. And then he remembered the spirits that he seems to have seen before, but they are not so terrible and have an unusual shape. Who are they? Higher spirits? Su Chi simply could not believe what he was seeing. He had never seen such chaotic madness, as if the whole world was a seedling for spirits. But he still did not understand what the moho layer had to do with them. Why do they appear on it? Maybe it all works because of the greatest fear in the world that comes from the food chain. People feel that they have climbed to the top. That's why they consider themselves fearless. That's why all the monsters sank to the depths of the sea, and as soon as humanity learns that demons and spirits can rise and eat them in their own way then everything will change. Su Chi tried not to think about it and calm down, because if he thinks about the fact that he has just ascended to the moho level and sees so many strange things at once, then he will definitely lose control and will not help himself. So he needs to collect his thoughts and calm down. He decided that he needs to clear his mind to be safe, but until now he needs to record everything as much as possible, everything he sees and hears, so he will be one of the most useful in the Black Gate Club. But he understood that all the usual things that people use, such as telephones, recorders or even notebooks, can be lost, so it is necessary to invent another way to record all the information about what he sees. And then a brilliant idea came to his head, but he needed to wait until he was alone in the car to implement it. As soon as everyone got off at the stop, Su Chi immediately used one of his ideal state relics and moved there. At the moment, he has not thought of anything better than to write down all his notes in the Hall of Secrets, from where he may someday transfer them somewhere, but for now this is the most reliable place in the world. Well, it seems that he finished his work. But to be honest, it didn't look very good. But Su Chi justified himself by saying that he rarely raised his head, so the drawing turned out to be inaccurate. Su Chi then noticed a strange black object appearing above the sky that looked like a silhouette. Perhaps this could be another terrifying thing in his diary. In the abandoned world at that time, a heavy battle ended and one of the main heroines of that battle was able to survive. But her injuries were too serious. But she wasn't going to give up and used her blood, which she was draining, to heal her wounds, so she created a ball from that very blood. Then she pulled her in with her last strength through her special mask, and after that she really should have gotten much better. And indeed, this ritual that she performed did not only help her, it gave her a new form that made her even stronger. But unfortunately her main problem did not disappear. She was too disturbed by the spirits and ghosts in her head that constantly said something. But still, she cannot walk in this form, so she had to put on a raincoat, which she used to protect herself. She was once again greeted as the spreader of the secrets and knowledge of the great sage Lin Wei by her humble servant. She reminded him that there is no need to repeat such a long greeting every time, it will not help him survive, but for this man manners are the most important thing, which he believed would help him not to be eaten. Next, she created an alchemical ritual, but she didn't draw a diagram of the ritual and didn't use seals. She really had already gone beyond the human mind and become much stronger. After completing this ritual, she gave him the 3 stones of wisdom that he had asked for information on how to move to a city called Ludo. In response, he told her that he had prepared a rite of eternal life in Ludo for her day, although he was not a specialist in this. But someone from Ludo inquired and he gave him a hint. But she knew the rules of the gate, and knew that all things are equal and the ritual of life must be exchanged for another life of equal value, and she did not want to get into trouble. So if this is the best way he talks about, then she wants to cancel everything. He began to calm her down and tell her about this ritual in more detail. He knew that alchemists are always cautious about such rituals, so he asked her not to worry. This is not an exchange of lives, this is a ritual of exchange of punishments, where the other person is not against doing it. Just in case, she reminded him what would happen if he cheated and gave him 3 stones of wisdom, but he assured her that everything would be fine. After she gave the stones, Ling Wei said that she would be waiting for him here, so let him hurry. But it seems that this man was not quite as virtuous as he told, so he began to smile and remembered that Lin Wei was a spirit with a human soul. It was a perfect plan for him. Meanwhile, Suchi finished writing down all the details of his life now. He calculated that if something happened to him, it would go to the Black Gate and they would know everything, a kind of note before death. He remembered everything he needed at that moment, and he was going to add more information while he could still do it. Then he looked at the best picture. His gaze turned to 2 kidneys, which were just walking by the handles on the subway car. What a horror this layer of moho is! For all the time he has been in this body, he has not seen more terrible things than now, and also his neck, it hurts a lot due to the fact that he cannot raise his head up, the problems themselves. Suchi unexpectedly forgot about his pain when he saw that above each human head there was a red ribbon that looked like a fire going up a mountain, and in the middle of this fire there were a bunch of incomprehensible symbols. But not only people had such a ribbon, Suchi himself was the owner of such a lamp. I wonder what it means and what it gives to the owner. Every person had this above their head without exception, but spirits and monsters did not have this. It was very interesting. Suchi understood that this tape was created especially for people. It is something like a tape of thoughts or desires and all lead to the gods above. The weekend came, so Suchi came to the gym where Scheherazade was already waiting for him, who was ready to start Suchi's training in full. He didn't even have time to change his clothes and recover from where he is, as he has already received a blow to the face, and it seems that Scheherazade does not feel sorry for him. Then another blow to the stomach, and it seems that Suchi will need time to recover, because after such blows she did not really want to train. Scheherazade said that he is not collected at all today. What happened to him? He explained that he has not yet gotten used to the depths of the sea and is unlikely to ever get used to it. She reassured him and agreed that it is a difficult test for him, but everything will be fine. They will definitely help if necessary. Suchi thought how much he wanted to be on the bottom of the abyss. He would trade anything for it. He can no longer endure all this and also these trainings and rituals. It is all very difficult for him. Scheherazade decided to cheer him up a little and offered him a deal if he could endure the training until the end. Then they would go to a wonderful place where Suchi had never been. She began to explain the training tactics to him. Scheherazade was sure that in order to learn to fight, you must first learn to receive blows. Suchi had a pretty good body, but his skills were too weak, so she decided to beat him a few times. Maybe that way they would rise. Suchi already didn't seem to care, but now he understood why she was a Black Gate fighter, that even Green avoided her. He was ready for another round and told her to attack, and she in turn was not going to give in to him. After training, As Scheherazade had promised, they went to a magical place, namely, they were on Tin Shui's shopping street, where Scheherazade did not even remember the last time she had been. He still didn't understand what they were doing here and why she brought him here, and she didn't tell until he bought her food. Suchi was sure that she had a talent for manipulating people. Suchi nevertheless bought what she wanted so much and looked around, where there were spirits at every step. Even the bench with dolls, which seemed very cute to ordinary people, but in fact, Suchi saw only a bunch of terrible spirits there, ready to destroy him at any second. He brought the same food that Scheherazade wanted, and now he gave her an ultimatum that he will not give her food until she says so. But then when he looked at her, his desire to blackmail her disappeared, because it would be possible to get it from Scheherazade. In fact, Scheherazade planned this meeting in this shopping district, and the meeting was supposed to be with one of the slanderers, who should know about the curse ordering site. Suchi asked what his name was, but she explained that such people do not have a name, but they are usually called that by someone who slanders something, or they can use a name, but it will be made up and next time you will not address him like that. But Suchi did not understand why so. Scheherazade explained to him that this happens for two reasons. Firstly, in this dark business, you can be cursed if the real name of a person is known, and secondly, if the curse becomes known, then it will be easy to escape with an invented name from responsibility, so they don't use their real names. But then a logical question arises from Suchi: if they are not ready to give their real name, then why are they ready to go out on a date? She made him understand that, most likely, the slanderer himself will not appear here, but his friends or assistants will come and take them to him, because usually such people do not appear in public places, because they have done a lot of bad things. Scheherazade simply could not be satisfied with her delicacy, which Suchi brought her. Well, it is already delicious. She was enjoying her meal until a voice called to them from behind and asked them if they were looking for a reverend. When they turned back, there stood a man who looked more like a ghost or worse, and quickly used his magic sword to fight off the Atada. He did not understand how he did such a thing. But Scheherazade quickly calmed him down, and answered that this is the child of the slanderer, who, as she said, came for them to take them to the slanderer himself. He politely invited them to follow him, and they agreed, although it didn't look very safe, but they had no other option. They came to a nice enough place in the center of this shopping district, and Suchi was even surprised that the slanderers were concentrated in such a nice place, unlike them. But when they entered inside, he immediately took his words back. It was too unpleasant to be there, and it was scary. Are all these paper people slanderers? Suchi once again had to not raise his head or look at them. Of course they were not included in the food chain, they were not ghosts or spirits, but their appearance in some cases scared him more than the spirits, so he decided to pretend that he did not see them and go calmly. They came to the room of the most important slanderer, who seems to have been in the city, so they were just as politely invited to enter the room. When they went inside, they were surprised to see several giant skulls hanging on the wall, and it looked very terrible. Without waiting for what the guests wanted from him, he immediately asked them what or whom they wanted to curse today. As Suchi later realized for himself, it was not even a man, but an old woman, a very ambiguous person who combined the best sides of both worlds and kept up with the most advanced technologies of magical arts. Then the dialogue was continued by Scheherazade, who asked her directly if she was a slanderer from Tin Shui Street. Suchi was surprised that she didn't know her either. But this woman with a very terrible look answers that she curses people from 50,000 to 5 million per person, so don't be stingy. If you don't pay enough money, the gods won't be able to take the payment and the curse won't happen. It seems that Scheherazade did not react to her words and continued to ask her questions, and this time she asked if she was somehow related to the cursed site. She looked at her carefully and answered that the gods are watching all of us and testing us, and we should not cross the limits of what is permitted, because each of us will be punished for this. Then she extended her hand to Suchi, but he did not understand what she wanted from him, and what it meant, so he just stood and watched her. It's good that Scheherazade was there, who understood what this woman wanted and how to behave with her. This hand gesture meant that she wanted to accept payment and bargain, so she extended her hand. Scheherazade and this woman seemed to have caught a common contact between themselves and started talking to each other, and Scheherazade began to say out loud that they do not agree on an amount more than this, and that's all. In response to this, the woman agreed and accepted their conditions. She then held out her phone to pay. Suchi was amazed and even a little disappointed. Do the gods need money to pay for something like this? To which she replied, money is needed everywhere. The payment went through successfully, and the woman immediately spoke and answered Scheherazade about the site that she was so interested in. She knew about this site, which is controlled by the Union of Spiritual Sessions, and they invited her to join them, but of course she refused. Suchi even more stopped believing in all these magical skills of this woman, because she, like Miko, starts talking only after payment, and before that you can't get a word out. Scheherazade carefully listened to what this woman said and asked to tell more about this union and what they do. She began to tell her story from the moment when she was at the annual meeting of clairvoyance a year ago and met a girl who scared her a lot. She had a great divine feeling, which was very scary. Suchi once again asked about the divine feeling, because he did not understand, and Scheherazade explained to him that it refers to the degree of closeness between believers and the deity. The higher the divine feeling, the stronger the spiritual power. The woman continued her story about that strange girl who then created an organization called Zodiac to help those willing to pay for their tasks that she and her people did, so she gathered the best of the best. Scheherazade came to the conclusion that this organization, if the customer had money, could even destroy a specific person, and this was not a problem. But the woman added that she did not tell them that, she only told how she was connected with this site. Scheherazade continued the interrogation, and the next question was why she refused to join this club. But the woman's reason was quite simple: slanderers do not form alliances, because they are all disorganized creatures and often they die at any moment, so there is no point in forming these alliances. Plus, a high-ranking organization of slanderers will definitely attract the police and secret services, who will definitely start an investigation on this matter. That's why many people spoke against the spiritual sessions, but this girl shut everyone's mouths when she destroyed 3 masters right on the spot, which shocked everyone who was at the meeting. It seems that she had a very difficult character, and it was said that the goddess of disaster sat in her soul, who did not give the girl even an attempt to resist her and was, in fact, only her doll. After that day, most of the slanderers left the city to protect themselves from her, although some of them joined her, and now they are doing terrible things together in this world, and to be honest, there are almost no slanderers left in Ludo, and she is going to leave in a few days. Scheherazade offered her help, because this woman knew who they were and from which organization, and for that she would tell more about this girl and how best to deal with her. But the woman seemed to be boiling with memories and made it very clear that no living person could handle this girl, because her strength is beyond comprehension. After that, Scheherazade sent more money to this woman, and she immediately changed and was ready to talk. Suchi simply did not understand how money can change people like that. Next, she took out some small box from her small locker and wanted to show it to Scheherazade and Suchi, as she said, after this box, her slanderer friends studied the essences and found out about her. When she opened this box, it seemed like a lot of blood poured out of it, which could drown everyone who was in this room. Suchi couldn't understand what it was and why it looked like blood, but in any case, they had to do something, otherwise they would just drown here. But before they had time to invent something, some kind of fire fell into this sea of blood and ignited everything there. What should they do now? Everything around Suchi began to burn, and this fire began to cover absolutely all corners of this small room. What should he do next? Began to scream and call for Scheherazade to help him. Suchi could not believe that he would die in this way. But after a second, some kind of water started pouring on him, which seemed to extinguish everything around him. It was Scheherazade who poured water on him so that he would calm down and stop screaming. As it turned out, He alone entered this trance, and he alone saw how a lot of blood flowed out of the box, which filled the room, and there was a feeling that everything around was on fire, and now he himself would burn, until he was extinguished by water. The woman was surprised that he saw all this and praised his intuitive sense of perception. She had never seen anything like this before. She continued to show what was in that box, from which blood seemed to be flowing, and now there is some piece of burnt cloth, which, according to legends, is a relic that remained after the great fire of the sleeve. Neither Su Chi nor Scheherazade knew what it was about, and what kind of big fire this strange woman was talking about. She was surprised that the Black Gates were so ignorant, so she began to tell that a great fire was registered as a huge fire that was more than 400 years ago in Ludo. At that time, a large number of people were praying in Jingjiao Temple for the sake of a young girl who had died of an incurable disease, and when the prayer was over, a huge, unexpected, strong wind blew a piece of sleeve from the fire, which ignited one of the houses. No one at that time could have expected that the fire could destroy almost the entire city of Luo, and it is said that then more than 100,000 people were injured and destroyed by the hand of this terrible fire, as if it was a trial by fire. Su Chi and Scheherazade carefully looked at this sleeve and almost simultaneously said, "Does this sleeve have anything to do with a spiritual session?" The woman replied that it had something to do with the spirit girl's origin. After the fire, many parts of the city were restored and reopened to people, even including Ting Shui's shopping street. But from the day when the districts were reopened, a legend appeared that says that this street gave birth to new spirits and gods, and when the street moves from one place to another, they follow it. After the fire, people began to look for the slanderer, and the same fate awaited him. So after some time the foreign slanderer was found but not destroyed, and the street again became prosperous and very beautiful. But after he was found, there was no trace of him. Is this slanderer somehow connected with the spirit girl who was at that meeting? The woman added that judging by all the facts and evidence, this girl could be a descendant of the same slanderer, but the friend of this woman did not continue to investigate this story. But why? She told because he died 6 months ago from a curse by a spiritist ritual, but she does not know this for sure. All he managed to give her before his death was this sleeve and said that it contained a clue that could answer many questions. Then the woman cut off her story and asked her to wait a little while she came out. Scheherazade considered this a very difficult matter, considering that the incident was unexpected and the slanderer turned out to be much more dangerous than they thought. So it was necessary to immediately report this information to the management so that she could get advice on how to deal with it, and she asked Su Chi to follow up on her. A woman. Su Chi also thought about these spiritual sessions of this spirit girl. It really sounds impressive. This girl's power came directly from the gods and spirits who were not against sharing their power with her. He was afraid to imagine how difficult it would be to deal with her. The woman returned and offered her guests a free fortune-telling before they left, such generosity for their long wait. She took out a turtle shell and a piece of paper. Su Chi was surprised by this set of divination items. But it seems that he needs to take his words back, because as soon as she said a few magical words for the ritual, pictures lit up around this shell and the ritual began. Is this the power of spirits and gods? After that, a hand appeared. It just came out of nowhere and began to act on this shell as if with a strong fire, so that it melted and brought the necessary information. Su Chi did not understand what was happening here, but he decided for himself that he needed to remember what this ritual formation looked like so that he could then use it for his own purposes. But the woman did not have time to finish her ritual, as Scheherazade took the box with the sleeve and said that they do not need fortune-telling, because they do not believe in it at all, and went to the exit. The matter is done, so they will leave. Finally, she told the woman that she would be contacted and informed about her departure from Ludo. She thanked them and wished them luck in hunting the spirit girl and her people. 400 years ago, in one of the village houses in the city of Ludo, a ritual took place regarding the case of a bad dog, which was going to be sacrificed for its crimes. The family that was the owner of this dog gathered for this ritual and knew how everything would end with her beloved dog, but they could not do otherwise, so the husband of this family sent the woman to the house. If she is so worried and scared, she cannot watch it, but it must stay. The person who performed this ritual recited a prayer that spoke of great hatred and the great crime they had committed. Then they grabbed the unfortunate dog and forced it to sacrifice its life for the sake of saving another more important life. They forced her to dig a hole for herself, which she did a great job with. The woman still could not stand this pressure and went home, because it was too much for her. Then they brought the dog as a gift to the gods and forced to collect blood from it while it was still alive. After they collected the blood in a small bowl, they offered the man to drink it to the bottom, so that his family would be forever protected by Inagami, and she would do everything to prevent further trouble from haunting your family. The man drank this bowl to the bottom and threw it out of his hands. Suchi and Scheherazade were in no hurry to return to the Black Gate Club, and Suchi asked when they would continue de-icing the sight and the spirit girl, to which Scheherazade herself did not know the answer, because it was a much more serious problem than she thought. The help of a specialist would be needed here. Suchi first hears about the so-called specialists in the mystical world. What do they do? Scheherazade explained to him that these are the people who help to reveal secrets and help in de-icing, which is very necessary for them in this matter. But Suchi was worried about another question, that they spent a lot of Mr. Anderson's money on this woman, and now they still need to hire a specialist. Won't he mind? Scheherazade calmed him down and assured him that he would not be against it, and would even be for it. On Tinshui Street, where Scheherazade and Suchi were just now, it seems that the woman has not finished the ritual yet and is continuing it. Something started to happen to her, as if someone wanted to get out of her. Is this how the ritual affects her? It was Chi Fu, one of the members of the Spirit Essence organization, who transformed into a woman to confuse Scheherazade and Suchi, who came to him. Next, another girl who was watching all this came out to him. She was also one of the members of the secret organization of the spiritualist session. Her name was Quan Ling, and she immediately asked if Chi Fu managed to steal their things from them. He answered her that only one succeeded. She got angry. Why only one? The fact was that the body he used was too old to control it, and it was very difficult to apply the transfer ritual. She then suggested that he destroy them both and let all these Black Gate-type organizations know how strong they can be. She ordered him to remove all the junk from the old body, and she is now drawing a formation here for the owner of this thing. What is his name, by the way? And his name was Suchi, and Chi Fu managed to steal his coin from him, and even take a picture of him. Now Suchi is in danger. Quan Ling began her destruction ritual. She began to say the words enemy approaching Inugama must come, enemy approaching Inugama must come, Inugama destroy, and then the ritual itself began, which began quite quickly. Then she said in her voice that she is very sorry for Suchi, but her Inugama is very hungry and wants to eat Suchi, and it will happen. At that moment, Suchi was counting his coins, which he had left, and he did not count one coin. It is very strange, because it is not like him. He always clearly counts his finances. He was just standing by the vending machine with food and wanted to buy something, because he was very hungry, and he just didn't have the same coin, and the machine also does not support payment by phone. Suchi decided to go home, as he had already received a reminder that Mrs. Mary would visit him soon, and it was time to go back, so he left the machine gun and left. When he was returning home, a very cold wind suddenly arose here, which literally covered his whole body from his feet to his back. Where did such a cold wind come from? Here he heard a strange sound behind him, as if someone had very carefully descended from heaven to earth. But he understood that this was not good, and most likely now he would have to fight. When Suchi turned his head, he saw such a terrible monster that his breath froze, and his body began to tremble on its own. Did this monster come for him? Chu Fu asked this crazy girl if they would stay here until she finished her ritual, to which she replied that of course she would like to enjoy and get the thrill of contact with the 4-year-old Ingon. He didn't even imagine how breathtaking she is when she tears her prey. These touches and the heat of the muscle fibers that break out of the body and are crushed into dust, a pile of blood. It works like a drug that you gradually get used to. Suchi didn't understand why, because he just turned his head, this spirit was already targeting him and was going to eat him, but he didn't do anything to make him think that he saw him. The monster did not wait for Suchi to assess the whole situation and of course already attacked him with its giant teeth and was ready to tear him into small pieces. Without thinking for a long time, Suchi uses his painted face skill and should turn invisible to this spirit. But it doesn't work. The spirit almost killed him and is still haunting him. The painted face doesn't work on this ghost. This is clearly no ordinary spirit, and no ordinary food chain. You have to come up with something else immediately, because it will just destroy him. This happened only once, and that was with the spirit that was summoned by the members of the Pioneer Church. Surely this skill does not work on this layer of spirits. But he did not care. He simply did not want to die here and ran with all his might. But he didn't notice how his phone fell out of his pocket and fell straight to the ground, to which Miss Mary was calling at that moment, and Suchi, before it fell, accidentally picked up the phone and started a conversation. Suchi ran as fast as he could, and when he raised his head, he saw Miss Mary at the end of the street, who was already waiting for him there and was ready to meet him. But this time Suchi was even very happy when he saw her. But he has a new problem. His painted face timer stops working and the timer is almost up. Miss Mary, of course, saw him and was already preparing to strike him. She struck a blow from which Suchi managed to dodge and survive in the last minute of the action of her skill. He fell to the floor and bruised himself badly from the fall, so he needed time to recover. But did he have that time? It seems that Miss Mary hit the spirit that was chasing Suchi quite well and cut off his hand. But only the crazy girl who was controlling this spirit felt the pain. She was even thrown several meters away. She did not understand where this crazy spirit with a sword came from. Is this really it? Suchi's girlfriend? Miss Mary actually cut off the hand of this wolf-shaped spirit, which was suffering but still not giving up. Even though Miss Mary didn't get Suchi and she still liked the smell of blood, she really likes it. Suchi was not amused. He understood that she had awakened the desire to destroy everything she sees, and unfortunately he is next in her field of vision. He needs to use the face painting skill again, otherwise there will be no chance. He used it and decided to play a little with Miss Mary. Who would she destroy more quickly, him or the spirit that started chasing him? In any case, he had no other options. He had to try. The crazy girl who summoned this spirit on him did not understand what this bastard from the Black Gate was saying and who he was going to destroy there. The wolf repeated the attack on Suchi and tried to destroy him this time. But Miss Mary was still there, and she still came for her victim Suchi, and she will not give him to anyone, so she cut off the other hand of the wolf and stood as if to protect Suchi. The girl who was driving the wolf did not understand how this friend dared to cut off her wolf's other hand, and who is she to do this? Suchi sat behind Miss Mary and taunted the wolf who came to Suchi as a hunter and now turned into Miss Mary's prey. Everything was going according to plan. The mad wolf attacked again, but this time on Miss Mary, and she seemed to go crazy and inflicted an incredible number of blows on the wolf, and it seems that she cut him from head to toe. She was still incredibly evil and was ready to deal with 2 or even 3 more spirits like this wolf, and she didn't want them, but Suchi, whose mask would soon disappear and she would have to use it again, and it was very dangerous. Suchi is next to Miss Mary and thinks how ironic this situation looks. The crazy maniac who comes to him every day and tries to destroy him has already saved his life twice. She stood by the wolf's body for a little while longer and called Suchi again and left a voice message that she couldn't find him again, so see you tomorrow. It was very close to the end. If she had stayed for even a minute more, then Suchi's end would have come and she would have finally destroyed him. But today he was lucky, which cannot be said about this wolf who was left without a head, but he deserved it. Suchi couldn't figure out how he became a target if he was so invisible and his mask didn't work. Since he joined this world, everything went wrong. Therefore, Suchi decided to take the head of this huge wolf to the Black Gate so that they would help him understand what happened and why it suddenly attacked him. But before that, he decided to try to perform the ritual of extracting the crystal without the mark of origin, saying a few magical words that helped Suchi to start this ritual. And yet he managed to do it. It seems that he can really manage the rituals without using the seal of origin, so Suchi concluded that he is special. After this ritual, Suchi was incredibly satisfied and called Master Scheherazade and asked her to come to him as soon as possible. He prepared a surprise for her. At the Tinshu shopping street, 20 minutes later, Chi Fu went into the crazy girl's room to inform her that he was done with the old woman and destroyed her body, and to ask her if she was done and only saw her head. Scheherazade quickly came to Suchi, and after 10 minutes she was standing next to the head of this giant wolf, or how she corrected Suchi that it was a dog called Anuga in all the legends, which is a very evil god. She understood that this is a very serious god and asked Suchi if no one wanted his death lately. Maybe he himself knows who is hunting him. All that Scheherazade knew about this god is that Inugami is controlled by a messenger, that is, a person who stands somewhere far away and can summon him to anyone, and people who died at the hands of a dog will have traces of bites. The legends say that when a dog that has lived in the family for a long time is buried and its head is cut off, then a ritual is performed so that the spirit of Inugama settles in the house, and then generations after generations keep Inugama as a family heirloom, and the longer they keep it, the stronger the spell will be on the one on whom it is applied. Suchi asked again because he did not understand, that is there a curse on him now? Scheherazade answered that it is not even simple. If you look at the dog's head, the messenger of this curse is very strong. Suchi could not understand how such a strong monster could be tamed, but he is sure that when Miss Mary fought him, she pierced his heart, and therefore the messenger had to die. Scheherazade teased him that she is very jealous that he has such a protector as Miss Mary, who will destroy anyone for him, but Suchi would only give a chance, he would give her to anyone. Did she ask him if he had any guesses as to who could do this to him? Suchi thought about it and began to scroll in his head the whole day and how he lived it. First they trained during the day, then they went to Tinshui Street, and then they met the slanderer, and then he froze, like a slanderer. Scheherazade was surprised by Suchi's guesses and asked why he thinks so. Suchi explained to her that when he left and then came back, Suchi always felt that he was different, as if a different person had returned, but he could not explain why. Scheherazade asked him to trust his feelings and think again, and remember all the differences between how he entered and when he left. Suchi tried to remember what he saw in that slanderer who came out after their conversation, which made him think so, and it occurred to him that he could see how the facial features changed with the help of these ribbons going up. When the slanderer returned from his room, his facial features changed. Suchi simply did not notice it immediately, so it can be concluded that someone replaced the slanderer at that moment. Suchi didn't understand why they started hunting him in the first place. Was it because they knew we were investigating the case of the Angel of Tears? Scheherazade did not rule out any option, because there could be any reason, and she noticed again that if it wasn't for Miss Mary, Suchi would be lying here instead of the wolf. So she was very angry. What right do they have to touch a person from the Black Gate? The two of them were on their way home, but as soon as Scheherazade took Suchi away, she would return to Tinshui Street and conduct research there. Suchi thought about the fact that she should return to this street and surround the scene to prevent the intervention of the police or other authorities, and it was unknown if she would find any clues there. Suchi could not wait for this crazy day to end. The next night, Suchi dived another 1,000 meters, and his depth of storage is about 26,000 meters. At this rate, he will reach the next layer in less than a month, unless, of course, he loses control earlier. It was in vain to hope for any rescue, so he decided to move on and finally start weaving nets for his safety, so that he would have at least some insurance. Therefore, he prepared for the ritual and applied it, namely, he created the grids of origin. The next day at work at the law firm, Suchi yawned every 15 seconds and couldn't stop. He slept very badly that night and woke up often, so he really wanted to sleep. Lawyer Dushin greeted Suchi and asked him why he yawned so often. Probably his girlfriend came to him that night, and he had to work hard all night, but Tsuchi could not explain to them that he spent the whole night in the depths of the sea in qualities of a net weaver. He finally finished all the work that Doushi had assigned him, and he had some free time left to do experiments, which he photographed in the theater right at the workplace. Maybe he will be able to use it in the future, so you need to know how it works. After several dozen attempts to draw a similar picture, Tsuchi realized that it was not as easy as he thought and that he would need to spend much more time. His hands were already hurting from this drawing, but he still managed to draw the simplest copy of this picture. Since Tsuchi could perform the ritual without using the seal of origin, he wondered if he could reproduce this trial version of the teleportation array without the seal. He put the eraser on one of the sheets, and the other sheets with the same drawings he put next to it and started the ritual. He managed to do it, but not to the end, since only half of the sheets could be reproduced. What's the problem? Maybe he drew badly. Then he noticed that the eraser he used for the ritual was not new and a little worn. Maybe that's why he didn't succeed. But there's no need to rush and fix something. The main thing is that he already has something working, and he'll learn later. As a special mystic, since he could control ritual arrays without an origin spell, so maybe the slanderer did the same, he used these teleportation ritual arrays that can transfer things at the discretion of the mystic. It is possible that the coin that disappeared from Tsuchi's pocket disappeared just like that. The slanderer used these teleportations to steal it, and then use it against Tsuchi. But they did it because he and Master Scheherazade found out such little things. And what are they planning now? Here his thoughts were interrupted by Lawyer Dushin and his new intern, who invited him to have a snack after hard work. Tsuchi was pleasantly surprised by the new place where they decided to go for dinner. It was better than the last place where they could have spoiled food. It seems that they were shown this place by a new intern, Dushin, and it was funny to learn that this restaurant has existed here for more than 10 years, and they only saw it now. Only Tsuchi thought about Beitan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and he appears here and is already standing next to Tsuchi and tells him that they won a big deal and came here to celebrate. Beitang asked permission if he could sit next to them, to which he received consent, especially since they all wanted to congratulate him on his successful business. Then Beitang invited Tsuchi to come to him. He will show him some interesting things. Lately he has a lot of them. There is a lot to read. Tsuchi was surprised by such an invitation and replied that he would come when he had free time. Here, their conversation was unexpectedly interrupted by Detective Kuroki and his assistant, who entered the restaurant to see Beitan. Beitang was not at all surprised that he showed up here when he decided to have a snack, because that's the only way he doesn't have to pay for every minute of talking with him. Detective Kuroki asked Beitan to review a case he had recently handled and give his advice as they were at a dead end. Beitang opened this case and saw there pictures of a child's body, which was covered with a transparent cloth, which was filled with water inside. When Tsuchi saw it, this picture seemed very familiar to him. Where could he have seen it? While looking at the photos, Beitan told Kuroki not to come to him with such photos during lunch next time. He is even willing to give him a free consultation. Kuroki didn't seem to hear him and started talking about these serial crimes. There were more than 10 of them in 1 week in Loadu, so he is counting on him a lot, because they don't know what to do about it and how to find the criminal. But they know that the criminal is one, because every victim has the same handwriting of the crime. They all had their chests cut out and sewn back, and the forensic experts were most surprised when they performed an autopsy. To their surprise, there was not a single organ of the victim inside the body. Instead, they found that instead of organs, the criminal always put new organs of his past victims, and their number was always equal to 5. It could be anything, kidneys and stomachs, and in the last victim they found as many as 5 hearts. They also discovered that there are organs that still do not belong to anyone, so the logical question arises where to look for victims next? Detective Kuroki. That's why he came here, so that they would help him, because now a lot of press is running after him and asking about the criminal and why he hasn't been found yet. That it would be terrible if such a case would get into the news and cause panic in society, but he still did not understand why he needed a lawyer, who in fact would not be able to help him in this case. The fact was that the police caught the suspect, but the murders continued. At first they thought they had taken the wrong person, but he confessed to everything and even told about the organs that only a real thief could know about. After hearing that, Bei-tan agreed to work in the gang. Maybe this guy has accomplices who continue to commit crimes and destroy innocent children while their brothers are not at liberty. Detective Kuroki did not rule out such an opinion, because when they were interrogating this suspect, he behaved too strangely and spoke incomprehensible, as if someone had forbidden him to tell the whole truth. Bei-tan added a question in which he wanted to know what exactly he was talking about. In the protocol of the case, the suspect wrote about a ritual that he considered a ritual of eternal life, not death, since after this ritual in which he made a sacrifice, she went to the gods and was freed from the flesh and received life without death. Suchi carefully read the protocol of this case and thought about these rituals. Is it really someone from the Church of Pioneers or Slanderers? His thoughts were interrupted by a message that came to him from Scheherazade, who in the message asked him if he did not want her to go to Tin Shui's shopping street and try to buy something there. Of course, Suchi only wanted this, so he quickly invented a reason why he urgently needed to run home and apologize to Dushin, who was not against it at all. While he was on the bus to Scheherazade, all his thoughts were on this case, which was very similar to the case of the Hummingbird, in which panic had also been created through criminal acts with corresponding rituals to communicate with the spirits. He understood the mistake of the police, who did not report this news to the Black Gate in time. Suchi understood that they did not want to spread panic, but maybe if they had told about it earlier, the children could have been saved. Suchi very quickly arrived at the meeting place with Scheherazade on Tin Shui's shopping street, where she was already waiting for him. She congratulated him and noticed that he was in a good mood. That's good, of course, but she warned him that he should get ready now, because they might be staying in this place for a long time. Scheherazade opened the door of the same secret room where all the slanderers gathered and they entered again. Suchi noticed that nothing had changed in particular, but the main surprise awaited him in the old woman's room. When they went inside, they saw a bunch of blood stains there, and the old woman's own body was found in the next room, where they talked to her for the first time. Suchi couldn't believe it. Did she really die? What happened to her? Scheherazade confirmed his previous feelings about the body swap were correct. She was disguised. They used a technique similar to manipulation to get inside her body. Scheherazade also drew his attention to the ritual formation that they left on the floor, which is an improved version of the transmission of the Angel of Tears. As Scheherazade expected, it was a group from the same cursed site. Suchi instead took a photo of it for his own archive and thought how similar this formation was to the one he was working with, so he needed the photo so he could improve his skills himself. Also here she found Suchi's stolen coin and his photo, these things they used for the Enugama spell ritual, and this room is full of blood, so it can be assumed that when Miss Mary stabbed Inugami, she seriously injured the messenger. By the way, this Inugami was at the level of the abyss. He would quickly destroy Suchi, so Scheherazade really wanted to see the battle between Inugami and Miss Mary. It must be very interesting, but it was not very interesting for Suchi. Scheherazade assumed that they still work as a pair. One of them manipulated the old woman, and the other put a curse on Suchi, and he was injured, so his friend took him away. But it seems even after the unraveled story, Suchi still couldn't calm down. He was missing something, so he turned his head to find the camera, which was still there. Suchi asked Scheherazade if she was sure that there should be another person? But how did they find out who they are and that they will come here? Scheherazade scrolled through many options in her head. She could have been betrayed by an old woman, or she herself could have spoken during the conversation, so it is not known exactly. Suchi had an idea. Once Mr. Anderson told him about a group of hackers who call themselves the Matrix. Their people are very good at getting information from intelligence agencies. Maybe they took part in it. Scheherazade thought about this question, but she did not think about the participation of mystics in this question. Suchi also noticed that the Matrix is a branch of the wisdom system, and the Angels of Tears also enter there, so it is very likely that the problem comes from there. Scheherazade was pleased with Suchi. He is very smart, and Mr. Anderson was right, so it's time for them to go back to headquarters and report the results. The first thing Suchi showed Mr. Anderson and Alice's advisor was the heart of the same monster that attacked him. Scheherazade assumed that the slanderers attacked the Blackgate Club specifically. They clearly thought out this attack. Counselor Alice was not in the best mood from what she heard, so she asked to call Green, and she is going to remind the natives of this city who the Black Gates are, because it seems they live too comfortably. Tu Yu Ming was an intern, and it was he who was on shift when Mr. Green and Red Riding Hood came to visit him. Green was determined only to negotiate, but Alice untied his hands if something went wrong. The guard did not understand what they were doing here so late and started shouting, "They definitely want to do something bad." But Green just wanted to talk to his master and asked him to call him, because the Black Gate has something to do with him. The intern did not want to agree to this, because he can disturb the master only during the reception or in emergency cases. The red cap that Green came with blew something up, of course by accident. Green once again politely asked him to call the master, otherwise he would not guarantee that the next explosion would not sound somewhere near him. The intern understood the seriousness of the situation and asked him to calm down. He had already called Mr. Taeyun. Green was pleased with himself, because if he were to blow up someone else's house, it would be necessary to get into debt again, which he did not really want to do. After 20 minutes, Master Taeyuna brought Green a notebook where absolutely all the information about the slanderers that they had was collected. Green took this notebook and thanked them for their help and finally reminded them that a newcomer named Suchi appeared at the Black Gate and asked to be very careful with him and not to do stupid things to him, because the Black Gate does not promise that there will be no consequences. Mr. Anderson, in turn, went to the Yujing Temple, where he was also provided with all the information on the slanderers that he requested. But he also politely told them about the newcomer to the Black Gate Club, Suchi, who is his student, and asked them to take care of him in the future, if the need arises. Scheherazade visited the temple of Ludo, in which she behaved not quite politely, but it was no less effective. She also took all the information about the slanderers that was in that temple and reminded them of Suchi and asked them not to touch him, because if they touch him even with a finger, she will destroy them all. Meanwhile, Suchi rested at home and enjoyed a well-deserved rest. Suchi sat in his room and tried to figure out the teleportation formation that he had already reworked several times, but still it had a lot of flaws. There were even cases when inanimate objects disappeared during teleportation. The only success he managed to achieve was that he still completed the teleportation cycle and transferred the item he needed. Suchi really wanted to enter the Hall of Secrets and discuss this with his loyal subjects, but he could not do so, because the subject did not fit his image of a great being. His phone started ringing, which could only mean one thing, that it was time to join the Hall of Secrets and start another meeting. Their meeting has officially started. Suchi was very pleased that no one was late and everyone sat in their seats, so it's time to start. The spider immediately began to ask how the mask was doing and whether she had received her body, to which she gave a positive answer, and it was all thanks to Mr. Mouse Lover. The spider was surprised by such power that the mouse has, because to steal a body from the Black Gate, namely from Scheherazade, one must have incredible power, but the mask did not know who this Scheherazade was. Therefore, the spider told her that she is a mystic and that she is one of the 3 kings of the kingdom of the dead, and that she is one of the strongest mystics in the whole world. Of course, it was all very well, and the woman in the mask wanted to share the information she learned from the body. As it turned out, the angel's tears were caused by a girl named Chiaki. This girl's body told the woman that she wanted to take revenge on the theater for Sindo, so she bought the Curse of the Angel of Tears and how to use it on the website. Well, everyone is already aware of what happened next. She summoned the Angel of Tears, which destroyed her. The spider asked the mask for a photo of the ceremony site or a copy of it so that she could review and find more information on this ritual. The mask offered her to transfer this photo with the help of the funeral home. But the spider did not want to load the mask like that and asked her to just draw from memory what she remembers. That will be enough. Therefore, she asked Mr. Truth for a piece of paper and a pen, who at that time noticed how the nine-headed woman began to actively manifest herself, which is very good for the development of the Hall of Secrets. Suchi decided to cast the Fate Stone again, which fell on the white side and allowed them to draw this formation. He gave each member of the secret hall a piece of paper and a pen so that they could draw what their imagination would show them. The spider correctly understood Suchi's task, where you had to use your imagination and the drawing would appear by itself, which is what happened to her as a result. Even the mousetrap got interested in this task and started to draw something. It is interesting to see what he will do. But there was no chance to hope for something unusual. There was his favorite cheese again. Suchi waited patiently while they drew their pictures and he had time to think about making the table bigger, and he was troubled by the thought of how long the Hall of Secrets would last and how many people would gather here. In any case, he understood that all the memories and traces of these meetings would remain for a long time even after the end of the existence of this hall, and after that it would all turn into a secret related to Suchi. He understood that the accumulation and change of people and time are methods of building great secrets, and since the scenario of the last mission is finished, it is necessary to give them a new task. Suchi gave them information about the fire in Ludo, the slanderers and the cursed site that the mask reported. Now their task is to find the person behind all these things and find out who can still summon the Angel of Tears. The spider was very interested in this case and decided to take it up. If she uses all the information they talked about before, then she can find out who is behind the Angel of Tears and for this get a reward in the form of a change of filling for her computer. If so, then the mask was involved in the case and decided to help her in this case, because in this way she can find information about the Church of Pioneers and find the thief behind the death of her parents. Well, of course, the mouse catcher was in business, because he also has a serious goal, cheese, with which he must feed all his fellow mice. Well, Suchi handed out the assignments, and this week's meeting time had passed, and it was time to finish, so he said goodbye to them and wished them luck. After every meeting, Suchi felt incredibly thirsty and he couldn't understand why it worked like that, but he was still satisfied with the meeting they held today. Suchi also understood that if it were not for all these restrictions in the media for his subjects, they could obtain information much better and do their work even faster, but their creativity was at a high level. On the one hand, he understood that the offer of a new mission for them was partly for Suchi's own purposes, but on the other hand, the believers had to rethink the meaning of his existence. On top of that, Suchi understood how well-known spirit rituals were now, so they could be a good target for his followers, and on top of that, they were trying to curse him and destroy him, so let them be answered. Every time Suchi went to school, it seemed to him that Xiaoyushu would not come up with more nonsense, but he managed to surprise every time. This time he showed Suchi his team of designers. Xiaoyushu gathered so many different people in the team, who do not even belong to design. The team consisted of Miko, Shaji, who was an evil spirit, and Gu Shui, who was just an ordinary person. Xiaoyushu once again decided to unexpectedly run about his business and leave Suchi to talk with them about the festival. Maybe he has some ideas. Suchi, of course, did not want to do this, and nevertheless asked them about their ideas for the festival. It seems that the idea was only Miko's, who offered to sell paraphernalia, various talismans, phone cases, and all this was supposed to scare away the spirits, and of course she has all of this, and to purchase it, you only need to scan the barcode. Suchi was not surprised that Miko came here only for her own benefit. Shaji added that she does not understand horror stories and she is not afraid of ghosts, but she will help in painting and music if it will be useful in any way. Suchi was not surprised that she is not afraid of spirits, because she herself is much scarier than all ghosts. Gu Shui suggested that Suchi search for scary ghost stories together and create a plan for the entire event. Shaji can design costumes and locations, and Miko will create a list of paraphernalia that they will sell. She was very worried when she said this, because she liked Suchi very much, and she hardly dared to suggest that he go with her to a local shop where she saw beautiful decorations for their scary dolls. After class, Suchi and Gu Shui went to Tian Shui shopping street, where she knew a great store with materials for scary stories. They walked together to a store that didn't even have a sign, and Suchi was a little tense, but Gu Shui calmed him down, because she goes to this store almost every day, so there was no reason to worry. They entered the store, and Gu Shui greeted the owner of the store, Uncle Mu, and informed him that she was going to borrow some things. Suchi reviewed the opinion of this store. It was quite interesting here, because there were things here that had long been pushed out of the market by the latest technology, but all of them were in very good condition. But as soon as Suchi started walking through the rows, he noticed that even in this shop spirits live, so this shop was not so nice. Gu Shu called Suchi and offered him to rent this videotape, which had a classic horror movie scene called The Dark Knight phone call. Suchi didn't mind, but there was only one problem that prevented him from watching this tape calmly. There was this black smoke around her. While Gu Shu went to negotiate with Uncle Mu about the rental of this newspaper, Suchi thought that it should still be checked and consulted with someone, so he decided to write to Mr. Anderson and ask if spirits could live in such old tapes and if it was worth contacting them. Attention? To which Mr. Anderson could not know the exact answer, so Suchi was worried that his mask might not save him in an emergency. Instead, Anderson recommended him to go to his acquaintance, a mystic who deals with spirits and ghosts, and help him figure it out, so he immediately gave him the address. After Gu Shu rented the tape, she immediately invited Suchi to go to her house and watch the movie so that they could start making a plan. But Suchi already had a plan for this tape, so he offered her an alternative, to go to a person who would help them. They went to the same store where Suchi first met the spider girl. And by the way, she, who unexpectedly approached from behind, was just going to buy flammable and explosive essentials. When they entered the shop, they were greeted by the same owner who seemed to have grown even bigger since the last time he met Suchi. He immediately remembered Suchi and was happy to see him. Gyugwa did not understand why they were stuck there and called them to her. Suchi immediately followed her and asked Gu Shu to wait for him in this shop while they watched this tape. Gu Shu was very frightened when she looked at this huge man, but he was actually quite nice and even offered them a cup of tea, which made her feel at home. Gyugwa invited Suchi to come to her domain, so to speak, where he saw a lot of modern technology, and he was very surprised. It looked very cool. She is really an expert. But in fact, they had not even met each other before that, so she extended her first hand and said that her name was Gyugwa, and Suchi gave his name accordingly. She remembered that they had seen each other before, and she remembered that he was then conducting business at the expense of that temple, so she asked how he was dealing with it. Suchi did not expect that she noticed this and immediately asked how she knew that he belonged to the Black Gate. She explained to him that on their first meeting, she noticed it immediately, because he was doing a little investigation and she saw it, and after he left, she found information about him and his friends. Gyugwa said that the hackers in her matrix are relatively free people, so everyone plays their own game and does not pull the other's hand, so in order for her to feel safe, she had to find good friends, such as Black Gates. He was incredibly pleased with the idea that he recruited her to his team for a reason, because she has a rather flexible brain, so she understands that the more friends, the more paths are open. It was of course good, but Suchi came here for another more important matter. This tape, with which something is clearly wrong. It would be good to clean it. Mr. Anderson recommended him to address it. That's why he is here. She looked at the cassette and immediately saw that an unusual creature lived in it, but she was sure that she would be able to deal with him. But everything still depended on Suchi's help. She then inserted the tape into her computer and asked Suchi to move away because he might get hurt. He did not understand what she wanted to do and where he should go. This room was quite large. Gyugwa used her relic cybernetic hands, which were supposed to help her find all the information about the creature that lives in this tape. a special ceremonial barrier to help contain the monster, and asked Su-Chi to get ready. She started the tape, and the movie theater invited Gyugo to enjoy watching this amazing movie. And here is the very spirit that is the bearer of this cassette. Su-Chi was amazed by the immersion effect. It is a completely different level comparing ordinary cinemas. But why did she stop? Are you stuck? Gyugo explained to him that such evil spirits are limited by the space of her film, so she can temporarily confine her to her screen using ritual techniques, such as she did now with the hacker's matrix ritual, but Su-Chi was more interested in what he should do to cleanse her. She said that he cannot worry about it. The main thing is to discuss the price, and she will handle everything herself, since she is not a charity organization, so let Su-Chi not be surprised that she charges for her services. Everything was clear. She is the same as Miko. He thought that they would become great friends if they met, so he calmly asked her how much she wanted. Su-Chi was already worried about this, because if she decides to give a high price now, then his pockets will be cleaner than his face. But she was much smarter. Jiaigua knows that the Black Gate recently conducted an investigation in the tram theater, and her price is information about that incident, and she wants to get all the clues on that case. He was pleasantly surprised that she asked for this information, as if she knew who to ask, but there was no problem in this, because Su-Chi could tell her this information, so he agreed to the deal. His story began with the fact that he said that behind the incident in the tram theater is an organization of magicians who call themselves the Society of Spiritual Essences, the head of which is a girl who possesses powerful spells and curses. It was also known to Su-Chi that she has a mage under her command who has the skill of teleportation, as well as a mage who has the ability to summon the spirit of Enugama, and most importantly, that they have a person from the wisdom system and an angel of tears in their team, most likely the work of this one hacker. Jiaigua was very surprised when she heard about the hacker from the wisdom system and that he summoned the angel of tears. Is it true? 90% sure of this information, as he had received a large number of hints. This information was enough to make a deal between them, and Gyugo would clear this tape. But first she went to look for special equipment for him that would help him. Su-Chi was a bit displeased. Why does she think that he is her henchman and has to do something? She found her virtual reality glasses for him and held out her hand for him to take. He didn't understand what they were for and started asking too many questions, which she didn't like, so she just made him wear them and not ask anything else. After he put on these glasses, she explained to him that this evil spirit was born in the plot of the movie, and one of the best ways to cleanse it is to go into the movie and change its plot, and prevent the spirit from becoming evil. It's good that Gyugwa had the best technology, so it was more than realistic to do it. A loading screen appeared in front of Su-Chi, which had to be dragged to select the time period he needed, and after that to enter the movie and change the plot. It was quite convenient. She gave him the last advice: if he is afraid, then it is better not to be a hero, because there is no second chance here. Su-Chi almost figured out everything, and it was quite easy for him, because he watched this movie 1,000 times, so his main idea was not to let the girl fall into the well, then he would save her, and she would not be an evil spirit. He then tried to rewind the film to that moment, and to his surprise he actually found himself at that moment in the film. As he remembered, the plot was that a girl was bullied because of jealousy of her beauty, so she was injected with a virus and then thrown into a well, thus becoming an evil spirit who dares to take revenge on society, so Su-Chi must stop it. He fast-forwarded to the moment he needed, and just then one of the girls attacked her with a knife, and this prevented Su-Chi from committing the crime. At first glance, everything was quite simple for him, so he sat down next to the girl and began to calm her down. But it seems that Su-Chi was wrong, and this is only the beginning, because the same girl from the well began to climb from the wall. Yaka began to drag her to the well, and the girl could not do anything about it, so she simply called for help. Su-Chi couldn't understand how he missed this moment, so he decided to rewind to the moment when she was injected with the virus. Now he was sure that now everything should go as it should, and now he will definitely save her, and she will not become a bad spirit. After Suchi prevented her from injecting the virus, nothing changed and the woman still came after her and dragged her to the well. Suchi could not understand why this is happening. He seems to be doing everything right, but she still comes and takes her away. Suchi already thought that something might be wrong with the well itself, so he decided to rewind and try again. His attempt failed again. The girl was again dragged to the well. What's the problem? After the 10th attempt, Suchi couldn't stand it anymore and took off these glasses. He didn't understand how this was possible. It was some kind of cheating. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change the plot. Jiaiguo assumed that he tried to save her body, but he couldn't save her heart, which couldn't atone for its guilt, so the ending never changed. Suchi didn't understand. Did it happen even earlier, before he saved her? Jiaiguo said that the easiest way to find a girl's heart is to make her fall in love. She hoped that Suchi would understand this hint. But how did Suchi think that she was a spirit, and how could she fall in love with him? But then he remembered the situation with the spirit girl from school and realized that this was not his first time, so he should try again. Suchi couldn't rewind the movie, so he decided to take off his glasses to ask Jiaiguo what the matter was and saw that she was gone, and the spirit almost left the monitor. He ran to the monster to save her, but at the last moment she called him from behind and said that everything was fine with her. To tell him that it was possible that Suchi's attitude towards her had made her emotionally unstable, so Jiaiguo's ceremonial barrier could not trap her and would not last more than 5 minutes. Suchi asked her how much time would be enough for 5 minutes in the movie? To which Jiaiguo replied in hours or even days, or shorter intervals, the less time Suchi has. After Jiaiguo told him this information, she just walked away and decided to leave them alone. When she came out, she was immediately approached by Gu Shu, who asked where Suchi was. Jiaiguo replied that everything is fine and he will be back soon, so there is no reason to worry. But she herself was very worried about him, because the monster turned out to be much stronger than she expected, so whether Suchi survives or dies, everything will depend on what he does in the 5 minutes he has left. He didn't waste a second of time and started as soon as Jiaiguo left. Suchi rewinds to the very beginning of the film, where he met a girl and started talking to her. As it turned out, the girl's name was Jinzi. They spent time together walking in the parks and streets, and Suchi began to like her, but he still didn't do enough, because he heard the monitors crack one after the other, and therefore the spirit breaks Jiaiguo's ritual. While Suchi was trying to make girls fall in love with him in the movie, the monster was getting closer to Suchi and almost reached him. Suchi was having a great time in the movie. While in real life he was being hunted, the girl was very happy with him and his goal was very close. But there was too little time. Jiaiguo's last monitor was broken and it was necessary to come up with something immediately and do it as quickly as possible, otherwise he would die. Suchi decided not to wait any longer, and he confessed his love for the girl right now. It seems that it was too late, and the monster has already reached Suchi and will now eat him, and that will be the end of it. In the movie, the girl reciprocated and thanked him for making her so happy, and she began to disappear, along with the whispers and the feeling of cold that Suchi felt when the monster was right next to him. Did he still make it? Jiaiguo ran into the room and saw Suchi sitting on a chair and black smoke surrounding him, which completely engulfed him. Did he fail and die? But in reality everything was fine, and she saw it only when she ran up to him. He decided to scare her in this way. It seems that Jiaiguo was more concerned about her monitors and equipment, which were broken by this spirit. Suchi was unpleasant to see this, but he promised to compensate her for everything. As long as she didn't go crazy with this equipment, he asked her to look at the new divinity item left by that girl's evil spirit. Jiaiguo even did an examination for which she wouldn't take money, but Suchi wasn't sure she could do that. As it turned out, Jiaiguo can conduct an examination of ordinary relics, but if she is advanced, it is unlikely that she will succeed. Suchi nevertheless agreed to it and asked her to conduct an analysis, while he will try to compensate her for everything. They were very lucky that Geigo still had some equipment left with which she would still try to analyze this relic. Several hours had passed, and Jiaiguo was still trying to finish her analysis, which she never managed to complete. This relic could not be deciphered in any way. This relic was much more difficult than she thought. It could not be deciphered even by modern programs that are available all over the world. Therefore, she asked to support Tsuchi with the money he had to spend on purchasing new, more modern utilities. He asked how much it costs, to which he heard the answer 5 million and immediately got ready to leave, until she stopped him. She offered him to use it directly, that way he will know the effect, he still won't be able to decipher it, and even she wondered what he could do. Tsuchi took this relic and remembered how he had directly used a similar divinity, and had doubts about using its direction. Jiaigui immediately saw how Tsuchi doubted whether to use the chi and decided not to waste a moment, and buy this relic. Tsuchi can make good money. But he understood that she wants to use him to take possession of this relic and also benefit from it. That's why he still decided to use it. Still, there is no way to analyze it, so there is nothing to lose. Gushu drank more than one glass of tea and she thought that Tsuchi has been there for a long time, but nothing happened to him? Is it possible to go there or just break in? Avocado and wasabi added to it, but she could no longer drink this tea, because it was an 8th cup. She was saved from this tea by Tsuchi, who called her to come to his room. He said that he was fine and that Jiaiho had agreed to give them the equipment so that they could watch the movie and make a program for tomorrow. She did not dare to go inside for a long time, because there was an incredible mess there, and Tsuchi seems to have broken everything there. After Tsuchi and Gushu made the program for tomorrow's festival, he went home and wanted to check the relic he got from the movie monster again. He took a small kitchen knife, which he first disinfected from a viral infection, otherwise he would die not from evil spirits, but from a disease. It would be a shame to die like that. Then he cut one of his fingers from which blood came out. Tsuchi understood that his new relic is from a horror movie, so its action must work from some terrible moment, for example, when someone scares him, so he decided to find a scary video on the internet. But all the videos on the internet were too good in comparison with his real life now. So he couldn't find anything terrible there. He sat and thought for a while and a brilliant idea came to him. His mother can help him in this matter. So Tsuchi went to the kitchen and looked at the spirits that lived there. Of course he had seen them more than once. But still the effect was there, and he was slightly scared and his hand magically healed. But this wasn't enough for Tsuchi, so he decided to try again. But this time he wanted to make the wound much bigger in order to make sure that his new deity was working. Tsuchi cut his hand and overdid it. The wound was too deep, so his house spirits are unlikely to help with the healing of such a wound. He needs something more terrible, so he went to the balcony. There was enough horror. He looked at the huge monsters in the sky that scared him every time. This should be enough for the wound to heal. As it turned out, his wound healed very quickly and not even a trace remained. This is an incredible relic that will help him in the future. Now he was sure of the work of the new deity, which remained to him after the spirit from the movie and the price of using which was fear. His new skill was called ring virus, which was that his cells could regenerate quickly after damage and wounds healed much faster. But the biggest advantage of this skill was that it did not affect the division of the cells themselves. In theory, Tsuchi could even heal other people or non-people, so this skill was very powerful, and he believed that it came to him in a very timely manner. But he decided not to bother himself with this. It is unlikely that he will be somehow related to serious diseases, but still, this is one of the most valuable skills that he has recently received, so he is very lucky that he did not sell it to Jiaigua. He did too much today, so it was time for sleep and another dive into the deep sea. As soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately fell asleep and dived, where he saw his mark where he is now, and the number did not please him very much, because it was a crazy 27,000 meters, which he reached even earlier than he thought. His sadness turned into joy when he saw that there were already 120 threads above his head. Of course he did not understand where they came from, He only had guesses that it could be a society of spiritualistic essences, where he is now listening. In any case, it was in his hands, and these anchor lines have a much better effect on him, so he decided to finish the lighting ceremony. He finished the formation of the seal, and he only had the main core that the incipient seal needed, which ordinary mystics choose when creating this ritual, but Tsuchi had special skills, so he decided to create a ritual without it, but he did not know how to replace this seal. Tsuchi did not have to think for a long time. He remembered that he has a small temple with the help of which he communicates with his own believers and gives them their own skills, which they then use for their own purposes. Tsuchi is known as God Ludo and Mr. Truth, so he can create his own seal that he can use instead of the Genesis seal that he so desperately needed. As soon as he created his seal, Tsuchi immediately wanted to try to connect them together and complete the setup of his new ritual. He still started the illumination ritual, and at first it was not clear what was happening, but later Tsuchi realized that his ritual was still successful and the number of his anchors increased to 300, although for such a depth as he has it is still a drop in the ocean, but the beginning is not bad. While Tsuchi was rejoicing at his success, he suddenly fell silent because he heard a voice coming from below, but he couldn't understand what he was hearing specifically. But he still understood what that voice was trying to tell him. Then he was scared, and not jokingly, it was a word of the past. But pictures of the terrible accident in which he got into together with his wife began to appear before his eyes. He even heard people who came to their aid talking about a pregnant woman in a car who needed immediate help. Then they started talking about Tsuchi himself, who, as the emergency room doctors said, had died and had no chance of survival. Tsuchi immediately woke up shouting that he was alive and not dead, but it was just a dream and the morning had already come. Two guys were walking down Huangji Street, and one of them offered to go say hello to Boss Chin, who was Mr. Long's friend, but the other guy didn't know who Mr. Long was. The other was of course very surprised and told him that Mr. Lun had become famous for his single-handed fight against 40 people on Fantasy Street, which made the Dongchen Club grow from a small gang into a large organization. Moreover, it only took him 2 years to become the head of the Fantasy Street Club, after which he left the game and became the legend of Jianghu. The guy was amazed by this story, but why did he return to the gang then, if he is so big? The other suggested that most likely changes will come soon on Huangji Street. A lot of cars and people have already gathered near the Dongchen Club on Huangji Street, as if something really serious had happened. Mr. Lun decided to visit the club, whose visit was clearly not expected, so panic reigned in the club. Mr. Lun was clearly not in a good mood, so he immediately ordered to call Boss Chin. Boss Chin also did not expect to see Mr. Lun here. Something very serious must have happened if he decided to come in person. The Mr. really came with a very important matter, which he immediately put on the table. It was a photo of someone he wanted the gang to find and do it urgently. Boss Chin understood that the matter was very serious, and he would have to postpone all his affairs and invest all his people in this search. Mr. Lun turned over a photo of his cat, Wan Xin, who urgently needed to be found. Tsuchi's morning didn't seem very pleasant, but he got over himself and went to school. Every day he didn't want to go there more and more, especially since on the way he met monsters that he couldn't see before until crossed the Moho layer. On the way home, he couldn't think about anything but the dream he saw today, but was it a dream or his reality? He was unsure because the ritual he had performed before was also called the Anchor Ritual. In fact, it was a knot that connected the mystic with 10 sources and gates of truth, and the most important thing he read about this ritual was that during its performance a mystic may show some deviations. For example, he may see visions of incidents that never actually happened or hear a whispering voice. But another fact in favor of the fact that he did see how he died is that before that he heard a voice that told him that he would now go into the past, and then he saw a car accident. What could it mean? Tsuchi decided not to pay attention to it. In any case, it bothered him for a while, but he decided to conduct an illumination ritual in order to officially enter the threshold of mysticism, so he decided to deal with his problems as they came, because that's exactly how he going crazy. He should have remembered that he passed the form of youth during the ritual, and now he can control the anchor lines as he wants. He can even disconnect them if he wants to. Moreover, his abilities have evolved and acquired a new level, and this could not but please. Now he can create a layer of light that he can control even in real life. The layer of light that he had just created needed experiments, and Tsuchi decided to try it immediately on one of the spirits he saw on the way to school. Therefore, he released it on this spirit to check what would happen to it and how it would react. This skill allowed Tsuchi to draw the evil spirits to the surface where they can be seen by ordinary people, such as this girl who can now see the silhouette of this monster in front of her. Tsuchi decided not to frighten the girl and returned this spirit to its depths. Now the girl will think that she thought she saw a silhouette that unexpectedly disappeared as it actually appeared. His new period, the evolutionary period of youth, can borrow his anchor lines for the emergence of evil spirits that Tsuchi can use for his own needs. Tsuchi was so bored at school that he sat in class and listened to what the two spirits that had settled in his class since the beginning of the school year were talking about. These two spirits were very scary. It was not even clear who they resembled more, whether it was a lung or someone's face. It was difficult to determine. And then Tsuchi remembered the case of Detective Kuroki, where the criminal cut out all the organs of his victims, and Tsuchi even now does not know whether everything ended there or did not end at all. After the lesson, Tsuchi was approached by Gu Shu, who brought him a script she had written based on the movie they watched yesterday. She called this story The White Evil Spirit of Return. Tsuchi carefully read this script and praised Gu Shu for her creativity. A very interesting story with scary scenes. Gu Shu is very well done. She almost cried at these words and was very happy to hear them. Tsuchi joked that he didn't put a finger there, and that's a good thing, because then the script wouldn't have turned out very well. But Gu Shu noted his efforts when they were watching that tape. Gu Shu stood with him a little longer, and they finished the conversation, and she ran to paint sand scenery. Tsuchi wanted to say goodbye to her, but he couldn't because a bag that looked very strange suddenly appeared in front of his face. It was Miko, who seemed to see how Tsuchi was approaching Gu Shu again and offered him to buy her new amulet from her, which would preserve his feelings. Here, Xiaoyushu came out of nowhere and started yelling at Miko that she has been selling this thing all morning, but in fact she is not helping anyone. After these words, they began to quarrel, which was difficult for a normal person to endure, so Tsuchi tried to concentrate and not listen to them. Not only Tsuchi watched the quarreling of his friends, but also his new enemy, who was already waiting for him at the exit from the school. Tsuchi and his friends decided to have a snack during the lessons, and Miko wondered why Tsuchi always buys food to order, instead of taking it from home? To which I received the answer that his parents are constantly busy and cannot cook for him. Besides, it is tastier. Unexpectedly, Tsuchi saw a man behind the door watching him and asked his friends if they knew who he was. Xiaoyushu couldn't do without jokes and said that it was Tsuchi's new lover, but Miko still understood that it was Tsuchimikado Tomoya. Tsuchi did not understand who she was talking about, so he asked who it was. She told him that they are the same age as him, and she knows because of the fact that he took the 6th place in the top 10 young masters of spiritual abilities. Successfully joked in his view when he said that he is one of the top 10 liars and money extortionists, but after that he regretted opening his mouth, because a tray with Miko's food flew into his mouth. Tsuchi still wanted to know more about this guy, and Miko told him that he constantly tells her teacher about what she thinks or sells some small things, and the teacher takes everything from her after that, so they know each other very well. Xiaoyushu did not have time to move away from the previous joke as the next one said, and seems to regret it now. That's exactly what happened. Miko charged another tray right in his face, and at the same time advised Tsuchi not to mess with Tsuchimikado, because a low level of development is contagious. While Miko and Xiaoyushu were fighting again, Tsuchi could only imagine how stupid this guy was if even Miko thought of him that way. Before Tsuchi could ask another question about this boy, 2 snakes appeared under his desk, which were clearly enchanted against him. All the children who were in the class at that time were frightened, and especially Xiaoyushu, who screamed louder than everyone else. Suchi looked at these snakes and did not understand what to be so afraid of. Those 2 spirits who were sitting near the teacher's desk were even scarier than them. So Suchi grabbed one of them and held her tightly by the neck. A little more and he would have strangled her, but they managed to escape. They crawled all over the class back to the one who seems to have summoned them. Xiaoyushu was so worried about Suchi that he immediately began to examine him for bites. But it seems that Suchi is fine, there is no scratch. The only discomfort here was Xiaoyushu, who behaved like Suchi's mother. Suchi understood that in the extreme case, he now has a virus ring that will save him in any case and prevent the poison from going through his body. But it would be very embarrassing for Suchi to go home because of an attack by some snake there. Miko was not happy about this incident, but most of all she was worried that this Tsuchimikado had targeted Suchi and was now hunting him. Miko asked Suchi if they did not quarrel with him, and why he attacked you, but Suchi did not understand because they do not even know each other. Maybe he just did not like him because they are on different wavelengths. But Miko was not going to leave it just like that, because in the contract where all the rules of masters of spiritual arts are spelled out, it is clearly stated that they cannot attack ordinary people, so he must suffer the well-deserved punishment for this. But Suchi stopped Miko and asked to give him a chance to figure it out himself, especially since he is good at talking to such people. Suchi reassured Miko and said that he would manage, but in his head Suchi devised a revenge plan that this boy would remember for a long time. Tsukumi was standing outside and playing with his snakes, which seemed to him quite cute creatures, and thought that Suchi was too calm. It looks like he will have to mess with him a bit. Suchi stood near his school temple and watched how the squirrels brought him tribute every day. All the animals were so obedient and grateful to him. Here, for example, is a sloth cat that clearly ran away from its owner, who did not allow it to live normally, perhaps did not feed it or something else. What normal person would drive out such a beautiful cat? While Suchi was sitting and thinking about the difference between animals and humans, this guy's snake attacked him again. Would it really get him this time? You can't get Suchi that easily. Does this guy really think that he can handle Suchi with some snakes? When he was attacked by a huge wolf and Miss Mary comes to him every day, who can destroy any spirit with her sword? He looked at these snakes and didn't understand why this guy is so stupid. Doesn't he know that hitting the mystic again doesn't work? But it seems that this guy is not as stupid as it seems at first glance. All these small attacks were in order to find out if Suchi still has some skills that ordinary people do not have. His only problem was that he didn't think that Suchi could attack him back, so Tsukumi saw a giant spirit that scared him so that he froze in place and didn't move, and his scream could be heard throughout the school. Suchi was happy with his idea to use his new relic to bring the evil spirit to the surface and scare Tsukuma into forgetting about Suchi once and for all. Suchi did not stop taunting the boy and continued to send evil spirits at him that made him gasp and tremble with fear. Tomoe even tried to deal with this spirit and took out his magical artifacts that were supposed to help him in some way. But as soon as the monster got a little closer, these artifacts fell to the floor and he simply covered his face with his hands. When suddenly this evil spirit also disappeared from his field of vision and Tsukuma did not see anyone again. It was so strange for him, and he did not understand what was happening here. The only thing he remembered when he saw this spirit was that his teacher once fought with a similar spirit, but it was even scarier and stronger. That's why he was so scared. Suchi sat next to him on the bench and watched him carefully. He did not understand how this guy could be among the top 10 young talents, and he was afraid of any evil spirit that Suchi conjures up. What an amateur he is. He had a bit of fun with his new friend, but Suchi quickly got bored, so he decided to leave him alone and go to the next lesson since this guy gave up so quickly. 10 years ago, there was a big fire in the Tsuchimikado school, the cause of which was a huge evil spirit that came to the school very unexpectedly and people could not evacuate. Then there was an attack not only on the school, but also on the whole city in general, so all the masters of that time gathered to stop such a powerful monster, whom they considered the king of all spirits, because he could destroy them all together with one blow. Therefore, the masters got together and decided to fight him back, and their plan was to prevent the monster from crossing the imaginary line of defense they had created. But it was not so easy to do, because the spirit dealt two powerful blows from which it was necessary to retreat and strike only from counterattacks. Little Tsuchimikado stood next to the masters who had already died fighting this monster and could not find his parents. He was very confused and did not know what to do next. It's good that he had a very good friend, Koika, who came to save him and promised him that he would lead him out of this hell. He just had to follow him. They ran straight through the rubble and the fire that this monster created. It was very difficult for them and they tried very hard to get free. But their run was interrupted by a wall that fell right between them and seemed to divide them into two sides. They both survived and remained unharmed. Koiki reassured him as best he could and said that they would soon be safe, and all Tomoya needed was to believe in him and follow him. Unfortunately for Koiki, everything will not be so simple, and Tomoya shouted that there is someone behind him, and it seems that it was a terrible creature that wanted to destroy Koiki. Koiki stood to the last and was not afraid of any monsters that once stood in his way, and he asked to trust him and he would definitely protect him. But Tomoya no longer heard words from his best friend, who saved his life at the cost of his own, and all that remained of him was a bracelet that he threw away at the last moment. Tomoya still wakes up at night because he has this nightmare constantly when he sees or hears something related to monsters. He thought that after he learned so many new spells and skills, he would not be afraid of monsters and spirits. But every time Tomoya remembers this terrible story when the Master of Spirits visited them and Tomoya was left without a friend. Here he suddenly realized that these spirits he saw this afternoon were in fact Tsuchi chasing him, and only a Master of Spirits can have such a skill. He decided that he should immediately inform his father about this. He immediately ran to the house where his father lived and asked his assistant for permission to receive him, but his father's assistant said that he was busy now and received only on very important matters. But Tomoya continued to claim that he had a very important matter that needed immediate consideration. If they don't believe him, he can break his connection with his memory stone, and they will see all the memories he saw and be convinced. His father's other advisor warned him that if he did this, he could have serious consequences because he wouldn't be able to recover it later. But Tomoya was very serious, so without thinking he broke the bond and showed them his memories. His father's two advisors were very frightened when they actually saw the spirits that Tomoya had just told about, and whether the spirits had returned to their world. Something must be done immediately. But Tomoya's father's assistant quickly calmed them both down and ordered them to gather everyone related to the circle of spiritual abilities and get ready, because soon the new spirit lord would come to them. From the house of the Tomoya family, after he told everything, they immediately started sending out pigeons, which were supposed to convey this information to the most secret corners of the world. Meanwhile, Tsuchi sat at school and enjoyed this beautiful day, which he unfortunately spent at school. While Tsuchi was enjoying the sunny weather, the girls approached him to show off their progress in preparing for the school festival. They showed that they had drawn scenery for a haunted house. Tsuchi liked everything, of course, but he was only worried about who would buy it. In response to this, she turned into a monster and answered in a rough voice that she drew according to Gu Shui's script, which he liked very much. Tsuchi changed his mind and noticed how cute the girl was. Gu Shui added that her neighbor had a lot of furniture and decorations in this style that he could give them for free, so there should be no problem with financing. Tsuchi again praised Gu Shu for what a reliable and nice person she is. She does a lot for the team and that is very good. Gu Shu was confused and did not expect this from Tsuchi, so she did not know how to react to this. Tsuchi continued to watch the weather from the window and noted that this was the calmest day since he entered this world. There are no situations, he is not running anywhere, there are no tasks either at the law firm nor at the Black Gate, you can rest a little. Suchi also had a reason to be happy because of the success in his teleportation ritual. Of course, he could still teleport not very large objects, such as a bottle of water, but this is already a good start. So the next thing Suchi wanted to do was to open the Hall of Secrets and let him try a new one ritual to its believers. He also thought that everything would be perfect without spirits, which also remain everywhere. After school, Suchi went to the Black Gate Club, where he had not been for a long time. As soon as he went inside, Mr. Anderson and Green were already waiting for him there, who immediately offered him to play. Suchi was not against playing, so he immediately sat down at the table, after which Green began to ask him how things were going. Suchi answered and noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Anderson intervened in their conversation and said that Green had lost his job and was now sitting idle. Green in turn asked for some respect for the newcomer. But their conversation was unexpectedly interrupted by the advisor Alice. She informed them that there is a new case in the fortune-telling house, where they noticed that Ludo's luck changed and became not as usual, so they created a new ritual. Mr. Anderson was not happy with this news, because they still have unfinished business and the fortune-telling house is giving them new assignments, but it was still interesting to whom Alice would assign this task. It was very unexpected to hear from her that she would entrust this task to absolutely everyone. The most surprised of all those present was Mr. Green, who did not understand why they all had to perform this task. The fact was that the results of fortune-telling were quite confusing, which was not a good sign. Namely, they testified that the god of radiation is returning, who last time destroyed the branch of the Black Gate in Lauda, and it was known that he became even stronger. When Suchi heard about this god, Weed was a bit scared and he was worried that this spirit would return and he would be even stronger, and what would they do with him then? Such a strong demonic god could appear again so quickly in such a place as in Loadu, so he asked to reconsider the matter on this account. Usually, Green understood that fortune-telling in such tasks was not always accurate, and the degree of danger was easiest to determine by the reward given to the mystic for the successful completion of this task, so he immediately reviewed what the reward would be for this task. Counselor Alice began to tell that this time there will be 2 awards for this task, so at this stage it was already possible to understand that the task is quite difficult, and 2 awards because there will be 2 levels of tasks. The 1SD level of the task was researching the location of the anomaly, for which a reward was given in the amount of 5 million and a certificate for the exchange of the layer of the abyss. The 2ND level and, accordingly, the 2ND task was to destroy the anomaly that arose there. The reward for the successful completion of this level was 20 million and a certificate for the exchange of the Moho layer, which was quite good for both the first level and the second. It was the first time Suchi had heard such sums for completing a task, so he couldn't believe it. Green agreed with him that the task was quite good and gave him a folder with this task so that he could review it. Also, advisor Elise added that some organizations sent a letter to the ministry and notified of the presence of a possible threat in the coming days, so all organizations should be prepared for emergency danger, which consisted in the attack of monsters. Suchi took a close look at the matter and noticed that the first news about the Spirit Lord's attack came from the Tsuchimikado family. Was this news spread today through Suchi? Next, Counselor Elise suggested that they watch the video from the scene. Suchi was shocked that there was even a video. When Suchi started watching the video and he saw the spirit that he summoned today to scare the boy, he didn't think that it could be a Spirit Lord. Counselor Elise noticed this reaction and asked Suchi to tell him everything he knew about the Spirit Lord. Suchi was very worried that he might be exposed by the Black Gate. But Suchi could not answer honestly to Elise's advisor's question as it was about his secret, so he would have to lie. The crown of youth that became for Suchi a part of his body that cannot be talked about because in this way it will only bring the danger of its disclosure. So Suchi decided to pretend that he does not understand anything or to confuse all the members of the Black Gate Club. All Suchi could answer to Alice's advisor was that it happened near his school. Green noticed that the number of suspects had drastically decreased and Mr. Anderson asked Suchi if he saw any suspicious objects in the video or any clues that would help them in their investigation. Suchi began to tell that there really is a student from the Tsuchikamoto family at his school, and he has a classmate who knows this student very well. He realized that the best lie that his friends from the Black Gate can believe is if he combines a lie and the truth at the same time, so he assumed that these videos were posted by one of the students from the same Tsuchimikado family. In this case, Counselor Elise decided to give Suchi the opportunity to investigate his school and find more evidence and clues about this case. Suchi did not expect that the investigation would be carried out on such a scale, but he agreed with Alice's advisor without any problems. Suchi also realized that he still doesn't know a lot and some information is not available to him. He just pulled the spirit to the surface to scare the person, but all this led to gossip that the spirit master is coming back and wants to destroy Laura again, so he needs to study him better, a new skill. Then Suchi added that this spirit is close to the layer of the abyss or maybe even a layer above, but even if it even comes out into the world, it will still remain very weak. He did not understand why the Tsuchimikado family came to the conclusion that this was a possible disaster. Would such a small spirit be enough for a disaster or for the birth of a new master of all spirits? Green agreed with Suchi and added that it is not surprising that these indigenous widows who lived here for so long in such conditions have now become alarmists. Mr. Anderson explained that this is only an assumed reason for which a spirit master can be summoned, since then a lot of time has passed and there have been several similar cases. He added that the deep sea is their inspiration and they are mostly in the layer of low light, but there are also those who live in the layer of the abyss, and they are already dangerous for mystics. Therefore, such mystics do not have a system of origin, they have no occult knowledge, and they rely only on received powers, which they received from spirits, which are not entirely accurate. Alice seems to understand what Anderson is talking about, but still decides to question him. What did he mean? Anderson did not hide or choose his words, so he said directly that he thinks that they just have group panic syndrome, and should not pay so much attention to it. Suchi was not sure that he fully understood what Mr. Anderson was talking about, and asked him what he meant. Anderson told him that if one mystic is too worried about something, then other mystics who are in his circle of relatives will also panic, and in the world of mystics, when a group of people starts to believe in something, it can seem true. Suchi understood that if a large group of people starts to believe in this panic, and in the Lord of Spirits, then he can really appear in the world, then there will be no time for jokes. But all this is possible only when the group panic is at the peak of its power. Anderson praised Suchi for grasping information quickly, but Suchi then began to worry about another question. It was not too late that they started to deal with this question. Could they shorten it? Alice thinks that if the House of Divination gave such a serious warning, then it may be inevitable. If this case fell into the hands of the Black Gate so quickly, then it can only mean that all the secret organizations are very scared now. Suchi began to worry even more that all his secrets will be revealed for sure, and then it will be a real disaster for him, and all this because of some video. Green, in turn, believed that someone was simply exacerbating the situation, and in fact the situation was not so critical. Therefore, Anderson believed that the best option would be to find out what had happened in the last 3 days. Maybe they would be able to learn some new information, but without a doubt it was the trigger and the first of the dominoes that would soon fall on Ludo. Suchi smiled at this situation and did not think that they would all become so naive. But he cannot blame them, because they are doing their job, but it's still the fault of that guy who is too afraid of everything. He came home and just sat down to have dinner and watched the news on which they told about the numerous robberies in Ludo, and Suchi knew that if the news usually does not tell bad news, but if there is, then the situation is really bad. The spirits who lived with him began to be very worried about him, and as if they asked him not to walk at night, because they are very worried about him, especially after what they say in the news. To Suchi, it looked like a real parental concern, but unfortunately he has to ignore it, because he will turn into a dinner for his parents. Then Suchi heard on the news about a case where the criminal cuts out all the organs and leaves the victims. He understood that the police had no other option than to tell about it in the news, because the case is not progressing, and the number of victims is only increasing. Here, Tsuchi unexpectedly remembered that in recent days he had seen a lot of spirits in the form of human organs. Was it somehow related to this matter? But while he decided not to bother himself with this, but better to think about how he spent the last few days walking around the new capital and commercial areas and installed 2 new temples there, now including the previous 3, he already has as many as 5 shrines, but this is still not enough to cover the entire city. Tsuchi decided not to rush into it, but to prioritize the matter of resurrecting the Spirit Lord, because if this problem got out of control, then he would be blamed. Therefore, he decided to correct this situation from the very beginning, namely to go and talk to the guy who started it all. The next day at school, Tsuchi immediately decided to visit Tomoe, with whom he needed to talk. He was just sitting in the classroom and wasn't waiting for anyone, until suddenly Tsuchi called him for a conversation. He left the class and was not very pleased to see Tsuchi in front of him and still stayed. Tsuchi started the conversation by saying that he remembered how Tsuchimikado put 2 snakes on his table. Tsuchi wanted to know why he did it. Tsuchimikado did not hold back his emotions and did not choose his words. He simply stated directly that he wanted to teach Tsuchi so that he would not be as arrogant as he thinks he is. Tsuchi did not understand what this was all about, because firstly, he is a native of Ludo, and the Tsuchimikado family is strangers in this city. And secondly, Tsuchi does not even know who this Tsuchimikado is. Tomoe, in turn, shouted that Tsuchi is a liar and he knows that Tsuchi asked his friend to arrange a salute in his house. It seems that he meant the case when Green came to his family for information about slanderers. Tsuchi did not understand at all what this guy was talking about, so he questioned him, but received only shouts in response. Tsuchi understood that Miko was right and that this guy is not too smart, so you have to communicate with him a little differently. That's why Tsuchi asked him directly. He understood that Tsuchimikado knew that Tsuchi was from the Black Gate, so he asked the question about the Master of Spirits. Let him tell everything he knows. But the boy clearly did not want to talk to him and simply turned away from Tsuchi. Tsuchi looked at this boy and thought that he was among the top 10 spiritual masters of Ludo, but he behaved so badly. Tsuchi decided not to give up and said that the Black Gate could help them if he cooperated with him. But the guy again behaved just disgustingly, and said that they don't need any help, they will manage perfectly on their own. Tsuchi decided not to try to ask him anything more and decided to play with him a bit, and said that if he was not interested in the information about the Spirit Lord, then he went to his class. Of course, the guy was interested in this kind of information, and does the Black Gate have such information? Tsuchi added that the Black Gates have many opportunities that they will need in the future for the battle with the Spirit Lord. But this was all Tsuchi's plan, which he used to lure Tsuchimikado into a trap so that he would tell everything he knew about the Spirit Lord. And his plan worked. Tsuchimikado took the bait and started interrogating Tsuchi. Where did they get such information? Of course, Tsuchi could not say how he knew this, because he invented all this in order to lure him into a dialogue, and Tsuchimikado doesn't seem to trust him very much anymore, so he decided to give an even bigger bait. Therefore, Tsuchi offered him a deal that he could not refuse, the meaning of which consisted in the exchange of information between them, so it will be fair. Tsuchimikado asked to give him some time so that he could evaluate all the benefits for himself. The information he has, it has been spread for a long time and it is not too expensive, so if he uses it to make a deal with Tsuchi, then he is guaranteed to get new information and accordingly benefit. And also he came up with a wonderful plan in his opinion, which consists in the fact that he will listen to what Tsuchi tells him, and then he will answer that he already knew this information anyway, so he will not say anything, so he will be able to get information and anger Tsuchi. Tsuchi is already tired of watching Tsuchimikado standing with his back to him and laughing under his breath. The boy finally agreed to exchange information with Tsuchi, but he whispered one condition. He wanted Tsuchi to be the first to tell what he knew, and then he would decide whether he should exchange. Tsuchi told him that he has several coordinates of the likely location of the Spirit Lord, but he can't just give them away, suddenly Tsuchimikado will just run away with them and not give any information in return. Tsuchimikado noted to himself that Tsuchi is smart enough and he would definitely be one of the top 10 spiritual masters, but unfortunately he is already in another organization. But the most important thing for him was that he would not lose anything even if he received half of the information from Tsuchi. Therefore, he offered to give him at least half of the coordinates, so that he could make sure of their existence. Without thinking for a long time, Tsuchi offered him to go with him to the roof of the school, where he would show him one of the coordinates, if he was not afraid, of course. Tsuchimikado of course agreed and followed Tsuchi and warned him that if he lied to him, he would make Tsuchi hurt. They went up to the roof of the school, where Tsuchimikado did not see any spirit lord that Tsuchi said about. Did he lie to him? While the boy looked around, Tsuchi performed a ritual and summoned one of the most terrifying spirits of the depths to the surface, and called Tsuchimikado to come closer to look at him. When the boy approached, he immediately became more frightened than ever. Could it really be the master of spirits? Tsuchi summoned a very scary spirit that looked like him, but it was just a spirit from the Moho layer that would disappear as soon as Tsuchi finished the ritual. Tsuchimikado continued to scream in fear when he saw such a huge spirit, and Tsuchi calmly watched. Then Tsuchi finished the ritual and the spirit disappeared, which Tsuchimikado noticed and asked if he had seen it. Of course, Tsuchi saw him, because he summoned him with the help of his relic, and Tsuchimikado had no idea that Tsuchi was deceiving him. Then Tsuchi continued his legend and told Tsuchimikado that this place could be the source of an anomaly where, in theory, a master of spirits could appear, but he was not sure about it. Tsuchimikado asked with fear, how many such places does Tsuchi know? But Tsuchi was not stupid and would not tell him until he fulfilled the terms of the contract, and told him some of his information. Tsuchimikado agreed to tell Tsuchi everything he wanted, so he asked him what he wanted to know. Tsuchi immediately asked him about who first discovered the anomaly. He heard that Yin Liao did it. Is it true? Tsuchimikado was incredibly pleased with the question, because he was the first to discover the anomaly, because as Tsuchimikado himself believed, he was the most alert of all. Tsuchi was not satisfied with the answer. Is he the one responsible for all the gossip? Tsuchi wanted to beat Tsuchimikado so badly. But he had to restrain his emotions, so he asked the next question, in which he wanted to know why all masters are so afraid of this spirit. Tsuchimikado shouted that Tsuchi does not understand. This is not an ordinary spirit, this is a real plague that destroys everyone around. He told him that in ancient times the Lord of Spirits was a frequent event, and when he appeared, hundreds of spirits walked at night, and wherever they passed all the inhabitants were destroyed. Thanks to the joint efforts of mediums and mystics who were sent to suppress them, over time they managed to deal with it, and now it comes very rarely. But even now when it happens, there are many victims. Tsuchi asked him the following very logical question, in which he wondered why then the Spirit Lord appeared again after 10 years. But Tsuchimikado did not know the answer to this question. Tsuchi decided to laugh at him and said that adults do not tell such secrets to children, because then they cannot fall asleep. Tsuchimikado was very angry at this phrase and said that he will no longer answer Tsuchi's question. How dare he talk to him like that? Because he is one of the young masters of spiritual skills, and Tsuchi is an ordinary person. Tsuchi seemed even more pleased with this answer and said that Tsuchimikado no longer needed the coordinates of the possible points of the Spirit Lord and added that he should not even try to find them himself, because he would not succeed. Only one person in the world could show these points, and that was Tsuchi. Tsuchi controlled this conversation and knew which strings to pull in order to extract all the information he wanted to hear from Tsuchimikado. So it happened, Tsuchimikado decided to continue the conversation after these words, because he really wanted to know all the coordinates of the Master of Spirits. It only brought confidence to Tsuchi. Tsuchi continued to ask his questions and finally he got to the point of asking about the spirit plague 10 years ago. Did he hear that there were 10 more spirit lords or something? Tsuchimikado confirmed this information that there are 10 spirit lords, but all the details are in the main codex, which is controlled by the great families. Tsuchi decided not to stop there and asked the boy for this information, but could he give it to him? Of course, he could get her. But who is Tsuchi to him to give him such information? He demanded the coordinates first, otherwise he will not tell anything more. Unexpectedly for him, Tsuchi still agreed with him, and said that he would give him all the coordinates in exchange for this information, so he offered to shake hands to confirm the agreement. Tsuchimikado was incredibly happy, because he thought that now he would get all the coordinates, and then he wouldn't tell him anything. He was very pleased with himself. He deceived Tsuchi even though he thought he was smart, but he needed to behave more secretly, and not let Tsuchi know anything to understand. But he did not take into account the fact that Tsuchi saw right through him, although there was no need to look particularly closely, because everything was already written on his face. Therefore, Tsuchi reminded him that he must fulfill his promise, otherwise it will not be in his interests. After all, he does not know what kind of knowledge Tsuchi can possess about the spirit lords, except coordinates, so everything depends only on him. Tsuchimikado became uncomfortable at this moment, because now he did not understand what he should do, because if he abandons Tsuchi, he may not learn information that is much more important than the coordinates. He nevertheless decided that if Tsuchi is from the Black Gate, then he probably has such information that he is unlikely to dig up somewhere himself, so he must act wisely so as not to reveal his own information and get someone else's. Therefore, he will still use his brilliant mind to confuse Tsuchi. He will tell information, but it will not be completely accurate and true. It was very funny for Tsuchi to watch him, because this semi-finished product could not even hide his great plan. Tsuchi decided to speed up the process of this ingenious plan of Tsuchimikado, so he began to dictate to him the coordinates, which he seems to invent himself. So he called the first place the roof of the school, the second place was the alley near the school, the third place was next to the second, but you have to turn left, then there was a phone booth in Loudon Park. Tsuchi was dictating so fast that Tsuchimikado didn't even have time to write down, and he played a little bit when he reached the 20th place on the list that Tsuchimikado was already starting to suspect something. But Tsuchi didn't name these places just like that. He also added to him that tomorrow they would walk through these places together. Tsuchi wanted to make Tsuchimikado believe his lies. The next step in Tsuchi's plan was to run through all the places he had listed Tsuchimikado, and use his fire relic to create spirit lords everywhere so that the boy would believe him. It wasn't Tsuchi's plan to revive the spirit lord, but he was the first one to take responsibility for it. Now he has a few ideas and he'll try to take the initiative while it's still his. But if big changes happen, he'll be the first to suffer from the moho layer. Tsuchi calculated all the details of his plan to such an extent that he took the day off work in order to place his fire for the sake of his fire, and he believed that Tomoyo would believe in it. Tsuchimikado was very bad at receiving information, so he came only to give Tsuchi the information he needed so much. Tsuchi placed the coordinates all over Loud, and if they were connected together, it would be his small temple. It was quite symbolic. It was very energy-consuming for Tsuchi, and if it didn't enable him to get information about the 10 spirit lords, he would never have done it, but it was very important information. He sat after school and thought how fruitfully he trained every day to convey his faith and his influence, and he hoped that he could convey all this through Thomas. It was really difficult for him to combine the work of a mystic, studying at school, and also being God in his creation, the world. Tsuchi hoped that after this his faith would finally go beyond Ludo and become really popular, so that he could finally reap the fruits of his labor. He saw Tomoyo walking towards him and mentally promised that if Tomoyo would help fulfill all his wishes, he would leave him alone. Tomoyo approached Tsuchi and immediately asked him why he was so pale. Was it because of that spirit on the roof of the school? Tsuchi already began to get angry with him and advised him to think less about it, otherwise he would go headlong, and then he asked to follow him so that they would have time to go through all the places before dark, because Tsuchi was used to returning home early. Tomoyo asked him how many places they will visit today, to which he received an answer of 4 or 5, it all depends on him, but this option did not suit Tomoyo, it was too little for him. Tsuchi offered him to visit these places on his own if he so wished, and was not afraid. Tomoya told him that he was just worried about Tsuchi, and he was not afraid of anything. They came to the first location where Tsuchi left his first fire. It was a commercial high-rise on the roof of which is supposed to be a spirit lord. Tomoya saw with his own eyes again, but this time it was only a throne, on which there was no spirit lord, so he asked Tsuchi where he was. But Tsuchi doesn't know that, maybe he went somewhere, that's what he told him. Next, Tomoya noticed similar drawings of a mouse on both spirits. He saw the same drawing on a ghost near the school, so he remembered it. I wonder what it could mean. Tomoya decided that it was a conspiracy, and he should take a picture of it so that he could study it in more detail when he was home. But when he opened the phone, nothing happened to him, because the camera of the mobile phone simply did not see anything. Tsuchi himself did not expect such an effect. It seems that this throne can only be seen by people and it cannot be saved on other media. Of course, this only played into Tsuchi's hand. Tsuchi suggested that Tomu go to the next place so that he could make sure that all the coordinates have the promised clues for the search for the Lord of Spirits. In the next place, Tomoya behaved even more like a child and just screamed when he saw this giant spirit in the form of some very strange spider. Tsuchi decided to experiment and go much further. His idea was to apply the ritual of teleportation to learn how it works with people. He has been training with teleportation for a long time, but this really important attempt will be the first time. While Tsuchi was playing with Tomoya on the roof of the building, Gyugwa was playing in her office and thinking about nothing. Here, unexpectedly for her, water began to drip directly from the ceiling directly onto her hands. Where could she get it from? She raised her head to the mountain and saw water dripping directly on her forehead. Because of this, she even turned over from the chair she was sitting on. Gyugo even got a little scared. When she looked up again, she saw a message from Mr. Truth, who seemed to be asking for her help, because stupid people are getting into Mr. Truth's secrets, and it is necessary to deal with it. Gyugwa couldn't believe that she heard Mr. Truth for the first time outside the secret hall. Is it really that important? She started to call him and check if he hears her. If he does, let him give some sign, but she did not hear an answer, so this time the communication between them is one way. But she was an attentive and intelligent girl, so she immediately saw that the coordinates given to her by Mr. Truth were very close to her office. Does he really want her to come and do something? She didn't think long, so she decided to check if there was anything interesting there. Mr. Istana hardly called her just like that. Tsuchi had indeed sent her a tip, and wanted to see what she would do next. He hoped that Gyugwa would not let him down. Tomoya could not understand and asked Tsuchi why there are spirits on some thrones and not on others. How does it work? But Tsuchi pretended that he didn't know, because he was here for the first time just like Tomoya, so really, how could he know? Of course, Tomoya is not a very smart guy, but his question is logical enough. How then does Tsuchi know about these coordinates if he is here for the first time? Tsuchi did not even look at him, and answered him that he found these coordinates during the research of one of the temples. Tomoya appeared right in front of his face and asked which temple was he talking about. Tsuchi decided to continue his legend and told that these temples were created by the god Ludo, who gave him these coordinates, and then Tsuchi pretended that he accidentally said this. Tsuchi then continued to pretend that he said it by accident, and never wanted to talk about it with him, and told Tomo that it didn't concern him anyway. When Tomoya heard this, he made his own conclusions. He believed that Tsuchi was really hiding some secrets that he did not want to spread, but Tomoya was too smart, and with one question drove him into a dead end and almost did not talk to him. Tsuchi looked at Tomoya again as he turned his back to him and laughed under his breath. Tsuchi couldn't believe that a person who considers himself one of the best masters of spiritual skills could be so stupid and fall into every trap of Tsuchi. Tomoya really wanted to take a picture, but the camera couldn't see it again, so Tsuchi suggested that he draw this spirit. Here, unexpectedly for Tsuchi, Tomoya began to shout as if he was being beaten and to say that he understood everything and that all these spirits are going not only to Lauda, but also to the whole world, and something must be done about it urgently, because it may be too late. Tsuchi tried to react in the same way as Tomoya and also started shouting that it was just terrible and asked Tomoya as one of the best masters of spiritual abilities to do something and save his own, but even he understood that Tsuchi was losing. From the first, Tomoya decided to use his spells, which were supposed to restrain the first-time spirits, so that they would not break free. Every time, Tsuchi couldn't believe more and more that this guy is a master, who is obsessed with everything Tsuchi does or says. Even now he started doing some strange ritual and running from side to side, so Tsuchi began to think over the fact that there are dozens of masters like him. But he was more worried about the fact that Gyugu still hadn't done anything after he gave her a hint that she should have understood. Tomoya himself did not understand how he created quite good familiars. Tsuchi was pleasantly surprised, although there was a lot of noise from him, but he still created these two familiars, which he liked very much, and he even wanted to trick Toma to tell Tsuchi how he did it. So Gyugwa began to act. She invented a wonderful story with the attack of a large number of deadly spiders, which are supposed to attack Tomoya and his two hares. Tsuchi was more than satisfied with such a decision. Gyugwa blew the elephant out of the fly, and now it's time to join Tsuchi's game and play along with her. He began to shout incredibly loudly at Tomoya to do at least something, because now they will be destroyed right on the spot, because his two hares are too weak to hold the defense. Tsuchi reminded him again that he is one of the best masters in this city, and he should invent something that will help them. Tomoya began to panic a lot and didn't know what he could do with these spiders. He was too scared by this picture. And then he also saw that a huge spirit was moving and coming straight at them. Then he went completely crazy and started shouting at Tsuchi to let him go and give him peace. At the last moment, he dared to throw a few of his balls and say something along the lines of summoning electric mice. Indeed, he could use one of his skills and it worked. He summoned some electric mice that should work against the spiders. And so it happened. He blew up several spiders and this gave them a chance to escape from that crazy roof before it was too late. Of course, Tsuchi didn't expect this from him, but he was pleasantly surprised at how skillfully this guy is able to run away from any trouble that haunts him. But the attack was not over for them and the spiders continued to chase them. It is interesting what Tomoya will come up with this time. Tsuchi tried to ask Tomoya for help and say that he can't run anymore, but he didn't seem to care and continued to run no matter what. But they still managed to escape from these spiders and now they are free and no one is chasing them. Gyugo perfectly coped with her task, which was given to her by Mr. Truth, and she scared these two schoolboys who decided to climb on the roof. But then she still saw a familiar face, and did Tsuchi take up Mr. Truth's business again? She decided to try to talk Tsuchi out of this case, and not bring new problems to Mr. Truth, which he clearly does not want now. But Gyugwa quickly dismissed this idea, realizing that Mr. Truth must have a solution for this problem anyway, and she didn't understand just one thing: why did he call her right now? But she still wondered if she had coped with the task or if Mr. Istana had prepared some more work for her. Here she unexpectedly crossed the line of the ritual created by Tsuchi and saw the same giant spirit with which he had just frightened Toma, and Gyugwa was not at all frightened, but on the contrary admired the beauty of this spirit. Tomoya was running at that time and did not stop for a second. Tsuchi tried to tell him that everything was over long ago, and no one was running after him, but he did not hear anyone and ran with all his might. He finally stopped and let Tsuchi breathe a little because he almost spit out his lungs while running after this sprinter. Tsuchi looked at Tomoya and understood how he was scared. He was pleased that this guy was so mentally scared. It meant that the fire he used for this was working at full speed. Although this takes too much strength from Tsuchi, he will not last long. That's why Tsuchi decided to play the last theater scene with Tomoe, and he shouted that he will not go any further, and will give him all the coordinates right now, and if he wants he can go on his own and look for adventures, but he will not be responsible for it. While Suchi was writing down all the coordinates where he had left clues for him, he was whispering at the same time so that Tomoya could hear that it was all God Ludo's fault, and that it was all his pranks. He threw him a piece of paper with these coordinates, and said that these were all matters of spiritual masters and asked him not to involve him in these matters. Suchi left and told him that he did not want to risk his life for this, and asked him not to touch him again. Tomoya was incredibly happy to receive it. His plan did come true and he got all the coordinates, and didn't give out information to Suchi. Tomoya thought his plan was done. All he could think about now was the inscriptions he saw on the throne of the Spirit Lord, namely the number 89, which meant the organization involved in this and also this Ludo god, where he came from. In any case, he decided for himself that he needs to tell everything and save this city. Meanwhile, Suchi was going home and was very satisfied with today, because his performance was successful and it brought him a lot of benefits, so he can go home and rest. The first thing Suchi thought about was the image on the throne, which indicated all the horrors of Organization 89 and its owner god Ludo. Well, secondly, his idea to remove himself from this situation and not continue running after this guy was very important, because if he didn't do it, he could expose himself to the Black Gate. Tomoya was an overconfident guy who would take all the credit for himself and leave Suchi under perfect cover. This plan was perfect. Suchi imagined this endless cycle of gossip and secrets about the Spirit Lord in which he had no part, and as long as he had the information that Tomoya had researched, there was no way his family would expose him. Yugua, who played a very important role in his performance today, will also participate. She has already seen one of his preparations and will definitely tell about it at the next meeting, while Suchi will simply allow the other participants to join the throne he has installed. A few days later, the spiritual masters and mystics of Ludo gathered together and sent people to investigate the ghost thrones. Following Suchi's clues, they quickly determined the coordinates of more thrones. They managed to find 81 thrones, which they successfully recorded in their records. In total, they got 78 empty thrones and 3 thrones on which evil spirits sat, of which only 2 spirits were known. They were the spider-headed spirit and the 9-headed spirit, which were successfully recorded in the form of paintings. Mr. Anderson told Suchi about their negotiations with other organizations to provide them with information about the circle of spiritistic rituals, but they never succeeded. But now they have a lot of information about them, and it's all thanks to Suchi, so Mr. Anderson was satisfied with his work and praised him. Of course, Suchi was very pleased to hear this, but he still told that he got this information through his friend Siddhamikado Tomoya, who kindly gave it to him, and Suchi also thought about how he voluntarily provided the information to this family, and in this way further removed suspicions from himself. Here Scheherazade returned to the club, who was not in a very good mood and said that everything was very bad. But what happened? Scheherazade said that she went through absolutely all the coordinates, and did not find a single throne about which everyone is talking so violently. There was nothing left, or they were not there at all. Mr. Anderson didn't understand how this was possible. It was only 2 days from discovery to disappearance. Suchi also didn't understand how this could happen. But he understood that it should be so. Suchi had established a ritual in advance for only 2 days, so that no one would know that it was he who did it. Scheherazade understood that they had no choice but to turn on their deductive method and look for clues that would help them figure out what this information was for. But Anderson seems to have already understood everything, and in his opinion, the organization number 89 was to blame for everything, with which they did not deal with last time. Scheherazade could not believe it. Could they have planned such a thing? First of all, she couldn't understand why they were doing it. To fix your anchors? At this stage, even Anderson could not understand why they could do it, but he was sure that they were involved in it. Anderson was interested to know if there was any information from the fortune-telling house, so he turned to Alice and asked her about it, but unfortunately she just applied and there are no results yet. She understood that the result of the fortune-telling house, if it is an ancient organization, must be the signature of a being from this world, but still, There is no point in fully relying on them, because they are still vague and imprecise. Mr. Anderson did not understand this statement. In what sense are they vague? She explained to him and everyone else that this meant they were still missing some key clues that kept them from telling for sure. Suchi was surprised when he heard this. How is it possible that the divination results are not seen by his organization 89? Did something slip past him? Suchi's thoughts were interrupted by Green, who entered the headquarters of the apartment and managed to create a grave silence, because Scheherazade was inside, and one could only envy his courage. He entered completely calmly and greeted everyone as if she was not there. It seems he should not have done this. Scheherazade was boiling when she first saw him, and after his words of greeting, she wanted to send him to the hospital once more, but he stopped her and tried to calmly explain why he was here. The fact was that he came to show everyone a new video of the beheading cycle, which seems to have been really important if Green dared to come to the club when Scheherazade was there. There was a video called 10 Spirit Lords. Is this cycle also somehow related to this case? Meanwhile, the two attackers who were on the shopping street when Suchi and Scheherazade went to the main slanderer came to some forest to perform a new ritual. But this time this ritual will be performed against one of them, namely against that crazy girl who summoned Inagami and after his death became paralyzed and can only move her eyes, so she was no longer needed by anyone. She could not believe that right now they would bury her alive and not even give her a chance to live, but she still tried to agree on her pardon. No matter how hard she tried to scream, nothing came out of her, and her partner did not hear anything and continued his business. He threw her into the pit without any pity and told her not to worry, because he was doing it for her and the spiritual child. He stood over her and said that she herself was to blame for this. The dog she raised for so many years turned out to be so weak and could not do anything against some spirit. Therefore her contribution was too small and now she must sacrifice herself for the sake of the gods. She continued to scream and beg him for mercy, but he did not pay any attention to her and continued to talk and tell her why so many people want to curse each other. This enmity gives them strength, and now she is completely useless to anyone. He also added that he and she come from different families and she will never understand his thoughts, so she must sacrifice herself for the sake of the future. In the end, he still started his ritual, not even listening to her cries for help. He thought that it would be better for her. Unexpectedly, another mysterious woman appeared next to the body, who was watching all this carefully, and it seems that she is the same owner. When the girl heard that her owner was present at her last funeral ritual, she began to ask her to give her one last chance. She agreed that she was wrong, but she really wants to live, and if she is given a chance, she will fix everything. But to her great regret, she heard from the owner that she never expected anything from her, therefore her existence is not needed at all now. The girl did not expect such a turn. She did not understand why her existence was so useless. The mistress decided to finish the ritual that her friend started and began the final phase that was supposed to end everything. The girl continued to scream. Although her strength had long since left her, she really wanted to live. The owner's hand almost melted her body. The temperature was really too high to bear this, and it seems that the owner did it with the words that everyone has the right to life. Does the girl have a chance? She finished the ritual, and after that there was deathly silence, and no one spoke a word. Then the man took her body, which was wrapped in a sheet, and said that Her Highness had finished her new job and the new girl was ready. But when he removed the cloth from her, he saw there not a girl at all, but a cat that had human features, and this creature did not understand what was happening here. The owner created a new body for the girl, which looks like a beast girl. She herself did not even expect such a result, and was incredibly surprised. After she was already able to stand normally on her two legs, it was explained to her that the number of people decreased because the black gates are also not sitting idle, so the owner decided to give her a second life, so she should use this chance to the fullest. She understood everything and promised herself to do everything in her power to regain the owner's trust and become even stronger. One of the members of their organization ordered her to perform the following task, which the owner gave her personally. As it turned out, her new task was to summon the Master of Spirits and do everything for him to destroy Lauda and the Black Gate Club. Scheherazade was surprised when she started reading about the cycle of beheadings, because she and Anderson did not understand what they were doing here, because they were sure that the Organization 89 was involved in it. Counselor Alice understood that now not a small number of people will use it for their own interests. The Master of Spirits is now the most popular topic even among ordinary people, so now she decided to first of all find the beheading cycle and find out who is behind it, and finally put an end to them. And she has not yet received an answer to the account of Organization 89. Suchi did not understand why they would not conduct an investigation into the 89 organization, and he immediately asked the advisor Alice why. She explained that there is no point in investigating anything at the moment, because they know too little information about them, and now would not be the time to take risky actions for the sake of any information. Suchi understood that the Council of the Black Gate had a new plan that he still knew, so he decided to ask them about it, to which Alice answered him that it was necessary to wait for a while. In any case, the revival of the Spirit Lord would not end in the near future, and if those organizations that hunt him will fight for the anchor, then it will be easier to find and eliminate them. She was quite smart, because such a plan would give the Black Gate Club not only the opportunity to learn more information, but also to save its people from senseless victims. But all this played into Suchi's hands only, because the attentiveness and observation of Alice's advisor would ultimately yield nothing. Because Suchi is also a member of the Black Gate Club. Then Mr. Anderson entered the conversation and started asking everyone in turn what they think about the beheading cycle, how dangerous they can be. According to Green, this organization or group of people technically belongs to the lower groups of the mystical world. Suchi didn't know what it meant, and of course he asked how he usually does it. Mr. Green explained it to him in quite simple terms. Once upon a time there were mystics or psychics who gave themselves anchors or some credence by spreading gossip, famous examples being Black Dahlia and Jack the Ripper. Everything was clear to Suchi, but how legal was this method? Anderson explained to him that this is an illegal and very risky method, because if it is used incorrectly, this method can not only not call the anchor, but also create a terrible spirit. Unfortunately, there have already been examples, so it is usually prohibited in occult circles to do, unless the Court of Secrets has ordered it to be done. Everything became even more confusing for Suchi. He did not understand what the Court of Secrets was for. Isn't it forbidden to reveal one's secret? As Anderson told him, in the courtroom of secrets you can tell your secret, because it is not an organization, it is rather a spiritual god. Mr. Anderson at this stage of explanation introduced Suchi into complete incomprehensibility. Suchi did not understand who this spiritual god was. Is the Court of Secrets, which determines whether a mystic is guilty of this or that crime and has broken the law, actually a demon? Green immediately tried to explain to Suchi that this is not just a demon, but one that was specially transformed by one of the great mystics of the Black Gate with a sentence embedded in its logic of action. The modeling of the mystical court for the assessment and possible creation of spirits and ghosts was based on the information provided by the mystic, and which could give birth to new spirits or ghosts. Then the logic of the operation of this court worked accordingly. Suchi wondered what happened next with such mystics, whose information could summon a spirit. Were they eaten? Green added that in the end the Court of Secrets is also a demon, but with some new rules of operation that were added specifically for possible use. But you need to be ready to use it before you use it, because it can consume you. The reason why the Black Gates know the functions of most of the divine objects found in their possession is precisely because they were able to decipher them through the courtroom of secrets, and this is only one of the ways in which the Black Gates disciplined the circle of mystics. But before he had time to secretly arrange everything he wanted, a cup of tea, which Scheherazade was drinking, flew to him, and she said that if Suchi was interested in the Court of Secrets, she could take him there on an excursion. But now it was time to get back to business. But Scheherazade warned Green that if he once again strayed from the topic they were talking about, she would throw something more difficult at him. so she immediately forced him to speak his mind at the expense of the beheading cycle. Green believed that the cycle is not an organization or a very inexperienced, poorly understood organization that appeared not so long ago, but he is more inclined to the option that it is one person who works alone. Anderson was in complete agreement with Green's opinion and believed that this is a person who, roughly speaking, was a novice in the occult world, or rather he was until he created his organization, and this happened because he or she was not added to some already existing organization. Such as, for example, a black gate. Scheherazade offered to make their options for the owner of this group, if they had already started an investigation on this account, so each of them took a piece of paper and a pen and started writing their options. After 2 hours of their joint work, Scheherazade read an approximate description of the criminal. He should be a man, his age should not exceed 26 years, he should be a professional in photography and video editing, he should work alone and not belong to any other organization. Anderson suggested starting the investigation from the school, people on TV channels and specialists in the media, because that is where it is easy to find a person with this description. Scheherazade decided to conduct her little de-icing and said that she would leave everyone and return soon. But she was interrupted by Green, who announced that a new video was released in the beheading cycle. Scheherazade read the description under this video and noted that he chooses the topic quite well in order to attract as many viewers as possible to his channel, which will bring him new anchor lines. When Suchi started watching this video, he was surprised that the hatter had very accurately determined the height and size of the person in the video. The person in the video started it by saying hello and announcing a new issue of the beheading cycle. As a thank you for supporting his channel, he is starting a new series of stories about the 10 spirit lords of Ludo, and this time he would like to do it a little differently. Green immediately understood that the video must gain a certain number of views, which will be enough to fulfill the conditions for the formation of a spirit. Anderson agreed with this and added that his main goal is to sow panic with the help of live broadcasts, where fake spirits become real. Counselor Alice decided to start by finding out who this man is, a mystic or a master of spiritual abilities. If they don't find out in this video, then there should be a hint in the next one. Suchi was sitting at home on Saturday night and realized that nothing had appeared in the past few days. His anchor lines remained the same number. Was he doing something wrong? His thoughts were filled with this very thought, until he saw a new video clip from the beheading cycle that was in honor of the first spirit master of Ludo. As it is told in the video, the name of the first owner was Tian Go. There are many legends about her from ancient times to the present day, for example, about a fox that covers the moon for prying eyes, and we should not forget that she is a cultural symbol of China. For Suchi, the first spirit master was so familiar that he even thought about the good intention of this video author. Suchi imagined this kind of ghosts and gods with a great history, which many people know about and are ready to imagine about their possibilities. It made him sick. But he still didn't know what terrible things could be created as a result if mystics and spiritual masters saw the video. He could only imagine how difficult it would be to realize. He imagined how on Wednesday night, somewhere in the streets of Ludo, mystics and spiritual masters were fighting against the fox in the live broadcast of the beheading cycle, and it was difficult to imagine what price people would pay for destroying only one of the 10 gods, when they could create 10 of them. Suchi understood that his enemies were using the internet to create ghosts and spirits, while the local people in Ludo were just fighting and losing their lives. If they really did that, not even 10 spirit lords would be needed, but only 3 or even 2 to destroy the entire spirit circle in Ludo, and then the Black Gate will also be destroyed. He decided that he would find any way that would help him get rid of this cycle of beheading. After all these thrones were created by Suchi. It was him who ran all over the city and burned his blood to install them, and he decided that he would not give them those anchors so easy. Since the cycle uses public opinion and their belief to create a spirit lord, public opinion would be a better option to interrupt it. Suchi seems to have figured out the answer to this question, but he is still missing one important piece of the puzzle, which he may find in the Hall of Secrets. To which, by the way, it was time to return. so Suchi concentrated to the maximum and decided not to pay any attention to it yet. The Hall of Secrets is open again, and Mr. Truth congratulated all the participants on this event, and they in turn congratulated him. The spider decided to start the conversation first and turned to the mask with a question about the textbooks that she gave her. The mask replied that they were of high quality, and the information provided in them helped her a lot, so she was very grateful to the spider for this gift. It was with the help of these textbooks that the woman reached the threshold of the mystical world in real life, so she was really very grateful for that. Gyugwo was very curious as to how the mask drew such professional anatomical diagrams at the last meeting. Is she really a doctor? The woman explained to her that she works as a forensic expert. She was very happy when she heard this information, because the School of Scientists is well suited for the wisdom system, and although the spider belongs to other systems, she can receive knowledge from other schools and systems. So she offered the mask a deal in which she will constantly help her in obtaining knowledge. The mask was not against forming an alliance between them, so she asked Mr. Truth to create a catalog for exchange, and for this, as usual, white color should fall on the stone of fate, which, accordingly, happened. Gyugwo was impressed with such technologies. The exchange directory is the perfect solution, because the mask can enter data about exchanges. Even if there was no exchange actually or the exchange needs to be moved, it was not a problem with this directory. Suchi was very happy because the nine-headed woman finally put forward constructive ideas to clarify the order of exchange at the fourth meeting. Now he can finally move on to the next step. Mr. Truth created some new matter in the form of a pyramid, which was used at the meeting for the first time. What will they do with the help of this pyramid? But the only answer that Mr. Truth gave to their questions was a secret that they have to solve on their own. Gyugwa still decided to tell everyone about how a few days ago she received a divine message from Mr. Truth about how a throne was found in Kaigyu district, and began to tell the whole story about that day. After the spider finished his stories about these thrones, the mask decided to turn to Mr. Truth and ask about these thrones. What are they for? Gyugwa decided to add to her story some rumors she had heard about the revival of a spirit lord that was actively spreading in the community, and it could also create a large number of anchors, so she also asked Mr. Truth if he was trying to create a large number of anchors in this way. Anchors. After these words, Gyugwa noticed how the pyramid created by Mr. Truth began to move. It seems that this was a sign that meant that she was saying the right thing and should continue in the same spirit. Therefore, she decided to offer him new means of creating great mysteries with the help of which he would form even more anchor lines. But when she looked at the pyramid after these words, she realized that she was saying something wrong, because this pyramid does not move at all. Gyugwa decided to continue despite this and started to tell Mr. Truth about a mobile phone that you can carry with you, which has a whole bunch of very useful functions. Mobile phones have become an integral part of humanity, so she, based on the occult knowledge of the wisdom system, created a larger game based on a mobile phone that is now very useful for her. She meant it when she talked about the same game she called Ludo's Spirits and Ghosts. Spider decided to explain the main point of this game in order to make it easier to understand why it is needed. The first step is registration, which can be compared to entering an organization or a mystical world, where secret forces give the player the corresponding functions and tasks that he must perform. She also said that she deciphered and added some functions of Mr. Truth's puppets to the game. Now players can control the puppets during the game and move in certain areas. If necessary, Gyugwa could even control these puppets and set tasks for players and their puppets in a certain game area. But her speech was interrupted by a mask, which was very interested in whether ordinary people can see dolls in real life and will not expose them in the future. But according to Gyugwa, even here everything was thought out, because her dolls are similar in nature to spirits and ghosts and can appear both on the first layer and on deeper layers, for example, on the layer of the abyss, where they are invisible to ordinary people and cannot influence the human world. The next question the mask decided to ask was about the heaviness of spirits. Can it change with increasing depth? Gyugwa could theoretically do it, but with the server she has, the deepest layer she can do is the low light layer, which is the very first layer in the deep sea. She assured that there is absolutely no need to worry about the fact that they can be exposed. Gyugu believed that ordinary people do not understand that this is a big secret. They just think of it as a fun mobile game. Suchi was very satisfied with Gyugu's work and game. He underestimated it. But this game really exceeded all his expectations, because times are changing and now the methods of information transmission have changed. Science and technology are now the first productive force in the world, and the base of this game will be the key to a new secret. Gyugu was sure that in order for the game to gain intrigue and give what is expected of it, it is enough to call it a big secret and it can work. In short, she counted on the fact that the game will help them to harvest the general fixation of players. In her opinion, the more loyal players there were in this game, the better anchors they could give them, and she also suggested that they open replica missions so that a larger number of players would help in completing the tasks. Maska said that she usually doesn't play games, so she wanted to ask if something needs to be given in the process. Gyugu seemed to be waiting for this question from her and immediately began to tell that all players will need virtual things, access to the next levels and much more. For this they will give us real money, but most importantly new anchor lines, so considering that we would give and what we get, of course the anchor lines were much more expensive and valuable. Mr. Truth listened carefully to all this and tried to understand how it worked, and it occurred to him that her method of separating divine items and combining them gave him some clues. When reviewing the strategy to combat the beheading cycle, he was missing a key piece of the puzzle. But now that he has this game, it could become a key piece of the puzzle to the implementation of the plan to destroy the beheading cycle. The pyramid hanging over Gyugu's head was already quite close to her, and she could almost reach it, which meant that Mr. Truth approves her proposal, but he lacks results, so in order to get this pyramid, she must achieve results. Mr. Truth showed them a beheading cycle on the big screen and told them that such people prevent him from creating mysteries. Gyugu immediately understood what was going on, and she decided to use her game to solve this cycle guy and build big mysteries so that she could collect the anchor from Mr. Truth and get the pyramid for it. Therefore, Gyugu did not hesitate a second and told Mr. Truth about the information she received from the Black Gate mystics that behind the cursed place was a group of slanderers called the Session. As far as she knows, the founder of this organization is now called a spirit child, and under her command are a slanderer who uses enugma spells, a slanderer who can manipulate the human body, and a hacker from the Matrix organization. The mask was surprised by such details. Can ordinary people work with mystics? Spider explained that the Matrix has always been a free organization, so it is not excluded that the hackers decided to work with local forces in Ludo. Gyugu also said that the other day she used hacking methods to find out the location of the spirit session, but she failed. The other side has anti-hacking skills, and it's safe to say that they had at least one hacker who created the Tear Angel. The mask understood almost everything. Besides, what kind of organization is this session? Gyugu knew only that this is a group that collects money and curses and destroys people for it, but they have not yet suffered any punishment for this. The woman who was hidden behind the mask burst into tears, because she also lost her relatives because of the same secret organization, and she did not want the same thing to happen to other people. Catcher entered their conversation and began to draw something. Everyone present was sure that there would be cheese, but he continued to draw something for so long, it seems that there will be no cheese. Mishalov drew the session group in full, but where could he see them and in such detail? He pointed them to a point on the map where he was stationed, some old warehouse, where he had seen them. They could not believe that he saw them in full force, but the mousetraps seemed to want to correct them and say that not all of them are there now. He took a picture of one of them and showed it to them, and then added that he left their common shelter. But he went to the Haida area. They were all grateful for such useful information, but no one could understand what was in this area and why he went there. Maska found out that the land of the Green Ridge is located in this area. But no one knew the exact truth about this land. There were only legends that a 9-tailed demon fox lives in the land of the Green Ridge, whose power is so great that it can eat the mountain of chaos and its inhabitants. although it has long been suppressed a monk and her soul never dissipated. The legend also said that the nine-tailed demon fox brought blooming peaches to people, so the city of Haidun is now a tourist attraction. The mask could not understand why the spiritist session was there, but everything was obvious to Gyugwa. Where legends begin, ghosts and gods must appear there. Gyugwa also said that she heard that the slanderers have a technique called god relocation, which as the name suggests can move gods. Suchi remembered how the old slanderer from the shopping street also mentioned moving the deity. He wondered if the priest of the slanderers who moved the deity of the old shopping street Ting Shui could have anything to do with the girl in the essence. It came to Gyugwa that they want to steal the Spirit Lord's revival anchor and want to move the centuries-old god of deep demons to Ludo, and if their plan comes true, then demons will appear from the depths of the soul that will destroy people, and then Ludo will turn into hell on earth. The mask was outraged by these facts and did not understand why they should plunge Lauda into chaos. Gyugwa explained to her that the more chaotic the world becomes, the more excited they become. The fact that they dared to release such a destructive monster, as the Tear Angel, shows that they are insane and will stop at nothing to achieve their goal. The spider began to call Mr. Truth and tell him that Ludo is his land, and this spiritual session is an attempt to eliminate the gods, so panic and steal his anchor. Suchi reflected on how the creation of fear does create an anchor, but they are chaotic and unstable and can be easily neutralized. Only when humanity is stable and rich can a great and orderly mystery be built that cannot be allowed to be destroyed by a spiritual session. He had to think carefully about all this, because the mouse catcher gave him new hints, and he can keep them here, in the Hall of Secrets, so that they do not get lost and do not run away. Therefore, Mr. Istana decided to create a kind of library where all the memories and knowledge of the participants of the secret hall will be stored. After the creation, the participants immediately began to look at these so far empty bookshelves, on which there were already several books about Macbeth and about past tasks that the participants had already completed. He wanted all subsequent files to be certified and recorded here, and in a few decades, or even centuries, the one who will own the Hall of Secrets will become the owner of the world's knowledge. For this, he created 3 orders in the Hall of Secrets, and one of these things, namely the pendulum, was supposed to observe the world or historians and compile its own archive of knowledge. After that time ran out and the 4th meeting of the Hall of Secrets was completed, Suchi sat in the kitchen after the meeting and thought that he had acted wisely enough to create a Hall of Secrets and find suitable people to enter it. For him, the Chamber of Secrets was like a grinding machine for thoughts and a source of inspiration, where he could find different points of view, voices, worldviews, where different ideas collided side by side, and, of course, a place where people developed and became better together. After Suchi thought about all the moments of the secret hall, he decided that he needed to create a new throne, but his thoughts about how to do it were interrupted by some otherworldly voice. Suchi stood frightened and did not say a word, because this voice was unlike any other he had heard before. It confused him when this voice repeated the word of enlightenment. For him, hearing this voice is the same as being in an embryo and hearing the voices of the world through the amniotic fluid and the mother's skin. He stood in the kitchen for a while and the voice disappeared, so he decided not to attach much importance to it, but it still scared him. Suchi was already lying in bed and thinking about how the construction of the ghost throne would become his next priority, and all actions should be directed towards the construction of this great secret. He didn't know for what purpose the Spirit Essence Society moved to Ludo, but it was definitely not good, so Suchi decided to send this information to the Black Gate the next day and see how Counselor Alice would react to it. After that, Suchi really wanted to go to sleep, but he couldn't, because he needed to visit the deep sea, which he actually did. When he dived, he was awaited by a rather pleasant gift in the form of an increase in the number of anchor lines by 50. Now he had 350, and with the help of this, the creation of the ritual of securing the layer of enlightenment was successful. Unfortunately, the good news ended there, because Suchi did not have the ritual kit for the low-light layer in his hands, although he had gathered enough resources, but he did not have the guidance to do so. In the Book of Realms that was given to him in the Black Gate, there is a ritual formation for the first layer. But what about the low light? He couldn't even explain the origin of these anchors. In case his connection with Organization 89 is discovered, it will be difficult for him to pass through the Black Gate, so he has to invent another way to pass. Therefore, 2 days later he decided to visit Gyugwe and came at the time when she was just working on Mr. Truth's task, so of course Suchi waited until she finished. He was very pleased that his believers were quite hardworking and active. This gave him the motivation to work further without giving up. Gyugwe took some time off from work and asked Suchi why he visited her. Suchi responded by saying that he came to her to get information about the organization of the session. She was immediately distracted from her work, because she was very surprised that he knew this information and where he got it from. But even if he somehow found out, in any case, it is very expensive. Suchi felt a little funny in her mind, because she herself learned this information from him in his secret hall at the last meeting, and now she is selling it at a very high price. Also, Suchi had one more request. He knew that there are anchor ritual arrays for illuminated and dimly illuminated layers, and he very much requested that this agreement be as confidential as possible. She had already completely turned away from her laptop and wanted to know from him why he needed all this, because the binding ritual is very controlled, and she will only give him the one that is suitable for her wisdom system, and Suchi is from another system, so he cannot to use it. It didn't matter to him what she said and where it could be used and where not, he just asked her for this information and calculated it, and told him. Instead, she offered him a better offer, if of course he was interested in it. She offered him an exchange for a divine item that he could search the Black Gate and bring to her, in exchange for which she would give him any information he needed. Suchi thought it was too high a price. The divine item was not that easy to get, but Gyugwe considered it an equal exchange, especially since she only needed those that could mask or transform or something similar. She wanted to decipher it and add it to the program she recently did. He thought a little about this proposal and still agreed, so he left her and said he would return when he found a suitable object for her. On the same day, Suchi went to the Black Gate and there was no one there again, and everyone magically disappeared. He was about to go home, when suddenly Counselor Alice came to him and told him that they had all gone to investigate the case, and she was just waiting for him. Suchi was surprised. Alice asked him to take the map to Green, which was supposed to help him somehow. Green himself was now in the hospital. Suchi didn't expect what happened to Mr. Green. Counselor Alice told Suchi not to worry, because as far as she knew he was just bitten by a dog. When Suchi arrived at the hospital to see Green, he saw him bandaged and not in a very good mood. Had he really been bitten by a dog? As it turned out, he was investigating a spiritual essence and was unexpectedly attacked by a woman's dog, which almost bit off his hand, so he is now in the hospital. It seemed to Suchi that he had already heard about this woman in the body of a dog somewhere. Green said that he followed her and tried to determine where she was going, but she exposed him and attacked him. He asked Green why he didn't call his princesses, but as it turned out they didn't want to go out because they were afraid of dogs, so he didn't do anything. For Suchi, being in this hospital was too difficult. Now that he had entered the Moho layer, he began to see a large number of new spirits that looked like various diseases, and there was nothing pleasant about it. And then, in the queue to leave the hospital, Suchi saw a very familiar man who looked like Mr. Tianjin. After all, it was really Tianjin, who was the president of the student council, who was no less shocked when he saw Suchi, so he asked him what he was doing here. Suchi said that he came to visit a friend who was bitten by a dog, and the president said that his younger sister should also enter their school, but she is in a coma due to an injury, so he came to visit her and brought her favorite flowers. Suchi immediately apologized for his tactlessness, but the president reassured him. He was already used to such questions. Maybe the mention of her name would make her wake up earlier, at least he hoped so. The president was about to go to his sister when Suchi asked if he could go with him and visit her, to which he of course received a positive answer. They entered her room together, and Suchi immediately noticed that the president's sister was supposed to be a very cheerful girl. It is not clear how he thought this, but he immediately understood it. The president shared with Suchi the story of Xiaofan, that was his sister's name, and she was very fond of extreme sports, which put her in a coma, because one day she had an accident during training, after which she is now lying here. He added that unlike his sister, he was always too timid to ride a bike and too afraid of heights, but she was completely different, so she always shone for everyone. From early childhood, Xiaofan liked to ride a skateboard and roller skates, and when she grew up, she started bungee jumping and scuba diving. When she was a junior, Xiao managed to hide her wetsuit for speedboarding from her parents, but when her parents found it, they were furious and locked her in the house, and he covered her so she could compete. The president had only himself to blame. Suchi tried to support him and said that if it wasn't for him, Phone would have lost touch with her real self, so he gave her a happy childhood. When Suchi left the ward in a very bad mood, he never thought that such a cheerful person could have a sister in such a state. It is very difficult to survive, but still, even in such a state, Suchi noticed a spirit. There was a spirit around the whole ward that was constantly trying to talk to them, but they didn't answer him, so Suchi noticed him. Suchi went to see Green in the ward and immediately heard a question from him: where had he been for so long? Suchi explained to him that he had met his classmate and talked with him a bit, and then added his question about the low light layer certificate and asked Green if he could sell it to him. Green was somewhat surprised by the question. He did not understand what Suchi wanted this certificate for, but he still agreed to sell it. Suchi was already at home and was satisfied, because now he can make an exchange with Girgua. This certificate he bought from Green perfectly fit the definition of a deity. Suchi compared the rituals of enshrining in the systems of wisdom and in the system of the kingdom and understood that they were very similar in structure in many respects. The difference was in the seals of origin, and there could be problems with this. 2 days later, near the school, Suchi was watching the new release of the beheading cycle and thought that the disaster would be bigger than the Tsuchimikado family could have imagined. He would just wait until it got dark on Wednesday and show up. And the worst thing about this challenge of the Master of Spirits was that the audience is the main weapon of this monster, because the more abilities they invent for this monster, the more it will have. All that remained for Suchi was to hope that everything would not be as bad as he thinks. Here, Suchi noticed that the same guy who is a spirit was taking his picture again. Didn't he realize last time that this can't be done? He came closer and apologized to Suchi, and to his excuse he said that Suchi is very photogenic, so he couldn't resist. This photographer approached at the same moment that Suchi was watching the new release of the beheading cycle and began to wonder if Suchi liked watching this. Suchi answered him that he is not a big horror fan, but the special effects are very well made, to which he received an answer from the photographer that these are not special effects. And then he explained why he is so sure of this: because he made this video and he knows for sure. At first, Suchi didn't understand what this guy was talking about, but he said it again: he really took this video. Suchi was really shocked when he heard this from him. Is this guy who is a spirit and owns this channel? But the guy replied that he made only one video. The guy told Suchi that one day he was walking in the park and the owner of this channel met him and offered him to shoot such a video. He was not against it, so he easily coped with this task, and later sold this video to his customer. Suchi once again analyzed the identity of the owner of the beheading cycle and realized that he was quite a perceptive person who was good at organizing programs and society for his own purposes. So he made sure that this photographer was not the owner of this channel. Then he got the idea that the investigation had gone wrong from the very moment at the Black Gate, when Mr. Anderson was giving Suchi the information he needed. He understood that more than one person works in the beheading cycle. There are at least 2 of them, and they behave very differently in real life. Suchi asked the photographer about the owner of this channel and whether he knew who he was and how to find him, but the photographer explained to him that he was always wearing a mask, so he had no idea who it was. The photographer told Suchi that one day he came to him and said that he needed to hire a photographer, and then he lent him this camera. When Suchi picked up this camera, he realized that it was a divine object. Suchi started questioning this photographer, and he was wondering first of all if the owner of the channel allowed him to shoot with this camera anywhere or if they had a studio. The photographer said that every time he appointed a new place and time. Next, Suchi showed him a list of videos from the channel and asked if the photographer could see these strange ghosts and monsters while filming, or were they people. The photographer did not know how to answer this question, because it seemed to him that he was shooting something very strange, and he did not understand what it was. It worked for him like intuition, as if many eyes had opened and he began to see everything from different angles. After that, Suchi thought about whether people feel spirits inside themselves and whether these spirits give them some abilities. He remembered the girls from his school who never remembered anything like that, so it seems that human spirits do not affect the person himself. Suchi looked at this camera for a while and finally realized that its main function is to take pictures of spirits that are at great depths, but to expose them as small ones. But then why didn't the owner of this group use this camera himself, but found someone who would do it to do? Obviously, he didn't do it because of his poor photography skill. Suchi believed that it was because of the limitation of his depth that he couldn't do it, so he had to look for other people. The previous analysis that the owner of the cycle was a novice in this field was correct. Suchi really wanted to meet him and offered the photographer money if he would arrange this meeting. The photographer could not clearly answer Suchi's request. He uttered some strange words and Suchi did not understand him. Suchi repeated the question, but now more specifically, to which the photographer finally answered that he communicated with him exclusively by phone, sent him videos after filming, but he had never seen him in person. The photographer showed him the videos he was engaged in, and now everything was clear to Suchi. All these videos were of spirits. It seems that the owner of the beheading cycle has no way to shoot deeper spirits, so he has to entrust this work to this guy. Suchi asked the photographer how many of them are in the team, to which he received the answer that only he is the owner of this channel. Suchi now clearly understood that when he has the best chance to catch this owner, he conducts the live broadcast personally, because in this case he does not need the help of others at all, so at these moments there is an opportunity to catch him. As soon as Suchi finished his logical thinking, the photographer remembered that there were still 2 of them in the team without the photographer. The photographer added that he constantly heard the customer talking to himself, and often mentioning the name Mephistopheles. Meanwhile, in the Warport Park in the west of Ludo, 2 people from the session were sitting on one of the park benches and discussing the attack on the Black Gate. The female cat was very unhappy with the latest attack on the Black Gate because her tail was injured. The hacker from organizing the session, who was sitting next to her, asked not to disturb him, because he is doing very important work. He uses the method of moving the spirits of the spiritual child and it is very difficult, so he must be fully concentrated to make accurate calculations before it begins. The cat was interested to know, by moving this demon to the city of Ludo, will the spiritual child be able to carry out his great work of equality in everything? The hacker didn't know until the end whether they would be able to change the balance in everything, but he knew for sure that if it worked and this thing appeared in Ludo, everything would definitely change for the better, chaos would follow. Miko came to school with her new development, so she was very curious what her friends thought about her universal amulets, which were made by the witch's hand. Gu Shu was not sure that they would be allowed by the school principal. Most likely Miko would receive a warning. Miko was unhappy with these rules. How is she supposed to earn money in such conditions? Gu Shu turned to Miko to help her, but Miko did not quite understand what she wanted from her. Does Gu Shu want to ask her to cast a spell on Suchi? Has she fallen in love? Immediately after this question, Gu Shu was embarrassed and ran out of the class. It was very embarrassing for her. Miko tried to stop her with a discount on the first spell, but she didn't seem to hear her anymore and wanted to run out of the classroom as quickly as possible. Suchi looked at all this and did not understand how Gu Shu could believe it. Miko is simply obsessed with money, and she will not help her at all. Suchi decided to ignore the girls and read a book he took from the library to look something up, but before he could take it, Xia Yushu approached him again and scared him. Suchi's book fell to the floor, so Xia Yushu picked it up and began to question him. What was the point of doing homework at home and reading such a book with children's pictures? Suchi did not know what to answer to this, so he said that he took this book from the library just to look at it. Suchi took this book to learn more about Mephistopheles. In this book it was about the story of a match between God and the devil, the essence of which was that God believed that all people are susceptible to temptation, and the devil believed that Faust was not. Suchi carefully read the entire subsequent history of this couple, but he still did not understand what the language was about, and in the end, this book did not help him in any way. But Suchi wasn't going to give up, so he decided to check another clue and went to the school photographer again, who told him that one day the owner of the cycle asked him to reshoot the video because there was a mistake in it, which was related to the clothes. Suchi was somewhat surprised when he heard this story. Was it some important detail of their communication? So he decided to inquire about the clothes in more detail. The photographer said that it was an issue about a transferred student. As it turned out, there was a valid school uniform, but the owner of the cycle told him that he had made a mistake in the design of the costume, and the image would not match, so he asked him to retake it and paid for it again. After the conversation, Suchi returned to the classroom and thought for a long time about the details of the conversation with the photographer, and emphasized two key points in the conversation with him. The first thing that bothered him was that there might be an error in the display with a real analog of the spirit, because the owner performed the wrong binding. The second, no less important moment, the beheading cycle, knew the legend about the schoolgirl and later realized that the form was different, so he decided to reshoot the video. The thought flashed through Suchi's mind that the owner of the beheading cycle is a teacher or a student of the school and he should most likely know him personally. Suchi took out from under the desk a list of students whom he suspected in the case with the transferred girl and began to look for familiar names. Suchi seems to have found a very familiar name. Is it really him? He needed to find out more details, but he couldn't do it today. In any case, it wasn't the main goal right now. The main problem was that the cycle of beheading is very entrenched in society, so spirits and ghosts can appear at any moment, and you have to be ready for it. On Tuesday evening in the Liu area, a girl was returning home, carrying home a CD of her brother's performance, and she was very pleased with today's day. She suddenly became very cold and she did not understand what was happening. Why did it suddenly become cold? She decided not to stay outside too long, so she started to run quickly home and ran until she tripped and fell over a large pothole that seemed to come out of nowhere in the middle of the repaired road. But when she turned her head back because she heard someone breathing very loudly, she saw a huge wolf sitting on a thin lantern and was already preparing to attack her. The girl was too scared and she realized that nothing would help her anymore, and it seems that her end has come. Just before the wolf prepared to attack, she heard a magical voice of help. It was Mr. Anderson, who used his relic in the form of a lighter and saved her life. While Mr. Anderson was there, the girl was safe, and the monster did not understand where she could go. Anderson assured her that now she is safe and she should walk with him to the nearest station from which she can go home. After some time, she found herself at the metro station and she did not understand at all how she ended up there, and where the man who saved her had disappeared. What happened? Was she hallucinating? Meanwhile, Scheherazade began to block the streets of Ludo with the help of her charms, and Suchi watched this closely. She was going to block all the streets, because the Black Gate promised to support her in this case. First of all, she blocked the street where the monster was located, so that ordinary people would not come across it, so Anderson took everyone out of that street. Suchi couldn't believe it. Were they really staying the night in this area of Ludo? But Scheherazade reassured him, because the main thing is to wait for dawn, then they can go home, and Scheherazade will end the blockade. She had a very large baggage of experience in such cases, because she regularly took part in works on the blockade of monsters. Suchi did not understand why exactly at dawn, Do they really have ways to fight this giant? She explained to him that it is not difficult to find a way to deal with an abyssal demonic god, but there are other problems that should be solved first before catching the monster. Scheherazade had in mind two problems that needed to be solved. The first of them was, of course, to catch the cycle. The second was that Counselor Alice passed on the information about the appearance of Ting Loud and told him to deal with them. Suchi was surprised at such a request. Couldn't they send someone else to do this task? He understood that Advisor Alice wants to understand the plans of the ancient organization in this way and catch the cycle. Scheherazade gave him a strong pat on the back of the head and praised him for his sharp mind. Then she added that it was just a check from Counselor Alice to see how the old organization would react. Suchi realized that he needed to do something immediately, because if the revival of the Spirit Lord was really messed up, he would have to think of some measures to correct the situation, especially since he had already spent so much money and energy on it. Scheherazade prepared Suchi for the fact that if the spiritual masters leave the game, then the Black Gate will have to clean up after them. Suchi was interested in whether there is a specific plan on this account. All they invented was that it would surround the street, Anderson would disperse the crowd of people, and then they would throw Green there. Suchi understood that they were trying to destroy his plans, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He had to find a way out of this impasse. He immediately decided to act, so he offered Scheherazade an idea in which he needed her help. Suchi asked her if she had ever done a magic show. She was somewhat surprised by the question. As a child she liked it, but as soon as she learned how everything actually works there, she lost interest. Suchi explained what he meant. The whole cycle of beheading is a trick, and the whole meaning of the trick is that it is interesting until it is revealed. That is why he offered to be detectives today and reveal all the secrets of this trick. Suchi was sure that they could find a way to expose the beheading loop ghost trick, and it seems he even has a plan on how to do it. Of course, Scheherazade was interested in this and asked him to tell what he invented. But before he could carry out his plan, he needed technology from another realm, which he unfortunately did not have. Scheherazade assured him that it is not difficult at all, it just requires a lot of money, which luckily she has a lot of. Suchi asked her if he could apply for reimbursement for his plan, but she made him understand that it would take a long time and he would have to wait 2 or even 3 weeks. Before then the Black Gate might not exist, if all will not go according to plan. Scheherazade explained to him that in the last 2 years the Black Gate has had considerable problems with financing, so the allocation of funds for this will be delayed. An example can be even the last rule, in which it is forbidden to use the Philosopher's Stone against spirits from the abyss and above. Suchi imagined the organization of the Black Gate in a different way. He thinks that they are quite wealthy, but in reality it is not so. Now Suchi understood why Mr. Anderson was holding all these auctions, because the organization has no money, but somehow it is necessary to live. Scheherazade suggested to start by calling Alice's advisor and asking her for help. It would be much better than going to the main office, which Suchi did. Of course, she didn't give him money for it, but she offered him to use his advance, which he was supposed to receive, and then it would be returned to him when they finished their business, which of course he agreed to. Suchi does not need to worry about the expenses, because he is compensated for everything. He was pleased that the advisor Alice has such a good attitude towards him. The next day, Suchi didn't want to go to school, but he had to, because he really wanted to meet Tianjin, who was the president of the school, and to his great disappointment, he didn't come to school today. Suchi just couldn't believe it. He had hoped to see him today and talk to him, but his worst fears came true. Therefore, Suchi decided to immediately go to the Black Gate for a meeting, and when he entered the headquarters of the apartment, he saw that everyone had gathered and there was a bottle of wine on the table. What was going on here? Mr. Anderson explained to him that they all gathered because today it is possible to catch the cycle of beheading and finally put an end to it. For the first time, Suchi wanted to talk to Mr. Green, whom he actually approached after saying hello to everyone. Anderson did not have time to understand when they started to be friends like this. Scheherazade explained to him that Suchi has a plan that will help to catch the cycle, and it seems that he needs Green's help. But in her opinion, she would not trust him with any business, because he always spoils everything. After 10 minutes, Counselor Alice announced that it was time to leave, but before that they would hold a small ceremony. Suchi could not understand what they were doing, and what should he do about it. As it turned out, it was ordinary wine that they drank for good luck before the task, but Suchi had of course poured the juice. He could not believe that such mystics as Alice's advisor were really doing it. The entire Black Gate team gathered near the subway station and were waiting for something. Suchi did not understand where the spiritual masters were. Would they not come? But before he had time to ask Anderson about it, 10 of the best masters of spiritual skills appeared out of the fog, including Tsuchimikado Tomoya. Suchi wondered if they were ashamed to dress like that when so many people were looking at them, but Scheherazade explained to him that as masters of spiritual abilities, these clothes are like a ritual for them, which increases their power when they perform tasks. Green also noticed an important detail that only young masters came, and he heard that among them only one young master was sitting next to the older generation. The others did not have such experience. Anderson explained that it is their kind of tradition to allow young masters to explore the path first. They explained this by the fact that during the last attack of the Master of Spirits, too many young masters died, and those who remained are now managing their families, so they will not leave the house just like that. After all the explanations, Mr. Anderson asked Suchi to initiate contact with the young spiritual masters. Lilu was one of the strongest masters among them all. She asked Tomoya if he really saw the Spirit Lord, to which he replied that of course, and even fought with him. According to him, the battle was fierce and he almost did not defeat him. A little was not enough, because the Lord of Spirits ran away from him. Of course, Lilu did not believe Tomoya. Because she knew his nature, she even assumed that he was running away and did not even look around. He was angry with her, because how dare she underestimate him when he is such a strong master. Their conversation was interrupted by Mr. Anderson, who came to get to know them better, because together they were to conduct an operation to destroy the Master of Spirits. One of the masters, who was the most experienced, recognized Mr. Anderson. Last time they fought together with the Guho bird, and if Mr. Anderson wasn't there, maybe everything would have been much worse, so he happily greeted him. Mr. Anderson, in turn, praised the masters for their timely reaction to that order, and only because of this they were able to destroy it in time. Suchi listened to how they exchanged compliments with each other, and then he felt a chill go down his back and he did not understand where it came from. But Suchi's thoughts were interrupted by Tomoe, who was looking directly at him. Suchi was not very pleased to see this guy, because he is such a coward. Tomoya noticed Lilu standing next to him and also watching Suchi, but she was looking at him with loving eyes. She liked Suchi very much, so she started asking Tomoya about him, but the boy said that he didn't know anything. Suchi saw that they were both watching him, so he decided to wave to them. The girl saw this and became very angry with Tomoya. How dare he lie to her that she didn't know who this guy was, so she politely asked him to tell everything he knew. Tomoya told that this is Suchi and he studies with him at the same school, and he is also a newcomer to the Black Gate. She remembered him, because Tomoya was talking about Suchi, or rather he was offering to somehow harm him, because he doesn't like him, but she was against it. Suchi watched what they were doing and was increasingly unsure that among all these masters there was at least one normal person who would help them. Next, Suchi listened to the conversation between Mr. Anderson and Major Ijui, who was able to determine the location of Tengu's appearance, and showed it to Anderson. Suchi asked him if it is possible to determine the time of appearance of this monster with the help of his rituals, to which the master replied in 4 hours he will appear. Suchi was pleasantly surprised and thought about the fact that Ludo masters also possessed a large number of techniques that were incomprehensible to the Black Gate, such as the ability to determine the place and time of the appearance of a spirit. Anderson and Suchi watched the local residents, and they both understood that if the monster appeared in the center of the city, it would cause incredible panic among the people, which would only benefit the spirit. Therefore, they thanked the masters for their help in determining the place and time and went to prepare. When they left the masters, Mr. Anderson told Suchi to prepare properly, because the war was about to begin. After Suchi and Anderson spoke with the spirit masters, Scheherazade began her street-blocking ritual. Suchi could not understand how the Black Gate organizations and spiritual masters in Ludo had existed for decades, but none of them had invented means of struggle. Scheherazade explained to him that the technological power in Ludo lags behind in this regard, because 10 years ago, when the Lord of Spirits attacked the city had not yet recovered from this attack. For 30 minutes, Anderson still led all the civilians out of the territory where the Master of Spirits was planned to land, but it was necessary to hurry because he would come soon, so they should be ready. Meanwhile, Suchi observed how the masters were working and constantly on the move, so he decided to go and get to know the others. When Suchi came closer, he reminded himself that he had forgotten about Tomoya, who was doing some very strange rituals Suchi couldn't even understand at all. Suchi nevertheless decided to say hello to him, and Lilu unexpectedly appeared in front of Tomoya and also greeted Suchi. She ran up to him and began to tell about herself, that her name is Lilu and that she is one of the 10 young masters of Ludo. Suchi in turn told about herself, and where he is from. Lilu spoke with Suchi with too much enthusiasm, which made him a bit wary. Then she suggested exchanging contacts. But her phone was snatched from Tomoya's hands, who argued that he was against it, because Suchi was a foreigner who could not be allowed into their temple. It seems that he did it in vain. She did not wait long and hit him so that his eyes seemed to fly out of their sockets. He lay in front of her and begged for mercy, and she warned him that he would do this again, and she would destroy him. And then she went back to Suchi and tried again to take his contacts and give hers. Suchi understood that he would have to deal with them in the future, so it would be good to get into their circle of communication. But as soon as he stretched out his hand with the phone, he saw how his phone turned into a rainbow. For a long time, he could not understand what happened to his phone, how unexpectedly one of the masters of spiritual abilities interrupted them. He shouted that his magic compass gave too much voltage. The Master of Spirits is close. His device was absolutely correct. After a few seconds the Tengu began to appear, but according to calculations, it should have been in a few hours. Suchi noticed for himself that this spirit appears in a strict order, like Miss Mary, and wondered whether a person could have provoked its challenge. As soon as he thought about it, and went through his phone to the beheading channel, he saw a live broadcast from the scene. Where they are now, is it really his doing? Suchi understood that the cycle involved a large number of people, and any notification he made would cause a violent reaction that would help the monster break free much earlier. Anderson supported him and said that now it is absolutely not important whether he is right or not. The important thing is that he cannot manipulate spirits, but he can make them look the way he wants. They couldn't understand just one thing: how could he broadcast it if they took absolutely all the people out of the area?